Chapter 1. The night before fate sets fire to my life begins with more chaos than usual. Skulking in a corner, I nibble a flaky pastry stuffed with seasoned meat and wonder if it's too soon to make my escape. A small crowd of female guests mills about Castle Axton's great hall, chatting and laughing in gowns that sparkle like gemstones beneath the crystal chandeliers. Wine and mead perfume the air with fruity sweetness, and a string quartet strums a lively tune. I press my back against the stone wall, relishing the chill that cools my overheated skin. Despite the vaulted ceilings, it's hotter than hell's in here. Louder too. Mother's either losing her hearing or she's a closet masochist, because the nobles she invites to these things always seem dead set on testing the upper limits of their vocal capacities. With Lisa off at Flighthaven learning to fly alicorns, and eventually dragons, to protect a Claris, I'm more starved for companionship than ever. I swear, though, some of these people make my hermit's life sound appealing. Cramming the last bite of pastry into my mouth, I drop my empty plate on a table and slip past colorful tapestries of dragons, paintings of the 4 elemental gods and goddesses, Ziva, Galora, Tero, and Rivlin, and portraits of stuffy ancestors who don't look a thing like me. A few more steps to the staircase and then I can make a break for it. Lark, dear, please come over here. Well, fuck. There goes that idea. I swallow a sigh and switch directions. I dodge the tipsy woman who's brandishing a full cup of mead like a sword, reaching my mother and her friends unscathed. In her emerald silk gown with her golden curls piled atop her head, Lady Linnea Axton creates a striking picture. Familiar concern shadows her brown eyes as she subjects me to a head-to-toe inspection. I try to smother the burn of resentment in my chest. I love my mother. I just wish her love wasn't so goddamned suffocating. On the one hand, I get it. Losing a husband and almost losing a child in a Tyrannese attack would be enough to destroy anyone's world. But Ziva save us. That happened 15 years ago, when I was 4. I'm 19 now. Surely, enough time has lapsed for her fear to subside. Although, I have to admit, certain aspects of my current life add to her stress too. I'm not proud of what I'm about to do next, but I have somewhere to be, and the party will only keep her attention diverted for so long. Mother would lose her ever-loving mind if she learned about my unsanctioned rides to the village. Pinning a grimace on my face, I clutch my head, adding a little moan for good measure. As predicted, my mother's brow creases. Lark, darling, are you dizzy again? Afraid so. I ignore the guilt gnawing at my gut and massage my temples. May I be excused? I thought I might feel better, but the noise. Of course, have Hilda prepare you a bath. Maybe later. I just need to rest. She engulfs me in a rose-scented hug. You do that. I duck my head and flee the great hall, doing my best to avoid the pitying looks that follow. My mother's friends must wonder how 2 sisters could be so different. Lisa is strong, healthy, and plans to use her affinity for fire to defend a Claris and become a dragon rider. Basically, she's a badass. Meanwhile, I'm the weakling sister who suffers from frequent dizzy spells and possesses the magical ability of a potato. At least, that's what everyone believes. Only Mother and I know about the daily remedy I take to suppress my magic. The concoction worked like a charm too, up until last week, when the king's representative arrived at our gate to administer an unscheduled retest. The amount of fire I summoned was pitiful, barely enough to fill a thimble. Still, that one tiny spark was enough to send my worrywart mother into meltdown mode. Upstairs, I dart into my bedchamber and sag against the door. I know my mother has good intentions, but that means fuck all during those times when my existence behind the castle walls feels like a slow death in a luxury prison. A few years ago, one of the gardener's little boys caught a pretty yellow bird. He caged the bird and carried it everywhere, singing to it, providing a steady supply of worms and beetles dug fresh from the garden, and keeping the cage by his bed when he slept. But despite his tender care, the bird started bashing her head against the bars. The gardener's boy sobbed, asking why his treasured pet hurt herself. To me, the answer was obvious. All the love and pampering in the world couldn't compensate for the thing the bird desired most. freedom. Sometimes I relate to the bird a little too much. Only, in my story, the cage is partly of my own making. For good reason. I never want to hurt anyone again. Shying away from the troubling direction of my thoughts, I strip off the blue gown and stuff the garment in the armoire, where it's swallowed by a rainbow of other dresses. In the last drawer, buried at the bottom, I find my sole pair of trousers. Next, I fish out a roomy, hand-me-down tunic and tug it over my head. After finger-combing my dark brown waves in front of the mirror, I weave the locks into a braid. My reflection shows a heart-shaped face, big hazel eyes, a slightly upturned nose. My mother and sister, on the other hand, with their dark golden curls, long noses, and stubborn chins, are dead ringers for the parade of unsmiling ancestors on the downstairs wall. Mother tells me I favor my paternal grandmother, but I have to take her word for it. An accident with a candle during my younger years destroyed that portrait. Outside my window, darkness devours the last bit of daylight. I hurry as I rummage under the bed to unearth my bow, slinging it and a quiver full of arrows over my shoulder. A dagger gets tucked into my boot. I'm sheltered, not stupid. A hooded, forest green cloak completes the ensemble. I grab a pouch full of coins from my desk drawer before easing my chamber's heavy door open a few inches. The corridor is empty. No one intercepts me as I race down the servants' stairway and burst into the kitchen. Is the extra food all packed? Cook, a rosy-cheeked, sweet-natured woman named Betsy, who prefers to go by Cook and has lived with us since before I was born, nods. She always smells delicious, like cinnamon and sage. Yes, and the horse and wagon are waiting in your usual spot. And you and the rest of the staff already ate your fill? She pats my cheek with her calloused hand. Sweet girl, don't you fret over us. You just hurry up and get back safely. Worry pinches her expression, same as always. I flash my most reassuring grin. I'll be in and out before Mother finishes her next 2 goblets of wine. My mother requests massive amounts of food for her soirees, over half of which always remains untouched. After the initial grazing period, the guests ignore the delicacies in favor of mead and ale. The waste always bothered me, so I started telling the staff to remove most of the uneaten dishes early. They pack the food into a wagon and cart it just outside the castle grounds. 2 guards help me slip out undetected. I pretend to turn in for the night, drive the food out to a man in the village who ensures it reaches the neediest, and return home without my mother ever suspecting. Simple as brambleberry pie. Well, except for that one time. But how could I possibly know one of my guards would fall ill? That evening ended with me scaling the wall up to my bedchamber window. Not an ideal experience, but I survived. Quiet as a ghost, I slink through the courtyard. Too much free time has allowed me to perfect a bunch of random skills, like climbing, sneaking around, picking locks and cursing, reading any books I can get my hands on, including the inappropriate ones. Basically, the types of hobbies guaranteed to send Mother into an early grave if she found out. In moments like this, my hodgepodge of disreputable talents comes in handy. With a nod to Otis, a brawny, crooked-nosed guard with a kind heart, I slip past the gates, moonlight casting eerie shadows in the darkness as I hurry toward the tree where Barney is tethered. After patting the gelding on the neck, I check the cart for the food, as well as the riding tack I'll use for the return trip from Beckkrun, before climbing onto the front ledge and snapping the reins. The clip-clop of Barney's hooves harmonizes with the low hum of insects and hiccuping nightbird calls as we journey along the familiar dirt trail. Like always, the bumpy route bounces me up and down and takes a toll on my ass. I only learned to ride and drive a wagon a few years ago, and opportunities to practice my form rarely present themselves. Once we round the last corner, the faint lights of Beckkrun beckon. Laughter and raucous music pour from the Happy Dragon Tavern as we enter the village. I cast a longing glance at the tavern window and wish I could join them, but the risk is too high. If someone recognized me and reported back to my mother, she'd freak out. I cringe to think of the extreme steps that might follow. A lock on the outside of my door? An around-the-clock guard stationed inside my room? No more nighttime excursions for sure. Suppressing a shudder, I dismount, tie the reins of Barney's bridle to a post, and scan the perimeter for Royce. The tavern door swings open, and a boy who can't be older than 14 strides out. Though I've never seen him before, his mop of curly brown hair and his expressive brown eyes strike me as familiar. Lady Lark. I slip into the shadows when he approaches. Is that you? Alarm ripples through me. How do you know my name? He moves toward me with slow, deliberate steps, like I'm a wild animal on the verge of getting spooked. I'm Luke, Royce's son. My father couldn't come tonight, so he sent me. I almost laugh out loud at my paranoia. Oh, hello. Yes, I'm Lark. Luke shakes my extended hand with a grin. Now that I'm soaking in his smile, I can't believe I didn't recognize the resemblance. Luke's almost a carbon copy of his father, albeit with more hair, fewer wrinkles, and a smaller nose. Is he all right? Luke releases my hand. Just a stomach bug. He'll be fine in a day or two. Mother's fussing over him. Well, please tell your father I hope he feels better soon. He nods, brushing a lock of curly hair out of his eyes. Thank you, I will, milady. Please, call me Lark. All my friends do. By friends, I mean the handful of guards I've befriended over the years. Luke's grin returns. His easygoing nature is contagious. All right then, Lark it is. I can't stay long, but let me give you this. I fish the coin-filled leather pouch from my pocket and hand him the bundle. For the food pantry, Royce mentioned more families in need, so there's extra. I hope it's enough. As he hefts the bag in his palm, his face lights up. More than enough, thank you. Mother stores our valuables in a locked room near her bedchamber that I periodically break into to liberate coins and help struggling families. The villagers need food. I need a hobby. It's a win-win if you ask me. The tavern door flies open again. Pulling my hood down to obscure my face, I scoot back into the shadows. A couple stumbles outside, giggling and trading kisses, completely oblivious to anyone but each other. Another burst of longing pinches my chest. I can only imagine the freedom they must feel to behave so carefree in public like that. What must that be like? I doubt they're lonely either. Not when they have each other. Luke pockets the coins and heads for the wagon to peer inside. He licks his lips. Did you bring any of those lemon tarts? I chuckle. There are plenty of lemon tarts, so help yourself. Yes. Together, we unhitch the wagon and remove Barney's harness, and I saddle him in preparation for my trip home. Royce will take the food where it needs to go. Once they're finished, someone will drop the cart off in the same spot I found it tonight. After a little trial and error, we have our system down. Luke straightens. I'm all set. Let me walk you to the trail. Along the way, he sobers, a serious expression aging his face to the point where he could pass for an adult. You mean a lot to Father? What you're doing, it's helping so many people. Not enough. I know that. I want to do more, but for now, this will have to suffice. It's a joint effort. Your father's a good man, and I happen to think very highly. The snap of a twig echoes from the trees behind us. My body goes rigid. As I spin in the direction of the noise, Barney sidesteps and jerks at the reins with a sharp whinny. What was that? Luke's eyes widen. I don't know, but it sounded big. The ground shakes and roots explode from the dirt right in front of us. They grab at our legs and feet like an army of spindly hands. I leap back and yell, Earth Elemental, run! Chapter 2. Branches burst from a nearby tree, lunging to snag at our clothing and hair. Vines twine around my waist like ropes and drag me toward the forest. Terror knots in my throat, blocking my scream. Earth Elemental? Luke gasps, his voice 2 octaves higher from fear. But who? How? Good questions I have no answers for. I struggle with the branches, digging my boots in the dirt and fighting to rip myself free. Nothing works. The branches keep dragging me toward the darkness. I reach for my own magic, but the remedy is doing its job. Though I locate the area where my power resides, it's trapped. locked into an iron box by the magic suppressant tablets. Ziva, save us. I toss up a prayer to the fire goddess, not that I expect an answer. That's probably for the best. If the gods were still watching us, Ziva would have smitten me long ago for rejecting my power. Luke takes a brave step toward the forest, his fists raised in front of his face. Stop and reveal yourself. More roots burst from the ground like the legs of a giant spider, twisting and winding at an alarming speed up Luke's body. They bind his wrists and ankles, and he cries out when a sharp edge pricks his hand and draws blood. Another vine snakes up his neck to his face, wrapping around his mouth to form a gag. Luke! Strong arms envelop me from behind and grab my hands. That unwelcome touch, combined with the sight of Lucas getting mauled, transforms into rage. Magic swells inside me, rattling its cage until a few embers escape and simmer the blood in my veins. In a flash, tiny sparks erupt along my skin. My attacker recoils with a pained groan. Flinging my head back, I smack my assailant's nose with an audible crunch and follow with an elbow to the gut. Defensive maneuvers that Otis taught me. The temporary distraction loosens our attacker's grip on his earth element. I take full advantage, unshackling myself from the branches enough to reach the dagger in my boot. My quick burst of magic has already fizzled out, so I hack at this enormous asshole of a drakewood tree with my blade. A few slashes later, I'm free, and the tree is a few branches short. I rush to Luke and unbind him as well, keeping my body positioned toward the threat. As soon as I stand upright, my head starts to spin. Tremors kick off in my hands and feet and spread up my limbs like wildfire. God save me, not now. I plant my feet and wait for the dizzy spell out, praying our attacker is gone. Thankfully, this spell only lasts a few seconds. Brief enough that Luke doesn't even notice. Once it passes, I peer into the depths of the forest. Nothing moves. When I finally spot something amiss, I rub my eyes and try again. Yup, still there. Fear chills my skin. My heartbeat quickens. It can't be. I swallow 2 times before managing a whisper. Is that what I think it is? Behind the shadowy silhouette of a large man's shoulders, I swear I see feathers. Feathers the color of burnished copper peeking between the branches. Lots of them. If the man responsible for all this has wings, then... What are you looking at? Confusion laces Luke's voice. When I gaze back into the forest, the roots and branches are still. The wings have vanished. Maybe those mutant branches whacked me upside the head, and I imagined them. After checking Luke for injuries and sitting with him until he's calm enough to return home, we part ways. Thankfully, he never mentions my use of magic. I'm not sure how I'd explain it. Most people require Iriel to access their magic, and the king and Aclaris military have complete control over the drug. Only those enlisted to fight for our kingdom have access. Legally, anyway. My ability to use magic without Iriel brands me as a freak. Mother made me swear to never reveal my secret, claiming the truth would endanger me. I push Barney into a canter, my desire to get home safely trumping the bruised state of my poor ass. The trail and encroaching forest feel a lot less secure on the journey back. Every noise has me twisting in the saddle, dagger ready, to face the threat. I've never been so happy to return to the castle and slip inside. I bypass my room and sneak into Lisa's, crawling into her bed like I've done in the past on the nights I miss her the most. A scream wrenches me from sleep, pulling me from nightmares about fires and ash, falling from the sky, winged men, and being buried alive. I shoot up from the pillow with a gasp. Sunlight peeks through the gaps of the velvet curtains like a clandestine lover, painting bright patches on a bed that isn't mine. My sleep-addled brain wastes moments reconstructing last night's events. The soirée, driving Barney and the wagon to the village. Defending myself and Luke from an earth elemental. Returning home. Crawling into Lisa's bed for comfort. A second scream, which soon shifts into a wail, pierces the air. My pulse spikes. Mother. Grabbing my dagger off the nightstand, I ignore my boots in favor of speed and race downstairs barefoot. I find my mother sobbing in a heap on the settee, clutching an expensive, creamy piece of paper to her breast. A thorough inspection of her surroundings reveals no threat. Nary a grabby tree in sight. No winged man either. My heart calms. I stuff the dagger behind a giant vase and approach, speaking in a soft voice. "Hey, what's going on?" She lifts her tear-streamed face. While her throat bobs, speech seems beyond her. I gesture toward the letter. "What does it say that's got you so upset?" Mother swallows again and parts her trembling lips. As soon as she speaks, I want to shove the words back inside her mouth. "It's a missive from Flighthaven. Your sister's gone missing, and they expect you to take her place." I gape, certain that my fuzzy head misunderstood. Because there's no way my sister would up and leave the kingdom's flight academy without alerting someone. The prospect of me attending Flighthaven in her stead is even more absurd. Strong, brave, healthy Lisa never suffered from hallucinations or struggled with frequent bouts of dizziness and muscle weakness. Not like me. "I'm sorry, can you please repeat that?" Wordlessly, Mother hands me the thick paper embossed with Flighthaven Academy's official seal. Dear Lady Linnea Axton, with deep regret, we must inform you that your daughter, fledgling Lisa Axton, has disappeared without leave from the Flighthaven campus. Despite thorough searches, her whereabouts remain unknown, and while we have yet to locate a body, our failure to find your daughter necessitates the consideration of her unfortunate demise. Though we offer you our sincerest sympathies, we must order your daughter, Lark Axton, to take her sister's place as a fire wielder. In 2 days' time, Lark must report at the gate of Flighthaven Academy before sunset. Sincerely, Vice Commander Valeria Torno. My feet anchor me to the floor. Icy claws rake down my spine. I reread the missive twice more before lowering the message and meeting Mother's glistening eyes. How can this be? How can Lisa just disappear without a trace? She whimpers and wraps her arms around her waist. I don't know how this could happen. I pace in front of the settee. And why summon me? I swear I tested negative on that last round of examinations, and I only pretended to swallow the eye roll. Since most Eclarians aren't freaks like me, the king's examiners dole out a dose of Earl before testing. Otherwise, the citizens wouldn't be able to access their magic. I spit my dose out when no one was looking. Just in time, too. The flavor made my entire body revolt the moment it hit my tongue. Mother's lower lip trembles. The king's testers are trained to be sensitive to even the slightest hint of magic. He must have noticed a spark of fire, even if you didn't. She rocks on the cushion, a faraway glint in her eyes. None of this makes sense. How can Flighthaven just misplace a fledgling? My sister. The letter gives no indication of when Lisa went missing. 0 details regarding the circumstances of her disappearance, period. And offers no prevailing theories as to what happened. If they're summoning me, have they already given up the search? That's unacceptable. Mother snaps out of the strange spell holding her captive. Well, they can't have you. There's a chance they don't know. A good chance. A chance they don't know what? She blinks. What? Oh, I meant know about your fire magic. She lunges to her feet. I'm going to write to the king at once, explaining our situation and begging for an exemption on the grounds that we already have 1 child missing in action. As long as Lisa is gone, you're my sole heir. That alone should grant us leniency. Yes, that's a great... Wait, no, you can't do that. Mother's mouth flops open, like she can't believe my words. Neither can I, for that matter. Once she recovers, she pats my shoulder. Lark, dear, Flighthaven is no place for you. Not with all your frailties. I wince. She's right. Flighthaven has a reputation as a rigorous training academy that challenges even the toughest 19 and 20-year-olds. Stories about fledglings getting injured during classes are so prolific, they've even reached my ears. I hear whispers about student deaths too. And it's a flight academy, where, presumably, young adults like my sister learn how to fly and defend our kingdom. On the back of a dragon, for the best of the best. On an alicorn's back otherwise. My stomach twists into 1,000 knots. Alicorns. Even the thought of those giant horse-like creatures with their deadly horns poking out from between their eyes and those huge wings roils my stomach. I know it's not an ideal environment for me. Understatement of the century. But I have to go. If Lisa disappeared from Flighthaven, then I don't care what that missive says. Someone must know something, and the only way I can find out is if I'm on the campus. Mother presses her fingers to her lips. But you can't stay there. It's dangerous. For you and for the other students if your magic suppressant fails. Dangerous or not, I won't let fear prevent me from doing everything in my power to find my sister. Of all the places I could go, Flighthaven is probably the safest if I lose control. They literally teach people to use their magic. And I don't have to stay forever. Give me a little time before you ask for the exemption. Mother must read my resolve. How long? 2 weeks? 2 weeks doesn't sound long enough. Let's shoot for 4. I can't believe I'm actually requesting extra time. Lisa owes me big time after this. If I don't learn anything about where Lisa went in 4 weeks, I probably never will. I won't change my mind, so don't bother trying. I won't abandon her like that. After searching my eyes, Mother agrees with a jerk of her head. Okay, but you have to promise to be careful. And to take your magic suppressant every single day without fail. Remember what can happen if you don't. Images of flames licking along the side of a wooden structure fill my head. Flinching, I shove the unwanted memory back into a dusty corner of my mind. Reliving the horror of that day isn't necessary. I know what's at stake. Believe me, I do. Chapter 3. 2 days later, I'm tucked within the soft cushions of my mother's carriage, a team of 2 glossy bay horses drawing me closer to my doom with every tap of their hooves. After my mother spent most of her waking hours fretting and reminding me to take my daily dose of magic suppressant, I found myself almost eager to trade tearful goodbyes and embark on my journey. Now that I'm alone, though, my anxieties flood through me like a swollen river. First and foremost, I worry about Lisa. I bite my lip. She must be alive. I feel it in my bones. No matter what, I'll find her and learn what took her away before the king excuses me from service. The ruthless fist gripping my body relaxes, and I breathe easier. Although I hate to admit it, leaving the castle is akin to removing an anvil from my throat. The countryside, that I rarely had permission to see, is vaster than I imagined, the vegetation thick, fragrant, and unlike what grows around the castle. The stretches of green plant life give way to barren sections where the vegetation thins, and everything is dying. Shriveled, dead bushes, rotting fruit, naked trees. When we pass these areas, the air sneaking into the carriage carries a faint, unpleasant odor. My heart sinks. Now that I'm venturing outside of my insulated bubble, the gravity of the situation Royce described hits me. Mother and her friends talked about our crop failures in Eclaris, but the excess food gracing the castle's tables during her parties certainly gives no indication that production is dire. I hope the land stretching along this road isn't indicative of the state of the rest of Eclaris. If so, our kingdom appears to be in a lot of trouble. No wonder the families in our village struggle more these days. Dead crops mean inflated prices, and the poorest among us have no extra resources to spare. I wonder if King Xenon understands how much these changes in crop production impact Eclaris' less fortunate citizens, or if his luxurious palace in the capital city insulates him from such pedestrian concerns. A moment later, I chide myself. Our king must juggle so many responsibilities and urgent needs, a difficult task made even more challenging by the unrest between Eclaris, Tyranny, and Camor. Ridiculous of me to assume he doesn't care about the hungry simply because assistance hasn't reached our village yet. All told, King Xenon is a million times more caring than whatever poses as royalty in Tyrene. A kingdom that sanctions unprovoked attacks on civilians and children, like the one that stole my father from me, is a kingdom that deserves to die out. My mother never told me or anyone else that I was riding with him on that fateful day. The only reason I know the truth is because I discovered her in her bedchamber on his birthday when I was around 10 years old. She was clinging to his jacket and talking to his ghost about how she almost lost me too that day, but the gods decided to give her another chance. The carriage slows to a stop. Weird, since it's too soon for us to have reached Flighthaven. Someone raps on the door. Come in. Otis, one of the two guards Mother insisted accompany me, opens the door and ducks inside. Pardon me, milady, but the driver says we're nearing the last town before Flighthaven and it's best you pull your shades down. I frown. With all the shades down, the carriage interior reminds me of a tomb. Is there a reason the driver suggested this? Otis settles into the seat opposite me. He also recommended I ride with you. Claims there are hard people in town and thinks it's better if you don't see 'em. The reply makes me bristle. Better because I'm of noble birth, which means I have delicate sensibilities. Or better for me in particular. I know what people think. Poor sheltered lark. She's much too weak to survive the sight of impoverished people. Keep them hidden from view, and they'll cease to exist. Gross. While part of me can appreciate the undoubtedly earnest attempt to protect me, my mother's coddled me enough to last an entire lifetime. By hard, does he mean poor? Otis clears his throat and fidgets with a loose thread on his tunic. I'm sure I couldn't say. I snort. Funny, I never knew Otis could be so tactful. Well, whatever he meant, I feel confident that I won't fall to pieces or faint either way. Otis nods. As you wish. The window shades remain up as the carriage resumes rolling. The pace is much slower due to the growing congestion in town, allowing me to drink in the worn buildings and rows of small, ramshackle homes constructed from flimsy wood. Passing the residences, we enter a large marketplace. Cramped stalls stretch as far as the eye can see, and hawkers shout their wares to the threadbare shoppers milling about, boasting of everything from delicious sweetbreads and fine leather gloves to weaponry and hats. The aroma of roasting meat mingles with the stench of rotting garbage. I wrinkle my nose, but the people in the marketplace appear immune. Many of their cheeks are sunken and gaunt, their clothing torn and mended. This when the women who attend Mother's parties drip with jewels, each gem precious enough to buy everyone here clothing for years. I make a mental note to talk to Royce about donating clothing upon my return. In the meantime, barring emergencies, the food store's already gathered and the coin I handed Luke before leaving should be enough to provide for the needy. Hey you! A bellow from outside the carriage rips me from my internal planning. Come back here! Startled by the shout, I lean out the window. A small, thin boy dressed in ragged, homespun clothes bolts from between the stalls, a plucked chicken in his hand. He races toward the carriage. Hey, stop! The yelling comes from a burly, red-faced man wearing a blood-stained apron. Wielding a meat cleaver, he chases after the boy. Thief! Without even considering my actions, I wrench open the door and leap out. Milady! Otis's curse trails after me, but I don't pause to wait. If he catches me, he'll kindly but firmly guide me back to the carriage. And given how quickly the boy's legs pump and the fear etched on his small face, him getting caught could result in something dire. I hurry toward the boy rushing in my direction. He sneaks another glance over his shoulder and plows right into me. Oof! With my breath knocked out and pain shooting from my stomach to my throat, I can't say much else. The collision knocks the boy off his feet. He sprawls across the dirt, his shirt torn open from the fall. The plucked chicken remains clenched in his fist. Panting, the butcher reaches us. When I help the boy to his feet, he tries to wiggle away, so I wrap my arm around his bony shoulders and hold tight. Much obliged to you for stopping that beggar and thief. The butcher shakes his meat cleaver at the child. Once I lop off all your fingers, boy, you won't be stealing none of my other. He didn't steal the one he's holding. I shield the boy from the man and improvise on the spot. He would have paid for your chicken, because I asked him to get me one, except I forgot to give him the money. The boy stops wiggling and raises his dirt-streaked face to meet mine, his round eyes bulging with astonishment. The stunned butcher regards my too fancy style of dress, threaded with royal blue, gold, and silver. Mother insisted I wear this, claiming others outside our castle would respect me because I'm dressed like a lady. Too stressed, I refrained from arguing. I would have preferred breeches. Around the castle, I wore the pair I bought off the stable hand whenever Mother wasn't around. I wish had them on today in lieu of this hot, heavy, uncomfortable dress. Some of the people here gawk at me as if I'm a phoenix risen from extinction. My cheeks warm from all the attention. My pulse throbs in my throat. So many people. I don't think I've ever seen this many at the same time before. Along with the banquet of competing scents and noises, the scene is a far cry from Castle Axton and a lot to take in. Skepticism crosses the butcher's face. You're saying you know this thief? The boy's back to squirming. I tighten my grip to keep him still. That's exactly what I'm saying. I'll pay for the chicken, then we can all be on our way. Before the man can comment, I reach into the pocket within my dress and pull out a silver coin. Prior to me leaving for Flighthaven, Mother insisted I take the silver and a few gold coins to pay off highwaymen who might rob my carriage. The butcher's rheumy eyes sparkle. He licks his rotting teeth. A constable dressed in a dark blue uniform approaches, his features hard. What's going on here? The butcher speaks before I can. She's buying me chicken. After snatching the coin from my hand, the butcher bites down on the metal to test its authenticity. A faint crack sounds. One of his rotted teeth? Hopefully not. With the coin safe in his blood-soaked fist, he spins on his heel. The constable follows, leaving me and the boy in peace. I loosen my grip on the child and offer him 3 more coins. You have to be more careful when you're around someone carrying any kind of weep. Snatching the coins, the boy smacks my hand off his shoulder and darts into the crowd, still clinging to the plucked chicken. Though it must be killing them, Otis and Belton hold their tongues. With the guards flanking me on each side, we head back to the carriage. Otis helps me inside, easing back into the seat across from me before breaking his silence. Any regrets? Just one. I wish I'd had a chance to give him more money before he took off like that. The guard snorts but says nothing, and we resume our journey in silence. I spend much of my remaining time pushing aside personal fears, but as we turn onto the road leading to the sprawling academy, they come rushing back with a vengeance. My magic's unstable, my body's weak, and I'm terrified of alicorns and flying. But sure, surviving the King's Flight program will be as simple as rumbleberry pie. I thump my head against the window. What in the hells was I thinking? My breaths quicken, one on top of the other. To calm my nerves, I force myself to focus on a happy memory of stealing little honey cakes from Cook with Lisa, the 2 of us giggling as we raced away to Lisa's room and gobbled them down from our hiding spot beneath her bed. Slowly, the iron vice gripping my chest eases. I'm not saying the program will be easy, but I can push through. Especially since joining the King's Flyers is my best chance of finding answers about Lisa. Also, terrifying or not, Flighthaven provides me with the opportunity to escape my mother's gilded cage. I adjust the cumbersome folds of my gown and settle back into the cushioned seat. Whatever I'm picturing at Flighthaven, I'm sure the reality is a lot less scary. Chapter 4. The reality is, in fact, just as scary. I grip the lip of the carriage window, my heart stuttering at the scene before me. Vast, that's the first word that pops into my head when the campus emerges before us. Flighthaven sprawls across an expansive stretch of land. An army of formidable stone buildings and structures rise from the ground and forms 2 loose rings. Training fields fill in the middle, along with pathways that shorten the distance between buildings on opposite sides. The second word that comes to mind? Forbidding. Jagged, bleached cliffs curve to create the western boundary, stretching upward like giant teeth chomping on the dark gray clouds. To the east, dense forest gobbles the open space, and ancient trees lurk like silent sentries. With a jerky motion, the carriage comes to an abrupt halt by an enormous iron gate. A tall man in a sharp navy uniform standing guard approaches the driver. Name, please. From up top, Belton answers. Lady Lark Axton. The guard shoots a glance at me through the window and nods. Stop here and unload all belongings inside the gate. Belton hops down from the driver's seat and goes to collect my bag. Otis exits the carriage and extends his hand to me. My clammy palm slips in his as I climb out and follow Belton. Salty air, carried from the ocean waves that crash against the far side of the cliffs, tease my nose. Belton hauls my satchel past the iron gate and sets it on the ground. My new reality starts to sink in. Guess this is it. Have a safe trip home. Belton murmurs, good luck, and heads back to the carriage. Otis lingers and wraps a calloused hand around my shoulder. This must all seem intimidating now, but you've got this. I scoff. Do I? His kind eyes reprimand me. Just remember, your body may fight you sometimes, but you're strong where it counts. Here and here. First, he knocks his knuckles on his skull, then over his heart. You're the finest lady I've ever had the privilege of working for. And you're a fighter. You can do this. Emotion wells in my throat. Thank you. I sniffle, waving a hand in front of my eyes to fend off tears. You're not so bad for a guard either. With a quick shoulder squeeze and one last smile, he leaves me. I watch as he climbs up top to join Belton, and the driver flicks his reins. When the bays lurch forward, I entertain a wild impulse to leap inside the carriage and hide until we arrive back to the safety of home. Then I remember my purpose, Lisa, and the desire fizzles. I let Otis's faith bolster me. I can do this. With a loud clang, the iron gate shuts. Shaking off the ominous thought that I've just traded my figurative cage for a literal one, I turn to face my temporary residence. Nerves flutter beneath my skin like butterfly wings. Squeezing my eyes shut, I force myself to picture Lisa among the crowd, talking and laughing with friends as she heads to her next class. She's always been a people person, and based on the tone of her letters, my sister thrived here. I open my eyes. Although my lips tilt up, the nagging fear I've had since I learned of Lisa's disappearance quickly chases the smile away. During these last 2 days, the same questions have played over and over in my mind. What in the hell's happened to my sister? Where is she? Did she run away? If so, why? Or did someone kidnap her? What if she's dead? I give myself a mental shake. If anyone can survive whatever it is that's happened, it's my clever, resourceful sister. She's alive. She has to be. I refuse to believe anything else. Lisa once told me that an ancient castle stood on the grounds long ago, and that some of the ruins went into Flighthaven's construction. I can believe it. Many of the buildings feature intricate carvings in stone, weathered enough to have existed in the time of the gods. I'm so far out of my depth, I might as well be at the bottom of the Darkmoor Sea. The campus is a far cry from Castle Axton, and I'm not sure where to begin my search. As I tip my head back to check out a tower offering a panoramic view of the grounds, my toe snags the hem of my long silky gown and I stumble, flinging my arms out for balance. This cursed dress! I knew I should have braved Mother's horror and worn the breeches. A long wooden structure stands to the right of the massive stone building. Topped by a slanted roof embedded with iron, it resembles the horse stable at our castle, albeit 10 times the length. I suspect the place houses animals other than horses. An icy knot forms in my throat. Past the stable, an immense stone building sprawls out in the middle of a dirt clearing and rises higher than my family's castle. Low rumbling comes from that direction, similar to the sound of a thunderstorm still a village away. The ground trembles beneath my feet. Despite the distance, the vibration rattles my stomach. Dragons. My attention flits from that to the streaks of black and brown overhead. A group of 4 alicorns soars on the wind, carrying riders on their backs and flapping their massive wings. My stomach roils. No puking. If I show weakness so soon, I'll be eaten alive. Fledgling Lark Axton. Whirling, I face the owner of the clipped voice. The woman standing before me reminds me of a marble statue with her stiff posture and rigid spine. Her facial expression is a mask. Although intelligence burns in her light gray eyes, they're devoid of emotion. Her short wheat-colored hair barely brushes her ears, and she's dressed in the same spotless uniform as everyone else. The garments skim her figure like a second layer of skin, without one wrinkle or crease. The gold emblem below her left shoulder marks her as a flyer, the rank above fledglings indicating graduates of Flight Haven's initial training program. With an almost imperceptible nod, she directs her unsettling gaze at me. "Welcome to Flight Haven. I'm Flyer Quinnell. Follow me." She pivots, taking off before I can protest. "Wait, my bag." I shoulder my satchel and hurry after Flyer Quinnell. Lugging my heavy satchel, I struggle to keep up with the woman's long strides. I attempt to come up with something, anything, to break the ice. This place is massive. No comment. I wonder if Flyer Quinnell hates everyone at first, or if I've just managed to piss her off. I clear my throat and try again. "Have you been here long?" She stops, spinning back around to face me. "Have you been here long, Flyer Quinnell?" I guess that answers my earlier question. I'm barely out of the carriage and someone at Flight Haven already despises me. Off to an excellent start. Working to maintain my smile, I drop the burdensome satchel to the ground. "Right, sorry, Flyer Quinnell." Sweat dribbles down my back and my shoulder already aches. I hope my cheeks aren't as flushed as they feel. Quinnell won't like me any better if she witnesses my weaknesses. The faint wrinkle over her nose as she inspects my face tells me she doesn't miss a thing. "Although you've come to us late in training, fledgling Axton, you'll be required to start where your sister left off." Quinnell pins me with her frigid stare. "Her flight unit's been together for 6 weeks, and your sister's absence means they're missing a fire elemental. You're expected to catch up?" "Catch up? How in Vogg's name am I supposed to do that?" My startled laugh carries a high-pitched, hysterical note. "There must be some mistake. I know Lisa was likely an exemplary student and excelled here at Flight Haven, but I'm not like her. In fact, we should consider me the opposite. There's no way I can jump right in and fill her place after missing the first 6 weeks." Flyer Quinnell stares down her nose at me. "I suggest you figure out a way quickly. Flight Haven doesn't have time to cater to pampered nobles who lounge around stuffing their faces and dancing when they should have been preparing themselves." Frustration squeezes my throat. I'm not an oracle. I didn't predict Lisa's disappearance. Until we received the missive, I never dreamed of attending Flight Haven. How could I? I failed all my magic tests, save for the most recent one, and even then, my performance was dismal. I dig my fingernails into my palms and bite back a sharp retort. I'd like to see Quinnell prepare for the King's Royal Flight Academy in 2 God's cursed days. "Oh, excuse me, make that Flyer Quinnell." If that rod up her ass gets any longer, she's liable to poke a hole through her heart. "Careful, best not to annoy the first person you meet." "Will I receive extra training?" She casts a sidelong glance at my dress, her eyebrows lifting in disapproval. "Your instructors will make that decision." I nod, fighting the urge to hunch my shoulders and make myself smaller. She starts walking again. "Grab your belongings. I'll give you a brief tour of Flight Haven." She points out the main building, a towering structure hosting offices and classrooms, then moves on to the rectangular, 3-story structures with evenly spaced windows that make up the dorms. Beyond them is an armory housing various weapons and equipment and a storage facility. To the right of the main building is an impressive expanse of land divided into multiple sections where exercises and practical lessons are conducted. In the distance, by a cliff, is the magic training area. Then she points out the dragonary and the stable I spotted earlier. Like I guessed, the single-story structure houses alicorns. As I take everything in, she indicates several more buildings, including the commissary, infirmary, and mess hall, as well as an Uriel production center. A moment later, I realize I'm alone, with Quinnell headed toward the stable. The last thing I want to do is piss her off more, so I gather my dress in one hand and jog to catch up. Inside one of the fenced structures, a solid black alicorn's nostrils widen from its quickened breaths. I swear the majestic beast's obsidian eyes are boring into my soul. The creature stamps its hoof against the ground, sending bits of dirt and pebbles flying. I flinch. With its gaze locked on me, the animal, far larger than any ordinary horse, shakes its massive head. Then its enormous wings begin to unfurl, and I can't decide what I find more horrifying, the wings or the lethal horn narrowed to a sharp point on top of the alicorn's head. My heart leaps, both at the animal's magnificence and the danger it represents. Taking a step back, I fight down rising alarm at the thought of having to ride one of these creatures. I breathe in through my nose and out through my mouth, but the panic doesn't subside. As my anxiety builds, my palms start to sweat. Shit! I'm about to have a full-blown panic attack in front of Quinnell, the alicorn, and the handful of students milling about. The thrumming whoosh of my heartbeat fills my ears, and my brain empties of everything except the urge to flee. I spin and bolt, desperate to put distance between myself and the terrifying creature. I can't do this. I can't stay here and... A hard, muscled body smacks into me, or maybe I smack into him. The impact knocks me off balance. My bag slips from my shoulder and goes flying. Strong hands grip my waist, and out of reflex, I grab onto a pair of muscled biceps to steady myself. My palms buzz from the skin-on-skin contact. When I look up, my lungs seize. The man holding me is incredibly attractive. No, attractive is too tepid a word, as well as a massive understatement. Stunning, breathtaking, beautiful. Can a man be beautiful? I decide right here and now that yes, this man is downright gorgeous and utterly dangerous. Chapter 5. My mouth goes dry as I peer into a pair of expressive brown eyes flecked with gold. His skin is a bronze hue, and shoulder-length black hair frames the bone structure of a face that could have been chiseled by an artist. High, proud cheekbones, full, kissable lips, a strong, square jaw, featuring a thin scar along the jawline that enhances rather than detracts from the overall aesthetic. When the sinfully attractive man clears his throat, I realize with a start that I've been staring. I release his arms as if his warm skin burned. Good gods, how long did I stand there gazing at him like some lovesick fool? Watch where you're going. He steps back in a fluid motion and studies me, his full lips thinning into a harsh line. I didn't realize Flighthaven was adding a fashion class to the schedule. His deep and throaty purr slides over me like velvet before his words sink in. Warmth creeps up my neck. Excuse me. In contrast to the alluring quality of his voice, his expression could cut glass. He folds muscled arms over a broad chest. Do you need to work on your listening skills as well as your walking? A small throng of students gathers around us, whispering and snickering. Embarrassed heat spreads to my cheeks and chest. Once again, I fight the urge to flee. I'm not used to being the center of attention. I'm barely used to leaving my castle, and can't say I'm enjoying the experience. At all. Apparently everything about this man is perfect, except his attitude. Since running isn't an option, I firm my shoulders, telling myself not to judge. I bet he didn't mean to be so sharp. I'm on edge, too, which probably makes me more sensitive to discord than usual. Summoning a tentative smile, I attempt to smooth things over. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bump into you. I don't know what else I may have done to offend you, but I'm sure it was an accident. His icy gaze turns predatory as he crowds my personal space. What offends me, Duchess, is the fact that you've just arrived and yet are already wasting my time. He jerks his chin at my dress. This is the Royal Flight Academy, not a place for you to flounce around in your finery or nightwear in search of suitors. What? I track his attention to an ivory silk nightgown that's peeking out of my satchel and pray for the ground to swallow me up as I hastily stuff the garment back inside. His gaze travels my body in a slow, insolent sweep, as if recording every single weakness and flaw. When he finishes, the slight curl of his upper lip confirms I've been judged and found wanting. The next time I see you, you'd better be dressed appropriately. We don't have time for tea parties here. Nearby, someone laughs out loud, covering their outburst with a cough only when Mr. Hardass shoots a glacial glare in their direction. Duchess? Tea parties? Fire sparks in my veins, heating my blood and temporarily overriding my common sense. It's too bad about the tea parties, I snap. You could use a little sugar to sweeten your foul disposition. Remorse kicks in immediately. Shit, did I really just say that out loud? I clap my hand over my mouth, but of course it's too late. The words already escaped, and based on the shocked gasps, our audience heard them. I can't recall the last time my temper ran away from me like this. I blame stress. And this aggravating man. Who knew such a beautiful face could be so damn punchable? The slow grin spreading across those delectable lips holds all the warmth of a glacier. Who am I? I'm your worst nightmare, Duchess. My job is to judge you, and I'll do so whenever and however I see fit. You'd best pray my mood sweetens before I see you in training, because you're mine. He stalks toward the stable with all the grace of an angry jungle cat. A deep unease squeezes my ribs. Showing the most animation since we met, Quinnell shakes her head at me and gives a low whistle. That was inadvisable. As we watch him retreat, the bad feeling in my chest grows. I dread asking my next question. Who is that man? The flash of pity in her eyes warns me that I'm not going to like the answer. That's Sterling Thorne, your flight trainer. I squeeze my eyes shut. Of course it is. Sterling Thorne. Expert flyer. Refugee from a war-torn kingdom, though people debate which one. Worked his way up to join King Xenon's guard and then saved the king from a rogue dragon attack. One of the best dragon riders around. Even I'm not living under a big enough rock not to recognize his name. His last name did come up in one of Lisa's letters home, but I didn't make the connection. The ladies who periodically invaded our castle loved to titter about him. How the king rewarded Thorne with gold and his choice of position within the kingdom. How he was a common fixture in the palace. How incredibly handsome and virile he was, enticing women to flock to him like crows to breadcrumbs. No one bothered to mention that he's about as friendly as a hungry snow bear with a toothache, or that he could cut a person to the bone with a single icy glare. Or that he'd left the palace for Flighthaven to act as a flying instructor. My flying instructor, who apparently only needed one good look at me to confirm what I already know is true, that I don't belong. And that's before he's even learned about my terror of flying. I allow myself a few moments to wallow in self-pity before squaring my shoulders. I'm here now and committed to this course of action. Guess I'll have to prove us both wrong. Flyer Quinnell lead me past a rectangular building and into a huge courtyard. Fluttering motion off in the distance draws my attention to a sprawling field. Within the bed of a dark, sand-like substance, orange-green tendrils wave in the salty ocean breeze. I count at least 4 guards stationed around the perimeter. I point. What's that? Iril. Though I've never seen Iril in plant form before, I figured as much based on the guards. I wrinkle my nose at the odor emitting from that direction, like sugar mixed with a faint hint of decay. The scent both entices and repels. These are the dorms. Quinnell lead me inside the rectangular building, up a single flight of stairs, and strides past 2 doors before stopping in front of a third. You'll sleep here. She raps her knuckles on the door twice and pushes it open, revealing a cramped space filled with 3 narrow beds, armoires, and tiny nightstands constructed of dark wood. A single desk is pushed against the back wall between 2 windows, and in one corner, a wash basin sits beneath a mirror. The only splash of color comes from a red, blue, and gold rug, Eclairus colors, stretched across the wooden floor, and the matching curtains framing the windows. The room isn't much larger than the quarters shared by the scullery maids at my family's castle, and a far cry from my opulent chamber. But there's something refreshing about the chamber's simplicity. The 3 beds are another story. I view the evidence of my future roommates with a mixture of trepidation and hope. Quinnell gestures to the one closest to the door. The bed with the uniforms on it is yours. It was your sister's until she left. Left. Such an innocuous word to describe a person disappearing without a trace. Throat burning, I walk over to the bed and drag my fingers across the blue blanket, as if I can gather lingering traces of Lisa that cling to the wool. Not long ago my sister stood here, in this very spot, slept in this bed, stored her clothing in that dresser, washed her face in that basin, and presumably went about her life like every other Flighthaven student. I open the armoire and peek in all 3 drawers. Empty, just like the hanging space at the top. Where are Lisa's belongings? Protocol when someone leaves without permission is to hold their belongings in the storage building until the investigation and ruling is complete. My shoulders slump. There goes my bright idea to search for clues among Lisa's remaining possessions. Not that I expected to find much. With the exception of a cup on one nightstand and a book on the other, the room doesn't boast any personal effects, despite the 2 other occupants. You have 2 minutes to change into your casual uniform, then I'll take you to the mess hall. Oh, before I forget, here's your 2-month ration of Earl. Take 3 drops every morning. Do not take more than your allotment. Overdosing is dangerous and no refills are issued prior to the 2-month marker, no exceptions. As she hands off the Earl, the hungry way her attention clings to the dark glass bottle makes me wonder if I'm already a few doses short. Not that I care. That nasty stuff isn't getting anywhere near my mouth. Quinnell lingers a beat too long before exiting the room and closing the door. Hurrying, I strip off my gown and pull on the pants and top. I'm lacing up my boots when a roar shatters the air. Rushing to the window, I peer into the early evening sky. The vanishing sun casts a soft glow on the giant shape that coasts across the horizon, while flapping a massive pair of wings. A tangle of awe and terror keeps me captive. The mammoth, silvery gray creature stands as high as the tallest trees, yet glides through the wind with a dancer's grace. After a few moments, I spot the figure clinging to the dragon's back. I gasp as the dragon tucks in its wings and the duo plummets toward the ground, plunging with heart-stopping speed. Just when I'm sure they'll crash, the dragon pulls out of the dive, swooping inches from a cluster of treetops before executing a barrel roll and zooming toward the cliffs. Goosebumps pebble my skin. I can only recall seeing a dragon in person once before, back before my fire magic manifested when I was 9 or 10 years old. But I still remember the exhilaration that swelled inside me, filling me up until I felt like I, too, was soaring with the birds. I could almost see the blue sky stretched out ahead of me, feel the wind brushing my wings, savor the sweetness of freedom on my tongue. And then, when the rider yanked hard on the reins and altered my course, the frustration and rage as I fought for control and failed. The experience left me dizzy and limp, with vivid hallucinations and a shock of pain in my head. Mother expressed concern at the time, but luckily, it never happened again. Shaking off the past, I squint up at the sky. I'm too far away to recognize the rider, but I'm certain it's Thorn. Who else would ride like that? He might possess the manners of a rampaging wildebeest, but at least, now I can understand the arrogance. Watching him and the dragon chase the wind elicits a sharp pang in my chest, similar to when I track the birds flying free outside my window at home, along with the tiniest glimmer of hope. 3 sharp raps rattle the door. Are you ready, fledgling Axton? Turning from the window, I hurry to join Flyer Quinnell, shivering with fear and excitement as I prepare to meet the other fledglings. Chapter 6. Quinnell lead me to the mess hall, giving me a rundown of mealtimes. The cavernous space features a large dining area packed with wooden tables and benches, each long enough to seat at least 12 bodies. The resulting cacophony caused by the chatter and rustling and clanking forks of all these people scrapes my nerves. I resist the desire to slap my palms over my ears. Too many eyes glue onto our arrival, and I long to slip in the shadows like I often did back home whenever Mother hosted a party. Not everyone watches. Some people ignore us, focusing on their meals and conversations. But far too many stare with open curiosity, or worse, leer and shoot me dirty glares. Whispers track our progress as Quinnell guides me to a table with an open seat at one end. Quinnell gestures to a young woman with auburn hair swept back in a low bun. This is Fledgling Holt, one of your roommates. I recognize the surname. The Holts are one of the long-standing noble families, though that designation could be in jeopardy. From the rumors I've heard back home, They support our king while maintaining tentative ties with the kingdom of Camor. Due to clashes in the past, Eclairus is on shaky terms with both Camor and Ternay. It doesn't help that Camor seeks to exploit our natural resources and keeps raising the prices on food exports, which we desperately need given our recent struggles with failing crops. The young noble flashes me a smile so warm that her eyes crinkle at the corners. Please, call me Olive. You must be Lisa's sister. Her friendly greeting loosens a knot in my gut. Yes, I'm Lark. Quinnell introduces me to several others at the table. I can't tell for sure because overwhelm mode strikes and her words swim beyond my grasp. Rubbing my damp palms on my trousers, I scan the nearby faces. 2 men sit across from each other on the far side of Olive, casting interested glances at me before returning to their conversation. Olive turns to the one closest to her, and, while she's distracted, the sandy-haired man with twinkling blue eyes sitting beside her snatches a roll from her plate. He tears a piece off, pops the sustenance in his mouth, and returns the half-eaten bread to her plate with a wink. The teasing gesture, so reminiscent of Lisa and my interactions at the dinner table, soothes my buzzing nerves. I raise my eyebrows, and he lifts a finger to his lips. Finished speaking with Olive and another fledgling, Quinnell addresses me again. Any questions? Plenty, but I lie since I don't even know where to begin. I'm okay for now. At her pointed stare, I add, Flyer Quinnell. These titles are going to take some getting used to. Excellent. Quinnell nods at Olive. Fledgling Holt has agreed to show you the ropes. After Quinnell leaves, Olive shows me where to grab food. Tonight's meal is some type of savory stew, along with hunks of brown bread and butter. I sit across from her and take a bite of my dinner. What the hell, Theo? Olive slaps the back of the blue-eyed fledgling's head. I know I still had a whole roll left. Although she's glaring, her lips quiver like she's fighting a smile. Ouch! Theo rubs his head, his eyes wide. Why do you automatically blame me? Oh, I don't know. She narrows her eyes. Maybe because you have a habit of eating other people's food. Fair point. He chokes out a laugh, pushing back from the table. I'll get you another one. You'd better. Olive shakes her head and takes a sip of her drink. Don't let him fool you. Theo Everhart's a pain in the ass sometimes, but he's the kind of guy who'll always have your back. Good to know. Eye his retreating form. He's tall and muscular. Attractive in a boy next door sort of way. Once Theo returns with not 1 but 2 rolls, we resume eating, and I enjoy the atmosphere of camaraderie and easy banter around us. Out of the handful of people I've met here, Theo and Olive are by far the friendliest. Down to earth, genial, and unpretentious, Olive is unlike any of the nobles I've met at my mother's soirees and dinners. As I finish my stew, the hair on the back of my neck prickles. I send a casual glance around the table and find cold brown eyes staring back at me. The fledgling a few seats over from Theo was in the crowd during my humiliating encounter earlier with the gorgeous jackass of a man. He runs a hand through thick brown hair, and I try not to gawk at his muscled arms. Even under his uniform, I can tell those massive limbs could probably snap my neck as easily as I might snap a dry twig. Note to self, don't piss this guy off. I take a deep breath, forcing myself to relax. I don't think we've met. I am. I know who you are. Underneath his narrow-eyed scrutiny, I resist the urge to squirm. You're Lisa's sister, though I can't say you look much alike. A sneer tells me his comparison doesn't land in my favor. Wouldn't surprise me if you end up like her. What in the hell's is that supposed to mean? I straighten, my heartbeat accelerating. End up like her? Do you know what happened? Where she is? His shrug kills the awakening hope in my chest. I've heard different theories, but it wouldn't surprise me if she deserted. Deserted? Not my sister. What makes you say that? What else could have happened to her? He drains his cup, setting the vessel on the table with a clatter. There were no signs of a struggle or foul play. Despite his arrogance, relief floods through me. Just like the letter said, my sister simply disappeared. Which has to mean she's still alive somewhere. I refuse to believe otherwise. Across from the hulking fledgling, someone snorts. I have a different theory. Even in drab uniform, the woman is beautiful, with ivory skin, striking features, and high cheekbones. Her shiny, braided black hair wraps around the crown of her head. I swallow hard. Oh? She nods, throwing the massive man a condescending sneer. Don't listen to Elijah. I heard she ran off with a Tyrannese soldier. Tyrannese? How would Lisa meet someone like that in the first place at Flight Haven? Why would she do that? A memory of the winged man's attack near the tavern steals the warmth from my bones. Lisa would never engage in a cordial exchange with a monster like that, let alone betray our kingdom by running off with one. How would I know? We weren't that close. Her haughty tone reminds me of some of my mother's friends. But with the way she was always sneaking around, keeping secrets, it makes the most sense. The flicker of emotion lighting her eyes vanishes so quickly. I wonder if I imagined the spark. My heart races as all kinds of scenarios play out in my mind. I barely notice when Elijah and the raven-haired fledgling leave the table. Hey, Olive flashes me a sympathetic smile. Don't pay any attention to those two. They're just trying to ruffle your feathers. Besides, it's all speculation. I know, I want to find my sister, but dumping all my worries on someone I met a mere half-hour ago won't help. Toying with my half-eaten bread, I nibble my lower lip. Who are they anyway? Olive lifts an eyebrow. Where were you when Quinnell told you their names? Apparently lost in my own head. Can't blame you there. This is a lot to take in. She wipes her hands on her napkin. Those are some of the other nobles. Elijah Durand and Helene Mortimer. That further confirms my belief that Olive is the nicest noble I've ever met. Lisa excluded, of course. Well, aren't they a delight? I make a face, doing my best to hide how the inhospitable reception from my peers bothers me. It's one meeting, though. There will be plenty of chances to win them over. I get the impression they're not thrilled I'm here. Don't take it personally. Olive rolls her eyes. They're not crazy about me either. I can only imagine. Life as the daughter of Kimor sympathizers can't be easy. Politics? Something like that. Oh, good. You two are still here. Helene returns, balancing 3 small dishes. I brought dessert. Olive squints at the other woman. Why? It's a peace offering. Helene sets a bowl and spoon in front of each of us before sitting on my right. Since we have to train together, we might as well get along. As the black-haired fledgling takes a bite of her dessert and launches into a new technique she learned in combat training, I start to feel a little bit guilty. Maybe I misjudged her. Helene wasn't actually rude to me, just abrupt. Olive gives an almost imperceptible shrug and digs into what appears to be custard. This is pretty good. I'd been too nervous to eat more than a bowl of stew, but I'm starting to relax. With a friend or two in my corner, I just might make it through my next month at Flight Haven without a nervous breakdown. Okay, you've twisted my arm. Picking up my spoon, I scoop a large bite of the dessert. The thick, creamy custard, with its delicious vanilla flavor, melts on my tongue. Wow, this is good. Helene smiles. Right? The faint bitter aftertaste doesn't register until I swallow a second spoonful. I frown. My tongue stops working. My hand halts midair, the spoon halfway to the dish. My entire body seizes, muscles locking up and freezing as if I'm encased in ice. I can't move, blink, or speak. I can't even suck air into my rigid lungs. Panic swallows me. Oh gods, I'm going to die. Lark, are you okay? When I don't respond, Olive shoots a murderous glare at Helene. For Galora's sakes, what did you do? My heart's racing so fast I'm afraid it'll explode. Whether that's from my ratcheting anxiety or whatever I just ate, I don't know. I just know my lungs are on fire and I'm helpless. My vision blurs. I can't breathe. Is this what happened to my sister? Lisa, I'm sorry. I barely notice when Helene rises and lowers her mouth to my ear. Welcome to Flighthaven, newbie. Why don't you run along to the commander and beg to be reassigned? We both know you won't hack it here. She pats my shoulder and starts to walk away, pausing to glance over her shoulder. Oh, and if you tell anyone about this, I'll make your life miserable. Olive rises too. Helene, tell me what you did. What the hell's is wrong with you? The sharp ring of Helene's laughter cuts through my panic. Don't be so dramatic. She'll be fine in a minute. My lungs scream. A minute? I'm not sure I can last that long. What a bitch. Olive drops back onto the bench beside me, her soulful brown eyes brimming with concern. Try to relax. She shifts on the seat and I think she's rubbing my back, but I still can't feel anything. It's okay, you're going to be fine. What if I'm not fine? I shake off the thought, willing my galloping heart to slow. As the seconds drag by, dark spots dance in front of my eyes. My vision darkens, and thoughts dissolve in my oxygen-starved brain. This is it. I'm going to... A huge tremor racks my body, releasing my muscles from their prison. Gasping, I fight to suck air into my tortured lungs. I inhale one deep breath, and then another. And another. Easy. Relief laces Olive's voice. Slow down or you'll hyperventilate. My limbs tingle as if thousands of tiny needles are prickling my skin. I move my fingers and wiggle my toes, taking deeper, slow breaths until the awful sensation fades. Does this happen often? She sighs. Having some kind of toxin put in your food? Or hazing in general? Both, I guess. The food toxin is a new one for me. She gestures toward my barely touched dessert. And usually, it's the commoners who do the most hazing. Nobles typically don't haze other nobles, but at Flighthaven, you just never know. I wrinkle my nose. Aren't there rules against this sort of thing? She grimaces. There are rules, but they only apply if you get caught, or rat someone out. And trust me, you don't want to do that. Her shudder tells me what her words don't. No ratting, got it. A quick scan of the mess hall forces Olive's request home. So many unfriendly faces in the crowd. Could one of them be responsible for Lisa's disappearance? I rub the back of my neck. Please tell me, Helene's room is on the opposite side of the dorms from ours. Olive grimaces. About that, I groan. By the gods, tell me she's not our other roommate. Okay, I won't tell you that. I sigh. Unbelievable. What are the odds that the person who attacked me within my first hour at Flighthaven is one of my two roommates? Olive squirms, her displeasure at being the bearer of bad news written across her delicate face. Not wanting her to fret on my account, I manage a weak joke. If you tell me she snores too, that's it. I'm running away. Her expression lightens, making my effort worthwhile. The snoring isn't terrible. Promise. After reassuring Olive that I'm fine, I tell her I need a little alone time to settle in before trudging toward the dormitory alone. Students mill about and converse. As I approach, several cast furtive glances at me and start whispering. A freckled fledgling with a boyish face elbows his buddy. Who comes to Flighthaven in a dress? His tall, wiry friend snorts. What do you expect from a noble? Probably thought she was going to a party. Great. Apparently, more people than I thought witnessed my humiliating arrival. While the whispers and heckles go on, I do my best to tune them out. Once in the dorm room, I glance around to make sure I'm alone. Then I flop onto my bed. After the day I've had, I don't even care that the mattress is thin and uncomfortable. Fatigue and helplessness threaten to overwhelm me, and I push back against both. Maybe Olive was right, and Helene's prank was just hazing. Even so, I'm not sure I'm up for a rematch in our room tonight. If I'm lucky, she has after-dinner plans elsewhere, and I'll be fast asleep by the time she returns. Welcome to Flighthaven, newbie. Helene's venomous words ricochet through my head, sparking an image of her malicious, onyx eyes. But why? Why do that when I'd done nothing to her? Does she get off on cruelty? Or is it because I sat with Olive? Or did it have something to do with Helene's remark about Lisa sneaking around? About secrets? Does Helene know more than she's letting on about my sister? Someone in my fledgling class must. I refuse to believe that Lisa vanished without a trace and not a single person at Flighthaven has an inkling of what happened. To find Lisa, I need to survive this place. Too bad that every minute I'm here makes survival seem like more of an insurmountable challenge. Dread crawls down my spine as my eyelids droop and drift shut. Chapter 7. After a long night tossing and turning, I rise before the sun, careful not to wake Olive, who's sleeping closest to me, or Helene, who snores softly from the other side of the room. The last thing I want to do is explain myself. As quietly as possible, I rummage through my satchel in the dark until I find my small leather pouch. I untie the drawstring. With a deep breath, I pull out one of the compressed tablets Mother buys from her mysterious alchemist and place the remedy under my tongue. For a few seconds, nothing happens. Even though I've taken the magic-suppressing pill for years, I brace myself for the reaction my body's about to have. As the chalky white tablet dissolves, the odd, spicy taste floods my mouth and invades my senses. Muscles clenched, I wait, counting down from 10 in my head. 3, 2, 1. The next assault hits. Intense pain slashes through me, as if a sharp blade's ripping my innards to shreds and hollowing me out. Teeth gritted, I ride out the torture without a sound. At home, I'd shriek into my pillow. Here, I don't have that luxury. At last, the agony subsides. Though the pain the medicine inflicts is terrible, the next part is even worse. The retreating ache leaves a suffocating numbness in its wake. Like a living entity inside me is stuffed into a tiny, airless, padlocked box stored someplace inaccessible. My muscles seize as my body thrashes against the sensation. I breathe through the claustrophobia, waiting for the worst to pass. When it does, I shake out my arms. I won't be setting anything on fire today. A horn blares, loud enough to make my ears ring. Olive shoots straight up in bed, while Helene mutters a curse. Yawning, Olive offers me a sleepy smile. Good morning. Helene huffs as she stumbles out of bed. What's so good about it? Clad in the same type of sleepwear assigned to me, a loose-fitting pair of navy pants and tunic, she rifles through her dresser and plucks out fresh clothing. She stomps past us to the door, undoubtedly in search of a feeble old woman to kick or a basket of kittens to drown. Though it's also possible she's headed for the bathing chamber down the hall. I turn to Olive. Not a morning person, huh? Olive rolls her eyes. Or an afternoon or night person either. I hop out of bed chuckling, but my mirth soon fades when I change into my Navy uniform. Today is my first full day at Flighthaven, and I'm not sure what to expect. My nerves only worsen as I accompany Olive to the mess hall for breakfast. Conversations halt, eating stops, and laughter quiets as soon as we walk in, each fledgling focused on us instead. The anxious flutters in my stomach explode into writhing, like I swallowed a sackful of slugs. I lean in and drop my voice to a whisper. Is it going to be like this all the time? She shrugs, and I get the impression she's not bothered. Not with our unit. I'm sure things will die down. I honestly don't know if it's you or me that apostrophe is. Out of nowhere, a leg shoots out and trips me. Hot coffee splashes down the front of my shirt, burning as the liquid seeps into my skin. Laughter breaks out, and everyone resumes their chatter. Spinning around, I find none other than the hulking noble I met yesterday, Elijah Durand. His brown eyes widen in mock apology, and he sets his empty cup on a nearby table before giving an exaggerated bow. I'm so deeply sorry, I hope your uniform isn't ruined. From behind him, someone's snicker quickly morphs into a cough. So many eyes watch us. The weight of those stares crushes my courage. I grapple with the urge to cower, the swelling scorn scalding me worse than the coffee. It's tough to appear dignified while soaked and dripping brown liquid all over the floor, but I do my best. I arrange my face into what I hope is a friendly expression. No harm done. Brushing past him, I don't miss his smug grin. Bastard! Despite the suppressant I took earlier this morning, my fingertips begin to sting. Although I have little practice using my magic, intense emotion seems to affect it. And now is not the time to test the limits of the drug. Olive hands me a cloth napkin, which I use to wipe up as much of the spill as I can, thanking the gods for the dark Flight Haven uniforms. If you hurry, you can change and still get back in time to eat. Nodding, I snatch a muffin off my plate and head back to the dorms. After cleaning up and redressing, I dawdle long enough to miss the rest of breakfast. Cowardly, sure, but I don't feel up to crossing swords with Elijah or Helene again before I step foot into my first class. The same horn from earlier blares. From my lurking spot beneath a tree, I observe the other students as they leap to their feet in a flurry of motion, shoving their last bites of food into their mouths and stacking dirty plates in empty tubs. Locating Olive's auburn hair in the herd of fledglings streaming out the doors, I fall in step by her side. She slants me a grin. You ready for your first class? Strength training. Exercises to build up our muscles so we can ride the alicorns and battle the tyrannies during flight. Define ready. Sympathy softens her features. Don't worry, you'll do fine. At least one of us has some confidence. Following one of the paths that zigzag through the fields that separate the buildings, we trail a trio of students to a large rectangular structure. The main room is huge, close to the size of the great hall in my family's castle. That's where the similarity ends. Rather than gold, silver, and purple heartwood adorning the interior, everything's a solid gray, even the large mat that dominates the center of the room. An older man with a thin but athletic build and short silver-streaked hair shoves 2 fingers into his mouth. The piercing whistle that follows makes me wince. Students surge into motion. They fall into 2 neat horizontal rows, shoulders pulled back, eyes front, chins high. I follow their lead, taking a spot next to Olive. When the silver-haired man turns his attention to those fledglings on the far left second line, I whisper to Olive. Who is he? Eyes on the instructor, she keeps her voice low. Instructor Broderick Kinnick. He's in charge of strength and conditioning. Fair, but kind of a hard ass. Try not to piss him off. Great, another hard ass like Thorn. Was there a buy one, get one free special or something? Kinnick whistles again. If the training doesn't kill me, that shrill noise might. On the mat, now, give me 50 push-ups. My heart sinks. Upper body strength is not one of my strong points. Mimicking the students around me, I drop to the floor. I stick my legs straight out behind me, bend my elbows, flatten my palms on either side of my head, and then push until my chest rises and my arms are straight. 1. Grunts fill the room. The other fledglings race through their repetitions like it's as natural as walking. Not me. I'm much slower and can feel my arm muscles burn by the 5th repetition. By the 10th push-up, they're shaking. Enough that I already need to take a break. Kinnick's polished black boots appear by my head. Fledgling Axton, what are you doing? Push-ups, sir. He toes my ribs. Are you sure? Because it looks like you're napping. Are you napping, Fledgling Axton? Snickers break out to both my left and right. Olive makes a worried moan. No, sir. Gritting my teeth, I struggle to lift my torso again. I'm wobbling worse than earlier. Good, because there's no napping in my class. Kinnick's voice booms through the cavernous room. Push, Axton, push! By the time I complete my 20th push-up, sweat drenches me, my head spins, and my ears buzz. A wave of fatigue sweeps my body, a common occurrence when I'm physically active. Most of the other fledglings have already finished, including Olive. Their eyes bore into me, urging me to dig deep down and find more strength. I manage 5 more before I rest on the mat, panting. Kinnick claps his hands. Let's count Axton through the remainder of her repetitions. 25 more. If she takes another break before finishing, I'm adding another 20 for everyone else. If I felt eyes on me before, the attention is far worse now. The other fledglings gather in a circle around me, nailing me with disgusted glares and sneers. Their voices form a disgruntled chorus. 1, 2, 3. My arms ache and I'm sweating buckets. I give the exercise my all, pushing through the fire in my muscles to straighten my quivering arms. I can't fail. If I do, the entire class pays the price. Then even the ones who don't hate me on sight will. 10, 11, 12. Only 13 more, then I can stop. I can do this. I struggle through one more rep. 2. On the third, my arms give out and I collapse face first. Attempting to straighten the limbs again feels like someone spearing my muscles with a red-hot poker. Demoralized, I groan my defeat into the gray mat. Outraged howls follow. No. Are you serious? What kind of weakling are you? Maybe we should make her go missing too. The jeers are plentiful, but it's that last one, uttered by a male voice, that prompts me to sit up and check for the source. It proves an impossible task, considering just about every fledgling besides. Olive looks like they'd be happy to chuck me into a dragon's mouth. Kinnick whistles. All right, fledglings, drop and give me an extra 20. While bodies hit the mat on either side of us and begin another round, Kinnick glares at me. Next class, you'll do better. Or else. Though he doesn't verbalize the warning, I hear it. I nod, trying not to stress about how in the hells I'm supposed to pull 50 repetitions out of my ass before our next session. The remainder of the exercises play out in much the same way, with me struggling and Kinnick tacking on extras to the class on my behalf. If I thought the ugly glances and whispers were bad before, they've got nothing on the animosity currently aimed my way. By the time Kinnick lead us outside to a field to line up for sprints, the expressions on most of my classmates' faces indicate they'd gladly toss me off the nearest turret. I'm hoping the sprints will go better since I race up and down the castle stairs several times a day. On the first sprint to the fence and back, I do okay, even though I'm panting harder than the others. By the third one, I struggle to catch my breath, and that's before a root bursts from the ground out of nowhere to trip me. I fall hard, scraping my palms and bruising my dignity as some of my peers chuckle. A quick peek lets me know that Kinnick either didn't notice or doesn't care that another fledgling used elemental magic against me. So I jump to my feet, dust myself off, and launch right back into the exercise. By the 5th sprint, my mouth waters and my stomach churns, and by the 7th, I double over and heave my breakfast onto the ground. Kill me now, please? Kinnick strides over. Fledgling Axton, this is no time to watch the grass grow. Run, Axton, run! I wipe my mouth on my sleeve, stumbling forward. Tears sting my eyes and my throat aches, but I don't cave to my emotions. Steeling myself against the nausea and endless pain shrieking through every part of me, I run and freaking run. Forget about making it through the next month. I'll be lucky if I survive the day. Geography follows our conditioning class. I collapse into a chair next to Olive in the round lecture room. Every single inch of my body hurts, and it's all I can do not to put my face on the table and fall asleep. The only thing keeping my head up and my eyes open is the threat of our current instructor copying Kinnick and assigning everyone extra work because of me. As it is, a fellow fledgling tripped me on the walkover, and another one used air magic to shove me into the door as we shuffled in. I can already feel an ugly bruise forming on my shoulder. Instructor Scalar is a petite blonde woman with pale, freckled skin and piercing hazel eyes. She wears a smart navy uniform with gold trim on the neck and sleeves of her top. Standing at the podium, she waits for everyone to settle before speaking. At the end of last session, I asked you to read about the topography of some of the far northern kingdoms. Who can tell me about the topography of northern Velox? She gestures at a student in the front row, and I do my best to pay attention as the discussion begins. By the end of class, I've learned about the glaciers, ice-covered mountain ranges, and the treacherous crevices located within them that are features of the far northern kingdoms, and I've studied cartographers' renderings of the area. The class is interesting enough to keep me from nodding off, though my mind still wanders. Lunch comes next. After puking up breakfast, I should be eager for food, but I'm not. My legs wobble like jelly, and I'd love nothing more than to shower and crawl into bed. Too bad the day's not even halfway over. Once we grab our meals, Olive lead the way to the table. 2 men sit in the chairs next to ours. I recognize them from last night at the mess hall. Setting her tray down, Olive points her spoon at the lanky, dark-skinned one. Lark Axton, this is Abel Rumman. She swings her spoon to the other man, who possesses a broad chest and wavy brown hair. And that's Nick Pendrick. They're the other members of our flight unit. Nick holds out his hand and I take it. Nice to meet you. His greeting is curt, and a crevice forms between his brows as he studies me. Abel gives a wordless nod, the ghost of a smile on his face. As we eat, we fall into light conversation. I wait for one of them to mention Lisa, but neither does. Once I'm finished picking at my roasted chicken, I take matters into my own hands, setting my fork aside and nodding my fingers in my lap. So, since she was part of your flight unit, you both must have known my sister Lisa pretty well. I'm hoping one of you might have a clue about what happened to her, or where she vanished to. The two of them exchange a glance. Hope straightens my spine. Could it be as easy as this? Do they know something they're willing to share? Nick shakes his head. I have no idea where Lisa went. If I did, I would have already reported it to Commander Bigley. Abel scrapes up his last bite of chicken. Me either. His expression softens when I deflate against my chair. There was no blood found, no body. That's a good sign. No blood or body found. That doesn't mean someone didn't take Lisa far away from Flight Haven to murder her, or dump her at the bottom of the ocean, or feed her to a hungry dragon, stab and hide her in the Iril fields. You didn't hear anything at all about where she might have gone? They trade a longer look before Nick shrugs. We hear plenty, from people who like to stir up drama. It's all absurd conjecture and rumor. Abel drums his fork and knife on the table. He's right. For example, I heard someone say Lisa left because she wanted to become a baker. All based on her complaining that the last batch of apple spice cake was too dry. He yelps a moment later and drops his utensils to rub his ankle. What the hell's Nick? What was that for? Nick swallows a bite of his food. You were shaking the table again. Abel glances down at his hands. Was I? Oops. With a clandestine wink at Olive, he grips the cutlery and begins drumming again. A muscle ticks near Nick's right eye. Olive traps Abel's hand to the table by placing hers over his. Children, let's not keep this going until one of you ends up with a fork to the eye. Sorry, Lark, what were you saying? Do any of you at least have an idea of when Lisa disappeared? The missive gave us a day, but that's it. Was it morning? Afternoon? Evening? Do you know who saw her last? Olive holds up a finger while she finishes a sip of water. The day before she went missing, she went to all her classes as usual. After dinner, I only saw her briefly in passing before I fell asleep. I wasn't feeling well that day and went to bed early. When I woke up the next morning, she was gone. I didn't see her in the mess hall for breakfast, and she didn't show up to her first class. What about Helene? Did she see Lisa go to bed that night? Olive shakes her head. No, but that's not unusual. In the week or two prior to that night, Lisa was often the last one back to the room before bed. Was that typical for her? Olive hums and traces her eyebrow with her thumb. Now that you ask, no, not really. It seemed like maybe she had something on her mind. The horn signaling the end of lunch trumpets. As we rise to carry our dirty plates, I make a mental note of my follow-up questions for later. Olive nudges me with her shoulder. Lisa's a badass, so try not to worry. It won't help, and joining training this late in the game will be difficult enough as it is. At least give yourself a few days to settle in. She has a point. I need to learn the ropes at Flight Haven before I do anything else. With a sigh, I redirect my attention to our upcoming class. What do we have next? My favorite. Olive's eyes sparkle. Flight training. My stomach cramps. The food souring in my gut. It takes everything in my power not to vomit for a second time today. Chapter 8. After making a quick trip to the bathing chamber to splash water on my face, I pull myself together and head to the Alicorn enclosure, where Olive told me our training class meets. The rest of my unit gathers outside one of the paddocks, along with a handful of other recruits. Olive shoots me a concerned glance, but I mouth, I'm okay. So glad you could join us, Duchess. That voice. As soon as recognition hits, my blood chills to ice. So much has happened since yesterday's encounter that I forgot who the flight instructor was. I make eye contact with the gorgeous jerk I smacked into outside the Alicorn stable, and Ziva helped me. He's not just attractive, he's so beautiful, he could be a god himself. His gold-flecked eyes are unimpressed. You're what? Testing my patience? That goes without saying. As haughty as a god, too. I clear my throat, ignoring the muffled laughter from other students. I apologize for being late. It won't happen again. Oh, I know it won't. He stalks over to me and leans in, close enough for his warm breath to graze my ear. Power rolls off him and zips along my skin like tiny lightning bolts, stirring the shiver that sweeps across my neck. Because next time you're late, you'll be mucking out the Alicorn stable for a month. Do I make myself clear? No one makes a sound, but I don't miss the gleeful smirk on several of the nearby students' faces, including Elijah's. Nodding, I bite the inside of my cheek to keep from saying something that will make him carry through on his threat. He gazes down at me from his taller height like he can glare me into submission. Despite my instinct to put more space between us, I refrain from taking a step back. Something tells me he would enjoy forcing me to retreat, and I find myself bristling at the idea of rolling over and showing this man my belly like a chastised puppy. In my class, his voice is low and menacing, we use our words like adults. Maybe if you behaved like a reasonably well-adjusted adult instead of an arrogant ass. I swallow the snark rising to my tongue and manage a conciliatory tone. Sorry, you made yourself clear. I'll endeavor to be on time in the future, since I have no interest in cleaning the Alicorn stable. His lip curls. You think honest labor like mucking out stalls is beneath you? What a surprise. All I can do is gape. Fuck knows what's wrong with this guy. I just agreed with him. He should be happy. Instead, he's acting like I offered him a bowl of dried dragon dung. Even so, the smart thing to do is shut my mouth and fade into the background, but my stubbornness kicks in. Seriously, what's his problem? Instructor Thorne, did I do something to upset you? Besides being late for class, that is. His eyes narrow. Everything about you upsets me, Axton. Not another word out of you unless you want to get started mucking out those stalls now. Pivoting, he stalks to the front of the class. I gawk at his broad back, cheeks ablaze with embarrassment and anger. The nerve of this guy, I'd trade him for Kinnick in a hot second. Even if that meant triple the number of push-ups and barfing twice as much. Wearing brown flight leathers molded to his muscular build, Thorne surveys the crowd like royalty with a wide stance and crossed arms. His hard gaze sweeps over the waiting faces. Today, you're going to practice flight formation again. We'll continue to do so until you get it right. Grab your mounts and be ready for training in 10 minutes. Everyone scrambles to obey. Wasting no time, I fall into step with Olive as she heads to the Alicorn stable. Not having a clue what to do, I catch up with her before she enters the structure. How do we prepare an Alicorn to fly? My pulse kicks up, and I try not to think about the powerful, dangerous creature I saw yesterday. Because I'm about to get up close and personal with one. We saddle them. She glances at me from over her shoulder. Don't worry, it's really not hard. I'll show you which one was Lisa's and what you need to do. She disappears into the ominous building, but I'm rooted to the ground. Snared by my own fear, my feet remain planted in the same spot when Nick emerges, leading a prancing Alicorn. My heart beats double time. I forget to breathe. Tiny beads of sweat form on the back of my neck, trickling down in icy rivulets. Stay calm, just stay calm. Nick passes with the Alicorn, and the monstrous dark bay creature actually looks me in the eyes. I rub the scar on my forearm, squeezing my eyes shut as flashes of memory assault me. Wind whips through my hair, caressing my face like a frosty kiss. I giggle, and warm laughter rings out from behind me. A strong arm tightens around my waist. Then shouts erupt. An animal shrieks. Something hard and unyielding crashes into my side. Fiery pain explodes in my body as my stomach dips, then plummets. Someone screams, and my vision fades. Are you finished daydreaming? Daydreaming, I wish. More like waking nightmaring. Swaying on my feet, I open my eyes, taking in quick, shallow breaths. Yes, sorry. Thorn stands mere feet away, holding the reins of a massive silvery gray alicorn. The animal stands several hands taller than the average saddle horse, dwarfing the brooding instructor. In front of a pair of beautiful, feathered wings, a leather saddle is strapped to its muscular back, and a matching bridle with reins attached clings to its thick muzzle. The regal creature tosses its head, its dark mane rippling in the light breeze. Glinting in the sunlight, a black horn almost the length of my entire arm juts out from the middle of its forehead. A weapon in and of itself. I inch backwards because no thank you. My racing heartbeat throbs in my throat. Thorn starts barking orders, but a terrible screech drowns him out. Shouting follows. Between us and the stable, two alicorns face off in an obvious challenge. A black one, dappled with white spots, rears up on his hind legs, while his tan-colored opponent lowers his head and hooves the dirt. The riders atop their backs yell and yank on the reins, but their mounts must be too enraged to care. The spotted one paddles his front hooves and lashes out, missing the tan alicorn by a hair as she dances away. Thorn curses. Divon, oversaw! What the fuck are you doing? Get your mounts under control. The petite woman on the dappled alicorn talks to her mount and rubs his neck. The man on the tan alicorn viciously wrenches the reins to one side and jams his heels into the animal's ribs. The beast squeals. Our flight instructor growls. Hurt that alicorn and see what happens. I dare you. If I thought his tone was frigid when dealing with me, it's pure ice now. Axton, you'll need to take Zephyr's reins while I... A blood-curdling scream cuts him off. When I see the reason, bile barrels up my throat. The spotted alicorn's horn protrudes from the opposing rider's thigh like a goddamned spear. With a furious shake of his head, he plucks the rider from the saddle and chucks him to the ground. Never mind, Thorn continues calmly, as if he's chatting about the weather. Looks like they resolved it amongst themselves. The injured rider sobs, rolling in the dirt while clutching both hands to his wound. Crimson paints his skin, matching the blood dripping from the spotted alicorn's horn. Meanwhile, both animals are now calm as can be, grazing on grass side by side. Bile scorches my throat. Ziva, save us! This can't be happening. Thorn further stuns me by remaining in his current spot, watching the fledgling bleed like it's an everyday occurrence. Hells, for all I know, maybe it is. Someone help Devon walk to the infirmary. I doubt he nicked the main artery, but it's always a possibility. His voice sounds bored, like he couldn't care less if Devon did get gored through a major artery. Mortimer, grab Serge and give him a thorough inspection before returning him to his stall. Helene races over to the spotted alicorn and snags the reins. What type of insanity is this? That's it? I whisper. That's all you're going to do? He ignores me. Oh, and Devon, he calls after the limping man. You'd better hope there are no cuts on the inside of your alicorn's mouth, or else that leg wound will be the least of your worries. Everyone else get to work. All around me, riders scramble to comply. Within seconds, alicorns start launching into the sky. Pivoting back to me, Thorn levels me with his steely gaze. I need to assess your skill level. Is he joking? You want to assess my skill after all that? I circle my hand to encompass the location of the alicorn showdown, avoiding looking at the blood seeping into the dirt. His glare tells me that's a stupid question. Do you have any previous experience on alicorns? Sure do, if falling off one and almost dying at the age of 4 counts. No, my pulse finally starts to level out. How much experience do you have riding horses? I shuffle my feet. A bit, but not much. None, if it were up to my mother. On those rare occasions when she used to allow me to leave the castle, she kept me tucked away in the carriage. When I turned 16, I bribed the old stablemaster to teach me the basics. But I only ever get a chance to ride when I sneak out at night. Thorn glowers at me as if my mere existence offends him. What the fuck kind of noble doesn't have much experience riding a horse? You'd better hope you're a fast learner. With a heated glare, he rakes his fingers through his black hair, cursing when they snag on the leather cord tying it back. His other hand thrusts the reins at me. This is Zephyr. Go ahead and mount him. Mount him? Just climb onto that giant beast's back and let him propel me into the sky. While I'm sure more horrifying activities exist in this world, right now, I'm drawing a blank. My mouth goes dry as I peer into the expressive eyes of the powerful animal before me. An unblinking Zephyr gazes back at me, as if taking my measure. Sweat beads on my brow, and despite my best effort, the hand I raise to wipe it off trembles. The alicorn's dark eyes track the motion. He huffs, pawing the dirt with one giant hoof before turning his head away, like he comprehends my show of fear and finds the emotion display annoying. Today, Duchess? Or maybe that's my own irritation I'm sensing. My skin prickles, and I draw in a shaky breath, steeling my resolve. I take a tentative step forward, and then another. Strong arms snake around my waist and hoist me into the saddle. My grandmother is faster than that. I go rigid, white-knuckling the reins as Thorn continues his tirade. But I don't hear him. Blood pounds in my ears as fear skitters down my spine like thousands of tiny spiders. I'm sitting on a God's-damned alicorn. After watching another gore the ever-loving snot out of a student's leg. I can't think. I can't move. Thorn's hand lands on my knee, jolting me to my senses. Breathe. With jagged gasps, I attempt to comply, but I can't suck enough air into my lungs. Panic seizes my chest, and cold sweat breaks out across my forehead. My limbs start to tingle. Please. With my free hand, I clutch my throat, trying to catch my breath. I think I'm... My head lolls, and the edge of my vision blurs. For fuck's sake. Thorn grabs me again, hauling me off Zephyr. He mutters something as he sets me on the ground like I weigh next to nothing, but I can't make out the words. My grip on the reins loosens and my knees buckle. Arms flailing, I collapse on all fours, shaking. What are you doing? I open my mouth, but no sound comes out. The ground starts to spin. No. Please, no. My vision fades as my head hits the grass. Fingers press against my neck, and my eyes flutter open. Crouched next to me, Thorn checks my pulse. Dazed, my gaze travels over his magnificent features. I gulp when my eyes land on that sinful mouth. He quirks a single brow. Memorizing my face so you can sketch it later? Busted. Heat warms my face and I bolt upright, wincing as my temples start to throb. What? His smirk tells me he's aware that I heard him. Easy, you blacked out for a bit. Does your head hurt? Surprisingly gentle fingers feather across my forehead and temples, searching for injuries. The skin he touches buzzes with a type of tingling awareness that doesn't fit the situation, so I scoot out of reach. A little, but I'm okay. He doesn't say anything, instead regarding me with silent appraisal while I do my best not to squirm. I didn't mean to pass out. Obviously, with a heavy sigh, he breaks eye contact. Ready to stand? I nod. Yes, sir. Thorn rises, then offers me a hand, pulling me to my feet. He holds on for a moment before releasing me, and an emotion I can't interpret flickers across his face. What happened? My body sags with relief. If he couldn't tell my little fainting spell was courtesy of an anxiety attack over alicorns, I'm not about to divulge that information. Nothing good could come out of everyone learning about my fear of flying. Such a huge obstacle to success might lead Commander Bigley to evict me from the program, and I can't risk ejection yet. Not until I've had time to investigate Lisa's disappearance. Employing a tactic that works on my mother, I rub my temples and groan, adding a little stagger for good measure. A dizzy spell, I get them from time to time. Not a complete lie. I do struggle with dizzy spells. That's just not what caused my alicorn fail today. He turns to Zephyr, who's waiting in the same spot I left him. Go to the infirmary and get checked out. We'll complete your assessment next class. He mounts with fluid grace, and the alicorn starts to prance. Don't be late, Duchess. Before I can say anything, they're gone. Massive silvery gray wings unfurl, beating the air as Zephyr climbs the sky and heads for the rest of the class. Except for my flight unit, all the other students are arranged into groups of 4. They form diamond shapes, with 1 flyer in front, 1 in the back, and 2 in the middle. My unit is the sole anomaly, since they're down a member. At any other time, the formations would captivate me, but right now, I can't tear my eyes away from Thorn. I shouldn't stand here mesmerized, but I can't help myself. They're incredible, both Rider and Alicorn. Especially from this distance, since Thorn's too far away to tarnish the image by opening his obnoxious mouth. Blowing air from my lungs, I dutifully trudge to the infirmary. 3 of the cots lined up against the far wall are occupied. One by a woman with a bright red and blistered hand, another by a man with a bandage over one eye. Devon rests in the third one, moaning and giggling softly. Someone cut the fabric off his injured leg, showing off a thick pressure bandage wrapped around his thigh. A freckled medic greets me with a harried smile. He's a young man in his 20s, wearing a navy uniform with red trim to indicate his position. Fledgling Axton, what can I do for you? I'm Medic Keller. He sets down a jar and steps away from the cabinet, leaving the doors open to reveal medical supplies organized into neat stacks. I blink. You know who I am? He puffs his narrow chest. I read everyone's file before they arrive. That way, I'm prepared to treat whatever existing ailments they have. The mention of files captures my attention. Flighthaven has files on all the students, even before they arrive? Keller scoffs. Of course they do. What all's in there? Do you know? I worry my question will draw scrutiny, but my curiosity doesn't faze him. Just what you'd expect: medical history, schooling, the results of any previous magic testing. That sort of thing. Okay, that's a little creepy. Does Flighthaven accumulate all that information about possible future attendees over the course of their lives, then? They must. Otherwise, how would they have gathered my health history? The missive didn't request any, and only 2 days passed between the time the missive arrived and my arrival here. I suppose they could have sent a follow-up missive via Alicorn or Dragon, though that seems wildly inconvenient. Files are good, though. Lisa's files in particular. There could be an overlooked clue in them. I want to ask where the files are kept, but decide not to press my luck. I'm sure it can't be that difficult to figure out. You probably want to know why I'm here. At his encouraging nod, I fill in the medic about my little episode, minus the fear of Alicorn's bit. He begins a gentle inspection, turning my head this way and that. No bleeding? Nope. Great. We're running low on bandages and the other medic is out sick, so I have no idea when I'll be able to run to the storage building to restock. He gestures to the cabinet. After a little searching, I spot the bandages on the middle shelf. Sure enough, the stack is on the short side. Filing that information away for later, I focus on the examination. After a friendly lecture on the importance of eating enough and getting adequate sleep, Keller declares me the picture of health, the first time in my life that's ever happened, and sends me off with a smile. At least someone on staff is friendly in this place. Before I leave, I gesture at Devon. How's he doing? Keller glances at the student. Him? About as good as you can do after an alicorn shoves its horn through your leg. He got lucky. The alicorn missed the main artery. He's on a strong pain concoction now and a little out of it. Huh. Thorn called it. With time to kill until my flight unit and the others return from their training, I'm eager to explore the grounds. I have to find out what happened to my sister. My first stop is the elegant stone building that hosts personnel offices, meeting places, and other professional spaces. I wander around the sprawling corridors until I find the records room. If there's a file on me, there must be one for Lisa too. The moment I approach the door, a sentry regards me. Without thinking, I smooth a hand over the wisps of hair that escaped my braid. After my impromptu nap in the dirt, I probably look like a hot mess. Fledgling Lark Axton? Spinning around, I search for the speaker. A 40-something woman with auburn hair worn in a neat bun and amber eyes approaches. What now? Could Thorne have told his superiors about my less than stellar first day in his class? The woman smiles. She actually smiles. That's 2 friendly staff members in one day. Maybe I reached a secret limit on assholes already, and from this point forward, everyone I meet will be a ray of sunshine. A girl can hope. I return her smile. Yes, ma'am. I'm Vice Commander Valeria Torno. Please follow me. Commander Bigley wants to meet you. And just like that, my smile dies. Why does the head of Flighthaven Academy want to meet me? Given the string of unfortunate events that have already happened in less than 24 hours, his reason can't be good. Chapter 9. I struggled to keep up with Torno's brisk pace. I'm still not 100% after my fainting spell, and I'm less than eager to meet Commander Bigley. As Torno and I weave through numerous hallways, I spot Theo leaning against the door. Taking a break? He grins and waves. I nod in greeting as we pass him. Torno observes the exchange. Making friends already, Fledgling Axton? I've made several acquaintances since I got here. She studies me while we walk. What does that mean? Her face gives nothing away. Despite her earlier friendliness, she's now assumed Taffy Quinnell-like behavior, which reminds me of talking to a wall. How are you adjusting to life at Flighthaven? Uncertain how to respond, I decide to stay vague. I'm adjusting. Some classes are more difficult than others, but I always welcome a challenge. In the following silence, I do my best to memorize the building's layout. Here we are. She opens the heavy door in front of us. This is Commander Bigley's office. It's spacious and airy, with numerous windows open to the balmy afternoon breeze, and I make a mental note that the office must be at the back of the main building. Several feet ahead, Bigley's seated at an enormous Purple Heart desk with gold and silver embellishments. The walls, ceiling, and floor bear the same wood. Framed maps adorn the area behind the desk, with illustrations of Aclaris, Tierney, and Camor taking up a place of prominence. Bigley stands, broad-shouldered and muscular. He's almost as tall as Instructor Thorne. His silver hair, worn in wild waves around his craggy face, reminds me of a lion's mane. Unlike Torno, he doesn't smile. The moment we reach Bigley's desk, Torno assumes an at-attention stance, her feet apart, hands clasped behind her back, shoulders pulled back, chin high, and eyes forward. I mimic her. Fledgling Axton. Settling into his chair, Bigley taps the desk to punctuate his words. My gaze drops to his massive hands. I can't help but imagine them around an enemy's throat, squeezing the life from them. Even sitting, the man is formidable. I bite the inside of my cheek. Sir? He continues to drum the desk. I suppose you're wondering why you're here. The thought has crossed my mind. Torno elbows me to answer. I clear my throat. I am, sir. Bigley's face reveals nothing. What's with these people? Do they enjoy tormenting AWs with their prolonged silences and stony expressions? It's protocol. Whenever fledglings arrive at Flighthaven under unusual circumstances and have a late start, as you have, I meet them. He regards me, his manner stoic. How are you settling into the routine here? Thank you for asking, sir. I offer a hopeful smile, then dance around the truth. Everything's going well. I've enjoyed each challenge so far. It's good to hear you're adjusting to life at Flighthaven Academy. He lifts a booklet from his desk. You'll find our regulations here. Please commit them to memory. After taking the booklet from him, I hold the volume behind me as I resume my attention stance. I will, sir. Despite your late start, you'll be required to take part in the upcoming trial with the other fledglings. When is the trial? In 5 weeks. 5 weeks? I croak, You can't be serious. I get 5 measly weeks to master the skills needed to succeed in the Academy's first trial? Highly unlikely. And that's with my low-bar definition of success as failure to die in a spectacularly painful fashion. Before horror can take complete control of my body, I remember that the current plan is for me to leave in 4 weeks. A dizzying wave of relief follows. Yes, although it's unfortunate your sister is missing. He averts his gaze. You're expected to get up to speed as quickly as possible, so the rest of your unit doesn't suffer. He drops his gaze, an unreadable emotion streaking across his features before disappearing. My skin prickles, apprehension welling up within. Sir, do you know? You're dismissed. Bigley busies himself by straightening his desk, not sparing me another glance. Torno ushers me outside the office, only speaking once she shuts the door behind us. If anything is ever amiss, don't hesitate to report it to me so I can pass your concerns on to the commander. It's protocol. Why? We were mid-conversation when Bigley dismissed me. Of course. We walk down the corridor in silence. She doesn't stop until we're well out of earshot of Bigley's office. Never, and I do mean never, mention Lisa's disappearance to Commander Bigley. He's touchy about the subject. I know I should keep my mouth shut, but curiosity gets the better of me. Why? Torno swears under her breath. The incident reflects poorly on him in Flighthaven. If you don't want to get chewed out, I suggest you keep any upsetting questions to yourself or pose them to me instead. I will. Is there a reason Bigley doesn't want to speak of my sister, other than guilt? Does he know something? Does Torno? Do you happen to... I know as little as everyone else. I sag. She pauses and taps a fingertip against her lower lip, as if conducting an internal debate. I suppose it can't hurt to tell you that your sister took a keen interest in the dragons in the week or two before she vanished. Any hope that Torno was about to share a meaningful nugget of information fizzles. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Lisa's wanted to be a dragon rider for as long as I can remember. Torno gives a thoughtful nod. I can see that. But fledglings aren't given the opportunity to prove themselves on a dragon unless they rank as one of the top 2 students in the first trial. Besides, she was part of a select group that was given the opportunity to visit the dragons, so there was no reason for her to be skulking near the dragon eyrie at odd hours. My teeth grind together. Skulking? What's that supposed to mean? Did Torno truly notice Lisa hanging out around the dragon enclosure? Or is she implying that Lisa was engaged in nefarious activities in an effort to absolve Flighthaven of blame for her disappearance? Despite Vice Commander Torno's relative friendliness, I'm not naive enough to trust her with that knowledge. For all I know, someone at Flighthaven could be responsible for Lisa's vanishing act. My only option is to uncover the truth myself. I grip the booklet tighter, my knuckles blanching as I battle a relentless rush of negativity that I'm not up to the challenge. Torno surveys me. Are you certain you're doing well here? You can be honest with me. I'm aware of the hazing that goes on with new recruits. Yes, ma'am, I'm still getting my bearings, but I'm doing fine. Or I will be. I hope. She meets my gaze, appraising me with a touch of disbelief. Keep in mind, Axton, that you're not the first to endure what happens here. I'll admit things have gotten a little out of hand these past years. If anything goes too far or you have any concerns, don't hesitate to come to me. Like Helene poisoning my food. Or fledglings slamming me into walls. Elijah dousing me with hot coffee. As much as I'd love to put a stop to these incidents, sharing them with Torno would only make my time here worse. I'll just have to handle things on my own. I widen my eyes with false sincerity. I appreciate that, Vice Commander Torno. I just hope the hazing doesn't turn deadly. That evening, I dine with Olive and Theo. Nick, Abel, and several other recruits eat their dinners nearby. Helene and Elijah sit at the other end of our table, and I find myself thankful they're close enough for me to keep an eye on. Theo spears a piece of ham with his fork. I see you made it through your first day at Flighthaven in one piece. I take a long drink of water and set the cup down. I did. No broken bones or missing teeth. He chews the ham like he's starving. I'd say that's a record. What? Are you saying it's normal for people to break bones and get their teeth knocked out on the first day? No. He draws out the word as he forks another piece of meat. But I'm not saying it's not normal either. Really? It's the training, rather than the hazing, that I'm worried about now. Just how common are serious injuries here? Hard to say. Strength training is the most dangerous, though. Just the other week, 2 recruits almost died from doing 50 push-ups within a 24-hour period. While his delivery is matter of fact, I don't miss the twinkle in his eyes. Eating dessert is the second most dangerous activity. I level him with a, "You're not as funny as you think you are," stare. No one dies from push-up training. He laughs. I know, but you should have seen how huge your eyes got at first. I would pay to see that expression again. Olive glares at him, but I can tell she's fighting back a smile. Don't be an ass, Theo. Lark's had a rough day. Theo holds up his hands in surrender. All right, I'm sorry. I was just trying to lighten the mood. Everyone's so quiet tonight. It's okay. I push the food around on my plate. Thank you for helping me this morning, by the way. I meant to say that earlier. His grin reveals a dimple in each cheek. No need to thank me. Abel lifts his eyebrows. What happened? I shrug. Someone with earth magic tripped me on a route. Theo helped me stand up. I missed that. Guess I was too busy trying not to get whistled to death. I snort. Glad I'm not the only one who hates his whistle. It should be physically impossible to be that loud. Better get used to it. Abel leans back in his chair, balancing his weight on the 2 back legs. Where did you go during today's flight training? I didn't see you. This is the most Abel has said to me since I got here, and my chest tightens with the realization that this is the first time I can remember sitting and talking with people my age. And actually laughing. Is this what normal feels like? I'm not ready to admit my fear of alicorns, especially when the people in my unit are starting to warm up to me. I got a little dizzy, so Thorne sent me to the infirmary. He wasn't too happy. I'll say. Nick crosses his arms. He made us stay late to do extra drills. Compared to us, you got off easy. Olive clucks her tongue. Thorne's shitty moods aren't Lark's fault. He's always griping about something we've done. She taps the table close to me. Just try to stay on his good side, and you'll be fine. Stay on his good side. Too late for that. I'm pretty sure I've earned a spot on his bad side just by breathing. Though for a minute, he was actually nice. After I blacked out. Odd. Maybe I hit my head harder than I thought. And for the love of the gods, please don't be one of those fledglings who bats her eyelashes and makes a fool of herself trying to lure him to her bed. I get secondhand embarrassment every damn time. Theo winces. I'll never get over the expression of utter boredom on his face the last time someone tried. Even the typically more stoic Nick flinches in agreement. Yeah, that was painful to watch. I don't know how she didn't find a giant hole to crawl in after. My 2 run-ins with Thorne are enough to elicit a sympathetic shudder from me. Is that even allowed? Instructors hooking up with students? Theo points his fork at the booklet near my plate. No, and you'll know that once you finish reading the rulebook. Don't worry, I have no plans to hit on Thorne anytime soon. Or ever. He despises me already, and I'm sure there's plenty of abuse in store for me here as it is, without striking up a relationship with that grumpy asshole. I flip through the rulebook. Bigley just gave me this in his office. I guess I'd better get a jump on learning the policies. Everyone's eyebrows raise. Theo props his elbows on the table. Bigley personally delivered our rulebook to you? No, Torno took me to his office. I was scared I was in trouble, but he said it's protocol to meet any new fledgling who's here under unusual circumstances. Olive nods. Makes sense. There's scattered conversation as we finish our meals, and then Olive and I head to our room. When we enter, we find Helene inside folding her uniform. I'm not even a little upset by her annoyed, muttered reply to Olive's chirped greeting, or by her turning her back on us, because I'm done. After a day full of people, I'm more than ready to curl up alone on my bed and pass out. Olive chatters away about classes and funny anecdotes and how everything will work out fine. Her upbeat monologue shifts into a hazy drone as sleep claims me. Chapter 10. Breakfast the next morning passes without incident. After we finish eating, it's time for my first combat skills training class, held well away from the other buildings in a clearing surrounded by tall trees. At least 24 fledglings gather there. Our teacher, Instructor Celeste Dawson, is a far cry from what I pictured. The weapons instruction in my head was a brawny man with bulging biceps and battle scars crisscrossing his face and body. Instructor Dawson is a beautiful woman. Tall, willowy and blonde, with nary a scar in sight. Today, we'll be using the targets on the trees to work on precision. If you start hitting the center every time, then move back 10 paces. Once everyone can hit static targets with consistency, we can progress to moving targets. She faces the group. Let's see how you've progressed with throwing stars. Anyone want to volunteer to demonstrate technique? Helene steps forward. I will. Dawson flips a throwing star in her hands. Have you been practicing? I have, Instructor Dawson. Well, I guess we're about to find out if you've practiced enough. See that tree with an X carved in it? She gestures to the tree about 10 yards away. Aim for that. With a malicious gleam in her onyx eyes, Helene winks at me before spinning around to face her target. She rotates her arm several times to loosen up the limb. Once she's ready, she releases the throwing star, concentration giving her a severe case of resting bitch face. The device sails through the air, hitting the mark dead on. Elijah offers her a congratulatory fist bump. Fucking awesome! Dawson graces Helene with a pleased grin. Well done, Mortimer. Thank you, Instructor. After the praise, Helene casts a sly glance my way. Since Lark is new, I bet she'd like a chance to show off her skills. What? No, I really wouldn't. I shake my head. No, thank you. I think I apostrophe. Dawson interrupts with an excited clap of her hands. That's an excellent idea. Fledgling Axton, step up and show us what you've got. What I've got is a burning desire to rewind time and sew Helene's big mouth shut. Barring that, I guess I get to partake in this wonderful opportunity to demonstrate to everyone yet again why I'm the worst fledgling ever. I say nothing when Helene drops the unfamiliar and oddly shaped throwing star into my outstretched palm. Fumbling for the correct grip, I rack my brain to recall how Helene held the device. I've thrown a dagger before. Surely the concept is similar enough. Aware that all eyes are on me, I raise my arm and flick my wrist. The star whizzes through the air, wide of the mark, wide of the tree altogether. Helene smirks. I could tutor you. Dawson beams. That's a great idea. Way to be a team player, Mortimer. I fight a grimace. No part of me believes Helene made the offer out of the goodness of her heart. Whenever I think of that custard, I still shudder. Thanks. I think I might watch everyone else first, to see if I can get the hang of it. As soon as Helene walks toward Elijah, I hurry over to join Olive, Nick, and Abel on the far side of the training area. Maybe if I make myself scarce, she'll forget about me. Olive pats my shoulder. Don't worry. Throwing stars are weird at first, but you'll pick it up in no time. Abel hip bumps her. Especially if you don't let this one train you. She whirls on him, huffing out an outraged gasp. What? I'll have you know that I beat you the last 2 times, you little sneak? Abel darts away, whistling while he tosses the throwing star he snatched from Olive into the air. Finders keepers. Guess that means I'm going first. Nick doesn't say much, but his skeptical glance lingers. My nerves kick in. What if he agrees with all the other Elenies and Elijahs of the Academy and believes catching me up on the 5 weeks I missed is more trouble than I'm worth? Throwing my shoulders back, I concentrate on Abel's grip as he prepares to throw. I guess I'll just have to prove Nick, and the other doubters, wrong. After a few attempts with the throwing stars, I start to feel more comfortable. Abel and Olive bicker over the best way to hold the weapon, so I give both a try. By my third go, I'm at least hitting the tree. I still have my work cut out for me, of course, but progress is progress. Nick is up again when Dawson claps her hands and orders us to switch to bows and arrows. While we do, she speaks to another instructor. Nerves flutter in my stomach like 1,000 tiny butterflies. When Lisa and I were younger, we begged my mother for bows and arrows. Much to my surprise, she caved and bought us each a set. One of the guards gave us impromptu lessons, and after hours and hours of practice on the castle grounds, I mastered the skill. Finally feeling in my element, I notch an arrow, pull the bow back, and release it. The arrow zings through the air and hits true, sticking to the X on the tree before me. Theo offers a low whistle, and Olive grins. Several others yell encouraging comments. "Damn, Axton!" "Not bad." "Wow, the newbie's got actual skills." Palpable relief sweeps through me. Everyone listen up. As the other instructor leaves, Dawson's almost unseeing gaze zips from fledgling to fledgling. "I'll be back in a few minutes. Practice while I'm gone." She swings her finger from one student to the other, her face serious. "Don't do anything stupid." A lanky man with a shaved head and piercing gray eyes approaches me and extends his hand. "Mark Levine." I shake his hand, annoyed my first reaction to someone other than my unit, and Theo being nice to me is suspicion. A few bad experiences shouldn't transform me into a pessimist. "Lark, nice to meet you." He plucks an arrow from the barrel. "Okay, I'm just going to get right to the point. You're obviously a badass with a bow, and I haven't gotten the hang of it yet. Care to give me a few pointers?" His hopeful, genuine smile quiets my nerves. "Oh, thank you. Sure, I can do that." His smile widens. "Really, you don't mind?" "Of course not." He might not know it, but he's actually helping me. Some of the animosity toward my presence at Flighthaven is due to the other fledglings' belief that I bring nothing to the table. That'll drag them down. Aiding Mark with his bow will show that I'm a team player and not completely worthless. "You're my hero. Thank you." He responds with an almost comical wink. "Look, I feel like an idiot admitting this, but I don't want to practice where everyone can see how terrible I am. Let's make sure we're far enough away from the others." Sympathy tugs at my chest. Having just experienced my own public humiliation over my lack of throwing star skills, I can't help but relate. You may not have noticed, but this is literally the one thing I'm good at. So don't worry, I won't judge. Mark drags a hand across his forehead, miming relief, and lead me across the training area to the far back corner. Along with the distance, the trees scattered throughout the area provide us with a little cover from the other students. I go through the steps, guiding him on how to aim and where to place his elbow while encouraging him to relax. "When you're ready, take the..." Hands grab me from behind, pinning my arms to my sides. I gag on the musty cloth stuffed into my mouth. Struggling and kicking, I whip my head to the side and spot Mark standing by like nothing is happening. He notices my confusion and sneers. "Stupid bitch." Stepping closer, he gives me a rough pat on the cheek. "Did you really think I needed your help?" Rage fills me, along with a thick dose of regret for not seeing through his act. "Ah, the newbie did a good deed. I'm touched." Helene's cold voice mocks me. I lash out and try to charge her as she comes into view, but a wall of wind shoves me back. "Hold her tight, Elijah. She's a little feisty." I glare and attempt to speak around the cloth. They ignore me. After dragging me to a tree, they shove me against the rough trunk. Mark focuses on the ground, where the tree's roots begin to writhe. They emerge from the grass like thick brown snakes and wrap around me, starting at my ankles and twining around my body until I'm bound up to my neck. Earth magic. The bastard's using earth magic in clear violation of the rulebook, but with Dawson gone and me without a way of alerting my flight unit, he'll probably get away with it. Flaring my nostrils and sucking in a deep breath through my nose, I try calling upon my own magic. Though I find the well where it resides, the suppressant I take each morning blocks my access. Almost like my power's covered in a heavy shroud and then locked up tight. "Gods damn it. Let's see how brave you are." Elijah produces an apple out of nowhere and settles it on top of my head. I suggest you stay still for this next part. Ready, Mortimer? Just about. Helene stands back a good 50 paces. She wields a bow in one hand and an arrow in the other. I struggle anew, thrashing against the roots holding me in place. When Mark tisks, the bindings tighten to the point that I'm worried I'll crack a rib. Muffled, unintelligible noises emerge around the cloth in my mouth. What's the matter, Axton? Elijah puts his hand over his heart. Are you scared? He backs away before nodding at Helene. She knocks an arrow in her bowstring. Better not move, I'd hate for things to get messy. Dread nooses my neck. Helene isn't aiming at the apple. No, her arrow points straight at my heart. All trussed up like a solstice turkey, there's literally nothing I can do to escape this. And the worst part is, I walked right into their trap. Helene steps closer, her grin widening. Let's hope I'm as good with a bow as I am with a throwing star. Pressure grows behind my eyes, and despite my furious attempts to prevent it, a tear trickles down my cheek. Helene hisses and points. See, that's exactly why we don't want you here. You're too soft. You should go to Bigley and ask to transfer to Fort Haven instead. If you agree to do it now, we'll let you go. Blink once for yes, twice for no. The mortifying truth is that a part of me wants to acquiesce. To transfer to Fort Haven, where the foot soldiers train and supposedly grow as close as siblings, or better yet, beg an exemption from the king and return home. I won't, though. I may be soft, but I still possess some pride. And I refuse to let the assholes win. An impatient Helene huffs. What's it going to be, Axton? We don't have all day. Lifting my chin, I blink twice. Take that, you dragon fuckers. Her mouth flattens. Fine, have it your way. She pulls back her arm and releases the arrow with a whoosh. My eyes squeeze shut. I brace for impact, but the only thing I feel is a tiny jerk above my head. I open my eyes again and double-check my torso, just to be sure. No blood, no arrow. Elijah growls. You missed. Helene regards him like he's an idiot. Are you blind? I hit the apple right in the middle. Screw the apple. You didn't hit her. You could have at least drawn some blood. I do my best to glare a hole through Elijah's awful head, because what the fucking fuck? Mark saunters up and plucks the arrow from the tree, the apple still attached. After taking a bite, he slides the apple off the end and places it back on my head. There's always time for blood in round 2. By the heavens! If Lisa did run away from Flight Haven, I'm starting to understand why. Who could blame her? These people are flat out nuts. Nearby, rustling draws Mark's attention to one of the biggest trees. His face pales. Shit. Mortimer, Levine. Vice Commander Torno pops out from beneath the leafy canopy and strides toward us at a brisk pace. What's happening here? Is this an approved training exercise? Helene's pale face deepens to a crimson shade. She lowers her bow. We were just messing around. Mark jumps in. Yeah, Lark dared us to do this. I jerk my head, sending the apple toppling to the ground. Fledgling Axton isn't your instructor. Torno spears Helene with icy eyes before turning her attention to Mark and Elijah. Untie her, now. Mark spins to face me. A moment later, the roots binding me loosen and dive back into the earth. I yank the disgusting cloth from my mouth just as Elijah walks up and whispers in my ear. You're safe this time, Axton, but you'd better watch your back. He saunters off with the others. Torno watches me, her brow furrowed. Everything okay? I fake a smile, praying that she can't read the lie on my face. Yup, everything's great. Just messing around. Sorry, won't happen again. Torno studies me before nodding. Okay, remember though, if you're experiencing any difficulties with the other fledglings that compromise your safety, you should report to me right away. I murmur another yup and take my leave, scurrying across the field to escape Torno's scrutiny. Her support should make me feel better, but that concerned expression reminds me too much of my mother's. It tells me that on some level she agrees with the other fledglings and believes I'm too soft for this place. Too weak. Just because there's a good chance she's right doesn't mean I want to read my failure in her eyes. For the remainder of class, I stick close to Olive, and then I walk with her to history. I'm relieved when she plops into a seat on the other side of the auditorium from where Elijah, Helene, and Mark sit. Our instructor launches into lecture on the reign of Queen Arrow, who ruled Tyrene almost a millennia ago and kicked off the war between our kingdoms that started us down this long-standing pathway of animosity. Despite my own fascination with the subject, I struggle to focus on anything beyond the arrowhead aimed at my heart earlier. I can't believe I'm thinking this, but if not for Helene, I might be dead. She partook in the hazing with a clear goal to scare me, not hurt me. Mark and Elijah? If someone told me they murdered people and drank their victims' blood for fun, I wouldn't bat an eye. When lunch arrives, I grab my tray and dig into my food without speaking. Olive bumps my shoulder. "You're quiet all of a sudden." When I wince in reply, she squeezes my bicep. "Are you all right?" I'm okay, but every inch of my body feels like I've been beaten with a sack of rocks. Abel pats my hand. "It could be worse. You could feel like you've been beaten with a sack of rocks, gored by an angry alicorn, and tossed off the side of Mount Clemson. Though that's probably coming up." The force with which I stab a piece of chicken makes my plate jump. "Gee, thanks for giving me something to look forward to." He winks. "Anytime." After that exchange, I don't contribute much to the conversation. I need to preserve my remaining strength and sanity for our upcoming class. One I've been dreading. Magic. Chapter 11. Nick and Abel join Olive and me as we leave the mess hall and walk one of the paths that cuts across the interior fields. A layer of puffy white clouds blot out the sun, suffocating the warmth and darkening the sky. If the sudden change in weather is a sign from Zeru, magic training is going to go about as good as I expect. The best-case scenario is that the magic suppressant does its job, and I have another week showing in front of my peers. If the remedy fails, I might produce enough fire to wow an audience, and also burn that same audience to a crisp, which is one hell of a downside. A chill snakes into my lungs. I wrap my arms around my waist, fighting off the flame-fueled memories licking at the edges of my mind. Up until now, the alchemist's medicine has worked. There's no reason to think that will stop. I need to remain calm, though. Out-of-control emotions can trigger unpredictable effects on magic, and I'd rather not put the suppressant to the test. I follow my flight unit past the Dragon Eyrie and the building behind it to a huge structure that backs up to a rocky cliff. The location undoubtedly chosen so fledglings could practice elemental magic without fear of destroying a building via an accidental gale of wind or rogue fireball. The gray stone walls, taller than any of the two-story structures, tower above us and curve to form shapes reminiscent of flower petals. This close to the ocean, the roar of waves is louder, their rhythmic crash and ebb amplified through the valleys and trails that dip between cliffs and offer glimpses of blue water and black sand. Farther down, the Irel Field nestles near a low valley, the waving, tentacle-like stalks whispering in the salty breeze. When I cock my head a certain way, I can almost hear words. "Hey Lark, you coming?" I blink, surprised to find Olive and the others already at the arena entrance. Too much stress and not enough sleep. I jog to catch up, and my eyes widen as we enter. From this vantage point, the arena resembles a flower even more. From a circular, central arena, 4 huge oval-shaped areas branch out in each direction. Olive lead me to the closest petal, which plunges us into a lush world of green. Grass blankets the ground, tickling my ankles, and the air brims with fragrant perfume, courtesy of an explosion of flowers. Bees buzz, and butterflies zip from one colorful bloom to the next. A grove of umber heart trees explode with vibrant green and form leafy canopies. I drag my fingers along the silky petal of a yellow and orange dragonflight flower, named for its resemblance to a dragon's outstretched wings. I'm going to take a wild guess and say this is where the earth elementals practice. Olive snickers. Aren't you a clever one? We hit the water elemental practice area next. Little pools of water bubble up from the earth. A small waterfall cascades down the rocky cliff into one of the pools, and a narrow stream gurgles the overflow away, curving until the water disappears back beneath the boulders. A gap in the cliff for the next arena allows wind to tunnel in off the ocean and sweep through the cutouts high on the opposite wall. Flags and pinwheels decorated in Eclairus colors flutter and spin. Olive slows her pace. This is my stop. You're the next one. Instructor Resnick has us stick with our elemental group for warm-ups to build up our magic, and then we usually get together for training exercises with the entire class. Good luck! My stomach tumbles and dives as I confront the open doorway leading to the fire arena. Thanks, guessing I'll need it. Pressing a hand to my turbulent belly, I offer up a silent prayer to Vea, goddess of fire, before squaring my shoulders and marching to the final practice space to join the other magic wielders. Though calling myself a magic wielder is something of a stretch, considering the one time I wielded more than a negligible amount of fire was both accidental and an unmitigated disaster. Several other fledglings already populate the large space, which boasts heavy bronze sconces spaced out along the walls, each topped by a flickering flame. Oversized bullseye targets hang above eye level from the wall. Unlike the other arenas, a thin sheet of sand makes up the ground cover here. Save for the black splotches sprinkled in spots, child-sized, blue-gray urns that sprout flames provide the only relief from the monotony. The realization that those scorch marks likely signal fire gone awry does nothing to tame my fluttering nerves. Neither does spotting Elijah sauntering into the training area. Theo strolling in behind him is a more welcome sight. Okay, everyone, let's get started on drills. And please, for the love of the gods, remember to put on a robe first so we can avoid another unfortunate incident like last week. Right, fledgling Zine? Laughter follows as I turn toward a brown-skinned man with twinkling eyes. He's shorter than me, slight of build, and exudes a quiet confidence and humor that immediately puts me at ease. The subject of his gentle rebuke, a gangly male student with carrot-colored hair and too many freckles to count, splattered across his pale cheeks, winces and rubs an angry pink pucker across his neck. Right, Instructor Resnick. Theo grins and slaps another fledgling on the shoulder. I've got you covered, Sauron. He hustles over to a cabinet in the corner that I missed on my initial inspection, withdraws a swath of dark, shiny fabric, and tosses it to Sauron. Huh. Now that I'm looking, I notice the other fledglings wearing or donning long-sleeved garments that skim their bodies and fall all the way to their boots. Fire-resistant, certainly. A very sensible safety precaution that never occurred to me before. Not wanting to get caught without an outer layer that could prevent me from getting cooked like a hunk of fleetjack meat on a spit, I head for the cabinet. Theo winks as he passes. Glad you're breaking up our sausage party, Axton. This is my chance to see how hot I can get you. I groan. If terrible puns like that are what I can look forward to, I may defect to join the Earth Elementals. He gasps and clutches his chest. You wound me. His antics bring a smile to my face. Cringy jokes or not, I'm happy he's here to help balance out the haters, because the stocky guy with the shaved head scowling at me from Elijah's side doesn't seem to be my biggest fan. I get Theo's comment about a boys' club now. Apart from me, all the fire wielders appear to be men. The robe I grab is heavier than I expect. Prettier, too. The garment glimmers and sparkles against the sun's touch. Resnick approaches. The material's treated with melted dragon fat to help fireproof it. He just had to go and ruin the moment. I try my best not to form a visual. That's kind of gross. His mouth tips into a faint smile. Perhaps, but necessary. Sometimes things can get a little wild during training. Cocking his head, he taps a finger against his chin. To clarify, you're fledgling Lark Axton, correct? Yes, sir. Good, good. I assumed as much, but once I took a good gander at you, I thought it best to confirm. You and your sister don't resemble each other much. His shoulders droop. I'm sorry about Lisa. She's one of my favorite pupils. You and your family must be out of their minds with worry. I hope you get good news soon. Emotion clogs my throat. He's the first instructor to express genuine sorrow over Lisa's disappearance. Thank you, sir. I hope so too. When moisture fills my eyes, I bite my cheek to stop the tears from falling. As I regain my composure, Resnick kindly turns away and rummages through the cabinet to produce a robe for himself. Go ahead and get suited up. I slip into the garment, surprised by the lightness of the fabric. Resnick waves us forward. Follow me. He leads me to a human-shaped burlap sack that hangs from a hook. Fabric wings dangling from the figure's back leave no illusions about the identity of the intended target. Okay then, let's see what you can do. More than one pair of eyes watch as I dive deep inside myself to seek the place where my power dwells. As expected, the magic suppressant smothers my fire, forcing me to dig and scrape for the faintest hint of a spark. It feels like my magic is trapped at the bottom of a dark sea with no way to rise to the surface. Whispers kick up, snickers about my weakness. I want to ignore the insults, but it's hard when they feed into the same narrative my mother's given me for as long as I can remember. Gritting my teeth, I dive into the well where my power exists, tunneling and grasping until, at long last, I sense the tiniest spark. My blood warms, my fingertips crackle. A small, nearly translucent flame flares, only to vanish in the next heartbeat. I breathe hard while Resnick frowns. That's a start, but you're not there yet. You'll need to generate more power to create a fireball. I'd accuse him of sarcasm if he didn't appear so serious. A fireball? Sure, I'll get right on that. My heavy breathing has officially turned into panting and sweat streams down my body in multiple places. Are you sure that's the best you can do? Resnick graces me with a hopeful expression, like maybe I'm faking my poor performance. Guilt pinches me, because in a roundabout way, I suppose I am. I wish I didn't need to. It's not as if I get off on his disappointment or the scorn of my peers. Weakling! Elijah scoffs, elbowing me out of the way. I'll show you how a real Aclaris patriot takes down the fucking tyrannies. Assuming the stance of a conquering king, Elijah creates a fireball the size of a cantaloupe in his hand. He hurls the elemental weapon at the burlap tyranny's warrior, striking him in the chest. Good job, Durant. Power and precision. Resnick applauds and slants me a sympathetic look. The first few times can be a little tricky. Try drawing from the existing fire until you get the hang of it. I slink over to an empty spot by a big urn, as far from the others as possible. Resnick and the other fledglings are probably wondering how I managed to pass the king's minimal magic requirement. I'd love to hear the answer myself. It doesn't seem possible that the tiny bit of fire the tester witnessed met the typical standard for entry to Flighthaven. So why approve me? Does Aclaris have a shortage of fire wielders? Look, she can't even summon fire directly from a source. Her sister was a sharp-tongued whore, but at least she wasn't useless. Anger ignites in my belly. I raise my head to target Elijah with a glare, almost wishing I had access to my magic so I could incinerate him on the spot. Don't badmouth Lisa. Elijah elbows his bald buddy. What do you say, Milton? Should we stop badmouthing Lisa? Milton lifts his hands and leers. What are you gonna do about it if we don't? One at a time, sparks form between his palms, his face a mask of concentration as he grunts. Slowly, he spins the sparks into a red flickering ball. Smaller than Elijah's, and the production cost him more effort. Still better than I can do, and they both know it. I edge backward and scour the arena for our instructor. Elijah laughs. If you're looking for Resnick, don't bother. He likes to wander off to watch the other elementals. With ease, he summons a fireball. Torno isn't here to save you either. An alarm bleats inside my head. What are you doing? We practiced on stationary targets. Now we're ready for moving ones. Milton steps closer, rotating his shoulder back like he's preparing to throw a dagger. Go on, weakling. Move. My muscles coil. I don't wait for him to launch the fireball. I fling myself to the side, tucking into a somersault as heat blazes past overhead. Panting, I rise to a crouch. Thank the gods that Kelvin, an old guard we had for several years before he left to get married, humored a lonely teenager and taught her a few evasive techniques. And that I was bored enough to practice those moves in my room. My pulse speeds, and deep within me, my fire reawakens from its slumber. Yawns, opens one drowsy eye, rumbles and tugs on the restraints locking it down. Flames, people screaming, horses shrieking in pain. Grinding my teeth, I work to tame my rising emotions. To smother the swirling vortex of anger and fear, urging my power to come out and play. My head spins, and I stumble a little as the dizziness takes hold. I hate that my body is proving them right. Ziva's flames, this sucks. I want nothing more than to collapse on my bed and rest. Why are you doing this? Aren't we all supposed to be on the same side? We're on the same side. Milton gestures between him and Elijah. But you're probably a Tyrannese lover like your traitor of a sister. She could have had a real man. Elijah tried, but she sneered at him like he was beneath her. Probably horny for a pair of wing. Face blotching, Elijah punches Milton in the shoulder and hisses, "Shut up!" As the pieces start to click, the materializing picture confounds me. Are you saying, is that the reason you have it in for me? Because you're embarrassed my sister turned you down for a date? His face reddens even more. Not a date. I was bored and looking for a fuck, that's all. It's not like I liked her or anything. A couple of heartbeats pass, and then I burst into laughter. I can't help myself. The absurdity of the situation kills me. Is this what I missed out on? All those years I longed to be around people my age, and one day meet someone to date and marry? Men who throw hissy fits and lash out because a woman told them no? Even toddlers can learn that concept. If Elijah and Milton represent the prospects out there, then I'd rather remain unattached and unmarried for the rest of my days. Better lonely than trapped with a man who can't handle rejection. A fireball races toward me. I lunge out of the path, but not fast enough. The flame punches me in the shoulder, blasting the left side of my face and neck with heat. The cloak saves my skin from burning, but the impact hurt, and an acrid odor wrinkles my nose. With a gasp, I reach for my hair. A few tendrils that escaped my braid come free in my hand, blackened and charred. Fury crashes through me, tearing at the shroud that locks my magic in place. My fire pushes, straining for freedom from the other side. Digging my nails into my palms, I battle to remain in control, but the elemental magic slips through tiny cracks and races through my blood. My hands warm. Distraction. I need a distraction. You called Lisa a Tyrannese lover. Why? Did you see her with someone? Or did you just make it up to soothe your fragile ego? And none of this should matter anyway. We're all here for a Claris. We should put aside our differences and work together. Wrong thing to say. Going off Elijah's snarl. I'll never work with you, weakling. Another fiery ball hurtles at my face, and fear chokes me. I move, but I know I won't be quick enough. Closing my eyes against the glare and bracing for pain, I fling myself to the side. Time passes. Nothing happens. I open my eyes to find the ball hovering less than an arm's length from my nose. Only now it's a crystalline mix of blue and white. Ice. Someone transformed the ball into ice. Whirling, my eyes meet a pair of gold-flecked ones. A scowl mars his sculpted features, and the temperature around us plummets. Someone yelps. I turn to find Elijah and Milton shaking out hands that appear crusted with a layer of tiny diamonds. Milton swipes at the sparkles with no success. Stop! It's so cold it's burning my skin. Instructor Thorne coated their hands with ice. Unperturbed by Milton's reaction, Thorne tilts his head. His lazy smile brims with malice, revealing sharp teeth behind a thin veneer. What, isn't burning each other the point of this exercise? No, we're still doing warm-ups, not mock battles. Then why were you lobbing fireballs at fledgling Axton when I walked up? Neither Milton nor Elijah fall for Thorne's silky-toned ruse. They both take a nervous step back. With sweat dripping down his temples and lips white with pain, Milton breaks first. We were just goofing around. It was nothing. Thorne's raised eyebrow implies he knows they're full of shit. Not an ounce of compassion or concern infiltrates his expression. Not even when their fingertips turn purple. I wonder why they don't use their fire magic to counteract Thorn's ice. Then I notice Elijah's biceps straining and his fingers curling and realize they can't. Thorn's power must completely override their magic. My skin pebbles at the thought. I shift my feet. I think they got the message. We're good here. You can stop whatever you're doing. No reaction. Elijah moans. My hands. I need my hands. Beneath the ice crystals, the purple from his fingertips creeps up past his second knuckle. I shove myself in front of Thorn so he can't pretend not to hear me. Can you please stop? Please? They're going to lose their fingers otherwise. Thorn's gaze flickers to me. Do you care? What kind of question is that? Of course. Yes, I hiss. With a bored sigh, he twitches his hands. The ice vanishes. If you want to keep your fingers, I suggest rubbing them until they're pink again. When my hazers start to do just that, he barks. Somewhere else. Elijah and Milton take off. I'm not proud of the satisfaction that rises over the visual of them scurrying off like frightened rabbits. But I don't beat myself up for the pleasure either. Smiling, I face my unexpected savior, feeling a little bad about misjudging him. He can't be all that terrible if he rescued me from those creeps. Thank you for stepping in. His nostrils flare and he grips my upper arms. What are you trying to prove? My smile falters. What do you mean? I was trying to warm up like Resnick said, and then those two came and... His grip tightens. Not that. Why are you holding back your magic and wasting time trying to make them like you? I gawk. He couldn't possibly know about my magic, could he? To be on the safe side, I skirt the first question and focus on the second. I wasn't trying to make them like me. I was just... His eyes narrow. Just what? Swallowing hard, I search for an answer, but it's difficult to think clearly with Thorn standing this close to me. Especially when he's clutching me with those big hands, intoxicating me with his scent of leather, soap, and the faintest hint of spice. Even angry, he's beautiful, and my body can't decide if I'm scared, mad, turned on, or a weird combo of all three. That last thought makes me want to kick myself. This is what happens when young adults spend too much time in isolation. When they finally spring their cages, all that built-up hunger for interaction with people their age makes even the assholes look desirable. I was just appealing to their common sense, since we're on the same side. And besides, so what if I want them to like me? What's so wrong about that? He growls in response. I huff. Now who needs to use their words? Not everyone is worth your time. His pointed look indicates he's including me in this category. And if you don't want people attacking you, quit proving them right and do something to stop them. Of all the... Thanks for pointing out the obvious. Don't you think I'm trying? No. Seething, I curl my hands into fists. I take back what I said about you earlier. I didn't misjudge you at all. You're every bit as terrible as I believed. Worse, even. You never said anything about misjudging me. I pause. He might be right. Well, I did in my head. But the point is, I was wrong. You really are a miserable jerk. His silence cools my anger, which gives way to regret. Now I've gone and done it. I'll be lucky if he doesn't assign me much worse punishments than cleaning out the stable. Guilt surfaces too. Jerk or not, he did run Elijah and Milton off. Then he went and ruined his good deed by opening his mouth. I brace for a tongue lashing. Instead, he nods. Better. I stare like he sprouted a second head. Better? I just insulted you. Yes, and if you're insulting someone, you're not debasing yourself trying to gain approval. Every time he opens his mouth, it gets worse. If I could get away with it, I'd knee him in the family jewels. Debasing? My voice rises by several octaves. A commotion from the central arena spares me from another infuriating comment. In the midst of people shouting, someone yells for an instructor. With a reluctant glance in that direction, Thorn releases me. I tag along behind him as he stalks toward the disturbance. The screaming grows louder, and a fledgling bursts into view. He races across the sand, sobbing. One hand rips at his hair, while the other claws at his face. Too many angry red scratches to count crisscross his skin, oozing blood. A group of fledglings chases after him. "Someone grab his hands so he quits hurting himself," one says. Helene shakes her head. "If you're so eager, be my guest." The last person who tried in a situation like this ended up in the infirmary from bite wounds. Situation like what, I wonder? Has this happened before? The fledgling takes a sharp turn and charges toward Thorn and me. "Please, someone make them shut up. They're loud and terrible and I can't hear myself think." I can feel it inside me, laughing and rotting. "Get it out, out!" He yanks at his hair again and pulls out a chunk. "What's happening?" Without answering, Thorn grunts and approaches the fledgling. The student drops to the ground, writhing in the sand while alternating between laughter and sobs. "Get it out! Get it out!" He rakes his nails down his arms, drawing more blood. Resnick races to the scene. Somehow, he and Thorn manage to calm our classmate enough to pick him up. Once Resnick has a secure grip on the fledgling's feet, he hollers at the rest of us. "Unless you want to practice on your own, class is dismissed for today." The fledgling whimpers as the instructors carry him from the arena. Heart-hammering, I find Olive in the crowd. "What in the hells was that?" Olive's lips dip at the corners. That's what happens when you overdose on eye roll. Chapter 12. By breakfast, most of the buzz surrounding yesterday's incident has died down. The fledgling, Tobias Fleece, is in the infirmary until his family fetches him. Then he'll be taken to a healer who can hopefully fix him, though the prognosis for earl overdose or poisoning doesn't sound good. According to gossip, Flighthaven loses at least one fledgling per class to the epidemic. Lisa's class already had one, so this makes two. No one ever hears from them again. No one even knows how they get the additional earl needed to cause that type of reaction in the first place. Despite these horrific revelations, my attention centers on a different topic. Elijah. Yesterday, he all but admitted he asked Lisa out and she turned him down. Based on the anger he displayed, it doesn't seem far-fetched to believe Lisa's rejection spurred him to either hurt or, God's forbid, kill her. It's the closest I have to a working theory so far, but tracking down proof seems impossible. After breakfast, I survive Kinnick's drills and sprints, vomiting only once and evading most of my classmates' attempts at revenge for being the cause of additional repetitions. In flight geography, we discuss how to navigate in challenging weather conditions and assess the safest locations to land. The instructor mentions that certain places with old magic can be hidden from detection altogether, making me wish I could borrow that ability when Elijah glares at me from across the room. I spend most of lunch fretting about how to get through flight training without revealing my fear of alicorns. Pleading dizziness worked once, but something tells me Thorn won't let that same excuse fly a second time. And unless my fear went poof overnight, there's no possibility of me climbing onto one of those winged beasts' backs and letting the creature launch me into the sky. The more I dwell, the more panic sets in. What am I going to do? I'm a fool for coming to a flight academy without a solid plan for managing my fear of flying. But too late for second guessing. I need more time. I scan the mess hall, searching wildly for inspiration while Olive and Abel joke about a mishap in magic, training their first week where a student accidentally hit the instructor with a stream of water that propelled him into the pond. Nick mentions an incident with a student involving a hangover so terrible that the student tripped themselves with their own wind magic, injured their ankle, and had to sit out of classes for the day. My attention sweeps past Elijah and Helene. Pauses. Returns. Clenching a cup of lukewarm tea in my hand, I push back my chair and stand. My pulse throbs in my throat. This is such a bad idea. Terrible. The worst. Am I really going through with it? I picture Zephyr, with his huge black horn and enormous wings. I see Thorn tossing me into the saddle and slapping the alicorn on the haunch, sending us hurtling to the heavens. My stomach plunges and my hands shake. Ignoring Olive's questioning glance, I head straight for Elijah. When I show up to flight training a little late, I find the other students already in the process of leading their saddled mounts from the stable. With his arms folded across his chest, Thorne supervises, his back facing me. "Excuse me, Instructor Thorne. Sorry I'm late. I had a little accident." "Accident?" He stiffens before slowly twisting around. "I don't care if you..." His eyes widen when they land on my face. Courtesy of my own inspection in the bathing chamber's mirror a few minutes ago, I know I'm not a pretty sight. The skin beneath my left eye is already turning a spectacular shade of purple. Blood drips from my nose and onto my top lip, which has puffed to twice the normal size. For dramatic purposes, I may or may not have intentionally smeared blood onto my left cheek. I fidget as the moments pass by in silence. Why isn't he saying anything? The weight of his scrutiny spikes my nerves. Voices approach, intruding on our little tableau. I latch onto the hushed conversation with a flare of relief. I heard she just walked right up to him, poured her glass of tea over his head, and said she was scared to retaliate for the coffee until she heard that a newborn baby packed a meaner punch than him. Someone told me it had something to do with her sister. I was too far away to hear, but I saw him stand up and punch her. He knocked her flat on her ass. Two female students I don't know by name steal glances at me as they lead their alicorns past us to the field. The closest one winces when she sees my face. Her alicorn unexpectedly sidesteps in my direction, and I jump before I can stop myself. When I shift back toward Thorne, his narrowed eyes and shrewd expression zip alarm down my spine. I'm feeling a little unsteady on my feet. Permission to go to the infirmary? For one horrifying instant, I'm convinced he's going to deny me. I rub a blood droplet from beneath my nose, flinching when my hand connects with my sore lip. He watches the motion before jerking his chin. "Permission granted." "Thank you, sir." I whirl before he can change his mind and stride toward the infirmary, relief a warm swell within my chest. While only a temporary reprieve, I'll take what I can get. I know I'll need to get more creative in the future if I want to avoid class again. Next time, unless you're dead or missing a limb, I'll expect you to fly. I miss a step, stumble, force myself to continue walking without looking back. That way I can tell myself that I'm imagining his suspicion-laced words, and remain happily convinced that he didn't see right through my scheme to avoid class. When I enter the infirmary, the freckled medic's eyes widen. "You again?" With a sheepish grunt, I hop onto a cot. "Afraid so. We've got to stop meeting like this." Shaking his head, Keller proceeds to make me a poultice. "Here, hold this on your eye. It should help with the swelling." After confirming I'm following his instructions, he turns and rummages through the cupboard. Scooting to one side, I crane my neck and peer into the cupboard, too, triumph filling me a moment later. Yes, on the middle shelf. The stack of bandages, shorter today than on my last visit, implies the medic never got the chance to grab more supplies from the storage building. He emerges from the cabinet holding a glass container. Quickly, I scoot over to my original position on the cot. Wielding metal tongs, he withdraws two tiny, brown, leaf-like objects and drops them into a small sack. "What's that?" I ask. "Willow bark for the pain. If your eye or head starts hurting too much, break off a small piece and chew." He hands me the bag. "Don't take this the wrong way, but I hope I don't see you in here again anytime soon." A fledgling on one of the other cots moans. The medic shoots him a harried glance, and I seize the opportunity. "I'm sorry to cause you so much trouble. You're a real lifesaver." I lay the appreciation on thick, beaming, and pressing a hand to my chest. That earns me a gratified smile. His pale cheeks turn pink. "It was no trouble." "Still, I wish I could repay you somehow." I nibble my lower lip as if in thought. "Hey, I know. Do you still need someone to grab more bandages and supplies for you out of storage?" Because I talked to Flyer Quinnell and was planning to head there myself to grab my sister's belongings. Not a lie. On my first day at Flight Haven, I did talk to Flyer Quinnell about Lisa's stuff. And one way or another, I do plan on hitting up storage to grab her things. A key would just make my life a lot simpler. I never claimed anyone sanctioned my visit. If Keller doesn't know the rule about waiting periods to claim personal items during active investigations, well, oops. His face lights up. Really? That'd be great. The medical supplies are by the entrance to the right, and the box with bandages should be labeled. What about the boxes belonging to previous students? Do you happen to know where those are located? I forgot to ask and don't want to waste a bunch of time. I believe you can find those in the back corner on the right side of the building as well, though I won't swear to it. Now comes the tricky part. Perfect. Can I use your key? That'll save me a trip to the front office. He hesitates, his gaze becoming speculative as I arrange my features into the expression of innocent sincerity that I perfected after a lifetime of living with my mother. Another fledgling stumbles into the infirmary, limping and groaning. I think I broke my ankle. The medic helps the fledgling to a cot before jerking his chin at me. Keys in the blue bowl on the table. Thanks. He rolls up the fledgling's trousers and begins to untie his patient's boot. Hurrying to make my escape, I rush to the table, snatch the key, and bolt for the door. Guilt pings in my chest as I dash into the sunlight. I rub the spot, telling myself that I'm not completely misleading him. I really am doing him a favor. I'm just tacking on a little extra bonus for my good behavior. Fine, so I'm a jerk. I can accept that. If minor acts of jerkiness are the sole payment required to find Lisa, I'll consider it a small price. At least I'm not choking unsuspecting dessert eaters with poisoned custard or shooting arrows at people's heads with no provocation. With the other fledglings in classes, the walkways are empty. The storage building squats on the opposite side of campus. After reassuring myself that no one's looking, I break into a jog. It still takes me a good chunk of time to reach the building. Feeling a little like a criminal, I insert the key and unlock the door. Sunlight spills inside, illuminating a rectangle of gray stone floor, and ever lamps affixed to the walls reveal tower upon tower of trunks and miscellaneous objects. I blow out a mouthful of air. Let's hope our medic friend knows what he's talking about. If not, it could take days to sift through all this crap to find Lisa's trunk. Thankfully, Keller was right. Stacks of trunks wait in the far back right-hand corner, all of them labeled with names. I locate Lisa's without too much trouble and open the trunk, holding my breath as I inspect the contents. 3 training uniforms, perfectly folded. Flying leathers. Undergarments, socks, and sturdy leather boots. A navy cloak, sleepwear. A fancy dress and a few other garments from home. Toiletries, notebooks, and a couple of odds and ends, one of which is the small jade carving of a dragon that I paid Royce to find for Lisa, and then gave to her as a birthday gift. No clues await. No surprises there. This was always a long shot. Still, I can't help the cold weight of disappointment that presses against my skin. The optimist in me had clung to the hope of finding a clue hidden amongst her stuff. A journal, a letter, anything. A horrifying realization crushes my spine. The trunk contains a lot of belongings. Too many belongings for Lisa to have taken much, if anything, with her. A lump clots my throat. Lisa leaving her stuff behind makes running off with a lover less likely, and of the believable theories, that was the most benign. The others involve someone hurting her. But why? Why Lisa? And why from Flighthaven? Male voices reach my ears, signaling the end of my adventure. I toss Lisa's belongings, everything except for the jade dragon and the notebooks, back into the trunk. When the door creaks open, I have the chest sitting in its original spot. Pocketing the dragon, I clutch the notebooks to my chest with one hand, dangle the key from the other, and stride down the walkway toward the door while muttering aloud. Now, where could that medical box be? Keller will kill me if I'm not back with those bandages soon. One of the men calls out a greeting. If my surprised gasp seems theatrical, neither of them notice. They barely give me a second glance before directing me to the right of the door. I make quick work of locating the boxes of bandages, grabbing one and returning to the infirmary. After dropping off the supplies and key, I have just enough time to return to my room and tuck Lisa's notebooks beneath my mattress. With my head throbbing, I let my eyes drift shut for a second. I wake to the dinner horn and spend most of the meal recounting my version of my altercation with Elijah, and then listening as Olive, Abel, and Theo recount different versions of the same event that grow more ridiculous with each telling. The gossip here could rival the stories my mother's friends whisper at her parties. By the time we finish eating and return to the room, all I want is peace and quiet. Flopping on my bed, I bury my nose in a book I brought from home and thank the gods when Olive takes the hint and doesn't chatter in my ear. I read as she and Helene head off to the shared showers. Upon their return, they both fall fast asleep, and the room fills with their soft snores and sighs. After reading until my eyes start to cross, I trade my book for my white nightgown and the towel provided by Flighthaven and head for the common bathing chamber. Thankfully, it's empty. I'm not ashamed of my body, but I'm also not accustomed to getting naked in front of other people. I figure I can work my way up to exposing more skin in front of others once I've settled in. Through some delightful combination of piping, hot springs, and magic, warm water flows from round holes in the wall. I soap off and then stand beneath the cascade. With my palms planted against the wall, I lower my face and let the soothing heat ease the agony from my screaming muscles. The solitude allows me a few moments of peace, to simply exist, away from the scrutiny of so many eyes. For so long I've been desperate for a taste of freedom. Anything to get me out of the castle. Now that I have it, I'm not sure what I think. I've been gone less than 3 days, and already I long for the safety of my home. Maybe my mother is right. Maybe I'm too weak to thrive outside of the castle grounds. By the time I finally flip the switch that stops the water, my skin has pinkened. Wringing the moisture from my hair, I step outside the enclosure, freezing when the ever lights flicker off. The chamber plunges into darkness. Hello? Is someone there? A noise, like a muffled snicker, echoes in the chamber before silence reigns again. My pulse drums in my ears. Is this part of the hazing Olive and Vice Commander Torno mentioned? Elijah and his buddies preparing for another round of target practice? Another attempt at cooking me to a crisp with fireballs? Whatever the threat, one thing's for sure. Naked and wet isn't the ideal way to face it. Ignoring my bleeding nerves, I fumble around in the dark until my fingers touch soft linen. My nightgown. More groping doesn't recover the towel, so I pull the nightgown over my head without drying off. The thin material clings to my damp skin, but at least I'm covered. One problem solved. If only I could access my fire magic and banish the darkness. But a quick attempt results in the usual failure. A whisper off to the left causes me to jump. Assholes! Don't they have anything better to do than play immature pranks or bully me? At least no one's aiming a deadly weapon at my heart. Yet. The thought barely has time to surface before a flame flickers to life. Harsh hands grab my shoulders. Someone stuffs a cloth into my mouth. I catch a fleeting glimpse of masked faces before my assailants shove a bag over my head. Chapter 13. I kick out, struggling against my captor. My bare foot connects with a solid object, eliciting a muffled curse. Secure her feet. No matter how much I wriggle and struggle, I can't hold them off. Vines wind around my wrists and ankles and cut into my skin. With a grunt, I'm lifted off the ground and hefted over a shoulder. The force slams my nose into my captor's back, and I choke on the stench of stale sweat. The man I assume to be the ringleader of my abduction speaks. Keep quiet. None of us can afford to get caught. We start to move. After wiggling my hands and feet to check the bindings, I remain still, preserving my strength. Panic would drown me if I let it, because I no longer know if this is hazing or something much, much worse. These people might have kidnapped Lisa. Maybe even killed her. I need to keep my wits and prepare to fight if the opportunity presents itself. When the opportunity presents itself. I refuse to go down easily. Mother wouldn't survive a second missing daughter. A door creaks. Cold air brushes my damp gown, and the realization that we're outside extinguishes any hope that they're taking me to an empty room in the building to perform some silly initiation. After a short walk that smashes my nose against my captor's back with every step, we stop. I'm lifted off his shoulder, only to be flopped over another object in much the same way. A firm surface supports my stomach, while my arms and legs dangle. A musty animal scent tickles my nose. Stay still if you want to remain alive. There's a clicking noise, a snort. The surface beneath my stomach lurches, followed by rhythmic thuds. Hoofbeats. Dread tightens a noose around my neck. Horse, or alicorn. The beast beneath speeds up, jarring my body and rattling my teeth with each stride. I hold the terror at bay until the whoosh-whoosh of flapping wings assaults my ears. The world tilts and I pray to any god who might listen when we take off into the night sky. Alicorn. These bastards put me on an alicorn. What in the hells are they planning to do? Fly me up to dizzying heights so they can toss me off and watch me fall to my death? My head swims. Buzzing fills my ears. Memories flash behind my eyes, sucking me under. My joyful giggle. My father's strong arms around me. Soaring in the air, the wind tugging at my hair and the alicorn's mane. Shouts. An agonized shriek. My stomach bottoming out as the alicorn plummets toward the ground. Falling, falling, falling. The hooves clatter to a stop. With a gasp, I surface from the past, covered in cold sweat. Someone grabs me beneath my arms and lifts, setting me on my feet. Listen carefully. I'm going to cut the binding on your hands and feet. Once I do that, count to 50. Then you can remove the gag and bag over your head. Nod if you understand. I give a desperate nod. Now that I'm off the alicorn, my knees ache to buckle in relief, but it's too early for celebrating. Unless they flew us in a big circle back to the dorms for shits and giggles, I'm certain the worst is yet to come. A little birdie told me you were afraid of flying, and if you can't fly, you have no business being here. We'll give you one chance. Agree to leave and let someone more qualified fill your spot, and we'll take you back to your room right now. And abandon Lisa? No, not happening. He chuckles. Okay then. Guess we'll find out if you're scared come morning, because you'll either get down on your own, or you'll still be rotting up here, or you'll be dead. He states the three options like they're all the same to him. And how does he know about my fear of flying? Someone must have seen through my dizzy routine. But who? A sawing motion yanks at my ankle restraints until my legs are free. My hands are next. Remember, count to 50. Teeth chattering, I count. 1, 2, 3. Wings flap, the noise growing fainter every second. 4, 5, 6. When I reach 50, I rip the bag off my head and fumble with the gag. The cloth loosens enough for me to yank the foul object from my mouth, and I gulp fresh air while taking stock of my surroundings. Combined with the faint firelights emitting around campus, the moon cuts the darkness just enough for me to see where I am. Or rather, where I'm not. Son of a dragon's ass. Barely daring to breathe, I peer over the edge of the rooftop. The very, very tall rooftop. The ground is a steep drop, the kind of fall that would snap my bones into pieces and crack my skull like a ripe melon. A glance behind me confirms that I've been stranded on the top of one of the tall towers I spotted on my way into Flight Haven. The much too narrow ledge, combined with a surge of wind, has me yelping and dropping to my butt. I'm so stressed, I don't realize. I'm not alone up here until an annoyed wicker startles me. Oh shit! I freeze. If I don't look, maybe I can pretend I'm alone. A second snort dispels that idea. With my heart thrashing against my ribs, I ever so slowly crane my head to the right. Lisa's massive alicorn stands a few paces away, head lowered and sharp horn pointed at my face. His hooves barely fit on the narrow ledge. I gawk, outrage momentarily breaking through my fear. You have got to be shitting me. It's like someone thought, what could make this experience worse? Oh, I know. Let's add an alicorn. As if taking exception to my comment, the beast flares his nostrils and shakes his head. With a muffled whimper, I scrabble backwards. Logically, I know my fear is ridiculous. It's not as if an alicorn ever attacked me. One just dropped me mid-flight. No big deal. Okay, so maybe it is a big deal. Especially since my father died. In a weird way, it tracks that my brain is wired to equate alicorns with danger. Still, I need to get over it. Preferably now. Wetting myself because a hairy, horned beast is sharing my current perch won't make my situation any more pleasant. I lick my dry lips. Sorry, it's not you. It's me. Zephyr. That's your name, right? Not sure if I'm expecting a reply, but the alicorn snorts. I'll take that as a yes. Suddenly, my kidnapper's comment makes sense. Come morning, if I'm safely tucked in my bed and Zephyr's in his stall, then all is well, and I'm not scared to fly. But if I'm still stuck up here, it means I'm too chicken shit to climb onto Zephyr's back and ride him to the ground. Though, fear aside, I'm not sure how anyone expects me to mount the animal in such a cramped space. I peer over the edge again and peek at the structure below me. Just like I thought, the tower is built from stones, most of which are about the length of my forearm. Guess what, assholes? You forgot an option. One that gets me out of this predicament without flying or dying. Hopefully. Is it a smart option? No, but it's the only viable choice. I need to stay for Lisa's sake, and if the entire campus learns of my fear of flying, I'm sure to be booted out of Flight Haven to join ground soldier training at Fort Haven, or get assigned to an even shittier post. For that same reason, I can't scream for help. And since the chance of me vaulting onto Mr. Pointy here and cruising down to the dorms is 0, that leaves me with exactly one course of action. Climbing. I inhale deeply, working to gather my courage. Heights are never my favorite, but remove the alicorn from the picture, and I can manage without the debilitating fear. I succeeded in climbing up to my bedchamber window at home without maiming or killing myself. In breeches, though, not a dress. This nightgown won't do me any favors. Grabbing the hem, I tie it in a loose knot above my knees. I shoo Zephyr with my hands. When that doesn't work, I bark a string of commands at the alicorn. After multiple failed attempts, he finally flaps his wings when I hiss, "Stable," but only after shooting me what I swear is an exasperated glare. Once he takes off, I crawl to the edge, flip onto my stomach, and lower my feet over the side. My toes scrape across rough stone until they dip into the space between one stone and the next. I guess I'm doing this. With my nerves as taut as a bowstring, I ease myself a little farther down the wall. The toe grips between stones are better than I expected. Still, one false move will end with me splatting on the earth below. I climb, slow and steady, having no trouble finding good hand and toe grips. About a quarter of the way down, the first sprinkles hit. I pause, sucking down air like I can't get enough. My teeth chatter. Don't panic! Don't panic! What now? Climb back up to the top? Or stay the course and hope the rain stops before the stone gets too slick? The worst thing I can do is nothing. Faced with two terrible options, I stick with the original plan to continue the downward climb. Only faster. The sprinkles shift to light rain. The wind picks up, tousling my hair. With every move, my toes slip on the water-slicked rock before finding purchase. And I'm not even halfway down yet. The odds of surviving become grimmer by the second. Another gust of wind rustles my hair and gown, carrying a faint hint of animal fur, leather, and spice. My head spins in what must be the world's worst timing for a dizzy spell. A flapping noise breaks my misery. What in the three hells do you think you're doing? I yelp, and my hand slips on the slick surface. Panic shrieks through my limbs as I scrabble to latch on. Once I've regained my grip, I pant until the sharpest edge of terror abates. I don't need to look to know who I'll find hovering nearby. Instructor Thorne, of course. Out of all the possible rescuers, why did it have to be him? Don't sneak up on me like that. Are you trying to kill me? Several beats pass. It doesn't look like you need my assistance in that department. We're directly below you now. Let go and I'll grab you and fly you down. Despite my precarious situation, a storm brews behind my ribs. He sounds put out, the big jerk. Like this is all just a giant inconvenience for him. Gee, so sorry my near splat on the rocks below is keeping you from your favorite hobbies, like torturing kittens or making babies cry. I dip my chin and catch a glimpse of an alicorn wing. My stomach plunges. No, thank you, sir. What do you mean, no, thank you? I can almost hear him gritting his teeth. I mean, no, thank you. If it's all the same to you, I'd rather climb down. If it's all the same to me, she says. The bemused note in his voice has me wondering what kind of expression he's wearing. His growl a moment later kills my curiosity. Duchess, I don't give a single fuck about what you'd rather do. As your instructor, I am ordering you to let go of the wall and get your ass on this alicorn. Now. As much as I'd love to, I can't risk disobedience. No doubt he'd hound me the entire climb down and act even more insufferable during flight training. Besides, the rock has gotten too slippery. But how can you catch me? The alicorn's wings. I'll catch you. His firm reply allows for no argument. Maybe I'm a fool, but something in me trusts his confidence. Okay, I'm letting go. My fingers revolt by tightening their grip. I'm not sure if I can. He mutters under his breath. You can. If you don't, I'll take matters into my own hands. The threat in his words causes a whimper to catch in my throat. The thought of me dropping onto the alicorn on my own is horrifying enough. But the prospect of Thorn yanking me onto the creature's back instead is 1,000 times worse. After several failed attempts, I finally uncurl my fingers and let go. Yelping, I fall for only a moment before icy cold latches around my waist, jerking me sideways until a strong arm replaces it. The ice whip Thorn summoned vanishes. Terror seizes my muscles, but somehow, I manage to straddle the alicorn. Thorn pulls my back against his chest, his warmth seeping in through my damp gown. The alicorn moves, and I flinch, lashing out with my hands to grasp the closest source of stability. Thorn grunts. Here, hold on to the reins instead. I shake my head. I would, but I can't see them. Why can't you see them? The alicorn swoops, the motion plucking a frightened yip from my throat. Because my eyes are shut. Never mind. Here, I'll hand them to you. As much as I enjoy a woman squeezing my thighs, now isn't the appropriate place or time. Oh gods. I manage to peel my eyes open for a quick peek and, yup. I'm clutching Instructor Thorn's thighs like a starving villager, clutching 2 fresh loaves of bread. Heat burns my face and neck. Sorry, I didn't realize. Thankfully, he doesn't use the opportunity to mock me further, instead pushing the reins into my palm and curling my fingers around the leather. Cold air blows on my skin as the alicorn coasts to the ground. Unconsciously, I lean back into Thorn's warmth. My breaths begin to cycle at an alarming rate, so I try to focus on anything other than my current situation. With my eyes squeezed shut, I notice how snugly Thorn and I fit together, the hard strength of his chest pressing into my back, the firm grip of his thighs around mine, the delicious way he smells of leather and soap and spice. As soon as the direction of my thoughts registers, horror skewers my gut. By the heavens, no. I don't care how traumatic this experience has been. There's no excuse for lusting after Instructor Thorn. Even if he is hotter than the desert sun. Even if his rescues are becoming habitual. For 1, the man's an absolute ass. For 2, he's my teacher. For 3, he's an absolute ass. Yes, I counted that last one twice, but he's such a dickhead most of the time that it bears repeating. I'm so distracted by my momentary slip of sanity that I forget my fear. When Zephyr's hooves strike the ground in front of the dorms, shock ricochets through my bones. We made it. In one piece. Thorn dismounts first. Once he's off, he grabs me around the waist to help me dismount as well. I release a shuddering breath, relieved to be back on solid footing. The damp grass feels amazing under my bare feet. Safe, I'm tempted to drop to my knees and kiss the ground, but Thorn has enough reasons to sneer at me without adding another to the list. What in the gods' names are you wearing? The strangled quality to his voice prompts me to open my eyes, where I find his gaze focused on my gown. My damp gown. Glancing down, I see the material clings to my breasts in a way that leaves little to the imagination. Warmth floods my cheeks. Part of me wants to die on the spot. I clear my throat and cross my arms over my chest. I swear if even one rude or mocking comment leaves his mouth, I might just strangle him. Our eyes meet, and my previous thoughts scatter like dust. The heat in his stare is unmistakable, making me wonder if he shares in my inconvenient lust. If he too noticed how good his body felt pressed up against mine. The air between us thickens, and his gaze dips to my mouth. Warmth unfurls in my belly, tempting me. I wonder what would happen if I leaned in and planted my lips. A dragon roars in the distance, jerking me back into reality. A world where we don't kiss because Thorn is both my instructor and an enormous dick. I edge toward the dorm's door. Well, thank you for rescuing me. Though I still contend that I could have climbed my way down. The fire vanishes from his eyes so quickly, I wonder if I imagined the spark. His expression becomes an indifferent mask, though my last comment causes an upward twitch of his lips. Of course you do. Do I want to know why you were up there? I offer a nervous laugh. Oh, you know, just a little fun amongst fledglings. Nothing to worry about. He's not buying it, but whatever. The ordeal ended, and I don't plan on filing a report. I'll just be a lot more careful about my showering habits from here on out. You're lucky I was out and saw Zephyr flying down from the tower. Otherwise, you might have been stuck up there all night. I'd ask why in the blistering hells you came here, but I know you didn't have a choice. He shakes his head. A Flighthaven fledgling, afraid of alicorns. I open my mouth to lie. Close it again, there's no point in arguing. He knows my secret. Well, that's secret. What can I say? I like to be original. For a heartbeat, the lip twitch approaches a smile. Too bad your exemption wasn't approved. I wrinkle my brow. What exemption? I didn't request an exemption. Not yet. My mumbled statement makes him still. Could you repeat that? I said, I didn't request an exemption. He drags a hand down his jaw. That's what I thought you said, but I was sure I heard wrong. His stare dissects me like I'm some strange new specimen of magical creature that stumbled across his path, and he can't quite believe his eyes. What kind of reckless fool doesn't request an exemption from Flight Academy when the idea of flying makes them collapse in the dirt like a dead slug? Thank you so much for that charming visual. I'll be sure to cherish it always. Exasperated, I dig my fingers into my upper arms and squeeze. And me, obviously. I'm the type of reckless fool to do that. Why? The intensity of his searching look dampens my palms. I avert my gaze to focus on a fascinating section of grass. I could ignore the question, but there's no point, and I figure I owe him that much for the rescue. Because my sister went missing from here without a trace, and I swore to myself I'd do everything in my power to find her. And this, I sweep my hands wide to encompass the Flighthaven campus, is within my power. Even if I do find the thought of hopping onto an alicorn's back terrifying enough to impersonate a dead slug. Can you impersonate a dead slug when it's not a person? I blow out an annoyed breath. Really? You want to debate semantics right now? He ignores my words, instead studying me with an enigmatic expression. Delightful. Now I feel like a slug he's pinned to a board to analyze at will. After the night's adventures, I'm probably about as appealing as one too. After an extended inspection where I'm tempted to wriggle my little sluggy self out of view, he tugs on his earlobe and heaves a disgruntled sigh. Starting tomorrow, meet me at the alicorn paddock every morning, 1 hour before breakfast. The gruff quality of his voice and stilted enunciation make the offer sound forced. My suspicion rises. I knew it. He saved me, and now he's going to punish me. Probably in some sadistic, humiliating manner. My mind summons a buffet of horrifying options before I remember his initial threat. To muck out the stable. His eyes narrow. Don't tempt me. I was planning to help you overcome your fear of alicorns and flying, but if you'd prefer to clean out the stalls. He shrugs, awaiting my reply. Snarky delivery or not, his willingness to help softens something in my chest. A stupid lump forms in my throat. Getting over my fear sounds good. Thank you. Let's see if you're still thanking me come morning. Now, if you're done playing damsel in distress for tonight, I'm going to get some sleep. And just like that, the goodwill his offer of assistance generated crumbles into dust. I glare at his retreating back as he leads Zephyr away, wishing with all my might that the alicorn would spear him in the ass. Zephyr picks that moment to whip his regal head around. He regards me with one baleful eye, glances at Thorn's, admittedly fine ass, and tosses his head with a whinny that sounds an awful lot like laughter. Fucking alicorns. Fucking annoying flight instructors. I'm so done with this day. Muttering, I stalk barefoot across the grass and into the dorms. The hour is late, and thanks to Thorn, I get to wake up extra early. Today's only saving grace is that tomorrow will surely be better. Chapter 14. No one stirs when I sneak out of the dorms early the next morning, while the darkness slowly releases the sky to the creeping gray-yellow light of dawn. A cool breeze caresses my face, tugging at the wisps of hair that threaten to escape my braid. I wish the air would sweep away my dread over my first private lesson with Thorn, but I doubt even one of the deadly windstorms that occasionally strike a Claris and destroy businesses and homes would be strong enough for that task. Although I arrive at the stable 10 minutes early, he's waiting outside, leaning against the door with his arms crossed. The picture of impatience. I stifle a yawn with the back of my hand and ignore his body language. It's too early to indulge his grumpy tendencies just yet. Determined to get through the next hour, I give myself a mental pep talk. Don't engage. You can survive his attitude for an hour. One tiny hour. I produce a sunny smile. Good morning, Instructor Thorn. His narrowed eyes roam over me like he's sizing me up. You're late. I blink. What? I'm 10 minutes early. He snorts his displeasure, reminding me of one of the alicorns. You're 20 minutes late, Duchess. Just like that, my resolve to be agreeable fizzles. You told me to meet you an hour before breakfast. And here I am, an hour and 10 minutes before breakfast. I don't know what kingdom you're from, sir, but here in Eclaris, that means an hour before my breakfast. The instructors eat 30 minutes before the recruits do. My jaw unhinges. How was I supposed to know that if you didn't tell me beforehand? It doesn't count if you tell me after the fact. He raises his gaze skyward, like he's praying to the gods for patience. Are you always this argumentative? What can I say? You bring out the best of me. My temper rises. Are you always this arrogant? His jaw ticks and he pushes into my space. My muscles tense with a strange anticipation. I don't like babysitting you any more than you like being here. But if you want to survive your time at Flighthaven, it's in your best interest to cooperate. I suck in a breath. If I want to survive, is he threatening me? What is that supposed to mean? His chest rumbles. It means I'm trying to keep you alive. By yelling at and browbeating me? He rakes a hand through his thick, shoulder-length black hair, which hangs loose this morning. I find myself distracted, wondering if the waves are as soft as they appear. Do you seriously have to ask me that? I open my mouth, but the look he gives me snaps it shut. Okay, maybe I am being a little argumentative. I blame him. He evokes a strong reaction in me. Sorry, my muttered apology makes me sound like an ungrateful brat. Enough, he tugs on my arm, and I have no choice but to follow. We're wasting valuable time. Let's go. Once inside the stable, my irritation evaporates when I spot the never-ending rows of stalls on either side of the massive structure. Morning light filters in through the windows, illuminating the powerful creatures stirring in their stalls. Out of instinct, I step back. My heart rate kicks up. Horses. They're just giant horses with wings. And horns. Enormous, sharp horns and huge wings they use to fly, and I need to stop already because this isn't helping. I tell myself that I rode one last night and am still in one piece. The reminder actually calms me a little. Thorn thrusts a pitchfork in my hand. Here. I grip the tool. What's this for? He rolls his eyes. And here I thought you were smarter than you looked. I don't know if anyone's ever told you this, but you really have a way with people. A surprised blink, followed by laughter. The rich, throaty sound stuns me at first before wrapping around me like a snare. I'm certain this is the first time I've heard him laugh, and the transformation that occurs on his face mesmerizes me. His features soften, and the tawny skin near his gold-flecked eyes crinkles. If I thought he was attractive while scowling, laughing makes him downright breathtaking. My pulse speeds up again, this time for an entirely different reason. Stop it. He's your instructor. You don't even like him, and for good reason, because he's an ass. Still chuckling, he shakes his head. I continue to stare. Until this moment, I'm not sure I believed this man even knew how to laugh. I'm reeling and have no idea what to say or do. A faint smile lingers on his mouth. I guess I'm lucky I don't care what other people think. You not caring what other people think? Shocking. It's not always a bad thing. The gentle tone indicates that he's not being unkind, but stating a fact, and I don't know how to take this new side of him. It's like something changed since last night, causing him to slip off his usual mask of cocky self-assuredness and stand bare before me without any pretense. Truth be told, the transformation makes me a little uncomfortable. I stare at my boots, annoyed by my breathlessness. I think you were about to lecture me on how to use a pitchfork. His mouth tips up again. Have you ever used one? I shake my head. Can't say that I have. Well, here's a tip. He nods at the pitchfork. Aim the pointy end at the straw. My jaw drops. First a laugh and now a joke? Should I check for a big cosmic event in play tonight? Great, very helpful. But yesterday, I thought you said I didn't have to muck the stable out. His shoulders lift. I changed my mind. Irritation prickles my skin. Is this some sort of punishment for rescuing me off the tower? Because as surprising as it may sound, getting stuck up there wasn't my idea. What? Thorn's brow creases. No, of course not. He guides me to the first empty stall and makes a sweeping gesture to the wheelbarrow inside. I stare. Okay, now what? Now? His eyes actually sparkle. You muck out the stalls. All of them? As many as you have time for. After grabbing the pitchfork from me and offering a quick demonstration, Thorn hands the tool back to me. Grumbling under my breath, I make quick work of the first stall. Once I've finished, I poke my head out the door. Trepidation washes over me. A snowy white alicorn stares straight at me, murderous intent in its eyes. This creature wants to kill me. Swallowing hard, I drop my gaze, willing my breathing to slow. Thorn rests a hand on its powerful shoulder and murmurs something low. I can't parse out the words, but his tone is almost reverent. The creature sidesteps, snorting and nipping at his hand. My stomach knots. Did that thing just try to bite you? No. He shoots me an exasperated look. This alicorn just ate a carrot stick I gave her, and I don't think Nova appreciates you referring to her as a thing. Oh, sorry. I lick my lips, forcing myself to observe Nova as she munches on a piece of carrot. I didn't mean any offense, truly. I feel silly whispering to an animal so powerful she could gore me with her horn in one swift blow. I wonder how much you can understand. With an unreadable expression, he studies me long enough to make me fidget. Not what you say so much as how you say it and how you act. Your body language. She can sense your intentions and emotions. If you're afraid, or if you mean her harm. Alicorns are highly intelligent animals. I peek at the creature's crystalline blue eyes again, trying to determine whether she truly wants to kill me, or if my imagination is running wild. When she paws at the dirt floor, I'm not so sure. What's she doing? She's restless. Time to move on to her stall. He gestures to the wheelbarrow beside me. I'll move each alicorn out into the aisle while you muck out their stalls. Shouldn't take too long. I flash him what I hope is a grateful smile, but I'm pretty certain I just come across as nervous. Okay, when I've cleaned so many stalls my arms and back feel disconnected from my body, Thorn saunters up. Let's keep moving, we don't have all day. Suspicion roots in my chest. Are you sure this isn't punishment? Of course I'm sure. He smirks. Though I'm not denying the entertainment value of watching a pampered princess wade through alicorn shit. What the hells? Sounds an awful lot like punishment to me, and I'm not a princess. He shrugs and inspects his nails like he's bored. Princess, duchess, whatever. My blood heats, and I have a strong urge to kick him in the shin. I'm slaving the morning away, and this cocky bastard is enjoying the show. At least one of us is having a good time. I take a deep breath. I'm not a duchess either. Close enough. Finish up this one. He motions around the stall. And meet me outside. As he strolls off, I tighten my grip on the pitchfork. What I wouldn't give to introduce the pointed end to his arrogant ass. A few minutes later, after I've mucked my last stall, I head out of the stable. Thorn led a saddled Zephyr toward me. My breath hitches. I will not have a repeat of yesterday. I inhale slowly, hold my breath, and exhale. Isn't our time almost up? Lucky for you, despite your lack of punctuality, we've got about 15 minutes left. He crooks a finger. Come over here. Obeying, I approach with caution, so irritated I don't realize what he's doing at first. Much like yesterday, Thorn grabs my waist and deposits me onto Zephyr's back. My heart drums in my ears, and that all too familiar panic threatens to pull me under. I grab for Zephyr's mane, holding on for dear life. Breathe, Duchess. Just relax. Nothing's going to happen. I've got the reins. For some unknown reason, I believe him, just like I did last night when he told me to let go. At least when it comes to alicorns, I feel safe with him. And that's a thought I don't currently have the capacity to analyze. Loosening my grip, I glance at Thorn. Okay, this isn't so bad. You'll be ready to fly with your class in no time. I snort. Someone's feeling optimistic this morning. There's a major difference between sitting on an alicorn and flying on one, but I don't want to argue. Not when he's trying so hard to encourage me. You think so? Absolutely. Relaxing is the key. You can't be uptight and hyperventilating when you ride. Passing out in the air wouldn't end well. I cringe at the image, reminding myself to keep taking deep, slow breaths. That's a visual I didn't need. Ready to dismount? When I nod, he reaches for me, splaying his hands around my waist and lifting me from the alicorn. Even after my boots touch the ground, he continues holding me against him for a few moments, searching my face. You okay? His warm, solid body, along with the scent of leather and soap, envelops me. I never thought something so simple could smell so good, but it's intoxicating. Yes, I wobble a little when he releases me, but this time, I don't collapse. I feel fine. Good. The slight quirk of his eyebrow says he doesn't quite believe me. Let me show you how to take the saddle off and groom him, and then you'd better go. Back in the stable, Thorn offers me a brush. I accept, turning the grooming tool over in my hands. Where do I start? At the neck. I Zephyr, reminding myself to stay calm so he doesn't pick up on my fear. After last night's adventure, the alicorn seems a little less scary, especially when I remember he was Lisa's first. Easy, boy. I bet my sister loved you to pieces, didn't she? Zephyr wickers and nudges my hand with his velvety nose. The motion startles me, but I don't jump. Progress. After a few clumsy strokes with the brush, Thorn shakes his head. Let me show you. He folds his hand over mine, guiding the brush back to Zephyr's silvery gray neck. Go in the direction of the hair, not against it. Don't brush so light you're tickling him, but don't bear down too hard either. And be gentle with the wings. Together, we stroke the alicorn's coat. I'm all too aware of the big, calloused hand wrapped around mine, and the unwelcome warmth such an innocent touch stirs inside me. Clearing my throat, I pull my hand away. I think I've got it. Thorn discovering my body's inadvertent reaction to him is a humiliation I'd prefer to avoid at all costs. He steps back, lingering nearby as I finish. Better. I breathe easier now that there's more space between us. Isn't it about time for breakfast? For instructors, I mean. It's past time. He runs his hand down Zephyr's back, and the alicorn tosses his head. Now it's your turn to eat. You missed breakfast? Why didn't you stop me earlier? Because I already ate in my room. With a smirk, he grabs the brush and nods toward the mess hall. Make sure you're here an hour and a half before your breakfast time tomorrow. Unbelievable. As I storm off, a thunderous bellow rattles the air, dying off into a keening cry. Another plaintive wail follows. A phantom fist squeezes my ribs. I whirl toward the huge iron and stone enclosure, towering a short distance away. The dragon eyrie. But what in the heavens could cause one of the dragons to wail like the sky is falling? Where do you think you're going? Puzzled, I glance over my shoulder at Thorn, only then noting that I unintentionally moved toward the eyrie. I shake my head a few times, attempting to dispel whatever daze grips me. Whoa. Terrible idea to stumble around Flight Haven in a semi-fugue state. Between my minimal nights of good sleep and maximal stress levels since learning about Lisa, though, I'm not surprised I'm zoning out. I wasn't paying attention. An excellent way to unalive yourself. Though I suppose that would save me the trouble of early morning training. Well, your compassion knows no bounds. Another wail fills the air. The cry, so mournful and bruised, carves through me like a knife, digging at some hidden spot deep inside. Why do they sound so unhappy? Thorn's gaze darkens, and he replies with a cryptic, "Why wouldn't they sound unhappy?" before stalking toward the eyrie. Chapter 15. With Thorn's strange words ringing in my ears, I muddle through morning classes without any major incidents. Though Elijah and Mark burn me with an occasional menacing glare, they don't approach me. I wonder if that reluctance stems from Thorn stepping in during magic training yesterday, and if so, how I feel about the development. Part of me is relieved that they quit harassing me. Another part bristles over the reminder that I'm weak and need someone to fight my battles for me. I decide to quit worrying and enjoy the harassment-free time while I can, instead focusing on training. Despite a few close calls, I manage to avoid vomiting during kinetics drills. Navigation class also proceeds without a hitch. My nerves don't make an appearance until toward the end of lunch. I forgot to ask Thorn about his plan for flight training today. Obviously, I'm still not ready to fly, and I'd prefer to avoid another sucker punch to the head. Leaving the excuse for missing class in Thorn's hands probably isn't the smartest idea, considering how little the man likes me. I suppose his loathing has decreased a teensy bit since our first meeting, but that's like a blizzard easing into a snowstorm. One might be more intense than the other, but both can freeze you to death. Flyer Quinnell solves my dilemma by approaching our table in the mess hall. Axton, Holt, Pendrick, and Rumman. Your unit won't be participating in flight training today. It's your turn to work the aerial field. Report there immediately after lunch. My heart does a little leap as he names the members of another flight unit. I don't know much about the plant and its green-orange tendrils, but anything that gives me a reprieve from flight training can't be that bad. Though the memory of the fledgling thrashing and clawing his skin bloody from a magical overdose plucks the hairs on the back of my neck like an icy hand. For once, I thank my atypical magic. Not needing Earl means that fledgling's fate will not be mine. During the walk to the field, I think about how everyone apart from me takes Iril daily and wonder how easy it is to go from regular dosing to craving more. Ready for your first Iril harvesting session? Olive's question tugs me out of my thoughts as our unit halts just outside the field. The pungent, earthy aroma mixed with that faint hint of sweet decay permeates the air. I think so. It sounds intriguing. Nick lifts an eyebrow, the salty ocean breeze rippling his dark brown waves. Interesting word choice. I'd have said dangerous, but whatever. Is he trying to scare me? How so? He levels me with a "you really are that naive" look and gestures toward the Iril field. Do you really have to ask? My gaze roams over ominous stalks so high a person could get lost in them. Humor me. Aside from ingesting too much, what's dangerous about the Iril field? I've never done this before. He huffs. You'll find out soon enough. I turn away, unable to hide a flicker of hurt over the non-answer. Nick's difficult to read sometimes. He's typically more reserved compared to Olive and Abel, but he doesn't usually give off such a condescending vibe. I thought we were starting to become friends. Now I wonder if he's merely tolerating me for the sake of the unit. Abel approaches us, pushing a cart with a large wooden crate on top. Don't pay any attention to him. He's in a bad mood because of some letter from home. Maybe his sweetheart came to her senses and found someone more cheerful to spend her time with. Nick's scowl could make children burst into tears. She didn't apostrophe T. Fledglings, gear up. A middle-aged man with an angry red scar on his right cheek and a large leather satchel slung over his shoulder strides toward us. Light brown, sun-streaked hair peeks out from a wide-brimmed hat, casting a shadow over his weathered face. His uniform is different from the other instructors and recruits. Rather than the standard navy tunics and trousers, his clothing fits like a second skin, the iridescent emerald green glimmering like a rainbow when the sun strikes at the right angle. Trying not to stare at this bizarre man, I widen my eyes at Olive, who responds with an almost imperceptible shake of her head. I'm Instructor Eric Nairton. The instructor steps toward me, providing me with an up-close view of his puckered face. When you're here, he gestures toward the field, I expect you to be diligent at all times. Earl is a powerful entity. It should be handled with the respect and care it deserves. You'll wear protective gear. No horseplay will be tolerated. Your unit will show you what to do. Should you have a problem, I'll be nearby. Any questions? Plenty, but my mind is whirling too much to pluck a single one out. No, sir. Excellent. Instructor Nairton pulls a large tome from the satchel and deposits the bag beside the crate before addressing the rest of my unit. Your gear and equipment are here. Once you finish, please remove the gear and return it. I don't want to chase anyone down because they trotted off with a king's ransom stuck to their cheap carcasses. I wrinkle my nose over the visual. This guy's a real bowl of fun. A collective, yes sir, echoes around us. Nairton grunts, shooing the students with his hands as they line up to gather the necessary garments. Don't just stand around. Hustle, gear up, watch what the others do, then get to work. Book in hand, he retreats to the shade of a nearby tree. Nick, Abel, and Olive pull armfuls of clothing from the crate and satchel, including boots, pants, tunics, and gloves. Each item has the same iridescent quality as Nairton's attire. Olive sizes me up before rifling through the crate and handing me a pair of pants and a shirt. I accept the clothing, running a hand over the sleek material. Excitement stirs in my chest. Is this what I think it is? A smile tips the corners of her lips. It's made of dragon scales, making it nearly indestructible. Just put everything on over your uniform, except the boots. Leave your own pair here. She gestures beside the crate. Dragon scales are resistant to iron oil. Abel offers me a large, bulky pair of gloves. Make sure the gloves overlap your sleeves. You don't want any skin exposed. As I don the borrowed attire, a sense of awe settles over me. I've never touched a dragon before, much less worn any clothing made from the creature's scales. The garments feel surprisingly light, allowing ease of movement. Nick passes me an odd dragon scale mask that covers most of my face, along with a pair of clear goggles for my eyes. Keep these on while you're in the field. You don't want any oil to get on your face. It burns like the three hells. I glance around for the instructor, ensuring he's out of earshot under the tree. Is that what happened to Nairton? That's the prevailing theory. No one knows for sure. Nairton's a cagey fuck. Nick hands a helmet to Abel and Olive. An odd one, too. Once, I carried a delivery out here and caught him talking to the Earl. Abel snorts. Not this again. Nick glowers at his friend. I'm telling you, it was weird. I inspect my helmet. I don't know. One of our maids chats with our roses. She swears they grow better if someone sweet-talks them. Nick's expression of utter betrayal prompts me to swallow my giggle. Okay, but Nairton wasn't whispering sweet nothings. He was having a full-blown argument with the stalks, complete with hand gestures and a raised voice. At one point, he even rolled around near the edge of the field and cried. Oh, that does seem a little bizarre. Rena never did that. Nick points at Abel. See, I told you, weird. Then he frowns. Wait, who's Rena? She's one of my mother's maids. His animation dies. Right, I sometimes forget how different our upbringings were. I shuffle my feet. My childhood was probably more different than most, but he's talking about the disparity between affluent nobles and commoners. While I don't know much about Nick's family or their circumstances, I do understand that some families in our kingdom struggle more than others. I wish King Xenon would do more to help those in need, especially with the failing harvests and subsequent rise in crop prices. He must be inundated with important tasks, but ensuring all Aclaris families and children have homes and enough to eat is important too. Hopefully, his focus will shift sometime soon. While I've written several letters about the need in our own village, I haven't heard back yet. I have no idea if they get delivered to the king or simply read by an underling who tosses them in the trash. Abel interrupts the awkwardness. Maybe he was role-playing. Nick pauses in the act of tying back his hair with a leather cord. Maybe who was role-playing? Nerton, acting out a little scenario with his favorite Errol plants. They do seem to have a close relationship. Abel wiggles his eyebrows, making Nick scrunch his nose in disgust. Please never do or say that again. You just took it somewhere dirty. Abel shrugs. Hey, the man spends a lot of time out here in the field. We shouldn't judge how he gets his jollies. That'd be like judging a sheep farmer for getting a boner for one of his flock. Nick and Olive display matching expressions of horror. Nick recovers first. What the hell's man? Who wouldn't judge a shepherd for wanting to screw his sheep? You need to reevaluate your life choices. He plops the helmet on his head, muttering something that sounds a lot like perverted fuck under his breath. Olive holds up her palm. Yeah, I'm out. I'm going to pretend this conversation never happened. Abel leans closer to me. Gotta love Nick, he's so easy to wind up. Snickering, I balance against Olive for support and set my helmet on the ground to yank my regular boots off. Despite the disturbing topic, warmth blooms inside me like the unfurling petals of a sunlit rosebud. This type of camaraderie is exactly what I was missing, what I was longing for, while sequestered at Castle Axton. Now that I've experienced it, I'm not sure I can let it go. Do your hair first. Olive pats her auburn curls that she keeps in a low bun. Trust me when I tell you that you don't want to get Errol oil in your hair. She reaches for my braid. Here, let me help. After Olive unties my braid, she finger combs my dark tresses, making quick work of fashioning my hair in a bun, similar to her own. Thanks, I completely forgot about my hair. Once we've donned our masks, I follow Olive into the Errol field. Nick and Abel are already there, crouching low to the ground. Is the oil not in the stalks? Olive shakes her head. No, the more mature the plant, the taller it grows. But the base of the plants just below the ground contains the oil. When the plants get too full, they start to ooze. Thus, the oily substance you see in some places. That's Errol. If it's so dangerous, how does anyone ingest it without harming themselves? If my ignorance annoys Olive, she doesn't show it. Errol needs to be diluted to a fraction of its original strength. Otherwise, the oil will burn your throat when you swallow it, then dissolve your stomach and the rest of your insides. Before I can stop myself, another question rolls off my tongue. Do we scoop the oil up off the ground? No, that oil's tainted. Abel snorts. Tell that to the idiots who buy the polluted oil on the black market. When it liquefies their insides or causes them to go insane instead of enhancing their magic, they only have themselves to blame. If the kingdom made safe Errol available to those people, that wouldn't happen. Olive shoots him a glare. Anyway, we have to carefully dig, brush away the dirt, and inject a syringe into the bulbs to extract the oil. Then we put it in vials and give them to Nerton. She pats a leather pouch at her waist. I have what we need. Here, Abel hands me a spade. Watch how I dig, and then do what I do. We'll brush away the excess dirt, withdraw the oil, and then fill the vials. That sounds simple enough. You'd better be careful, though. Nick winks. If you pierce the wrong part, Errol will squirt on you. I picture Nerton's angry scar and grip the spade so hard I'm certain my knuckles have whitened under the gloves. Yeah, no thank you. Got it. Abel laughs, the sound a little distorted under his mask. He's just messing with you. It doesn't work that way. I elbow Nick in the ribs. Jerk, I'll be careful nonetheless. For a while, we work in silence. I imitate Abel as he digs in the soil, locates each milky white bulb, and brushes the plant off before piercing the tough flesh with the syringe and withdrawing the oily black liquid. The strong, earthy odor competes with the aroma of sweet decay, reminding me a bit of rotting fruit. When I fill my first vial, I study the inky black liquid and ponder how much money a single vial might fetch on the black market. A lot, no doubt. Enough, I imagine, to make stealing one an enticing temptation for some fledglings. As we move on to other plants, Nick and Olive fill the vials with precision born of experience. I don't see any other plants ready for harvesting here. Abel stands and stretches. Want to pair off? Might go quicker that way. Nick caps a vial and puts the container in a pouch identical to Olive's. Fine with me. The sooner we finish, the better. Lark and I will start on the other side. Olive nods to the far side of the field. Ready? I am. I rise to my feet, happy for the reprieve from crouching. I'm following you. At the end of the field, we wade through the plants, checking for oozing black oil on the ground. A weird murmuring hum seems to come from the stalks, as if the eye-rails either greeting me or warning me away. The humming infiltrates my body, tugging at me with an invisible line. My surroundings dim as the line pulls me forward, toward the vibrant stalks that undulate in the breeze. The murmuring grows louder. Hey guys, do you hear? The words die in my throat once I realize I'm alone. Chapter 16. Straining to pick up on the odd hum again, I stand still. But the sound has disappeared. Did I imagine the music? Or was that noise just the wind whistling through the stalks? Awesome, as if iral harvesting isn't daunting enough without my imagination playing tricks on me. Speeding up, I hurry to rejoin Olive. In a squat next to an iral plant, she lifts her face to mine. You're just in time, this one's ready to harvest. Crouching beside her, I dig with the spade, careful not to butcher the plant. In the short time I've been at Flighthaven, I've grown to cherish Olive's friendship. I think I can consider her a friend. If my mother knew one of the recruits in my flight unit came from a family of Camor sympathizers, though, she'd have a stroke. She's never cared for Camor and despises Tierney, often telling me tales of the winged brutes who killed my father. Her stories of tyranny's attacks on our kingdom, and their subsequent atrocities that included slaughtering men, women, and children, gave Lisa and me nightmares when we were younger. Much of what my mother claimed seems more myth than reality, since our race would have died out if the Tyrannese had murdered everyone. Her tales about Tyrannese dragon callers are also hard to believe. How could anyone control a dragon with their mind and convince the beasts to attack others during a war? If that were possible, the Tyrannese would have annihilated all their enemies. Yet here we are. But as much as I've been taught to hate and fear those who are different, deep in my heart, I know that mindset is wrong. Still, I can't help my loathing of the Tyrannese for taking my father from us all those years ago. Olive taps my shoulder. I hope it's a good one. I blink. What? Your daydream. She chuckles. I hope whatever you were dreaming about was good. Not dreaming, just lost in thought. I hand her the syringe of oil so she can fill the vial in her hand. Sorry about that. No need to apologize. Just don't let Nerton see you idle. She nods at the instructor, who's now patrolling the field. Axton Holt, quit dragging your feet. Nerton adds an imperious sniff to his pissy comment. Pendrick and Ruman have filled a lot more vials. Sorry, sir. I get back to work, thankful when Nairton returns to his shade tree. With Nick and Abel nearby now, I can overhear their conversation. Apparently, they're spending their time telling Dick jokes and laughing uproariously. Olive and I share a good God's glance. Unfazed by our less than encouraging response, Nick launches into another joke. Did you hear about? I think you should save the humor for your girlfriend. Abel brushes off an earroll bulb like he's been doing it for years. Wouldn't want you to wear them out on us. She appreciates my jokes, unlike you three, Nick snarks. Among other things. Abel clucks his tongue. Are you sure she isn't lying to spare your delicate ego? Nick's scowl returns. I'm sure. As Abel continues ribbing Nick about his love life, I address Olive. Does your family write you often? My parents do. Her eyes brighten, then dull. I wish my cousins would, though. They live in Comore. My mom's side of the family split off several generations ago, and half moved there. I know I'm supposed to despise them, but I can't. They're family. My heart squeezes. If I were in Olive's situation and Lisa moved, I'd feel the same way. I understand. She sighs. I haven't heard from them in a long time, even though I write. I hope they're all right. Maybe they're just busy. I suppose that's possible. She grows thoughtful, then shrugs. Have you gotten any letters from home? Not yet. When I straighten to stretch my spine, dizziness spins my head like one of those twisting, path-flattening storms. My legs tremble and I sink to the dirt to avoid my knees buckling. Stupid weak spells. I keep hoping they'll vanish as my body grows stronger, but that hasn't happened yet. A shadow blots the sun. Something grumbles overhead. Clouds? A coming storm? Using my hand to shade my eyes, I glance up and freeze. An enormous black dragon glides across the sky. Alicorns trail the beast, arranged in groups of 4. I watch, a muted emotion tingling within, pulsing through my veins to my fingertips and toes. Joy, or maybe freedom. As the dragon soars, I can almost picture the sweeping view from the air. Flying over crashing waves, dipping close enough for the spray from those swells to dampen my face, coasting up toward the sun to dry my scales. No hint of my fear of flying exists as I marvel. Just a yearning in my chest. I wonder what it's like to fly. Olive's voice shakes me from the strange vision. The dragon swoops lower and dips the wing closest to us, revealing a rider with bronze skin and a shock of wavy black hair. Instructor Thorne's gaze locks on mine. The joyful sensation vanishes, replaced by a shiver of awareness. He lifts one dark eyebrow, a question in his eyes. Wait, does he know it's me under the mask and protective gear? Before I can do anything stupid, like wave or stick out my tongue, he guides the dragon higher until they become a small dot in the distance, the alicorns following in their wake. By the time we finish filling our quota of vials, my back aches, my quads burn, and sweat dampens my entire body. We deposit our vials and gear and trudge toward the mess hall for dinner. Fatigue quiets me as I fork roasted potatoes and rosemary-seasoned fish into my mouth. My weak spell in the field reminds me that I need to solve the mystery of Lisa's whereabouts sooner rather than later. If my body gives out, they'll ship me off to Fort Haven or somewhere potentially less desirable, and I'll lose my chance. I need to flip through Lisa's notebooks. I still want to search Elijah's room too, but need a plan. It won't go well for me if I'm caught. Thinking of Elijah makes me remember his buddy's strange comment about Lisa and wings. Beside me, Abel trades good-natured barbs with Nick. Theo sits with them, tossing in his 2 cents every now and then. When Elijah saunters in, he stops mid-sentence and hisses. That dirty bastard. Olive's head pops up. Who? Where? Durand. That fucker stole my clean tunic again. Snorting, I watch Elijah stroll toward the food, relieved by his lack of attention. How can you tell? All our uniforms look the same. Theo tosses his fork down with a huff. Look at how tight it is. If he busts that tunic at the seams, I'm gonna be pissed. Worst roommate ever. You and Elijah are roommates? Yup, lucky me. Theo mimes, stabbing himself with a dagger. I go out of my way to spend my free time anywhere but here. I can only tolerate him in small doses. An idea sparks. So, if I were to say that I wanted to search his room for evidence of Lisa's disappearance, you'd be willing to help? Nick's brow furrows. He exchanges a glance with Abel. I'm not sure that's a good idea. Entering another student's room without permission violates. I'd love to help, Theo cuts in, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Nothing would please my petty little heart more than pulling one over on that shithead. I side-eye him. And you want to help me find my sister? He waves a hand. Oh, of course, that goes without saying. Just tell me when and how and I'll be there. Thanks, you're the best. Theo grins, a faint hint of pink coloring his cheeks. Ignoring Nick's frown, I address the table. Does anyone know why there are rumors claiming Lisa ran off with a Taiwanese soldier? Someone made a dirty comment about how she had a thing for wings, and I couldn't tell if it was just the product of a pathetic mind, or if something prompted it. Abel shakes his head. Sorry, no idea. I'd chalk it up to the pathetic mind. Nick grunts, obviously still unhappy with my plan to search Elijah's room. In agreeing with Abel, Theo and Olive squash that hope like a trodden grape. It's because of that book she was obsessively reading the last week she was here. Helene plops onto the bench beside Theo. All five of us stare. What? I can't help it if the lot of you are as observant as blind gophers with punctured eardrums. Theo's eyebrows raise. That was oddly specific. Also, you can't blame us for being shocked when you constantly whine about how your roommates are beneath your notice. No offense, Olive. Unperturbed, Olive finishes chewing a bite of roll and shrugs. None taken. I know that underneath that tough exterior, Helene really wants to be my best friend. In your dreams, is what I think Helene mutters, but I don't care. I lean over the table, excitement bubbling beneath my skin. Which book? Helene heaves a loud sigh as if bothered by my question. The one about Tyrene, obviously. There were illustrations, and Mark caught her looking at one of a Taiwanese man with his wings extended. The bubbling sensation expands, leading to a jitter I try to expel by jiggling my leg. Tyrannese. Why would Lisa be so engrossed in a book about the Tyrannese? At home, Mother and I used to tease her that, for someone who wanted to be a dragon rider so badly, she had little interest in reading about other countries or studying maps. I suppose one of her classes might be responsible for triggering her interest, but part of me is convinced this is a clue. Any chance you know the title? Helene rolls her eyes and dabs her mouth with her napkin. Why, so you can get labeled as a Tyrian lover too? Not that I care, she tacks on with haste, as if worried I might misinterpret. And I'm not in charge of remembering all the titles people borrow from the library. It was something about the ancient history of Tyrene and their legends. Now leave me alone. Surprised she shared as much as she did, I happily oblige, refraining from pointing out that no one forced her to sit with us while jumping to my feet. See you back at the room, Olive. Good night, everyone else. I hustle outside, hoping I can get to the library before the doors close. Chapter 17. According to my map, the library resides on the far end of the building, housing the auditoriums. There, I discover a small, dim space filled with dark shelves. The gray-haired librarian, sorting through books behind the counter, offers me a terse greeting and informs me the library will be closing in 10 minutes. He directs me to the history section in the back corner. Plenty of books on Aclaris history line the shelves, but volumes on Comor or Tyran are scarce, and none have a title close to the one Helene mentioned. Disappointed, I grab a slim volume on Taiwanese history and focus my attention on hunting for a book with a protective cover, one large enough to cover Lisa's notebooks. While I trust Olive not to report me to Bigley for breaking into storage and digging through Lisa's possessions, Helene is another story. Although she stopped hassling me as much as she did the first day, she still might delight in landing me in hot water with the commander. When I present the books, the gray-haired librarian pins me with a suspicious glare. There's no cooking in the dorms. Okay. Not exactly sure how to respond to that. I bet there's no cooking in the library either. His glare deepens as he gestures to the book on top. Wrinkling my brow, I glance down. I was so worried about picking the right size, I never checked the title. 100 Eel Recipes to Delight Your Family. Gross. Even the thought of forcing down slippery bits of eel rolls my stomach. I promise, I'm not planning on cooking eels in the dorms or anywhere else. That's actually not the book I meant to grab. I need a book that won't draw unwanted attention, and I'm guessing a random cookbook about eels achieves the exact opposite. Quickly, I trade it for one about the history of Flighthaven and return to the counter. I was wondering, do you have a book on ancient Taiwanese history and legends? The librarian shuffles to a box on the counter, lifts the lid, and begins flipping through the papers inside. I do, but another fledgling already borrowed it. They missed the return deadline. I'll have to send a notice. Oh. With a glum expression, he taps the paper with his pointer finger. Something wrong? Yes, the student who borrowed this book is no longer with us. Hopefully it will be returned once they finish inspecting her belongings, but until then, there's nothing I can do. Thanks anyway. Helene wasn't lying. Lisa did have this book. I already know it's not in the box with the rest of her possessions, so where could it possibly be? Back at the room, I grab my shower supplies and hurry to the communal bathing chamber. The two fledglings I overheard gossiping about my altercation with Elijah are already there. They shoot me curious glances but don't say anything as I race through my shower, keeping my dagger within reach and my ears open for approaching trouble. On my way back, I pass Helene and Olive heading for the showers. As usual, Helene walks several paces ahead of Olive, spine stiff like someone shoved a metal rod down her back. Olive screws up her eyes and sticks out her tongue as she trails her. Smiling, I hustle into our room, put away my supplies, hang my towel to dry, and then grope under the bed for Lisa's notebooks. I pull one out, remove the protector cover for the Flighthaven history book, and place the disguise over the notebook, then shove the Flighthaven book under the bed. Mission complete. Now to see if Lisa's notebooks contain anything helpful. I settle on the bed and begin to read. My heart cramps at the sight of my sister's familiar, messy scrawl. The notes start with history, and my pace slows in spots where Lisa's handwriting becomes difficult to decipher. Helene walks in and spares me a passing glance before retreating to her side of the room. Decide not to follow in your sister's footsteps by choosing a patriotic book instead? Her voice startles me. Every other night she's ignored me, so I'm not sure why she's decided to break the trend. Can't I be interested in more than one thing? Just not eel recipes. The book Lisa was reading was never returned to the library. Helene closes her armoire door and plumps her pillow. Doesn't shock me. She was weird about that book. Wouldn't surprise me if she hid it somewhere so no one else could grab it. Brain spinning, I stare at Helene. Lisa did like to hide stuff at home. Usually personal things like a journal or special necklace that she didn't want me to wear. It became a game of sorts, with her finding new hiding spots and me hunting them down. How does Helene know that, though? Helene opens her own book and refuses to meet my eye. I don't know what to make of her words. Maybe my snobby roommate knew Lisa better than she let on. Olive flounces into the room, tosses her supplies on the floor, and flops across her bed. Oh my gods, I'm so beat. I feel like I could sleep for 3 days straight. Maybe it's the power of suggestion, but as soon as she says she's tired, my body demands sleep and my eyelids grow heavy. I close the notebook and set it on the floor on the far side of my bed, away from prying eyes. As I'm drifting off, I review my list of things to do. I need to search Elijah's room. Finish looking through Lisa's notebooks. Try to hunt down the missing book on tyranny. And there's a fourth thing: dragons. Torno mentioned Lisa's dragon fascination. I have to figure out how to get closer to them. I doubt I'll stumble upon any earth-shattering discoveries, but after Thorne's odd comment, I'm already curious about them. My mind drifts. Soon, I'm floating. Some invisible entity stalks me, but each time I twist around to see what it is, Oily black smoke hides whatever's there. My breath catches. Just as those inky plumes lick the air close to me, I peer ahead and the monster, person, materializes again, but in my peripheral vision. Trembling, I struggle to remain mounted on Zephyr. Fly, I prod him with my boots. He whizzes through the stalks, despite their thick barrier. Torn leaves shoot up around me. Stalks topple over, wrapping around my legs and yanking to pull me off Zephyr. I gasp. A murderous screech sounds. The pursuer behind us races closer, reaching out with inky, sinuous tentacles. Its shriek shakes the stalks and ground, and as the entity draws closer, frigid fear pours over me, holding me captive. Ziva, save me! I direct Zephyr to fly toward the sun. The tendrils disappear, casting the world into impenetrable darkness. More screeching, louder this time. The universe shudders around us. Somewhere in the distance, Lisa screams. The dark, oily smoke returns, swamping me in a black cloud. The entity slithers up my nose, into my mouth, slides down my throat and oozes through my insides, replacing my blood with foul slime. Agony streaks through my veins until I all but disappear. Until all that remains of me is desperation. No more. Zephyr bucks, tossing me from the saddle like when my father died. I plunge toward the pulsing, humming morass, but this time, as I fall, fear mixes with stark relief. No more, no more. My shrieks fill the air. In the distance, a dragon roars. Before I crash into the ground, I wake with a jerk, sweat streaming between my breasts. The roar echoes in my ears, and I'm shivering so hard that the bed shakes. Everlights flash on, showing Olive and Helene on their feet, peering out the window, and I realize it's not me. The entire building quakes like a giant reached down to rattle the foundation between his fists. In the hall, doors open and shut. Boots pound the wooden floor, and confused voices float past. What's happening? I haul myself out of bed and grab my boots. After the shower incident, I started sleeping in the Flight Haven-issued sleepwear, and the lightweight tunic and pants are decent enough to be seen in mixed company. Olive steps away from the window. Not sure, but I think something may have crashed outside. I open the door. Are you sure it wasn't an earthquake? What could crash with so much force? Something big, Helene says as we file into the hall. Following the clusters of other fledglings, we rush down the stairs and out the front door into the cool night air. Shouting instructors and staff dash toward a spot on the far side of the training field, their glowing Everlight lanterns and torches marking the path. A pit opens in my stomach, growing the closer we get to the site of the disturbance, and my head pounds as if someone cracked my skull with a hammer, pried it open, and shoved pain inside. My legs wobble and I stumble. Before my eyes, my surroundings waver. Olive hooks my elbow before I go down and steadies me on my feet. Thanks. If not for her quick reflexes, that weak spell would have taken me to the ground. No problem. She keeps hold of my arm, which I'm thankful for. The dizziness lingers, and the pain in my head won't go away. The people ahead of us start to slow. Gasps and sobs fill the air. I wonder if I'm hallucinating because a dark mountain rises in front of them, and I know for a fact the cliffs are farther back. Then the shape becomes clearer, and my lungs quit working. Not a mountain at all. It's a dragon, Olive whispers. A dragon. A dragon crashed in our training field. But how? Why? Before I realize what I'm doing, I'm pushing between fledglings, overcome with a sudden, sharp need to get closer. Ignoring the dirty glances, I keep shoving my way forward until I break free of the crowd of students. A grim Torno hovers over to one side, conversing with Celeste Dawson, my weapons instructor. Everyone is just standing around, doing nothing, and I don't understand why. Can't they see the dragon suffering? Frantic, I glance around wildly for someone who can help and latch onto a familiar, tall figure, stalking across the grass. With a muffled sob, I sprint over to him and grasp his sleeve. Please, you have to put him out of his misery. Can't they tell that he's hurting? Thorn's eyes widen. I'm shocked when he takes me seriously and heads straight for the dragon, placing a palm on the beast's massive head and waiting several moments before turning to Torno with a bleak expression. He's still alive, but barely. Someone needs to fetch an air harpoon. Torno peers at the dragon's face. Oh, but are you sure? If he's still alive, maybe we can… Thorn stiffens. No, his legs are crushed and there's probably internal damage. His attention shifts to Instructor Dawson. How high up were you when he started to fall? The weapons instructor winces. Hi, there's no possibility that he doesn't have internal bleeding. I'm surprised he's even alive. She shudders, and Thorn squeezes her hand. My gaze zeroes in on the gesture. Is he comforting her, Thorn? My irascible flight instructor actually knows how to comfort people. I don't know why I fixate on their touching hands, but I can't pry my eyes away. Maybe I'm going into shock. Torno pats Dawson's shoulder. We're lucky you're an air elemental, or you would be right there with him. The instructor's expression pinches, and she presses her free hand to her stomach. Please don't remind me. Even with air magic, if I'd timed it wrong, I'd be dead. Finally, Thorn releases Dawson. The air harpoon. Torno snaps her fingers. Oh, right. Let me see who can help get that. The vice commander glances from face to face as if struggling to decide who to trust with the task, causing Thorn to growl. Fuck this. Prowling back to the dragon, he strokes the scales between the animal's eyes, sorrow etched into his features. He leans over to whisper in its ear. When he finishes, he bows his head, his hands curled into fists at his sides. A moment later, the biggest ice spear I've ever seen materializes in his right hand. Without hesitation, he shoves the tip through the dragon's eye and deep into its brain. Ignoring the startled whispers, Thorn checks to ensure the dragon's heart stopped. His chest lifts and lowers, and he bows his head once more before turning away. He stalks back toward me. The speculative gleam in his eye when his gaze lands on my face shifts into a glare as he addresses the crowd. For all students, the show is over. Get the fuck back to your rooms. Now, if I see any of your ugly mugs in 20 seconds, you'll be facing whatever punishment I dream up for the next 3 weeks. Go! All around me, fledglings spin around and flee. I have the misfortune of overhearing a female student comment that getting punished by Thorn might be fun, though I notice she still takes off with the others. I'm the only one stupid enough to disregard his threat and stay in place. His gaze returns to me. Strain flattens his lips, and his broad shoulders round a little. His attention shifts to my cheeks, and when I raise my fingers to touch them, they come away wet. Thank you. The hoarse whisper drags past the knot in my throat. Emotion flares in his eyes, and he bows his head, reminding me of how he offered the same gesture to the dragon. A gesture of respect, maybe. When he straightens, a mocking smirk tugs at his lips. He makes a shooing motion with his hands. 5 seconds before you're stuck with me for even longer. Not needing a second reminder, I whirl and flee for the dorms. Chapter 18. The following morning, I wait outside the stable as dawn creeps across the sky, the rising sun banishing the darkness away to herald a new day. Out here, I spot no signs of life. No alicorns are out in the paddock yet, and no gorgeous, moody instructor. Leaning against the wall, I yawn and rub my eyes. Last night was rough after the dragon died. I slept fitfully, waking from more than one dream with a start, consumed with an inexplicable sense of doom. Morning came far too quickly. Moments pass, then minutes. Still no Instructor Thorn. Did he forget our lesson? Oversleep? That bastard better not be sleeping in after I hauled myself out of bed. If he stood me up, I'm marching straight back to my room to nap before breakfast. My mind conjures an image of his face from last night and how sorrowful he appeared prior to ending the dragon's suffering with an icy spear, and my ire drains. If anyone deserves to sleep in this morning, it's him. Well, him and Instructor Dawson. I remember how he squeezed her hand and wonder if they slept in together. My stomach churns, and my irritability rises once more. An alicorn whinnies, and someone murmurs in response. I take a tentative step inside the stable and halt, my heartbeat accelerating. Thorn's already here. Instead of his standard uniform top, Thorn's sporting a thin white shirt that fits snug to his body and accentuates the impressive muscles hidden underneath. His back is toward me, so he doesn't see me as I edge closer and watch him bend over to run a hand down an alicorn's leg. The dark bay creature Nick rode in class the other day lifts the limb Thorn touches, allowing him to cradle her massive hoof in his palm. Mouth dry, I get an intimate view of my instructor's very hard, incredibly fine, ass. Stop staring. Look at something else. Anything but that. My attention remains glued to the current view. Yet again, I wonder if all that seclusion during my formative years turned me into a addled fool who fixates on the nearest hot guy. Olive and Lisa would both snicker and tell me there's nothing wrong with that, but I disagree. Something is very wrong when I can't stop myself from ogling my flight instructor. Keep it up, and I'll need to classify ogling as my new hobby. With more effort than I'd care to admit, I wrestle my attention off my instructor's backside and focus on the metal tool in his hand. It has a dull hook on one side and small brush on the other, and Thorn uses the hooked end to pick at a foreign object lodged in the hoof. The alicorn jerks her head, tensing as the metal hits a sensitive spot. Easy, Solara. You'll feel better once the rock is out. As if soothed by his throaty rumble, Solara stills, allowing Thorn to gently pry out the stone. He frees the offending rock and tucks it into his pocket before easing the alicorn's hoof to the ground and straightening to rub her neck. The alicorn nickers, nudging his shoulder with her muzzle. I'm rooted to the spot, transfixed by this peek at my crabby instructor's tender side. A side that, until this moment, I didn't realize existed. My heart softens, and I chastise it for acting like such a wimp. So what if Thorn treats animals with kindness and care? One admirable trait doesn't excuse all those times he behaved like an utter jackhole. I swallow, struck by the odd sense that I'm intruding on something personal. Good morning. Thorn takes his sweet time turning around. When he does, my breath catches. The back view in the white shirt was nice, but the front view steals the show. The garment hugs his chest like it was specially tailored for him, highlighting every dip and ridge. My gaze slides to the upper part of his stomach, coasts a little lower. Just as it reaches the waistband of his trousers, Thorn clears his throat. My head snaps up, and warmth blooms in my cheeks. Kill me now. Flight Haven's grumpiest instructor caught me checking out his package. A hint of amusement crooks up his lips, but that hint of mirth vanishes in the blink of an eye. Wearing an unreadable expression, he watches me without speaking. His intense eyes never leave my face. The scrutiny makes me squirm, and my blush grows, traveling to my neck. As the moments stretch on without him uttering a word, my embarrassment morphs into irritation. What? Are you giving me the silent treatment now? Very mature. Use your words, please. I'll give you 3. He raises his right fist and extends a single finger. Pitchfork. Another finger joins the first. Stalls. A third finger goes up. Now. He growls the last word, and I wonder what in the hells I've done to piss him off this time. Honestly, I should find this return to his usual asshole self a relief. Witnessing his softer side is too confusing by far, and tempting enough to be dangerous. Especially after last night. The reminder of the dying dragon kills the snarky reply on the tip of my tongue. I'm too tired and sad to argue, and I bet he is too. No sense in aggravating him further. Instead, I answer with a nod. I set to work, starting with Solara's empty stall. The pitchfork rubs against my skin, irritating the blisters that already dot my fingers and palms. I do my best to ignore the pain that grows with each stall. I'm on the 4th stall when a splinter in the wooden handle snags and tears a blister. The burst of red-hot pain makes me suck in a sharp breath and drop the offending tool. Let me see it. I flinch, glancing up to find myself face to face with my instructor. See what? Your hand. He grasps my right wrist and inspects my palm with the same gentleness he used on Solara. Why didn't you tell me your hands look like they got in a fight with a meat grinder? I shrug, my temper flaring. I don't know what a fight with a meat grinder looks like. Besides, isn't this part of why you have me working here? To teach me a lesson? To make a high and mighty noble suffer through hard labor? I figured any wounds I incurred would make you happy. His breath hisses between his teeth. No, Duchess, the sight of your bleeding hands doesn't make me happy at all. And I already told you that mucking out the stable isn't a punishment. Why have me do it then? Because I'm hoping that repeated exposure to alicorns in a safe setting will help you get over your fear faster. He pinches the bridge of his nose and tips his head back as if struggling to regain control. I know someone who used to be terrified of horses. One reared up and kicked him in the chest as a child, and after that, he refused to go near them. When he decided he needed to get over his fear, we started him out by watching horses from a distance. Once he was comfortable with that, we shrank the distance until he was able to touch them without panicking. Eventually, he was able to ride. Chagrined, I rubbed the back of my neck. Oh, yes, oh, my conscience stings. Now I feel like an ass. He lifts his eyebrows as if in agreement, but says nothing. Do you really think it will work? He shrugs. Won't know until we try. Wait, you said your friend started from a distance. Why do I have to touch and mount the alicorns already if slower is better? Because, Duchess, we don't have the luxury of time. You can only skip class so often before your classmates start to suspect. And if you think the hazing is bad now, imagine how much worse it would get if someone like Durand found out. More importantly, I'm trying to get you ready to fly for the upcoming trial, which can be dangerous for even the most skilled flyers. The quicker you get over your fear, the less likely we'll be scraping you off the ground. My eyes widen. During our meeting, Bigley mentioned an upcoming trial. I can't believe I forgot. When is it again? A little less than 5 weeks. Why his answer disappoints me is anyone's guess. I already knew. Bigley told me. Only 5 weeks will be cutting things close. What happens if I haven't found Lisa by then? Will I leave anyway to avoid the trial? Or will I stay and pray that no one has to scrape my broken body off the ground, as Thorne so delightfully detailed? Let me get a look at your hands. They're fine. He peels back my fingers to inspect the raw flesh. They're not fine. I'll find some gloves for tomorrow. I tug my hand free from his grip. I'd better finish. You're the most stubborn. He stalks out of the stall. I can't make out the rest of his tirade, but I'm pretty certain he swears a few times. Shaking my head, I pick up the pitchfork, wincing as I resume cleaning. Moments later, footsteps thud in the aisle, and Thorne reappears beside me. Put that down. His barked command has me bristling. Ignoring him, I continue to scoop the soiled straw. I see that listening isn't one of your strong points. Narrowing my eyes, I spin to face him. I see that using manners isn't one of yours. His jaw flexes. Put that down, please. The please sounds strangled, like someone wrenched it out of him against his will. I wonder when he last used the word. Taking my time, I make a show of propping the pitchfork against the wall. Did that hurt? Nostrils flaring, Thorne closes the distance between us. My nerves shriek a warning, and I back away until I bump into the wall. 5 minutes. His low voice is menacing as he cages me by planting his forearms on either side of my head. He leans close to my ear and whispers, I just need you to shut that annoying mouth of yours for 5 minutes. Think you can handle that? He's standing so close that his minty breath grazes my skin. The heady scent of leather and soap assaults my senses, and I can feel his body heat. This little display of dominance should frighten me or piss me off. What it shouldn't do is tempt me to push off the wall until our bodies press together and drag his head down until our lips touch. It shouldn't generate an explosion of tingles all over my skin or ignite a fire deep in my belly. My body needs to quit rebelling against my brain. Tension crackles between us. I start to reply, think the better of it, and nod instead. He steps back, and an initial flare of disappointment gives way to relief. Better that he moves now, before he realizes the effect he has on me, and I'm forced to spend the rest of my days hiding in a deep hole. Good. He reaches into his pocket, produces a small tin, and pops off the lid. Hold out your hand. I hesitate. After my attitude, I'm half afraid he'll rub salt in my wounds. Why? Heaving a sigh, he scoops out a dollop of some kind of clear ointment, crooking his finger. It hasn't even been a minute. Sorry, the word is a whisper. Deciding I'd better obey, lest he lose his patience, I hold out my palm. He rubs the salve on a blister, and I jerk. Hells? It's like someone seared my palm with a hot poker. Keep still, it'll feel better in a second. While he tends to my hands, I study his face. His brow furrows in concentration as he works. This close, the scar on his jawline is clearly visible, the white streak spanning about 2 inches. I wonder what caused the injury. A dagger? A claw? A lock of loose hair falls in his face, and my greasy palms are the only thing stopping me from tucking the wayward strand behind his ear. He reaches into his pocket again, pulling out gauze and bandages. It's rude to stare. My jaw drops. How can he tell? He's not even looking at me. My gaze dips to watch him bandage me with efficient yet surprisingly gentle hands. Have you dressed a lot of wounds? You seem to know what you're doing. He hesitates for so long, I'm surprised when he responds. I spent a lot of time traveling with soldiers, sometimes in remote areas. There wasn't always a medic nearby, so I learned how to treat an assortment of wounds. Do you ever miss your home? His throat bobs with the force of his swallow. I do. I've been away a long time, and I can't help but wonder how much I've missed over the years, or how things have changed. My heart aches over the yearning in his voice. Do you think you'll get a chance to go back again soon? He hesitates. His gaze darts to my face before returning to the task. I hope so. I place a bandaged palm on his arm and squeeze. I hope so too. His eyes linger on my hand. His harsh features soften for an instant before a shadow crosses his expression. Straightening, he steps away again. Finished. The extra distance between us loosens the tightness in my lungs a little more. I examine his handiwork and realize my hands no longer throb. Thank you for the ointment. I'll bring gloves tomorrow. He shakes his head. Don't thank me. I should have remembered to provide gloves to begin with. That's enough cleaning for today. Your hands need a break. For once, his scowl doesn't bother me. I don't think it's directed at me. We reach the end of the aisle, where a saddled Zephyr waits. Ready? Thorn asks. I regard the alicorn like he might explode at any moment. No, but let's do it anyway. My flight instructor gives his approval. Good answer. His big hands circle my waist and hoist me into the saddle, with the same kind of effortlessness I'd expend to lift a cat. I tense and grab for the reins. Reaching for the lead, he unties Zephyr. As the alicorn takes slow, steady steps to match Thorn's pace, I concentrate on breathing. Stay calm. Nothing bad will happen. You can do this. Thorn leads Zephyr through the stable, toward one of the paddocks. So far, so good? Sure, if your definition of good is me only considering flinging myself from the saddle every few seconds, rather than every single one. That's still progress. Right. I search for a distraction. Anything to keep my mind off the giant winged beast prancing beneath me. That dragon last night. What do you think happened? Was he old? I thought dragons usually lived hundreds of years. I regret broaching the topic when his expression darkens. They do, and he wasn't old. He wasn't a juvenile, but I bet he wasn't 50 years yet. Was he sick? Are dragons susceptible to diseases? Thorn shakes his head. Not usually, no. Something about their high body temperature seems to prevent most illnesses from taking hold. That eases the tension in my shoulders a little. At least I don't need to worry that sickness might spread to the other dragons in the Eyrie. What then? What could cause a dragon to drop out of the sky? Which, by the way, has done no wonders for my fear of flying. Staring straight ahead, he rubs his chest. That's a very good question. I only wish I had an answer. Me too. The memory of that huge body, unmoving in the crater formed by the crash, cleaves my heart into pieces. Seeing any animal die like that would be upsetting, but somehow the fact that it was a dragon makes the pain so much worse. My extreme reaction seems odd, until I contemplate how the majestic dragons soar through the sky and how their intelligence supposedly rivals a human's. They mate for life too, and take great care in raising their young. I'm starting to understand Lisa's obsession with them better. Maybe dragon lovers run in the Axton family. How did you know? The question pulls me from my reverie. How did I know what? That the dragon was still alive and suffering? I mean, wasn't it obvious? He pats Zephyr's muzzle. Clearly not to everyone, or else they wouldn't have stood around with their thumbs up their asses. I frown, mentally reviewing the events. I ran up, laid eyes on the dragon. Knew he was still hanging on. I'm not sure. There was a lot going on, and with all the pounding in my head and the mass confusion, I can't remember exactly what happened. I probably saw his chest rise or his eyelid twitch or something. He considers that for a moment, then nods. Probably. His tone strikes me as a little off, but whatever. I'm too busy congratulating myself over the discovery that the distraction worked. We walked this entire time without me freaking out. Hope rises that I'll get the hang of this soon. Powerful wings start to unfurl beneath me, and my newfound confidence dissolves. I freeze and squeeze my thighs around the alicorn's sides. Holy hells, what's he doing? Take it easy. He's just stretching his wings. I've got the lead. Are you sure? My voice rises by several octaves. That felt a lot like flapping, not just stretching. Zephyr's silvery wings unfurl the rest of the way, the gleaming feathers catching the breeze and fluttering. Panic claws through me. He's going to take off. Without thinking, I fling my right leg over the saddle and jump. Thorn catches me, grunting as our bodies make contact. Terror transforms into prickly awareness when I register the sensation of my breasts mashed against his firm chest. As his warmth surrounds me, my stomach clenches. Lust coils in my belly and steals my breath. Time stands still as his pupils dilate, the silence between us seething with unnamed desires. The tension binds us until Thorn snaps free with a jerk of his head. He drops me like a flaming stick and puts space between us. Angling his face toward the ground, he walks Zephyr in a circle. So are you ever planning on telling me why you're so petrified of alicorns? Huh. If I didn't know any better, I'd say my flight instructor's the one desperate for a distraction now. I nibble my lower lip, debating. I could tell him to mind his own business, but that seems a little ungrateful. Annoying or not, he is helping me, and despite Mother's paranoia, there's no real reason to keep the event that triggered my fear a secret. When I was 4, I was riding an alicorn with my father when we were attacked. My father was wounded, and I fell off the alicorn and almost died. My father saved me but succumbed to his wounds later. He stops abruptly, causing Zephyr to toss his head. I'd be careful about who you share that story with. Who told you that? Your mother? Partly, but I also remember bits and pieces. My father's laugh, followed by screams. Fire. Falling. I shiver, goosebumps erupting over my skin like clouds blotting out the sun. Do you know what prompted the attack? My upper lip curls. Nothing except for the brutality of the Tyrannese. We were only one of several attacks that day, half of them on children. I try to keep an open mind toward Kimor and other kingdoms that come into conflict with Eclaris, but Tarini could go up in flames and I wouldn't shed a single tear. I can tell my answer displeases him by how his jaw ticks, but I don't care. If he wants to judge me for loathing the kingdom responsible for my father's death, he can be my guest. I don't owe him or the Tyrannese a damn thing. He clicks his tongue and walks Zephyr toward the stable. That's enough for today. When I try to trail his moody ass, he waves me off. You're free to go. I'll return Zephyr to his stall. I watch him retreat for a few moments before walking away, cursing flight instructors with moods that change faster than a threatened chameleon changes colors. Whenever we're forced to spend time in each other's company, the highs and lows I experience in rapid succession give me whiplash. Despite his infuriating personality, something draws me to him. It's the expression in his eyes when he gazes off into the distance, and how he seems closer to the animals in his care than any of the other staff. Beneath that arrogant exterior, Sterling Thorne is lonely. I'd stake a year's allowance on it. Because if there's one thing I'm an expert on, it's loneliness. Chapter 19. The moment Olive and I enter the mess hall for breakfast, we know something's up. Instead of the usual voices and laughter greeting us, we walk into a subdued, quiet room brimming with tension. I lean toward Olive. The abnormal hush makes this feel like a whisper type of situation. What's happening? She inclines her head toward a table by the back wall where Commander Bigley and Vice Commander Torno stand tall and dignified as they watch yawning fledglings and flyers trickle in. Instructor Dawson flanks them on one side, Thorne on the other. His wide stance and squared shoulders appear battle-ready, as does the cold stare he directs straight ahead. We hurry to fill our plates and claim our usual seats. I'm guessing they're here to make an announcement about the dragon, but my anticipation climbs the longer they go without speaking. I'm finishing my bowl of fruit when Bigley calls for our attention. Cutlery pings against plates and chair legs scrape the floor as every student swivels in his direction. As I'm sure everyone is aware by now, Flighthaven experienced a tragic incident late last night when one of our treasured dragons died. While Instructor Dawn was riding Raider, he quit responding to her commands. He fell from the sky and crashed to the Flighthaven grounds. Only quick thinking on Instructor Dawson's part, and her affinity for air magic, spared her life. The impact crushed Raider's legs and caused internal injuries, so Instructor Thorne made the difficult call to end his suffering. Inadvertently, my gaze skips to Thorne. For a fleeting moment, his eyes connect with mine before he redirects them so he's peering straight ahead. Our staff is working as fast as possible to cultivate what we can, so that Raider's death isn't completely in vain. I grimace. Cultivate, as in, strip his body for anything of value, like dragon scales or blood. Or fat, like the kind used to treat those fireproof cloaks for magic training purposes. My stomach roils and I drop my half-eaten roll onto the plate. In the meantime, please avoid the area, and give our staff space to work. This should go without saying, but any student found attempting to steal from or deface Raider's body will suffer severe consequences. Bigley's eagle-eyed gaze sweeps across the mess hall, as if he's trying to browbeat potential rule breakers into compliance. Vice Commander Torno and I, along with other staff, will be conducting interviews with students pertaining to the incident. Whether Raider's death was the result of natural causes or a planned attack by an insider or external forces, we will get to the bottom of this. Whispers spread like wildfire, as do shocked expressions. Everyone in the room knows external forces is a diplomatic way of saying enemy kingdoms. And the idea of Terran or Camor agents sneaking onto campus to kill a dragon coats my skin with an invisible layer of dread. If any of you know of pertinent information involving the death, you have a duty to your kingdom to report it immediately. Now Vice Commander Torno has a brief announcement, so give her your attention. Torno steps forward, her hands clasped behind her back. Due to last night's incident, along with other circumstances beyond our control, we will be moving up the date of the upcoming trial. It will now take place in 2 weeks' time. Gasps and the rise of warring voices fill the mess hall. I glance at Olive in horror. I never concerned myself with the trial because I expected to be long gone by the time the event rolled around. 2 weeks is cutting things close, though. Too close. How in the hells will I pass a flyer trial in such a short time period when I've yet to actually fly? Quiet, please. I know this comes as an unpleasant surprise, but I have every confidence in all of you. I know our students will rise to the occasion in the face of adversity. Between now and then, I recommend that you all dedicate yourselves to training. My office is open to you anytime. Stop by if you have questions or need a pep talk. Is it my imagination? Or do her eyes pause on me when she says that last bit? Now, finish eating and head to your regularly scheduled classes. Bigley and Torno file out, followed by Dawson and Thorne. Walking side by side, they make a gorgeous couple, with her fair skin and blonde hair complementing his darker complexion. For some reason, the observation bothers me, and I rub at the sudden burning sensation in my chest. I try to catch Thorne's eye as he passes our table, but he never glances in my direction. My heart sinks. Out of everyone on campus, he alone knows how well and truly screwed I am if I have to participate in that cursed trial. Maybe he's ignoring me on purpose, worried that I'll see his pity and panic. Little does he know, I'm already panicking. The second the door closes behind him, the mess hall devolves into pandemonium. Arguments break out among the fledglings about the dragon and trial. All the excitement and shouting assaults my eardrums, exacerbating my foul mood. Olive receives more nasty glowers than usual, an observation that makes me even grumpier. Why are so many people glaring at you today? Holding up a finger, Olive pops a piece of buttered brown bread into her mouth and swallows. This happens any time something goes wrong and they're not sure of the cause. I'm the Kimura sympathizer, so I must be involved. She says this with a shrug, like the fact that people point their fingers at her whenever something bad happens doesn't faze her. I don't know how she stands it. I want to punch every one of those sneering mouths. Breakfast's only saving grace comes when Theo plops down beside me and whispers in my ear. Tonight after dinner work for Operation Fuck with my roommate? Sounds perfect. I glance at the door Thorne and Dawson disappeared through and frown. Do you think Instructor Dawson is pretty? Theo's eyebrows shoot up to meet his hairline. Pretty? No, I wouldn't say she's pretty. His follow-up statement squashes my relief like a beetle beneath a boot. Dawson is flat out hot. On second thought, I change my mind. Theo needs to go. With a wink, he leans over and snatches the rest of Olive's bread off her plate while she's chatting with Abel. Whistling, he saunters away. Olive nods in response to something Abel says. She reaches for her bread, her fingers groping the empty plate without success. What the? Again! Curse you, Theo! You'll be sorry when I start booby-trapping my food with wormwort. His laughter drifts over his shoulder as he waltzes out the door. I mock shudder. Remind me to never mess with your food. Once, when I was 10, Cook prepared butterscotch bread pudding, Lisa's favorite dessert. That day, my sister, feeling a little greedy, decided she didn't want to share, so she came up with the brilliant idea of lacing my stew with wormwort. A tiny bit of the bitter plant causes minor nausea and stomach upset, but my sister was unfamiliar with the dosing. She added too much, and I ended up spending 2 entire days and nights on the bathing chamber floor, with severe stomach cramps and the runs. As soon as she realized how awful I felt, Lisa burst into tears and confessed. Mother yelled about how her rash actions put me in danger. She forced Lisa to take care of me while I remained ill. Cook was so horrified, she refused to serve Lisa dessert for 2 weeks, but I deemed Lisa chastened enough and snuck her bites of mine when no one was looking. I'd give anything for Lisa to be sitting here with us. My chest aches as I stand. Olive's joking interaction with Theo drew unwanted attention, and heads swivel as we carry our trays toward the bins. One particular group whispers and tracks us with keen interest when we pass, and an alarm bell clangs in my head. I tug on Olive's sleeve. Let's hurry and get out of here. Too slow. On the next step, water blasts me in the face, squirting into my eyes and temporarily blinding me. Olive's squeal tells me someone hit her too. A gust of wind slams into our backs, and we both stumble. Our plates fly off our trays and shatter on the floor. A second, stronger gust hits Olive, pushing her to her knees. I crouch beside her and grab her hand. Blood drips from where a glass shard pierced her palm. Are you okay? She yanks her hand away. I'm fine. Her wobbling chin belies her words, and my hands curl into fists. Bastards. I straighten and whirl. Who did this? Plenty of people snicker and elbow each other, but no one claims responsibility. Pretty cowardly attacking from behind. Mark Levine struts past, sneering. Not me, but I wish I had. I'm not the only one who thinks we should start the search for what happened to the dragon by looking at the traitors in our midst. Dropping his tray into the bin, he deliberately grinds his boot into the glass next to Olive's knee and kicks the shards at her before leaving. I make a move to follow, unsure of my plan other than I'm pissed on Olive's behalf and want payback, but Olive grabs my tunic to stop me. Seriously, just leave it. Chasing after him will only make things worse. Only when I notice the wet shimmer in her eyes do I relent. Fine, I huff, but just so you know, chasing after him and introducing his nose to my fist would do wonders for my mood. The remark prompts a soggy giggle. Mine too. Another day, maybe. It's a date. Abel and Nick arrive to help us clean up the mess. After we finish and leave the mess hall, Abel pats Olive on the shoulder. Don't listen to Levine. He's such a dick that he'll be lucky if his alicorn doesn't gore him to death before the trials. I grin. Thanks, Abel. That heartwarming visual is just what I needed to make it through the day. Olive manages a fragile, anemic smile. Look at you, turning bloodthirsty already. Lisa would be proud. Her face falls. If it was just Levine, I wouldn't care, but he's not even the one who did it. A lot of people seemed mad at me this morning over the dragon dying, as if I had something to do with it. Galora only knows why I'd want to hurt a dragon. Abel drags a hand down his face. That's ridiculous. Nick casts a dark glance at the ground. Maybe, but that's not going to stop the rumors from flying. Olive slumps. Abel glares in Nick's direction and wraps his arm around Olive's shoulders. Rumors, schmoomers. People will run their mouths for a day or two, and then everything will die down again like always. Nick opens his mouth like he wants to argue, but remains silent. During weapons training, he and Abel stick close to us. I hold my own with the throwing stars, hitting the target more often than I miss. When we switch to swords, I manage not to disgrace myself. I have a lot of work to do to catch up to the rest of the class. No surprise there. The big bombshell, though, is discovering how much I enjoy working with weapons to improve my skills. Even in my short time on campus, my progress has become noticeable. I relish the sweeping sense of fulfillment that rushes through every time I hit a target closer to the center or manage to block a sword parry that I couldn't the day before. I'm starting to understand the appeal Blighthaven held for Lisa. Not that I fool myself into believing I belong here. I'm just not sure I belong back at Castle Axton either. History passes in a blur, with my head too full of my upcoming caper to focus on the names of old kings and queens and the dates of skirmishes. Lunch proves a repeat of breakfast. Lots of conjecture. More ugly glares cast in Olive's direction. I try to take a page from her book and ignore them, but the comments I overhear about the Comor sympathizers sabotaging and killing the dragon make the strategy damn hard. With the upcoming trial hanging like a sharpened axe over my head, I slip out early and head to the alicorn stable to groom Zephyr. If repeated exposure to alicorns will get me flying faster, then I'll make as many trips to the stable as possible. Though I hope to be gone by the trial, I need to plan for the worst. And I want to give my all for however long I'm here. In magic training, I avoid getting cornered by Elijah and Mark by buddying up with Theo. My fire display is no better than the previous class, but Theo distracts me from my abysmal performance by informing me of tonight's plan. He'll lure Elijah out with the promise of booze in another fledgling's room on a different floor, leaving the door unlocked for me. Since the rooms are small and come with little to inspect, he estimates that should give me plenty of time to search. The chance to potentially learn more about what happened to Lisa keeps me from taking Resnick's disappointed expression as he supervises my subpar magic to heart. Partway through class, Torno shows up. She observes me too, but if my performance underwhelms her, she does a better job of hiding her displeasure. By dinner time, Olive's good spirits have returned. She insists on helping me sneak into Elijah's room, so she, Theo, and I sit with our heads close together and maintain low voices. Partly to keep our plan a secret from outsiders, and partly to prevent Nick from overhearing. His reaction when the idea arose made his disapproval clear, and not flaunting our rule breaking in front of him seems like the respectful thing to do. My stomach writhes with nerves on the walk back to the dorm. Olive parts ways with me on the first floor, hooking her arm through Theo's and accompanying him to his room as planned. I climb the stairs to the second floor and head into my own room to wait, perching on the edge of the bed before hopping up and pacing back and forth. Anxiety wars with excitement. This could be it. I could find a clue in Elijah's room that points to Lisa's whereabouts. Or a wrathful Elijah could catch me and use magic to blast me into the next kingdom, or report me to Bigley. Both of those options sound terrible. When Helene walks in, I sit down on the bed. Within seconds, I'm up pacing again. As she gathers her shower supplies, she studies my erratic behavior through narrowed eyes. What's going on? Why are you doing that? Suspicion thickens the air like fog. Nothing. Just thinking about something. I think better when I'm moving. Silence. On my next lap, I peek at her face. An unreadable visage clouds her eyes. Lisa used to do that too. Not a lot at the beginning, but it seemed like she was pacing off and on all day that last week. She even woke me up at night a couple of times. I don't get the sense that Lisa's pacing angered Helene. If anything, her tone strikes me as a little wistful. Odd, given her initial animosity toward Lisa when I arrived. Again, the thought that Helene knew Lisa better than she lets on runs through my head. Do you have any idea what was weighing on her mind? Helene startles, like she forgot anyone else was in the room. What? No, why would I? I frown. I don't know, you tell me. Scowling, she tugs the tie from her hair and starts unraveling her braid. There's nothing to tell. I'm not sure I believe her. Or maybe I'm so desperate for information on Lisa that I'm determined to find clues where none exist. Boots pound in the hallway, and Olive bursts into the room. Okay, it's go time. She spots Helene. For the showers. Everybody ready? Helene gapes as Olive bounds over to her shower supplies. The skin above her nose creases. You're both acting weird. You're up to something. Olive makes a big show of hunting for her soap. What I'm up to is getting ready to shower. I don't think personal hygiene is all that weird, but you do you. Helene's gaze shifts to me. If thinking is weird, then. I shrug. Her mouth tightens. Fine, don't tell me. I don't want to know anyway. She storms from the room. Olive waits until our roommate's footsteps are no longer audible before heaving a relieved sigh. Thank the gods. I thought she'd never leave. She just had to go and pick tonight of all nights to be chatty. You ready? No, I will be. Wish me luck. Good luck. If I don't hear from you within an hour, I'm sending in a rescue crew. Squaring my shoulders, I head for the door. Let's hope it doesn't come to that. Chapter 20. Even though I'm doing nothing wrong, yet, my skin prickles as I walk down the first floor hall toward Theo and Elijah's room. After checking both ways to ensure no one's watching, I slip through the door and immediately head to the right side of the room, which Theo described as Elijah's side. To the left, Theo's bed is rumpled, with one side of the navy blue comforter pulled back to reveal the sheets and his pillow on the floor. A deck of playing cards is scattered across the top of the mattress. Books and papers decorate the surface of his armoire, including a child's drawing of a stick figure riding what resembles an alicorn. A tunic dangles from one of the knobs, and a dagger and candle sit on his nightstand. Elijah's side is the opposite. Not a single wrinkle or lump mars the surface of his comforter, and his pillow sits perfectly plumped in the center of the headboard. There's nothing on the top of his dresser, nothing on the nightstand. An Aclaris flag hangs on the wall as the sole decoration. Compared to Theo's space, Elijah's looks unlived in. I search his armoire first. Based on what I've seen so far, I'm expecting to find precise organization and his clothes folded just so. Instead, I open the first drawer to chaos. A tunic bursts free from the overflowing mishmash of items crammed inside. Wrinkled clothes, books, weapons, and even a plate compete for space. Mildew wafts from the contents, and my nose wrinkles as I withdraw a damp towel. which I quickly drop on the floor. Ew! I should have brought gloves. The chaotic state of Elijah's drawers makes scouring through them take longer. I sift through the contents with as much speed as possible while still being thorough. I'm not sure what I'm looking for, or if I even want to find something. Any hint about Lisa's disappearance I stumble across in Elijah's room probably points to nothing good. Finished with the drawers, I switch to the hanging compartment. No clues, but I do discover 3 extra tunics over the Flight Haven issued amount, along with 2 cups from the mess hall and a woman's nightgown. It's not one of Lisa's though, so I close the doors and head to the bed. Nothing beneath it, or the pillow. Nothing hidden on the underside of the mattress. The shared desk only holds writing utensils and blank paper. My hope sinks as I move to the nightstand, the last place to investigate. Inside, I find another mess. Using my fingertips, I shift a small mountain of dirty socks to one side. Yup, next time I break into a dorm room, I'm definitely wearing gloves. Plus, a mask over my nose to spare me from the stench of sweaty male feet. No wonder Elijah steals Theo's and other fledglings' tunics. The man doesn't seem to grasp the concept of laundry soap. Shifting the socks reveals a hair tie. My heart leaps into my throat. Wheezing, I work to suck air into my lungs. It's not just any hair tie, but a braided purple and black one. Not having conducted a thorough examination of the most popular colors of hair ties, I can't speak with certainty. But I'd bet a set of dragon scale armor that the exact purple and black combination in my hand isn't particularly common. I do know one person who wore them, though. Lisa. And the 2 hairs trapped within the braid match her dark blonde tresses. I curl my hand around the thin leather cords and close my eyes, picturing the accessory wrapped around the end of my sister's braid. What in the 3 hells are you doing with Lisa's hair tie, Elijah? My earlier thought returns with a vengeance. Nothing good. Shoving the hair tie into my left boot, I return to the drawer and push more socks aside. My fingers graze a smooth surface. A notebook. I thumb through the first few pages, revealing a set of painstakingly printed notes about navigation. The remaining pages appear blank as I flip through them until I reach the end. Outside in the hall, male voices carry. I freeze. After a door slams shut, the quiet returns. My muscles unclench, but my nerves remain taut, like a tightened string on a violin. I need to hurry, finish up and get out of here before Elijah saunters in. With a shaky breath, I return to the notebook. Elijah's printing litters the second to the last page, and the content pulls a gasp from my lips. The top line reads, "Where did LA go?" The remaining line serves as a written summary of every theory regarding Lisa's disappearance to ever reach my ears. At the bottom, the line, "Hire an investigator," is underlined. I gawk at the page, struggling to keep my mind from exploding over the evidence in front of my face. Elijah isn't responsible for my sister's disappearance. If he were, he wouldn't need a list to figure out her current location. The fact that he's searching for her and holding onto her used hairband like a stalker creeps me out in an entirely different way, but I table those thoughts for now. One crisis at a time. I'm returning the notebook to the drawer when Theo's voice booms down the hall. "I told you I needed to go to the room to look for a library book anyway, Elijah." His boisterous shout could wake the dead. A warning. Shit. I slam the drawer shut, shove the note into my boot, and dart for the door. As I edge it open, Theo yells again. "Elijah, seriously? You don't need to come too." I peek out to find my accomplice blocking the stairwell door. Theo widens his eyes at the sight of me and flaps his hand in a hurry-up gesture. The door Theo's blocking rattles, and someone bangs against the wood on the opposite side. "Let me in or I swear I'm going to pound your face into a pulp." For a second, I freeze. Where do I go? Theo stabs his finger toward the opposite end of the hall. "Stairs," he mouths. Slipping out of the room, I ease the door shut and race in that direction. I didn't know there was a second set of stairs on that side, but I trust Theo. Sure enough, I push open the last door on the left and burst into an empty stairwell, my pulse sprinting like I just ran Kinex drills. 2 Everlights provide dim illumination, splashing an anemic glow over wood battered from the countless boots pounding it day in and day out. I don't realize I'm studying each step until one near the top catches my eye. A sliver of darkness appears between the top and the body of the step, where the wood has warped and separated. What really makes my breathing quicken, however, is the tiny A carved into the corner near the wall. So faint and innocuous that no one would notice unless they knew what to look for. I do, though. Listening for footsteps, I crouch and wedge my fingers in to pry the gap open. With a little force, the wood creaks and gives, creating a wide enough space for me to reach inside. My hunting fingers find a folded piece of paper and a chain. I pull both out. I frown at the necklace. The delicate gold chain holds a tiny dragon pendant, neither of which I recognize. I unfold the paper, and my muscles seize. Lisa's handwriting stares back at me. Nearby laughter spurs me into action. Shoving the wood back into place, I drop the necklace and note into my boot. When I scurry into my room, Helene and Olive are both inside with wet hair. Olive's lounging on her bed, while Helene sits at the desk writing a letter. My least favorite roommate glances up when I enter. "Your face is all red and sweaty." "Yeah, I was doing some exercises, trying to catch up to the rest of you so Kinect won't keep whistling at me." I don't know if she believes me, but she returns to her letter without comment. Olive raises her eyebrows at me. I shake my head at her silent inquiry, letting her know I discovered nothing in Elijah's room that would indicate he kidnapped or hurt Lisa in retaliation for the ego blow she dealt him. I perch on my bed, facing the wall as I slip off my boots and palm the piece of paper, necklace, and hair tie. I slide all of them beneath my pillow before rushing to the bathing chamber to take the world's shortest shower. Back in the room, I force myself to go through my regular routine, which feels like it takes hours instead of minutes. Finally, I curl onto my right side, away from Helene and Olive, and ease the paper from its hiding spot. Only a handful of Lisa's words peppers the page, scrawled in an even messier script than usual. The words themselves send my pulse climbing. The first line reads, "What's wrong with the dragons?" The following one says, "Sickness? Sabotage? Earl overdose?" Below that, she wrote my name and underlined it twice, followed by, "File? Fire?" My heart stutters as I read the next line. "The date our father died precedes the words, Research Tyrannese account of attack." Down the page, she writes, "Prophecy?" After that, only a single line remains. One that cramps my stomach. "Keep Lark away from Flighthaven." A little late for that. Too many minutes pass as I unsuccessfully attempt to decipher Lisa's notes. The only sure conclusion I can draw is that my sister noticed an issue with the dragons. That, and her sudden interest in the Tyrannese history, makes sense. Why she wanted to research the attack that killed our father, though, I don't know. I also have no idea how my name came up or what at Flighthaven concerned her so much. And prophecy? What prophecy? And how does that tie in with everything else? I'm guessing file refers to the personal files the medic mentioned. The ones Flighthaven supposedly maintains on all young people of a certain age who might possibly attend the program. Those are probably located in the records room I've passed innumerable times since arriving at Flighthaven Academy. But unless I can come up with a legitimate reason to see my file, reading the documents will entail another breaking and entering scenario, and who knows what the penalty is for getting caught. I'm not sure the risk is worth it, especially since I'm struggling to imagine that there's anything worthwhile to be found. Lisa's list circles through my mind as I roll onto my back and close my eyes. An image of the dead dragon invades my head. Lisa was worried about the dragons, and now one has died. Coincidence? Doubtful. How could the dragons relate to her disappearance, though? Bigley mentioned foreign attacks. Could Lisa have stumbled across a foreign plot to kill the creatures off? Is there a traitor in our midst? One who got rid of my sister because she came close to discovering their secrets? I need to get closer to the dragons. I need to find that book on Tyrion. Maybe once I accomplish those tasks, the rest will click into place and point me to Lisa. I have to believe they will. The alternative hurts too much to consider. Chapter 21. The following morning, I sit in the saddle, one hand gripping the reins and the other clutching a chunk of Zephyr's mane. Instructor Thorn's at my side, fingering the lead rope rather than wrapping the extra length around his hand. If he drops the lead, Zephyr could take off. I still think we should have started off with me mucking out the stable. I can't believe I just whined about not getting to toss dung-coated straw around with a pitchfork, but here we are. Instead of our usual routine, Thorn was waiting outside the stable with Zephyr when I arrived, and all but flung me into the saddle before I could even greet him. He shakes his head. The expedited trial date means you need to progress faster. You'll fail if you can't even get off the ground. Worse, you're a danger to yourself and your flight unit. I know he's right. I had the same exact thought earlier. That doesn't mean I enjoy him confirming my futile chances of success with his annoyingly perfect lips. Great pep talk. I feel so much better now. I'm not here to make you feel better. My job is to make you a competent flyer, and since I don't like failing, I expect you to work your ass off until you reach that goal. I squeeze my eyes shut, hoping to quell both my fear and rising irritation. Why are your eyes closed, Duchess? I suck in a breath and open them. Why not? He presses his lips together in a thin line. Just keep them open. Yes, sir. My faux excited tone earns me a hard stare before he clicks his tongue at Zephyr. The lesson continues without any further bickering as Thorn tugs the alicorn into a trot and prompts him to unfurl and flutter his wings. By some miracle, I don't freak out this time. He gives me an approving nod. Good. Now hold on tight. Using a sweet tone, Thorn issues a command to Zephyr. Hover. The alicorn flaps his wings and lifts into the air, floating several feet above the ground. My stomach plunges to my toes, and only pure stubbornness keeps me from diving off the alicorn's back. As much as Thorn's tactless feedback rubs me the wrong way, I don't want to let him down. He takes note of my white-knuckled death grip on the reins. So how is it that a noble-born woman doesn't have much experience riding a horse? Are you scared of horses too? Cued by a signal from the flight instructor, Zephyr lands. I barely get a chance to catch my breath before Thorn prompts the alicorn to go airborne once more. Sweat drips from my forehead. No, not scared of horses. But my mother was overprotective. She didn't like the idea of me riding away from the castle. I think the attack messed with her head, and I was a sickly child. She worried something would happen to me if I ventured out into the big wide world, so she kept me close. Even once you got older? I sigh. Even then, I still struggle with dizzy and weak spells. I don't mention the part about my fire magic and how even with the magic suppressant, she fretted that I might lose control again in a crowded public place and hurt people. Though I look straight ahead, my cheek burns from the weight of his stare. That sounds lonely. I fidget in the saddle, uncomfortable with the shift in conversation. Sometimes, but I really don't have anything to complain about. I had my mother and my sister, up until Lisa left for Flighthaven. I had the staff. My mother did the best she could. Did she, though? When I say the words out loud, I'm not sure. Zephyr repeats 2 more cycles of hovering before Thorn replies, his voice uncharacteristically soft. It's okay, you know, to love someone and still hate their choices and how they treat you. Family is complicated. I hesitate. Is there someone in your family like that? My brother. His shuttered expression tells me the discussion has ended, but my mind whirls as Zephyr flaps his wings and repeats the exercise. I ponder what choices his brother made that he hates, and why the other man treated Thorn badly. And I wonder if complicated family dynamics could explain why my moody instructor left home for so long. Then Zephyr surges into the air, and my focus returns to the alicorn. At the end of our session, exhilarated laughter escapes me. I reach down and stroke Zephyr's neck. That was both terrifying and amazing. Thorn's gaze grows distant. Wait until you fly. Nervous energy zips down my spine, but I force myself to keep breathing. 1 step at a time. When the lesson is over, I dismount without my teacher's assistance. Despite the fact that he's a royal pain in the ass, I can't deny how thorns helped me come a long way in overcoming my fear of alicorns. Instructor? I tug on my braid, annoyed with myself for being anxious about thanking him. Thank you for all your help. With training, I mean. He studies me with an unreadable expression, and after a bit, I don't think he's going to answer me. That's my job, Duchess. Don't make more of it than that. That's what I get for trying to be polite. A knot forms in my throat. A simple "you're welcome" would have worked. I'd hoped to ask Thorn if he'd show me the dragons, but now might not be the most opportune moment. I bite my cheek. Screw it. Do you think you could give me a tour of the Dragonary sometime soon? He stiffens, emotions flitting across his face too quickly for me to comprehend them. I'm not sure that's a good idea. Disappointment seeps into my bones. I don't know why I bothered. Whatever. I'll ask Vice Commander Torno. My conversation with her that first day led me to believe she might be accommodating. Have a nice day, sir. I turn on my heel and trip over my feet. Before I hit the ground, he pulls me up. There's an unspoken apology in his eyes and a flicker of something else. Longing? Desire? Or am I imagining things that aren't there? The air stills and my stupid heart beats double time. He swallows. His gaze dips to my mouth before his jaw hardens. Lark. The sound of my given name on his tongue does funny things to my heart. Things I definitely should not be feeling. Embracing my inner coward, I turn and bolt. It's not until midway through breakfast that the weird ending to our training session fades enough for me to celebrate the positive aspects. I rode an alicorn whose hooves left the ground. That counts as a success regardless of how high I got, or didn't get, into the air. No one harasses Olive in the mess hall, and my hopes remain high as we leave breakfast. They plummet once we reach Kinnick's class. Today's torture session comes courtesy of an exercise he calls Walk the Plank, which I renamed the Pit of Doom. As soon as we enter the training room, suspicion rears its ugly head. Kinnick's grinning, entirely too pleased with himself for today's scheduled activity to be anything other than a sadistic clusterfuck. Whistling, Kinnick lead us out of the classroom and along a trodden dirt path to the forest. The trees part and tower over us on both sides like silent sentinels, their leaves whispering in the breeze as we arrive at a spot where the ground splits apart and separates to form a wide crater in the earth. A row of the narrowest footbridges I've ever had the misfortune of viewing spans the gap. Short wooden planks attached horizontally form the platforms, which can't be much wider than the length of my foot. No handrails either. Without prompting, fledglings start lining up behind the bridges. Kinnick's high-pitched whistle assaults my ears. You know the drill. The object is to get across the bridge without falling in. What's in the pit today? Someone asks. Kinnick chuckles. Try not to find out. On my count, and remember to keep going until I say stop. Go! The first group takes off. The bridges bounce and sway beneath their boots and emit alarming creaks and squeals. When the fastest fledgling gets to the halfway point, the next two students in line squat down, grab each side of the bridge, and start shaking the foundation. What in the hells are they doing? I hiss. Olive snorts. Don't worry, it's part of the exercise. If you don't do it, Kinnick throws you in the pit. That sounds ominous. Do I even want to ask what's in the pit? Abel drops an arm around my shoulder. Probably not, and we don't know yet anyway. It changes every time. I scoot closer and peer into the abyss. Darkness greets me. How deep is it? He shrugs. Dunno, but the good news is, no one's died from this yet. He scratches his chin. As far as I know, want to know the bad news? I chew my lower lip before shaking my head. Pass. Abel offers me a dark chuckle and a head pat. You're learning. The fledgling on our bridge finishes. Before I can protest, Abel nudges me forward. Here, you go next. Standing around will only make you more nervous. No, wait, I don't want to. Kinnick materializes out of nowhere. Fledgling Axton. What seems to be the holdup here? Nothing, sir. He claps his hands 3 times in a row. Then let's get a crack-a-lackin'. Go, Axton, go! The muffled chortle from behind me has to be Abel. The traitor. In my mind, I toss both him and Kinnick into the pit. In reality, I place my right boot on the bridge with the utmost care. My body freezes when the surface shakes. Where's Elijah when you need him? I'd happily let him hit me again to get out of this exercise. I wonder if it's too late to punch myself in the face instead. What are you waiting for, Axton? An invitation from King Zenon himself? You have until the count of 3 to start hustling, and then I'm shoving you in. Crap. I scramble to place my right foot in front of my left. Despite the sickening sway of the bridge, I keep moving, placing one foot in front of the other. A familiar yelp comes from my left. I risk a glance to confirm that Olive is on the next bridge over. There you go, and hold on tight, because here comes the balance challenge. Hold on tight? To what? Unless he wants me to grab a stray bird that flies past, there's nothing here for me to grasp besides air. I cringe, knowing what's coming next, and continue my slow crawl across the wobbly planks. A high-pitched creak jolts me. I spin my arms to maintain my balance as the bridge bucks beneath my boots. I last 1 second, 2. Another wave strikes. I stumble forward but manage to remain on the wood. Near the halfway point, hope rises. I'm getting closer. 1 step at a time. A gentle breeze flutters a loose strand of hair, and I inhale the scent of pine and salt before easing forward. The bridge bucks again. I wobble. My left foot slips off the edge, and though I start to recover, a strong blast of wind slams into my back. Air magic. My shriek echoes all around as I tumble off the side into the darkness. The fall is blessedly short. Bracing for the agony of impact, I'm overjoyed when a soft substance breaks my landing. Like a thick, fetid stew, the mush slurps me beneath the surface. As my head slips under, another scream rings out, but I'm too busy trying not to suffocate to worry about the source. My feet touch the bottom, and with a hard push, I surface, spitting and trying not to puke. The smell. It's ungodly. Gagging. I swipe at a piece of hair clinging to my lips, desperate to keep the foulness coating the strand out of my mouth. From my spot beneath the bridges, there's enough light to make out a staircase built into the earth. I dog paddle in that direction, flinging noxious mud with each stroke. Something splatters and spits behind me. Lark, is that you? At the sound of Olive's voice, my initial tension dissipates. Yup, it's me. Any idea what this stuff is? A cough. Don't ask. Right, I mutter. I paddle until the pit becomes shallow enough for me to walk, and then I wait for Olive to catch up. When she does, we head for the staircase, heaving identical sighs of relief once we reach salvation. As I grab for the bottom step to haul myself out, the sludge starts churning and yanking at my legs. What fresh, God's-forsaken horror is this? My fingernails scrabble with the hard-packed dirt to find purchase, but fail. In desperation, I lunge for a tree root, managing to curl my hand around it before the pit drags me back in. Behind me, Olive's scream abruptly cuts off. Ice trickles down my spine. Olive? Nothing. Olive? Still nothing. Rotating my grip, I turn to confront the gurgling sludge. No, Olive. A small whirlpool spins near the spot I saw her last, though, so I stretch my legs toward it. Seconds pass with no sign of my friend. My fear explodes into full-blown panic. I'm about to release my grip and dive in to find her, when a hand coils around my boot. Somehow, I recruit muscles I didn't realize I had to drag her back to safety. Gasping, she pulls herself onto the first step, rolls her head to the side, and vomits. Afterward, she curls on her side and pants. For at least a minute, my heart thrashes like a wild animal trapped in my chest. When I can finally speak, I hiss. Kinnick has lost his God's-forsaken mind. Is he trying to drown us? Olive coughs. That part wasn't Kinnick. That was one of our lovely peers using earth magic. That's when I hear it. The muffled laughter coming from the top of the stairs. So now they're cool with murdering you too? She pushes herself to her knees, then her feet. They wouldn't have let it go that far. Probably. The tone of her voice echoes my doubt. Can't say I'm feeling especially reassured. And there's nothing we can do about it? Not really. Going to Torno or Bigley will only drive them to do worse. And get sneakier. We just need to hope they lose interest soon and move on to something else. Or we could fight back. Olive releases a watery laugh. We could, but that might just piss them off even more. Not to pick on you or anything, but your magic doesn't seem strong enough to be a threat. Not now, but it could be. When we emerge into the sunlight, the color of the substance coating us like a second skin becomes clear. Brown. It's brown and smells like the wrong side of a cow. By the heavens, please tell me I'm not covered in fertilized mud, Kinnick hollers. Now you all know what to avoid today in the pit. I scrunch up my nose. So shit, basically. We're covered head to toe in shit. My best friend almost drowned in shit. What a perfect way to kick off the rest of the day. Chapter 22. After the dragon dung debacle, Abel pulls Olive and me aside and uses his water magic to remove the worst of it. Not enough for Instructor Scalor, though, who scrunches up her freckled nose and sends us off to shower before we rejoin the class. Olive's quieter than usual. The attack shook her, more than she wants to admit. I shudder to imagine what might have happened if I hadn't been there. As much as I hate to admit, maybe Thorn has a point. Maybe suppressing my magic is the wrong choice. I'm afraid of what could happen if my fire burns out of control, but if I learn to tame my elemental ability, I could better defend myself and those I care about. Mother was always adamant that I take the remedy, but she's not here, and I can't let her dictate every decision in my life. During lunch, a flyer I don't recognize announces the arrival of a mail delivery. Prompted by Olive, I stuff the remaining bite of pork and mushroom gravy in my mouth and pick up my tray. She leads me outside and around to the far side of the mess hall, to a small room I've never noticed that houses dozens of niches in the wall, each with a room number written above. Olive pulls out a small stack of envelopes sealed with wax stamps and thrusts 2 of them at me. Here you go. She grips 2 envelopes to her own chest as well. Sparing a moment to hope that one is from the cousins she hasn't heard from in a long time, I tell her I'll see her in a bit and exit the mailroom to wander the grounds in search of a quiet place to read. My aimless roaming lead me toward a shady tree near the Alicorn stable. A husky feminine laugh draws me up short. I spot Instructor Thorn first. Hands in his pockets, leaning against the white fence with his head tilted low, he appears as relaxed as I'd ever seen him. I can't help the spark that ignites within me at the sight of him, but the flame snuffs out when my gaze falls on the beautiful instructor standing beside him. Tall, willowy, and blonde, Celeste Dawson toys with a loose strand of hair as she again giggles at something Thorn says. Uncomfortable pressure squeezes my ribcage, and a strange urge to stalk over and yank her back by her shiny ponytail fills me. What the hell's is so funny anyway? I doubt anything coming from Thorn's mouth could possibly be that amusing. I bet she's faking it. I should turn around before they spot me, but for some reason, I'm rooted to the ground. As if sensing my presence, Thorn lifts his head and locates me. The instant our eyes meet, a zap of energy courses through me. His nostrils flare, causing me to wonder if he feels the electricity too, before Dawson plants an elegant hand on his arm, returning his attention to her. Ugh! The sight of that pale hand on his arm bugs me far more than it should. Huffing an annoyed breath, I swirl around, stomp to the tree, and plop down, determined to block out their voices and grab a few minutes of solitude to read my letters. I remove my socks and boots, wiggling my toes through the sun-warmed grass until I feel myself start to relax. Tossing one of the envelopes onto the grass beside me, I open the one featuring my mother's elegant script. My dearest Lark, since you've been gone, I've barely slept or eaten. I'm so worried about you. I'm certain I'll face an early grave. I pinch the bridge of my nose, wishing for the 1000th time she'd quit with the dramatics. She acts like I'm as helpless as a newborn baby, completely incapable of caring for myself. I pray to the gods daily that you haven't been injured at Flighthaven. If anything happened to you, I couldn't bear it. Grimacing, I skim the remaining contents, my mother's emotional tirade growing worse by the sentence. Of course she's worried. That much I get. But I don't understand her lack of faith in my ability to stand on my own 2 feet. Transient dizzy and weak spells don't make me utterly incompetent to survive on my own. At last, I reach the end. I know you said you'd remain at Flighthaven for a month, but I'm terrified of what might happen in that amount of time. It's due to my concern for your well-being that I've already written to the king about exempting you from the service commitment. I'll write the second I get word back. A torrent of emotion sweeps through me. I should be ecstatic about the possibility of going home. Thrilled to leave this place teeming with obnoxious fledglings, dangerous hazing, and mysterious dragon deaths. Overjoyed to never again worry about flying on the back of an alicorn or spending time with rude instructors who make my body yearn for unobtainable things. But I'm not. And not just because I'm finally getting somewhere regarding Lisa's whereabouts, although that's a big part of it. I'm so close to overcoming my terror of flying. If I quit before I do, I will never get a chance like this again. When I leave Flighthaven, I want to march out of that gate knowing I conquered my fear of alicorns for good and put the demons of my past to rest. I scowl at the page. Why must you always treat me like an invalid? I know she means well, but gods. Her constant fussing and smothering rips at my confidence with razored claws. For once, why can't she simply believe in me the way she does Lisa? Crumpling the letter, I shove her words back into the envelope and open the second message. It's from Royce in short and to the point. Lady Lark, his letter begins. Cringe. I keep telling him to forego the title, but he never complies. Lady Lark sounds so pretentious. Like some snooty noblewoman who flits around in elaborate gowns, ordering servants to fetch her tea and plump her pillows while she lounges on gold-tasseled settees and commands a string quartet to serenade her. I apologize for bothering you, but a fire destroyed our food stores for the pantry. We suffered no injuries, but we have families that rely on us. I hate to ask when you're dealing with so much, but it's an emergency. We are in desperate need of replacements for our stockpile. Can you spare the coin to send as soon as possible? My heart sinks. Although I brought money from home and already received payment for my first 2 weeks here, I don't know how I feel about using mail service to get the funds to Royce. We've had issues in my village with thieves opening any mail they believe might contain valuables. I'd hate to send coins only to have them stolen, especially when it sounds like those families can't afford any delay. There's more to the letter, so I continue reading. Also, I received a new book that I think might interest you. It's from the library where Peaches was staying before she went on her extended vacation. You can pick it up when you next visit. Baffled, I scan the line again. Royce and I never exchange books. And who in the 3 hells is Peaches? A couple beats later, the name clicks. My hands tremble. Royce jokingly referred to Lisa as Peaches. Shortly before she left for duty, I took her with me to see him. Royce's wife had baked peach pies, Lisa's favorite type. She inspired the nickname after scarfing down an entire pie on her own. Reading between the lines, I deduced that someone sent Royce a book from Flighthaven. Possibly the book. The one Lisa checked out and never returned to the library. I'm not sure why he felt the need to be so cryptic, but he clearly wants me to retrieve the book in person. Otherwise, he would have included it with the letter. My brain whirls. I need to get him money and see that book as soon as possible. How, though? Time is critical, and Flighthaven students can't just up and leave whenever they want. According to the rulebook, new fledglings must remain on campus for 4 weeks before requesting permission to leave. The only exception is for a death in the immediate family. Short of faking my mother's untimely demise, I'm officially stuck here for the moment. That leaves me with the unofficial route. Sneaking my way out. I'm still brainstorming how to accomplish this feat when the horn announcing the end of lunch blares. A steady stream of fledglings flows past my spot. I join the herd, arriving at the alicorn stable and stopping near the paddock as the others hurry inside to prepare their mounts. Biting my lip, I wonder how Thorn plans to get me out of class today without looking suspicious. I can almost taste how close I am to flying, but I'm not ready to join the other fledglings yet. I hope he realizes that too, or at least doesn't decide that I need a sink or swim scenario to leap over those last few hurdles. If he tries to force me to fly an alicorn right now, my lungs better be ready to suck down water because I'm pretty sure I'd drown. Thorn strides out of the stable. Alone. Not that I was checking because that would be foolish. He's my instructor, and I'm his student. Even if I wanted more between us, which I don't, it's forbidden. So what if I'm attracted to him? That just means I fit in with all the other women at Flighthaven. Only someone without eyes could fail to see the man's physical appeal. I groan, digging the heels of my palms into my eyes. Why am I fixating on this? Moody or not, Thorn could pick just about anyone to hook up with. Am I truly arrogant enough to believe that someone as unsophisticated as me could hook his interest? Sure, the chemistry between us doesn't feel one-sided, but what do I know? Confinement at Castle Axton limited my experiences with romantic entanglements and sexual attraction. To my surprise, Thorn calls the class together to make an announcement. I have to step away from training this afternoon, so Mortimer will be in charge. Mortimer, please run them through the drills we practiced last week. When a visibly pleased Helene nods, Thorn shifts his attention to me. Fledgling Axton, you're to come with me. The whispers and conjecture bubble up the second we turn our backs. What was that all about? I whisper-yell as my shorter legs work to keep up with his long strides. Ignoring my question, he tugs on my arm. Come on. But what about... Just this once, could you follow orders without arguing or pestering me with questions? Half running to avoid getting dragged while Thorn marches along, I last a mere 10 seconds without speaking. Where's the fire? Nothing. Where are we going? Silence. Could you at least slow down a little? I swear, the bastard speeds up. I open my mouth to verbally prod him yet again, snapping my lips shut when I catch a glimpse of his profile. A vein in his temple bulges, and for once, I have the good sense to bite my tongue and not piss him off more. Finally, he stops outside an enormous stone building that reaches high into the sky. My jaw falls open. The Dragon Eyrie. He led us to the Dragon Eyrie. When we first walked up, everything remained quiet. Now the ground rumbles beneath my boots, and subdued roars and screeches clash together in an ungodly chorus. Like, even through the thick stone walls, the dragons can sense our presence. My mouth dries and I wait for the onslaught of fear to envelop me. But it never comes. I take a deep breath. What are we doing here? Thorn regards me with an impenetrable expression. You said you wanted to visit the dragons. We're visiting the dragons. I blink at that unexpected reply. Wow, just like that, huh? So, if I said I wanted a bed made of gold and a handsome prince to whisk me away on a snowy white steed to a glittering palace, would you make that happen too? His eyes narrow. What use is a bed that's too hard to sleep on? And you'd annoy the handsome prince so much, he'd dump your ass off his horse long before you ever made it to any palace. I'm guessing that's a no. His low growl lets me know he's nearing the end of his patience. As a peace offering, I hold up my palms. Sorry, Sheesh. Thank you for agreeing to show me the Eyrie, even if it's making you even testier than usual. Can we go inside now? I'm not just showing you the Eyrie. You're going to help me feed the dragons. Chapter 23. I gape at my flight instructor. Is that allowed? He can't be serious. As far as I know, only the dragon riders and a few high-ranking officers have permission to feed these powerful creatures. And for good reason. Such as not getting barbecued or cooked into a bite-sized dragon appetizer, like human tartar. He shrugs. It is now. Are you always so flippant with the rules? No more than you are. His mouth twitches into a hint of a smile, and my ridiculous heart stutters. Come on, I'll show you what to do. I swallow hard. Although I'm surprisingly not terrified, I'm still cautious. Approaching an oversized iron door, Thorn nods at the guard standing off to one side. The man proceeds to unbolt the bars, locking the structure in place. The door creaks open and releases a gust of air that smells like a mix of hay, smoke, and, more disturbingly, raw meat. In the dim, windowless interior, my eyes adjust to the flickering mage lights on the walls. Thorn shuts the door behind us and leads me to the right, the walkway skirting some sort of giant paddock. I'm not sure why, but the atmosphere inside the eyrie reminds me of a giant tomb. Depressing, smothering. I can almost feel an invisible entity leeching my energy with slow, steady sips, draining my strength bit by bit. I stifle a groan. Thank the gods Thorn can't read minds because my imagination just dove headfirst off the deep end. Not a huge surprise considering the life-altering events of the past several days. Stress exacts a toll on the mind, and the heavens know I've had plenty to stress about lately. Even before we reach another large iron door, cold nips at my skin. Plumes of frigid air snake out from separations in the jamb, leaving a thin layer of frost on the metal. I shiver. What is this place? Cold storage. It's where we keep animal carcasses for the dragons to eat. For some reason, I had assumed that the dragons ate oats and hay like the alicorns. Not a high point for me, intelligence-wise. How do you keep the temperature so low? His lips curve up. How do you think? Magic, of course. Probably his, given his ability to wield ice. As he opens the door, frosty air billows out, stinging my cheeks. Goosebumps pebble my skin. I wrap my arms around myself, wishing I'd brought my heavy cloak. Thorn steps away. Before I can turn to see where he went, he returns and drapes something over my shoulders. A maroon blanket. Standing too close for comfort, he tugs the ends together and knots them to fashion a cape. The thick wool instantly helps to banish the cold, stopping my goosebumps and toasting my skin. This thoughtful act causes a different kind of warmth to bloom in my chest. I stare up into his gold-flecked eyes, breathing in his minty exhales, fighting my body's urge to lean toward him the way a plant reaches for the sun. Thank you. I'm uncertain of my own facial expression, but his eyes flash with heat at whatever he sees before he clears his throat and backs up. Your teeth were chattering. You never know what will set the dragons off. Turning away, he opens the door. I roll my eyes at his back. Right. You brought me a blanket because the dragons don't want me to be cold. You know, it's okay if people discover that you can be nice sometimes. He throws me a dark look. Or not. I bite back a snicker. I don't know what it is about him that makes me want to poke the bear, but I can't help myself. Getting under Thorn's skin might just be my all-time favorite new hobby. He piles what appears to be large deer carcasses into 2 wheelbarrows. He grabs the handles on one and gestures for me to grab the other. After closing the iron door, he pushes his wheelbarrow to the right. I fall behind with my load, pausing a moment to shamelessly note the way his back muscles ripple against his shirt as he exerts himself. He glances over his shoulder. You coming? Feigning innocence, despite my hot cheeks, I catch up with him. Don't dragons prefer fresh meat? Yes. I wait a beat for him to elaborate. Very elucidating, thank you. A grunt, followed by a sigh. Fresh meat is better, but apparently, it's too big of a hassle for Flighthaven to bother with all the time. They get it occasionally, but frozen is more convenient. His tone tells me he doesn't agree. Along with an occasional clank, huffs and snorts grow louder as we curve around the interior paddock and reach a series of cells. Each tall, wide enclosure reminds me of a dungeon, featuring iron bars along the front. A leaf-colored mountain flashes between the bars of the first cell. I stop in my tracks as a giant body moves and a pair of gold eyes fixes on mine. My heart stops, restarts, gallops. Instinctive fear floods my veins, accompanied by an odd flicker of an emotion I can't quite name. The pen keeps the dragon contained, but there are gaps between the bars. Big gaps, plenty large enough for the dragon's fire to burst out and char us both to a crisp. Thorn. My attention darts to the dragon's mouth. That's when I see the iron wrapped around the beast's muzzle and head, holding its massive jaw shut. Despite my initial reaction, a tight ball forms in my gut. My throat burns as a wave of despair flushes out my fear. Oh no. Movement ripples through the other enclosures. Huge triangular heads press up against the bars, and multiple sets of eyes gleam, their vertical pupils unblinking as they watch me. The colors vary between iron gray, cinder black, tan, red, and wheat, like gold. Scales pattern their enormous bodies, while wicked spikes protrude from their lower spines to the tips of their pointed tails. They're absolutely magnificent and terrifying. They're also all glaring at me as if they'd much rather peel my flesh from my bones and suck out the marrow than eat the dead deer and other large prey animals in the wheelbarrows. Even so, I'm not as terrified as I probably should be. Despite their circumstances, there's something regal about them. Something beautiful and fierce that calls to me, making me itch to run my fingers along a scaly cheek. Poor things. You shouldn't be here, should you? All caged up like prisoners in a dungeon. You're meant to be out there flying free? As I murmur, Thorn observes me with an intensity that rivals the dragon's. I take it you disagree with how the dragons are kept at Flighthaven. Yes, vehemently. This can't be healthy for them. I can't pull my gaze off the one closest to us. Those golden eyes trap me, hold me still. Despair washes through me again, along with anger over their captivity. I wince as I recall how caged I felt at our castle. Compared to these dragons, I had all the freedom in the world. A fresh wave of exhaustion crashes into me, and my head begins to spin and throb. Do you agree with this? Somehow, I know the answer before he even offers his curt reply. No. Are all dragons kept like this? He shakes his head. When dragons bond with their riders, there's no need for jailing them. So the rumors are true then. The dragons in Aclaris are no longer bonding. I'd heard the whispers, but never knew if the rumors were true. What about in other kingdoms? Thorn tenses before exhaling a forceful breath. Not sure. I tilt my head as he averts his gaze. Why do you think? Stop, we're not here to discuss my theories on why the dragons are, or aren't bonding. We're here to feed them, so let's get started. With his wheelbarrow in tow, he approaches the door to the first enclosure, while murmuring soft words beneath his breath. The leaf-green dragon cocks its head, tracking the motion. I edge closer to the pen, watching Thorn as he hauls the carcass onto his back and dumps the mound of meat and flesh into a huge metal trough. Do you need any help? No, stay back. I need to remove the restraints on her mouth so she can eat, and it'll look bad on my record if I get a fledgling fried in the process. As always, your concern for my well-being warms my heart. I frown. What about you? How do you know she won't fry you? I'm much too pretty and charming to fry. Isn't that right, Pharaoh? I snort. Definitely not too humble, though. False modesty is a waste of time. A click follows that proclamation, and my stomach clenches as he removes the iron band from Pharaoh's muzzle. Dragons are smart, and there's a reason for that saying, don't bite the hand that feeds you. Pharaoh opens her mouth wide, showcasing a curled black tongue and an alarming array of pointed teeth close to my forearm in length. Thorn steps off to the side as the dragon breathes fire at the carcass, presumably warming the meal before digging in. He exits and grabs the wheelbarrow while Pharaoh's teeth begin ripping chunks of flesh off the bones. We go from cell to cell, feeding the dragons and returning to the freezer for refills. The task eats up a lot of time, and pushing the wheelbarrow grows more grueling with every step. By the second trip back and forth, the dull burn in my arm and back muscles erupts into a blaze. The longer we stay, the heavier the air becomes. Every step drains me just a little bit more, and a sense of hopelessness wraps around my body. Lisa must have hated seeing the dragons like this too. If only they could tell me where I might find her. After the fifth dragon's been fed, I blurt out the question on my mind. Did you know my sister Lisa? Something flickers across Thorn's face. Of course, I was her instructor. His gaze travels over my features. You don't resemble her. A stranger would never guess you're related, much less siblings. I shrug. My mother said Lisa takes after her, while I look like my paternal grandmother. His eyebrows inch up, but he says nothing. Have you heard anything about Lisa and where she might have disappeared to? Guessing I've heard the same rumors that you have. It's all speculation, unfortunately. A knot forms in my throat. What if she's dead? Thorn's chest inflates on a sharp breath. His jaw tightens and his eyes go blank. Then an odd emotion, maybe regret, softens his features. Look at me. There's no reason to believe the worst. I do as he asks, searching his face for reassurance. How can you be so sure? She was well liked here for the most part. People respected her, and there were no signs of foul play. To my utter shock, he pauses outside the cold room to grab my hand and give it a gentle squeeze. Embers spark to life at the innocent touch, the sight of his fingers on my skin zapping all my nerve endings awake. As if he experienced the same spark, Thorn jolts, dropping my hand like it stung him. When he disappears into cold storage to grab more carcasses, I tell myself I'm relieved. I use the short break to get my shit together, reminding myself of all the very smart reasons why lusting after Thorn is a catastrophe waiting to happen. He reemerges and I resume our conversation as though we didn't just experience some weird hand-touching event. Then what could have happened to her? A recruit anonymously reported her sneaking out one night to meet someone. He shrugs. Most likely, she left of her own accord. No, Lisa isn't a deserter. I don't believe it. But maybe I should pray that I'm wrong. After all, deserting is better than dead. I swipe at the tears in my eyes. Thanks for telling me what you do know. With a grunt, Thorn shoves the wheelbarrow forward. I follow, pushing the lighter second wheelbarrow to the cell holding the black dragon. I'm not sure if it's the dark color or the bigger size, but this one appears more formidable than the others. As we approach, my pulse climbs. The gold pupils stare at the meat, transfixed. The beast's quickened breaths hiss through the enclosure, and its jaw clicks. As I watch, I can almost feel his intense hunger, to the point that my own belly rumbles and a sudden desire to eat grips me. Devastation floods my veins over how trapped these magnificent beasts are. How depressing such a life must be. Shortly after we entered the eyrie, my head started pounding and spinning, and now it's hurting worse than ever. Trembling, I rub my throbbing temples as colors, followed by fuzzy images, flash behind my eyes. I picture myself soaring through the sky, feeling the wind whoosh past and hearing my own jubilant roar. These images bleed together, creating a dizzying array. Thorn steps closer. Are you all right? Wincing, I continue to massage my temples in slow circles. My head is killing me. I sense Thorn studying my profile. Did you take your earroll today? The odd question stills my fingers. Doesn't everyone at Flight Haven? The evasion rolls off my tongue. He lifts a shoulder. At Flight Haven? Maybe. Other kingdoms? Not necessarily. What does that mean? He dumps the last load of carcasses into the dragon's pen. Through the bars, Thorn rubs the black dragon's leg. The creature swings its massive head toward him and emits a sound similar to a purr. Even with my skull threatening to split in two, I can't help but smile. Thorn has a gentle way with animals that puts them at ease. Not that it matters. Even if Thorn isn't quite as horrible as I originally believed, he's a distraction I can't afford. Especially since I need to find a way to steal an alicorn right out from under his nose. The pain in my head ratchets up. I do my best to hide my discomfort, but I'm not sure how successful I am given the glances Thorn keeps shooting my way. Like they sense my pain, the dragons all stare at me too. I'm happy once, Thorn announces we're finished, and led me to the front door. Outside, the vice-like grip on my skull weakens, taking most of the dizziness with it. Thorn's observant eyes continued to bore into me. Feeling better? I nod. Weird, right? Maybe damp air and the smell of dragon bodies just doesn't agree with me. Has that triggered a headache or one of your dizzy spells before? Damp air and certain scents, I mean. Not sure. There often doesn't seem to be much rhyme or reason to them. Not exactly true. Since starting at Flighthaven, I've noticed a link between my weak spells and my attempts to either access or suppress my magic. Not like I can share that information, though. Now that you mention it, I do seem to get headaches more often around animals. Maybe it's an allergy or something. Maybe. His tone lacks conviction, and I hastily changed the subject. Anyway, thank you for bringing me to visit the dragons. I know you didn't want to, but I really appreciate it. It means a lot to me. As I beam at him, I can almost see the walls go up. His mouth thins into a line, and his jaw tenses. Don't do that. I frown. Do what? Thank you? Paint me as something I'm not. With that enigmatic line, he pivots and starts striding off. Perplexed, I holler at his back. Like what? Like the kind of guy who does things out of the goodness of his heart. You'll end up disappointed. I watch him stalk off, torn between irritation and sadness. Irritation because I find his mood swings from decent human to total asshole tough to follow. Sadness because he seems to believe he's the worst sort of man. Granted, he can be a real dick sometimes, but there's more to him than that. Beneath that outer layer of pure jackass, Thorn possesses some admirable qualities. When I consider the notion that he might not agree, my chest aches a little. Despite our rocky beginning, I actually like him. At least, I do when he's not going out of his way to act spiteful. With all the free time he's devoted to my remedial training, his patience and care with animals, the way he protected me from harm when those two absolute dickbags attacked me during magic class, and the genuine pain in his eyes when he put the dragon out of its misery, how could my heart not soften? It pains me that he might not see what I see. By the time I remember that I wanted to ask him about the process of obtaining a pass to leave Flighthaven, he's disappeared. I sigh, probably for the best. With the way he stormed off, I doubt he was in a very obliging mood. Here's to hoping Olive can help me out. Crossing my fingers, I go in search of my roommate. Chapter 24. A good opportunity to ask Olive about leaving campus never presents itself during dinner. My unusually subdued roommate sports pink-rimmed, bloodshot eyes. When I ask if anything is wrong, she shoots me down, claiming she just received some bad news, nothing big, in one of the letters from her family. I don't pry. I simply let her know I'll be around if she decides she wants to talk. Once we return to our room, she motions for me to sit on her bed. How do you feel about breaking the rules? I settle on her mattress, considering her proposition. How big of a rule are we talking? She pulls a small bottle from beneath the mattress and holds it up. Oh, nothing major. In the dim light, I can't tell what she's holding. Is that some kind of drug? No, she snickers. For the first time this evening, she appears more upbeat. It's just nail polish. Against the rules, sure, since it's not part of our military uniform. But I thought we could paint our toenails. No one will ever know. I can't care less about painting my nails. I do care about Olive, though, and if such a simple task chases the shadows from her eyes, I'm more than happy to agree. Let's do it. While we paint our nails scarlet, we giggle and gossip, much like Lisa and I did back in our bedchambers as children. Gods, how I miss my sister. But I'm grateful for this time with Olive. These moments are so normal, so reminiscent of home. I finish my first coat and pass the bottle to Olive. When you mentioned breaking the rules, I thought it was going to be something way worse. Like sneaking out. Don't put it past me. She dips the brush in the polish before painting her big toenail. But where would we go? We're pretty secluded here. I shrug. I don't know. Back home, I would sneak out at night and meet with a guy I run a food pantry with. And sometimes when I got too stir-crazy, I'd slip out and wander around town. Her jaw drops. Seriously, you're quite the little risk-taker. Seriously, if my mother found out, she'd have been livid, but I was sneaky. I grin, and Olive flashes a smile of her own. Speaking of family, I've been meaning to ask you about your brother, if you don't mind. She sucks in a breath, face sobering. I don't usually talk about my brother. Did someone say something? I overheard some fledglings mention you and your brother. Since I had to hurry back to class, I didn't hear much, but I got the impression something bad happened. Her eyes glisten. My heart squeezes. I didn't mean to upset. It's okay. She brushes away the tear sliding down her cheek. No one at Flighthaven knows what I'm about to tell you, so please don't repeat it. Of course not. She makes a pained sound. Flighthaven wasn't a good fit for Gregory and, well, he defected. Pardon my ignorance, but what exactly does that mean? He couldn't stand it here, so he left. He went home. She lowers her gaze. Nothing my mother or father said could get him to come back. Not even the threat of the king taking away your family's titles and lands? If what Olive said happened, she wouldn't be a noble any longer and wouldn't have to serve here unless she enlisted. I want to ask about that, but wait for her to speak. At last, she shrugs. Even our family losing everything couldn't convince Gregory to return. The king did confiscate some of our lands, but he allowed us to retain all of our titles, so we wouldn't be complete pariahs. Or because he had Olive to take Gregory's place? Given her distress, I should change the subject, but I can't. If Lisa defected as Gregory did, I need to know what consequences await her. What befell him? Where's your brother now? He's dead. Her face crumples. He ended up in a ditch with his throat slashed. Thieves weren't responsible. Gregory still had his ring on and a pocket full of coins. My parents are convinced the king sent royal guards to assassinate him. My mind spins with Olive's revelation. Her family believes King Xenon killed her brother? I'm so sorry. I remove the bottle of nail polish from Olive's quivering hands and put the contraband away. I don't know what to say. He didn't deserve that. Greg was such a kind soul. She drops her face in her hands as sobs rack her body. I scoot closer, pulling her into a tight hug. If he was anything like you, I'm sure he was amazing. Although I don't doubt Olive's belief that the king ordered her brother's death, would he really do such a thing? The few times I've met him, he's always been kind to me. Always asked me questions about my life and listened as if genuinely interested in the answers. If Lisa deserted Flighthaven, would Xenon send his guards to hunt her down? Surely not. I shiver. None of this makes any sense. Olive sniffles before swiping her tears away with her sleeve. You know what this night calls for? What's that? Distraction by way of booze. Lots and lots of booze. I hesitate, but one more glance at Olive's pink-rimmed eyes has me agreeing. What I really want are answers about the king and what happens to deserters. But that can wait. Olive needs cheering up and I need help figuring out how to leave campus without landing myself in a heap of trouble. 2 birds, 1 stone. I ignore the sharp stab in my gut over the idea of taking advantage of Olive's vulnerable state. Nothing I ask will put her at risk. The only person who stands to get hurt by my questioning is me. I rub her back. A distraction sounds good, something to take your mind off everything tonight. Any idea where we can find alcohol? Pulling away, Olive exhales a hiccuping breath and jumps to her feet. Come with me. My throat tightens as I place my hand in her outstretched palm. For a moment, I see Lisa's face as she tugs me down the castle stairs, persuading me into yet another game of hide and seek or spying on one of the cute guards entertaining a lady friend in the garden. I blink, and Olive returns, a tremulous smile on her face. She yanks me out our door, where we narrowly miss a collision with our third roommate. A scowling Helene tells us to watch where we're going. That only makes Olive giggle as she continues to tug me through the hall, down the stairs, and onto the first floor. She pauses halfway down the first floor hall to knock on a door. A disheveled Abel appears. "Ladies, how can I be of service?" He opens the door wide enough for us to squeeze by. Olive waits for him to shut it behind us before answering. "You still have that bottle of whiskey?" "Nope, we finished that off a couple weeks ago." Olive wilts. "Luckily, my uncle sent me a new bottle in the past mail drop." Olive screeches and whacks him on the chest. "You jerk! You could have led with that." Abel winks. "Now, what would be the fun in that?" Nick sits up on his bed. "We drinking tonight?" Olive nods. "Yes, please." Nick and Abel exchange glances. Nick shrugs as if to say why not, prompting Abel to grin and rummage in his armoire. He produces a large jug of brown liquid. "Same spot as last time?" Upon spying the jug, Olive wiggles her hips. "Works for me." Nick leads us out of the dorms to a small, crumbling building that I never noticed before, situated on the far edge of the grounds. Cobwebs and expensive but rotting furniture from an earlier era populate the interior. Moonlight streams through the windows and missing chunks of roof. Eyeing the dubious stains on a torn velvet couch, I scrunch my nose. Wouldn't outside be better? Spiders don't bother me much, but I'm pretty sure I spy rat droppings on the floor, and I'm not a big fan of rodents. Their pink eyes and long naked tails get to me. "If you want us to get caught, sure." Nick fixes me with a look that says I'm hopeless as a badice. "Rat hole it is." The others drop to the floor. After using my boot to sweep my area as clean as possible, I sit too. Nick and Abel pull cups from their pockets. Abel fills them with generous pours of whiskey, and Nick passes them around. Then Nick empties his cup first in one huge gulp and holds it out for a refill. After tasting hers, Olive screws up her face like she just stuck her hand in a bucket of poisonous snakes. "That good, huh?" I laugh before taking a swig of my own drink. The liquid burns my throat, transforming my laugh into a sputtering cough. I shiver at the bold, smoky flavor, which in my opinion isn't quite as terrible as Erile or my suppressant. At least the warmth in my belly balances out the not-so-great flavor. Soon, the whiskey loosens our tongues, and we share stories. Somehow we latch onto the topic of past loves. Olive tells us about the first boy she had a crush on, and how they would sneak into the forest to kiss and hold hands. Abel waxes poetic about an apprentice baker he dated when he was 16, who made him blueberry muffins every week. Not to be outdone, Nick boasts about his girlfriend's talented mouth, making my eyebrows shoot up and Olive screech. I elbow him in the ribs. "Enough." He swivels toward me with his eyes halfway shut, his lips stretched into a loopy grin. Between his relaxed pose and the whiskey dribbling off his chin, he presents as decidedly un-Nick-like, and I notice that his cup is almost empty again. "What about you? Did you fall in love with any of the Lord's sons who came courting?" My stomach sinks at his question. Mother didn't introduce me to any Lord's sons. No one ever came courting. I've never been in love before. At the castle that served as my prison up until I came here, potential suitors were in short supply. To buy myself time, I sucked down more whiskey. My first kiss was with the stable boy when I was 12 and he was 15. All I can remember is him tasting like the grass he always chewed. The ridiculous faces Olive and Abel pull draw a laugh from me. In retrospect, that doesn't sound nearly as appealing as I thought it was at the time. Olive takes a generous gulp of whiskey. Her pink cheeks and glazed eyes suggest that the alcohol is having an impact. "What about after him?" "After him? I set my sights on the other stable boy who ate cookies." Everyone laughs, and the conversation moves away from former loves. Thankfully, while everyone else refills their cups and grows progressively tipsier, I nurse my drink, biding my time until I spot a lull in the discussion. "Hey, why don't we play a game? Truth or dare?" Nick snorts so hard, he almost drops his cup. "What's next? Musical thrones? Pin the horn on the alicorn? Goddess says?" Olive pokes him on the shoulder. "Hey, don't make fun of my roomie. She's the best." She leans over to give me a hug and topples into my side. I squeeze her back before pushing her upright again. Abel rolls his eyes. Besides me, he's the only one who isn't acting blitzed. I'm in. Everyone stares at Nick. I clasp my hands in front of me and stick out my lower lip. Please, Nick, I've never played before. Olive's eyes bug out. Seriously, how could you have never played Truth or Dare before? I fake a casual shrug. My mother could be a little weird about who we socialized with, so I didn't always spend a lot of time with my peers. Talk about an understatement. And since Lisa and I didn't really keep secrets from each other, there was no point in playing back then. Now, I wonder if I still know my sister at all. Nick groans. Fine, I'll play. My shoulders relax a little. So far, so good. After beaming at Nick, Olive claps her hands. Yay, Lark, why don't you start? Since it was your idea, and you've never played before. I tap a finger to my lips, pretending to search my brain for a suitable question, while doing my best to hide my growing nerves. Oh, I know. Nick, have you ever left campus without permission, or do you know of someone who did? Nick blinks. Leave campus? A furrow dips between his eyebrows, as if my question doesn't compute. I feign a sip of whiskey to hide my grimace. His reaction leaves me feeling less than optimistic. Olive shakes her head. Hells, no, none of us have snuck off campus, because we're not morons. And only a moron would try. Nick nods. She's right. The chances of getting caught are like 200 out of 10. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but I get the drift. My odds of successfully sneaking off campus are basically non-existent. Great, just the news I hoped for. Abel cocks his head to one side, regarding me with the faintest frown. I've never heard of someone even trying to leave campus without permission. Dejection settles into my bones. Not even if you somehow manage to steal a couple tokens? The rule book outlined the procedure for how to request a leave of absence from campus. After stressing that permission would only be granted in the case of a family emergency or other extreme, extenuating circumstances, the guidelines went on to say that any student leaving campus must make a formal request. If granted, the student would be issued 2 tokens, to be displayed at all times. One hangs around the mount's neck, the other around the student's. What the guide didn't specify was where to obtain those tokens. Abel guffaws. Steal tokens? Who's gonna steal tokens from Thorn? If he catches you, you're liable to lose an arm. My heartbeat quickens. Thorn has them? Last I heard anyway. I guess it makes sense, since he's in charge of the alicorns. Nick chortles. Poor alicorns. I know he's an amazing rider and all, but Thorn is one grumpy bastard. He's not grumpy all the time, and he's super gentle and patient with animals. I recognize my mistake too late. All 3 of my wide-eyed friends swivel to gawk at me. Olive gasps while Nick begins to sing. Somebody has a crush! Chapter 25. Shit, I need to shut this down. Fast! Before I can voice my protest, Olive claps her hands. She does have a crush. I can tell. She points at me. Admit it, you like him. You like our hot, cranky flight instructor. My face heats. What are we, 5? And please, just because I pointed out that Thorn takes good care of the alicorns, which is literally part of his job, by the way, that doesn't mean I have a crush on him. He's my instructor. My former best friend at Flight Haven scoffs. Oh, please, as if half the class wouldn't climb that man like a tree if the opportunity presented itself. Abel raises his hand. Sign me up. His comment catches me off guard. Really? You're into... At the last second, I realize the incredible rudeness of my question and switch gears. Him? Mortified, I duck my head. Great. Abel probably thinks I'm one of those people who cares if men are attracted to other men, or women love other women when nothing could be further from the truth. To me, finding someone you adore to share your life with Someone who adores you right back. Sounds like the most wonderful thing there is. Man, woman, neither, both. I don't care. All I know for sure is that loneliness sucks. I breathe a relieved sigh when Abel responds without taking offense. Him, definitely. The grumpy bit actually kind of does it for me. And other men, or women. Depends on the person. I nod. That's cool. Nick groans. Ugh, stop. The guy sucks. Though you might be onto something. Maybe if he spent less time sleeping in the stable with the alicorns and more time getting laid, he'd remember how to smile. Olive winks. Oh, please, have you seen the way Instructor X salivates over him? I'm sure that man's getting plenty of action. I hate how her statement prompts me to suck in a pained breath. I loathe the idea of Thorn and her rolling around naked in bed together even more. Digging my nails into my palm, I force myself to focus. Thorn's nighttime activities are none of my concern. I have more important things to worry about than who my hot flight instructor likes to play hide the sausage with. You think he keeps the tokens in that room? Probably. Nick frowns. These are kind of weird questions for truth or dare. Usually it's stuff like, what's your most embarrassing moment ever? Or, who on campus do you want to bang? Nope. No way in hells will I be answering that last one. I figure, until I verbally admit my attraction to Thorn, I can retain plausible deniability. My bad. I told you I've never played before. Based on Abel's narrowed eyes, I'm not sure my innocent expression has fooled anyone. Luckily, Nick jumps in before I squirm too much. Olive, truth or dare? I wait another round before whispering in Olive's ear. Then wait an additional 2 rounds for Olive to point at me. This time I'll take dare. Nick whoops. Olive claps. Abel sips his whiskey, far too sober for comfort. Oh well, too late to worry about that now. Facing Olive, I pray she remembers what I told her a few rounds ago. At first, she hems and haws and my shoulders sink. In the next breath, she brightens and cackles. Oh, I've got a good one. Lark, your dare is to sneak into Sterling Hottie Pants Thorn's room and steal one of those off-campus tokens. With an animated gasp, I do my best to feign shock. What? Are you nuts? A swaying Nick grins. What's the matter, Axton? Are you chicken? He tucks his hands into his armpits and flaps his elbows, clucking and scratching at the ground with his boot. After dissolving into a fit of giggles, Olive throws back her head and yodels. Cock-a-doodle-doo. A Claris's finest right here, ladies and gentlemen. If this is all that's standing between our kingdom and the Tyrannese, we might be screwed. Abel shakes his head. This is just plain sad. Agreed. I huff out a laugh. But fine, I'll do it. While far from foolproof, using our little game of truth and dare as a cover story if Thorn catches me in the act is better than nothing. Go on, Dan. Nick shoos me away. You don't have all night. Okay, here I go. Olive gives me a drunken wave. Don't get caught. When I glance at Abel, he winks. And if you do, just tell him you came for a good dicking down. I splutter while Olive busts out laughing. Abel and Nick both shush her. You guys are the worst, I hiss. With Abel's comment ringing in my head and a mild but pleasant whiskey buzz injecting me with liquid courage, I leave the building and head toward the alicorn stable. My trek across the grounds proves uneventful, the few recruits I pass paying me no attention. Once there, I peek inside the door, my eyes taking a moment to adjust to the dim lights. A shiny black alicorn in a stall near the entrance lifts its head, ears swiveling toward me and nostrils flaring. Swallowing hard, I creep into the building. With no sign of Thorn, I head to the far end of the stable, searching for the room Nick and Abel described. Just like they said, I find the place past a row of stalls. Despite my daily training sessions and flight lessons, I've never paid much attention to the plain, unassuming door that I figured led to some sort of storage space or supply area. With a deep breath, I perform another quick scan. What if Thorn's inside? Only one way to find out. Stealing my courage, I give a soft knock and wait. No answer. I tap on the door again and press my ear to the wood. No response. Fingers trembling, I reach for the handle. It turns with no resistance, and the door opens with only the tiniest creak. A weak light illuminates the small space. Head buzzing, I tiptoe inside, hardly daring to breathe. Thorn's lingering scent draws me into the sparse, functional room. Pushed against the right wall is a small, neatly made cot. A bedside table with a lantern on top occupies a spot near the pillow. On the opposite side of the room stands a small desk and chair, with a single shelf laden with books above the desk. A worn wooden armoire is tucked away in the rear left corner. Thanks to Thorn's orderliness, the search progresses with ease. I make quick work of the desk, bedside table, and cot, but find nothing. I move to the armoire next. Through the cracked right door, a silver glimmer catches my eye. Heart pounding, I push the door open wider. A small metal box sits on an interior shelf, the contents spilling out from the open lid. Silver, gold, and bronze coins, thin silver chains. Cream-colored papers sealed with wax bearing some kind of crest. Peering closer, I discover the silver chains aren't chains at all, but ribbons threaded through tiny holes in the bronze coins. Some appear long enough to wrap around an alicorn's neck. Sure enough, when I pick one up, I spot the word Flight Haven stamped into the metal. Score. Quickly pocketing two, my attention snags on the papers. What could those be? Curious, I stroke the thick parchment with my fingertips. A hand clamps down on my shoulder. What do you think you're doing in my room? Air punches from my lungs. This is bad. Very, very bad. I'm going to be in so much trouble. Nerves mix with the heady feeling from the alcohol as I whirl to face Instructor Thorn. The words die on my lips. He's shirtless, a pair of loose black pants slung low over his hips. Holy hells! Heat engulfs me, torching my throat and blazing a trail down to my lower belly. This time I don't think I can blame the burn on the whiskey. Underneath his bronzed skin, honed muscles ripple, displaying every hard plane and line of his body. The faded scars painting his chest and stomach add to his appeal. Two lines near his hips cut in to form a V shape and dip below his waistband. I follow the trajectory of those lines, swallowing hard. He's absolutely magnificent. Axton, I asked you a question. My head jerks up. You did? A hint of amusement flits across his face. I'll ask you again. What are you doing in the room at this time of night? Oh, right, that question. Instead of a suitable response, Abel's voice echoes in my mind. I try to snuff it out and end up pleading with myself. Oh, gods no, do not say dicking down. Repeat, do no say dicking down. Perspiration dots my scalp as I fumble for an excuse. What's my cover story again? The answer evades me, thanks to Thorn's half-dressed state scrambling my brain. Since my thoughts refuse to cooperate, I blurt out the next thing that pops in my head. I was going for a walk, and I thought I'd visit the alicorns. Immediately, I want to go back in time and shove a gag in my mouth. You, visit the alicorns in the middle of the night, no less? I suppress a groan at my pitiful explanation. Right, Thorn's mouth tips up in a smirk. Because you're so fond of them. I cast a longing glance at the door. I never said I wasn't fond of them. Pretty certain that was exactly what you meant when you fainted and later bailed from Zephyr's back. And that still doesn't explain why you're in my room. My attention drifts back to his sculpted abdominals, and I lose my train of thought. Well, have you been drinking? Thorn inches closer, dipping his face toward mine and sniffing. You have? I must have ingested more alcohol than I realized, because something is messing with my head. It's definitely not the so sexy it should be illegal instructor's nearness. Say yes, tell him you're drunk and then run away. Instead, I tilt my chin up, standing on my toes to whisper in his ear. There's only one way for you to know for sure. He jolts when my lips brush the shell of his ear and my breath catches in my throat. Did I really just say that? Thorn rears back like I've burned him. his dark gaze full of shadows and desire. I lick my lips, and he groans. My stomach dips at the hungry noise. For a small eternity, we stand there staring at each other, neither of us moving or saying a word. Thorn breaks the silence first. We can't do this. I know. This is a terrible idea. The worst. I wet my lips again, and he releases a ragged breath. Fuck it! Before I comprehend what's happening, he winds my braid around his fist and tugs, yanking my head back. And then his mouth slams into mine. There are 1,000 reasons why this is a bad idea, but the moment our lips touch, I don't care about a single one. Thorn cups my chin, angling my head to deepen the kiss. I savor the taste of him. The sensation of his hard body pushing against mine. The delicious heat radiating from his skin. I gasp as he presses closer against me, my lips parting as he cradles my neck. With expert strokes, he explores my mouth with his tongue, devouring me like he's starving, and I'm his only sustenance. He tastes like danger and whiskey, and I can't tell if he's been drinking too. Reaching up, I run my fingers through hair every bit as soft and silky as it looks. This is utter insanity, and I never want it to end. Something raw and primitive rises inside me. I skim my tongue over his bottom lip, then draw it into my mouth and gently bite down. He groans again, cupping my ass and tugging me so close that there's no space between us. Pleasure coils low in my belly. I grind my pelvis against him, and his hips rock into me as he kisses me harder. A moan escapes me. I lower my hands to his shoulders, my fingers tracing the curves and dips of his back. Thorn stills under my touch. In the next heartbeat, he jerks away, retreating until he's no longer within reach. I instantly miss the warmth of him, the demanding press of his lips on mine. Cursing, he rakes a hand through his hair. I know I should regret what we did, but no part of me does. Not in the slightest. Kissing him was reckless and forbidden, and I could get in all kinds of trouble for doing so. We both could. And I'd still do it again in a second. This was a mistake. He clenches his jaw and a hardness creeps into his features. It will never happen again. The words pummel me. I do everything in my power not to flinch. His hot one minute, cold the next act gives me whiplash. I struggle to keep the hurt from my voice. It didn't feel like a mistake to me. Well, that's exactly what it was. You just caught me in a moment of weakness. Anger replaces the hurt, and my temperature begins to rise. You were the one who came in here like this. I gesture to his bare torso. He raises an eyebrow. Like what? Half naked. Despite the heat creeping up my neck, I meet his gaze. It's my room, and you were the last person I expected to find in here. So you're going to tell me, Duchess? He levels me with a steely glare. What you were doing in my room in the middle of the night. Right. I did sort of barge into his private space, uninvited. But how can I tell him why I was sneaking around in his room? Once again, Abel's advice taunts me, and once again, I push the thought away. Maybe pretending like I snuck in hoping to get lucky is the smart move, but my pride refuses to go there. Not after he just finished saying that kissing me was a terrible mistake. Exhaling, I settle on telling him a partial truth. We were playing a drinking game, and I was dared to come in here. That's all. When he says nothing, I ramble on. I never would have come in here otherwise. I swear. I see. Having no idea what else to say, I start to head for the door. 2 steps away from freedom, I spin to face him. Do you think the king would send his men to assassinate someone for defecting? His forehead creases in surprise, but really, he can't be more surprised than me. I have no idea where that came from. Thorn doesn't speak for several moments, his expression unreadable. You would be shocked at the awful things a king orders his people to do. Why, though? Why would he do anything like that? I shake my head. He's always been good to my family. Thorn's face darkens with anger, and he narrows his eyes. Thank you for that reminder. Wait, what? Grabbing my arm, he half drags me toward the door. And should you get the notion to hook up with someone, I suggest you go find a fellow recruit. He opens the door. Because I'm not on the menu. Fury burns inside me. I want to punch the condescending look off of his beautiful face. Don't flatter yourself. You're the last person I want to hook up with. Could have fooled me 5 minutes ago. Lip curling into a sneer, he gives me a shove and closes the door. Seething, I take off for the dorm without glancing back. Good riddance. No one in their right mind would want to kiss such an obnoxious, egotistical bonehead. My stinging eyes, though, tell a different story. Chapter 26. While I kick off the next morning with a mild headache, Olive's pained moan when Helene draws the curtains open to let sunlight stream in suggests she's suffering through a much worse hangover. She stumbles out of bed for the bathroom, still reeking of whiskey. I'm about to offer her some sympathy when realization dawns on me. Both my roommates are up, along with the sun. I've overslept and missed my private flight training session. Thorne's going to strangle me. I whip off the covers to hop out of bed, but sag back into the mattress. Even if I hurry, there's no time to train. Not if I want breakfast. And after last night, I don't know if I'm up to facing him this morning anyway. The memory of him glaring and telling me to find someone else to hook up with because he's not on the menu makes me want to crawl into my armoire and never come out. Since that's not an option, I follow Olive into the showers and get dressed for class. During weapons training, one of Mark and Elijah's cronies accidentally stabs Olive's hand with the business end of a dagger. When I lose my temper and yell that I'd like to accidentally separate his head from his neck, our instructor orders me to walk it off by escorting Olive to the infirmary. Funny, with all the anxiety I harbored about Flighthaven prior to my arrival, I never once worried about intentional attacks by classmates. At the moment, that seems to be the biggest threat. Thanks to my decision that morning to reduce my usual amount of remedy, my performance in magic improves. My fireballs expand in size and power, and I even produce a mini fire tornado in the palm of my hand. Resnick offers me an encouraging nod. Torno, who's observing today, frowns. Are you sure you're taking the correct dosage of Irolark? Your power level is still pretty weak. I grit my teeth at the nearby snickers. Please say it louder so the assholes in the back can hear. Yes, since Earl doesn't work on me and also causes me nausea, is my answer really a lie? Either way, I avoid eye contact. As if that's not bad enough, a familiar figure enters the arena and stalks toward me. Fledgling Axton. Oh boy, angry doesn't even begin to describe Instructor Thorne's expression right now. He's livid. A muscle ticks in his jaw. His mouth sets in a hard line. His dark hair, free of its usual leather cord, blows around his face in the light breeze. Something about his fierceness reminds me of the painting of Zeru, god of the heavens, that hangs on the wall in the library of my mother's castle. Other fledglings take one glimpse of the storm cloud that is his face and scurry out of his path. From a safe distance, they shoot not-so-surreptitious glances our way, as if anticipating the wrath Thorne's about to unleash. Wise choice. If I could scurry away, I would. Alas, Mr. Stormy is headed right for me. He stops a few paces away. Muscular legs planted shoulder-width apart. Thick arms crossed over his chest. You missed our meeting this morning. Why? Irritation simmers in my blood. He could have caught me after class instead of calling me out in front of everyone. But of course, he has to make a point. I bite back a disrespectful comment. It wasn't intentional. He studies me with cool appraisal. Is that so? One dark eyebrow lifts in challenge, leaving little doubt that he believes I bailed because of his rejection. So humiliating. Yes, sir, that's so. As much as I'd like to tell him to kiss my ass, I know better than to let my temper run wild in front of another instructor and dozens of peers. I overslept. Oh? A ghost of a smirk plays at his lips. And why is that? He knows very well why. My ire kicks up a notch. I hope he reads the silent message in my eyes urging him to take a long, painful, one-way trip to one of the three hells. Because I'm exhausted from all the training I'm doing to catch up. No way in this realm will I admit to being such a whiskey lightweight. On top of that, I had to deal with an obnoxious asshole last night, which probably didn't help. Beside me, Olive's jaw falls open, and Abel launches into a coughing fit. I ignore them both. Thorne's lips twitch, almost as if he's suppressing a smile. He covers his mouth with his palm, leaving me to wonder if I imagined the act. You blew off this morning's meeting because you were too tired? What are you going to do if you get tired during battle? Take a nap? Several fledglings cackle as Instructor Kinnick strides up. Is everything all right? Everything's fine. Thorne's attention never strays from me. Just dealing with an insubordinate student. Insubordinate? I'd hardly call oversleeping insubordinate, sir. This time, when I emphasize sir in that mocking tone, Thorne's nostrils flare. His eyes rake over my body before fixating on my face like a predator's. If you can't manage to get your lazy ass out of bed on time, how do you expect to excel in your training? This would be a good time to exercise caution, but I'm far too pissed. Lazy ass? Lazy ass? He knows that's bullshit. Since my first day at Flight Haven, I've done nothing but bust my butt. With superhuman effort, I summon a sweet smile. Why, I figured I'd just follow some good advice and find some other fledgling to help me. After tossing his words from last night back in his face, I loop my arm through Olive's. Now, if you'll excuse me, Olive's looking a little pale, so I'm taking her to the infirmary to get a tonic for the pain. I'm not lying. Olive really doesn't look so hot, though I can't deny I'm happy for any reason to escape Thorne. Several pairs of eyes follow us as we exit the arena. Olive waits until we're out of earshot before she presses. What was that all about with you and Thorne? Did something happen last night? She holds up a palm. No, wait. Tell me later, when I'm not feeling like I'm about to die. The medic gives her a pain tonic and then changes her bandage, which somehow got dirty over the course of the day. Before he finishes, Olive falls asleep on one of the cots. His promise to keep an eye on her leaves me with some time to kill. There's no way I'm going back to magic class for round 2 with Thorne, so I wander outside. Before I know it, my feet lead me to the dragon eyrie. The same guard from the day before stands watch. I honestly don't realize I have an agenda until the words pour out of my mouth. Hi, remember me? I was here yesterday with Instructor Thorne and believe he dropped something. I was hoping I could run in super quick to search. I promise I won't be very long. My attempt at a flirtatious smile must suck because the guard shakes his head. Not without an instructor. What about instructor permission? Isn't that good enough? No. I let my shoulders droop and exhale an exaggerated sigh. See, I told Thorne that, but you know how he is, and he's in a real mood this afternoon. He gave me a look like he was envisioning my skull exploding like a ripe melon. You know the kind I'm talking about. And then told me in that icy tone of his that if I or the guard decide to waste his valuable time and make him come over himself, he'll be happy to deal with us. Of course, he said deal like he meant kill, but I'm sure it'll be fine if I go get him. Right? 1 second passes. 2. The guard opens the oversized door and moves to the side. Make it quick. You're a lifesaver. Hurrying into the dim interior, some subconscious urge lead me past the cold storage area and toward the dragon pens. I'm not even sure what I'm doing in the eyrie, but now that I'm here, I need to see the dragons. As I draw closer, unease crawls down my spine. This strange sensation, almost like a brushing against my mind, comes and goes, growing stronger one moment and disappearing the next. The feeling freaks me out a little, but I'm probably just paranoid and exhausted. Between my classes, early morning training sessions, and scaling back on my magic-suppressing dosage, it's a logical explanation. Despite my jitters, curiosity drives me forward. I creep closer to the enclosure and stop between the first 2 cells. Like yesterday, my heart clenches over the visual proof of the dragon's maltreatment. Just the sight of these cramped prisons for such large beasts stokes my desire to howl and slam the walls until they collapse. Anything to stop these dragons from being so trapped. Swallowing the knot in my throat, I wait for my inner turbulence to subside and peer between the iron bars. Predatory golden eyes gaze back at me. I retreat a step. The black dragon tracks my movement, and a loud snuffling noise escapes the iron muzzle imprisoning its mouth. I get the impression he's taking in my scent. My pulse stutters. Standing perfectly still, I lower my gaze, not wanting to set him off by staring him in the eye. Without warning, a riot of dark emotions slams into me, driving me to my knees. Terror, anguish, pain. So much pain. I try to rise, but I can't move. My vision dims, and frigid darkness threatens to envelop me. Fighting as hard as I can, I claw my way toward a clear head. The darkness tugs harder. As my vision continues to fade, fear morphs into panic. I'm not sure what's happening, only that my emotions feel out of control, like a wildfire in a drought-deadened field. If I don't rein them in, I'm scared they'll consume me from the inside out. I drag air into my lungs. Calm. I need to find my inner calm. If I want to banish the darkness that's trying to hijack my brain, I need to ground myself. Squeezing my eyes shut, I recall everything that brings me joy. Sunshine filtering through the clouds. A soft breeze fluttering through my hair. My sister's laughter as she stuffs a stolen cookie into her mouth. A pair of gold-flecked eyes turning molten before warm lips collide with mine. Relief. Finally, the treacherous darkness surrounding me lightens, then retreats as fast as it came. With a trembling body, I rise to my feet. The dragon slow blinks once before butting his head against the bars. He snorts, twin puffs of steam curling from his nostrils. My brain must still be a little woozy because his eyes have changed somehow. Become less tortured, more luminous. Palm up, I ease my hand forward. The dragon lowers his head like he's giving me permission to touch him. With measured movement, I stroke his scaly nose. He exhales again in a sound reminiscent of a sigh. I continue petting his muzzle. I'm so sorry you're here. You deserve to be free. An odd tickling sensation prickles between my ears. The dragon blinks twice, shakes his dark head, and backs away from the bars. All of a sudden, my muscles turn limp like someone poked holes into my body and sucked the energy right out of them. I stagger before regaining my balance. As quickly as I can, I retreat. I burst outside and blow right by the guard, not slowing until I'm a good distance away, drained and fending off a worsening headache. Everything okay, Fledging Axton? I whirl around to face Vice Commander Torno. I was so wrapped up in getting back to the dorm that I didn't even notice her. Let's hope she didn't spot me coming out of the Eyrie alone. I just have a headache. Gonna go lie down for a bit. She nods as I retreat. I'm grateful she didn't pepper me with questions because I have no logical explanation for what I was doing near the dragon enclosure or what transpired there. Back in my empty room, I collapse on the bed, willing the quiet to still my racing thoughts. What just happened? Is all the stress messing with my sanity? I know one thing for sure. I need to get out of this place, if only for a little while. A break from Flight Haven will help clear my head. Reaching beneath the mattress, my fingers find the smooth surface of the tokens I liberated from Thorn's room. Tonight. I have to go tonight. Voices echo in the hall. Class must be out. Sitting up, I scrub my palms over my face and mentally prepare myself to act normal and get through dinner. Chapter 27. As silently as possible, I strap a dagger to my thigh and don my heavy black cloak. I poke my hand into the pocket, ensuring the leather pouch of coins is still safely stashed where I put it earlier. Both tokens dangle from the ribbons I looped around my neck, hidden beneath my shirt. With one last glance at my sleeping roommates, I ease open the door and peek down the hallway. Once I'm certain no one's watching, I steal toward the Alicorn stable. Curfew already came and went, but no one intercepts me on the way. Even if they did, Abel told me that first-time offenders just get sent back to the dorms with a warning. My jittery nerves don't seem to get the message. I creep inside the dim structure, my eyes taking a moment to adjust. The door to Thorn's room is closed. I send up a silent prayer that he's in his instructor quarters instead. Or a heavy sleeper. With measured steps, I head toward Zephyr's stall. Though I probably woke him up, he's on high alert when I reach him, ears pricked forward. He snorts in greeting, and the alicorn in the adjoining stall lets out a high-pitched whinny. Shh, we've got to be quiet. I keep my voice low as I rub Zephyr's silvery nose. And I'm going to need a huge favor. Saddling him in the dark takes a small eternity, but I manage the job without making too much noise. Before leading the alicorn outside, I give the place one last cursory glance and breathe a sigh of relief. No guards in sight, no grumpy flight instructor ready to rip my head off either. Just a barn full of sleepy alicorns. Outside, I try to work up the nerve to mount the massive creature. This all sounded feasible in theory. Borrow an alicorn. Fly to Royce. Return and slip back into bed before anyone notices I'm gone. Now that the moment of truth has arrived, though, the flying part of my plan churns my stomach. You can do this. Though the words are more for me than for Zephyr, I keep my voice soft and soothing as I pat his neck. We'll stay low to the ground, and we'll be back before anyone misses us. I take a deep breath and ease myself into the saddle. Ready? A lazy drawl interrupts my monologue. Nice pep talk, truly inspirational. I freeze as Sterling Thorn emerges from the shadows. What are you doing here? What am I doing outside the alicorn stable? The place where I often work and sleep? Do you really need me to answer that? I shake my head as he reaches Zephyr's side. Don't let me interrupt. Whatever it is you're doing. The air leaves my lungs in a whoosh. My lips part, but I can't form any words. He wraps his hand around the reins. I think this just might be the first time I've seen you speechless. What? Don't mind me. I was just sneaking out for a late-night flight. You know, he tilts his head. This is starting to become a habit. What is? His smile widens as he gestures toward the building. Your nighttime visits, sneaking around. Irritation ripples through me. I wasn't sneaking. Then please enlighten me. What would you call it? I was just, going to practice with Zephyr. In the middle of the night? He leans in and inhales. Have you been drinking again? No, of course not. All right, no need to get defensive. It was a legitimate question after, well, you know. He pauses, but when I stay silent, he continues. So tell me, what were you really doing out here? And don't lie, I know you stole 2 tokens from my room. I don't bother arguing. We're wasting valuable time, and I see no way around admitting the truth to Thorn. Okay, I take a breath and try to steady my nerves. I might as well tell you. I was going to take Zephyr on a little flight, home? When his jaw drops, my explanation tumbles from my mouth. Just for tonight, we were going to turn right around and come back. Incredulity crosses his features. You're serious? You were actually going to attempt this reckless plan? He scrubs a hand over his face, his jaw muscle twitching. What in the hells were you thinking? I knew it was only a matter of time before that calm charade of his shattered. Yes, I'm serious. The words come out a hiss. Believe me, I know the risks. Oh, do you? He yanks me from the saddle, holding me tight even after my boots hit the dirt. Fuck, Lark, you've never even been on a solo flight before. You've never even been more than 10 feet off the ground. Anger surges through my veins as my entire body tingles with awareness. I'm well aware. Why? His throat works on a swallow. Just tell me what possessed you to sneak out, tack up an alicorn, and risk your life. What's so important to you? I angle my head away and study the ground. You wouldn't understand. Try me. He cups my jaw and brings it back so he can look me in the eye. People are depending on me. I squeeze my eyes shut, a lump forming in my throat at the thought of so many people without food. I help with a food pantry, and I got a letter today. There was a fire and, When I open my eyes, the fury on his face has faded. They need my help. I leave out the part about the book. An explanation for that would take too long, and this is a long shot anyway. If Thorn mocked me over how far-fetched my hope is that the book will lead me to Lisa, I might actually get arrested for kicking an instructor's balls into his throat. Several seconds pass as Thorn says nothing. I clear my throat. You were right. It's a reckless plan, but I can't let those children, any of those people, go hungry. Still silent, he releases me and motions toward Zephyr. Is he mocking me? I don't understand. I've done some shitty things in my life. He works the muscle in his jaw. But I'm not going to add to that list tonight. Get on. My own jaw drops. Really? You're going to help me? He rolls his eyes. Don't sound so shocked, Duchess. Who am I to deny hungry children food? Besides, you can make up for missing your lesson this morning. He motions toward Zephyr again. Now get on, we don't have all night. Amazed at the outcome of this conversation, I put my left boot in the stirrup and swing my right leg over the saddle. Before I can get comfortable, he vaults onto Zephyr behind me. I sit up straight, trying not to wiggle as his hard body presses up against me. What should I hold on to? Either Zephyr's mane or the pommel. He reaches around me and picks up the reins, encircling my waist with his other arm. Don't worry, I won't let you fall. For some reason, I'm not so sure about that. The words spill from my lips before I can stop them. He's actually helping you, and you just keep baiting him. Perfect. You wound me. I snort. Although I can't see his face, I can practically hear his smirk. Please. With a soft chuckle, Thorn nudges Zephyr into a brisk walk. Ready? I am. I suck in a breath, nerves fluttering in my belly like tiny butterflies. And I promise to behave, for the rest of the night at least. With that, Zephyr's off, rising off the ground with a powerful flap of his silvery wings. My stomach dips as we rise higher and higher, and I squeeze Thorn's arm like my life depends on it. He tightens his grip on my waist. If you wanted to hold my hand so badly, why didn't you just say so? I release a shaky laugh. You wish. This man is full of contradictions, riling me up one minute and putting me at ease the next. You can relax, you know. If you sit that stiff the whole time, you're going to have quite the backache later. Funny. Now that he mentions it, I notice my back already hurts a little. The pain feels less like muscle soreness and more like sharp tingling near my shoulder blades, as if I'm being stabbed by 100 tiny needles. I roll my shoulders, hoping the movement will banish the unpleasant sensation. Pain is the only reason I let my back melt into his chest and allow his warmth to seep through my cloak. I definitely, 100%, absolutely do not use my flight instructor as a personal pillow because I want to be closer to him. That's the story I tell myself anyway. Isn't that better? For a few minutes, we're quiet as Zephyr flaps his powerful wings. Chilly wind whips across my face, tugging strands loose from my braid. To my surprise, I'm not afraid. Quite the opposite. For the first time, I'm discovering the exhilaration of flying. It's like I was made for this. You okay? Thorn's deep rumble pulls me back to reality. Yes. Are you sure? He gives me a gentle squeeze. Because you're awfully quiet, and that's not like you. Just enjoying the flight. I twist around to catch a glimpse of his face under the starlight, a little surprised to find genuine concern there. You act like I talk nonstop. Well, he draws out the word. You do sometimes, especially when you're pissed and hurling insults. I flash him a sugary, sweet smile. Maybe if you weren't such a hard-ass all the time, I wouldn't be pissed. Thorn tesks and shakes his head. And here I thought you promised to behave. I roll my eyes, then twist back around to face forward. Oh, please, if I were misbehaving, you'd be the first to know. He barks a laugh, and I can't help but think that he doesn't do so nearly enough. Noted. Now tell me where this friend of yours lives. After I give him directions, a comfortable silence ensues for a while. Thorn traces slow, small circles on my belly, a shivery sensation radiating from his fingers. I don't even know if he's aware, but I sure am. A sharp warmth settles low in my stomach as heat creeps up my neck and into my face. I've never been more thankful to be facing away from him. As we near the village of Bekrun, Thorn banks Zephyr to the left. At the sudden move, my stomach drops. I clutch his arm again, and he offers me a squeeze in response. Where exactly is he in Bekrun? I focus on his nearness, and not our height. A half-mile away from the constable station, near the church. The silvery moonlight bathing the village helps me recognize the buildings below. Nearby, scattered houses with thatched roofs, sagging mud frames, and small gardens dot the landscape. When we approach the town proper, roofs with clay shingles predominate, indicating wealth from either the merchant class or minor nobles. Government buildings constructed of stone appear milky under the moon, the same as the church. In the far distance, a Claris's lone mountain range rises. Much closer is Castle Axton. I wait for a nostalgic pang at seeing my childhood home, but the emotion doesn't come. All I crave now is freedom. See those buildings to the left with the clay shingles? I point. Beyond them are smaller structures, though not as worn as the peasants' houses we passed. Royce may be a merchant, but according to him and how he described his home, he's not as well off as most. The fifth one down is my friend's house? Sterling directs Zephyr to that area and lands him in Royce's grassy front yard. After we dismount, Thorn secures Zephyr to a tree and gives his shoulder a friendly pat. My chilled cheeks warm and my pulse quickens. His mood changes, growing more intense. After a moment, he rests his hand on my arm, keeping me close. Everything within me flutters, sending my pulse into a reckless sprint, urging me to focus on him alone. His expressive brown eyes, strong jaw, perfectly sculptured nose, silky hair. An expectant sigh parts my lips. His gaze drops to them, the air surrounding us electrifying. I wonder if, like me, he's remembering last night's kiss. A loud creak interrupts the moment. Flinching, I look over. Royce exits his house, the lantern he holds near his head capturing the way his lined face slackens. His startled gaze jumps from Zephyr to Thorn to me. Lady Lark? I smile at the shock in his voice, wondering if Royce has ever seen an alicorn up close, or ever expected me to arrive in his front yard wearing Flighthaven gear. Hello, Royce. I got your letter. I gesture between Thorn and me. And we're here to help with the food pantry. Chapter 28. Once Royce stops gaping, he excuses himself to tell his wife he's going out. A few minutes later, he returns. Why don't we talk at the tavern? I have a shed with a few stalls around back. We can put your alicorn, he nods at Zephyr, in there. There's plenty of hay. Thank you. I'm sure he would like that. I rub Zephyr's neck, glad he'll have hay to munch on while we speak with Royce. The alicorn certainly deserves it. After Royce shoos some chickens out of the way, he tosses an armful of hay on the ground. Thorn unbridles Zephyr before securing him in the enclosure. Raucous laughter spills from the rustic tavern as we approach. Inside, flickering torches light the main room, casting shadows on the rough-hewn wooden tables and benches. The thick air carries the scent of cheap liquor and roasted meat. The patrons are both men and women, some cloaked to conceal their identities. Around the cozy space, at least half a dozen card games are in progress. A chorus of shouts and whistles erupts when one man wins a round. Royce led us to a table in the back, nodding to a few men as he passes. He gestures for us to sit, and I slide onto the bench first. Thorn takes a seat next to me while Royce heads to the bar to get our drinks. A few tables away, a young woman with a low-cut scarlet gown and lips painted to match sits atop a man's lap. Her companion whispers something in her ear as his thumb skims across the underside of her breast. She arches her back, blonde curls cascading down her shoulders as she giggles. I can't wrench my eyes away as the man's hand trails up the woman's bare leg and vanishes under her skirt. What would Thorne do if I climbed into his lap like that? Would he protest, or would he engage in scandalous activities? I picture us sitting there instead. My temperature spikes. Beneath the table, Thorne's thigh presses against mine as he leans down. It's not polite to stare. My face burns and my gaze snaps to his. I know, sorry, I'm only teasing. I could get lost in his throaty laugh. I doubt they're very aware of their surroundings at the moment. Oh, I twist my hands in my lap, fighting the desire to pull my hood over my head and hide my face. That's twice tonight. What? That's the second time you've been speechless, and I find it rather adorable. I draw my eyebrows together. Why would you find that adorable? He shrugs. You just look so innocent when you're at a loss for words. It's endearing. Innocent? Endearing? He's describing a 5-year-old girl. My nose wrinkles. You're ridiculous. He grins, the gesture softening the angles of his handsome face. Tell me something. Did you come here often before you started at Flighthaven? No, this is actually my first time. Let me guess. A place like this is too crude and boisterous for your delicate sensibilities. The words echo what he'd said on my first day at Flighthaven, but this time, they hold no malice. I snort. Hate to disappoint you, but I am not delicate. How do I explain I wasn't allowed to go, well, anywhere? And my mother wouldn't let me come here. Ah, well, you're here now. So what do you think? My gaze flicks to the scantily clad woman. The man's hand is hidden under her dress, moving in slow circles between her thighs. My gods. Thorne follows my gaze and clears his throat. Well, it's educational. The words squeak out as warmth floods my face again. Before I have a chance to say anything that will further embarrass me, Royce arrives with our drinks. Would you care for an ale, Lady Lark? I'd love one, thank you. He sets the frosty mug in front of me, then hands one to Thorne as he sits and claims the last one for himself. Thorne nods his thanks, raising the glass to his lips and taking a measured drink. Careful, it's strong. Wouldn't want you to find yourself in a compromising situation. Another one anyway. Now I'm definitely thinking about last night's kiss. From the way his gaze flares with heat, he is too. I take a sip of my ale and focus on Royce. Tell us about the fire. Do you know what caused it? The amusement in his eyes fades, and his shoulders sag. I think it was set. Vegetable and fruit merchants don't like me giving away what they want someone to pay for. I make a face. That's ridiculous. How can these people without enough money to eat pay? Especially with the recent shortages driving the prices up. Do you know which merchant may have set the blaze? He offers a bitter laugh. Even if I did, I can't be certain they acted alone. The constables could have been in on the fire too. A gulp of ale does little to smother my outrage. So now they're helping merchants break the law? I don't know, but they do keep showing up, wanting me to pay them to protect the place from the merchants. He sighs. I barely make enough to buy the food. How am I supposed to pay them on top of that? It's senseless, and you shouldn't have to, but please don't worry. I pull the leather pouch from my cloak, then reach across the table and deposit the bundle into Royce's weathered hand. I brought enough coin tonight to keep the food pantry going for quite some time. Royce's mouth opens and closes a few times before he speaks. Bless you, I can never thank you enough. As usual, the appreciation has me squirming. Especially since I'm doing the bare minimum. No thanks necessary, I'm honored to help. The table grows quiet, and I know without turning my head that Thorne's watching me. When he reaches for his mug, his arm brushes against mine. This village is struggling to get enough food. The shortages are hurting everyone, and most of the lower class don't have the money to buy what's at the market. Royce glances around and leans closer, dropping his voice. The king keeps upping the taxes on what's sold. Times are tough for a lot of people. The ale sours in my stomach. No one should have to wake up wondering if they'll get to fill their bellies when so many have plenty to spare. Thorne rubs the back of his neck. Is that why you started a food pantry, Royce? Oh no, it wasn't my idea. His face flushes as his lips curve into a grin. The pantry was all Lady Lark. I wave off his praise. It was a joint effort. Still smiling, Royce shrugs. Thorne studies me, his face a mixture of emotions I can't name. Royce clears his throat. If you don't mind me asking, Lady Lark, how are you adjusting to Flighthaven? I'm adjusting. I sip my ale and trace circles on the worn wooden table. It hasn't been easy, but now that I've been there a while, I can't imagine ever returning home. Royce flashes me a knowing look. I'm sure. It must be nice not to be trapped in that castle of a home anymore. He has no idea just how much I've enjoyed this taste of freedom. Very nice. Thorne opens his mouth, questions I don't want to answer swimming in his gold-flecked eyes. I blurt out the first topic that comes to mind. Tell me what's been happening with you. How is your family? At the mention of his loved ones, Royce's face softens. You'll never guess what Sarah did last week. As he launches into a story about his youngest daughter's antics, I start to relax. The last couple of weeks have been difficult, and it's wonderful to forget about my problems for a bit. Ah, come on, sweetness, give me a kiss, will ya? At the table nearest ours, a youngish man pulls a giggling serving girl onto his lap. Within seconds, they're kissing as if they mean it and then some. Despite Thorne's earlier warning, he watches them as much as I do, his thigh pressing even harder against mine. My insides warm as my thoughts run wild, showing me sliding onto Thorne's lap, my arms around his shoulders, his palm covering my breast, our mouths welcoming each other, tongues dueling as we deepen our kiss until I don't know where he ends. And I begin. Eyes closed, I pull in the deepest breath I can to calm myself. When I force my lids up, Thorne's looking at me, his gaze intent, color deepened. If I didn't know better, I'd swear he could read my indecent thoughts. He eases closer to me, then stiffens, his gaze darting to the door. Before I can turn, Thorne swings his legs over the seat and stands. Excuse me. He joins a figure at the door who's dressed in all black, the hooded cloak masking the stranger's features. Based on their height and breadth of shoulders, I'm almost positive it's a man. They disappear into the darkness. If you don't mind me asking, milady, since it's none of my business. Royce lifts his shoulders. How long have you and Sterling been together? My face burns, but I force a laugh. Me and Thorne? Together? I wave my hands in front of myself. No, you have us all wrong. Royce sips his ale, his eyes saying he knows I'm lying. I should leave things at that, but I can't. He's my flight instructor. To be honest, he despises me. Royce's bushy gray eyebrows inch up. Your definition of despise must be different than mine. That man watches you the way a mutt watches a roast chicken, like he wants to devour you. Heat floods my cheeks. I cover my eyes. No, you're mistaken. Though part of me wishes he weren't. We annoy each other, Royce. Thorne's bossy and loves yanking my chain. Poor Royce struggles not to smile. Whatever yanking your chain is, do you like him doing that? Even though I do, because it proves Thorne has some feelings for me, including the mean ones at times, I'll never admit as much. I glance around, trying not to linger on the serving girls and men who are making out as if they're alone in a bedroom. So that book you mentioned in your letter. From Peaches, do you have it with you by chance? Oh yes, hold on. Royce hops up, disappears behind the bar, and returns holding a book with deep blue binding. Strangest thing, the book was sent from Flighthaven. It was addressed to Peaches, care of Royce, and had the tavern name. I figured I should let you know right away, since Lisa, any word on her whereabouts? I stroke the book. Not yet, but I'm hoping this might help. Though I'm dying to thumb through the pages in search of clues, I tuck the book into my cloak pocket. Not a moment later, Thorn reappears at my side, pulling me off the plank seat. Time to go. Good to meet you, Royce. Don't worry, Axton and I will make certain your food pantry stays open. The constables and merchants don't threaten you any longer, and everyone has enough to eat. Thorn hands Royce 2 gold coins for our drinks. It's entirely too much money, and my heart can't help but warm a little at the gesture. That warmth dies when he drags me out of the tavern like hellhounds are nipping at our heels and shushes me when I try to ask why. Something clearly spooked him, but what? Chapter 29. The tavern door shuts, muffling the boisterous voices within, and replacing laughter with chirping crickets and the mournful hoots of a fanged owl. I let Thorn drag me another few steps before digging my heels into the ground. What's the big hurry all of a sudden? The irritated noise that escapes Thorn's throat makes it clear that he'd rather not answer. Too bad for him. I'd rather not get hauled out of taverns by hot, grumpy instructors, but we can't always get what we wish. While grumbling beneath his breath, he scans our surroundings. Can we at least get to Zephyr before we play 20 questions? Unlike earlier, his posture is rigid. Clearly something worrisome happened between his interaction with the stranger and now. Whatever. When he tugs on my hand again, I don't fight him. I can bide my time. Short of pitching me off Zephyr's back, he won't be able to escape my pestering on the ride back. The brisk evening air nips at my cheeks and fingers. Shivering, I pull free of his grip and shove my hands into my pockets. My left one jostles the book Royce gave me, dislodging a piece of paper. At first, I figure it's a loose page, but then realize the parchment's too thick. Fishing the paper out, I take a quick peek and stumble. A primitive map, penned in Lisa's scrawl. And the directions lead to a spot not far beyond Castle Axton's gates. Too caught up in my discovery to pay attention to where I'm going, I stumble again, drawing another curse from my grumpy keeper. Whatever you're reading, can you do it later? We don't have time for that now. When we reach the shed, Zephyr greets us with a spirited neigh. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but we're going to need to make time for this. I wave the map under his nose. Just a slight detour, won't take long at all. No, absolutely not. Thorn flings me into the saddle. If not for his annoying dictator routine, I'd probably admire how he tosses me around with seemingly no effort, like I'm a rag doll rather than a full-grown woman. Instead, I want to sew his mouth shut until he learns to listen. But we're right there. It's close to Castle Axton, so it shouldn't cost us more than a few extra minutes. Saying nothing, Thorn vaults into the saddle behind me and snaps the reins. Zephyr flaps his powerful wings, rustling my hair as he propels us into the air. Several rhythmic wing beats pass before my flight instructor speaks again. If I don't take you, you're going to sneak out again, aren't you? Yup. Fucking hells. Thorn grunts. Fine, but if I say we need to abort, we abort. Got it? Yes, sir. He leans forward, his hot breath feathering against my cheek. Watch how you say that, Duchess, or one day you're going to get more than you bargained for. His low growl boils my blood. Now tell me where to go. Reaching into the saddlebag, he produces a tiny Everlight lantern. As I study the map, I direct him. To anyone else, the map probably reads like gibberish. Only Lisa and I would know the markers, such as right turn at the ghost tree, the place where, the first time she ever snuck me beyond the castle grounds, we swore we spotted a ghost. The forest grows thick around my home, and everything looks different from the air, making locating Lisa's markers a bit tricky. It doesn't help that we need to fly as low as possible to avoid detection by the castle guards. By the time I identify the tall boulder we used to climb that we dubbed Giant's Rock, Thorn's practically vibrating with impatience. He finds a tiny gap in the foliage and lands Zephyr like a pro. I scramble off the alicorn's back first. Wait here. It should only take a few minutes. Thorn loops the reins around a branch. Nice try, Duchess. No way in the 3 hells am I letting you totter off into the dark forest at night without an escort. I roll my eyes. I don't totter. And gee, I didn't know you cared. Don't let it go to your head. I can't very well leave Flighthaven with a fledgling and come back empty-handed. Whatever you say. Part of me wants to insist he stay behind. I have no idea what to expect from this outing. What clue, if any, Lisa left me regarding her whereabouts or disappearance? The more practical part of me remembers the attack from my last excursion in these woods, and would just as soon not face another threat alone. Though I get turned around more than once, I finally find my bearings and reach Giant's Rock. As instructed, I head due east. To my surprise, a well-trodden path appears beneath my feet. The trail weaves around large tree trunks and dead ends at a small square of grass peppered with larkfire, vivid red wildflowers with droopy petals. Thorn stops beside me and scowls. That's it? We took a detour so you could pick some flowers. Muttering, I shake my head. This can't be all. I must be missing something. Wielding the little Everlight, I walk the perimeter. Nothing of interest. Next, I drop to my knees and use my hands to hunt beneath the flowers. Dirt, grass, more dirt. Then my fingers hit a smooth surface broken up by indents. Carvings. Crawling closer, I shove the foliage aside and hover the light above the stone. The grooves I felt are words. It's a grave marker. Why did you want to show me this? I murmur. And then I actually read the engravings, and the earth sways beneath me. A low buzzing fills my ears. What? How can? What? Every sentence dies in my throat. Because the name on the grave marker? It's mine. Lark Axton. Beloved daughter and sister. Born the same year as me. Dead 4 years later. I can't move. Can't do anything but gape. Somehow sensing my distress, Thorn squats beside me, rubbing his big hand in a circle on my back. What is it? You okay? Shaking my head no, I point a quivering finger at the marker. When he reads, he goes utterly still. For some reason, the proof of his reaction allows my lungs to resume functioning. How can that be? That's the same year I was born. Thorn rocks back on his heels. What do you think it means? He turns toward me, his eyes fixated on my face. I don't know. My voice wobbles. Tremors overtake my body. With a curse, Thorn pulls me to my feet and wraps his arms around me. I bury my face in his cloak, inhaling his familiar scent and letting his warm embrace soothe me back from the edge of a nervous breakdown. We stand that way until I stop shaking. Eventually, Thorn steps back, using his thumbs to gently wipe the tears from beneath my eyes. With the Everlight on the ground, it's too dark to read his expression, but it almost seems as if he's waiting on something from me. If so, he might be waiting for a long time. My mind is a wasteland right now. Finally, he clears his throat. Do you want to talk about it? I'm sure there's a reasonable explanation. No, not when my brain is reeling like someone whacked me on the skull with the broadside of a sword. I pause. Wait, like what? His hesitation strikes me as odd. Thorn isn't usually the type to choose his words carefully. Perhaps, did you consider that you might be adopted? When he speaks, his voice sounds different too. Softer than normal, maybe even a little cautious. I note those anomalies absent-mindedly, too focused on his actual words to rustle up much interest in how he says them. Adopted, I guess that could make sense. Except, not really. If I'm adopted, why didn't my mother tell me? Or Lisa? And why, for the love of the gods, give me the same name as a dead child? With gentle hands, Thorn ushers me back to Zephyr. For the first few minutes of the return flight, I'm quiet while my mind struggles to uncover my earliest memories, searching for any evidence of my possible adoption. I quickly stop when my head begins to throb. Grasping for something to divert my attention, I latch onto Thorn's hyper-vigilant state. Tension radiates from his body into mine, and every time I peer over my shoulder, I catch his head swiveling as he scans the empty skies. I try my best to remain patient. Surely, if I sit tight a little longer, he'll fill me in. So I wait, fidget. Wait some more. In the end, it's his barked, "Sit still." That makes me snap. Who was that man you spoke to outside the tavern? Is he the reason you were suddenly in such a rush to leave? Behind me, his body stiffens even more. You accomplished your goal, and it was time to get you back. Unless you'd like Torno and Bigley to find out you snuck out. His last comment distracts me. Wait, don't you have permission to take students off the grounds? You're the one who gives out the tokens. There's still a protocol to follow, so at the very least, we're liable to get questioned. Is that what you wanted to happen? I twist my head over my shoulder just to ensure he witnesses my epic eye roll. Obviously not. And don't think I didn't notice that you dodged the question. Is it not true that we needed to return? Picturing his neck, I squeeze thick sections of Zephyr's mane until my hands hurt. Who was that man? Just someone I used to know. Now, if you're finished interrogating me, I suggest you take advantage of this time and pay attention to how I fly Zephyr. Understood. He doesn't want to talk about the man. Given how his legs and arms tense against me, I figure they must have argued. Not that he's admitting it. The fact that Thorn has secrets shouldn't bother me. Gods know I have plenty of my own. I don't like it, though. I want him to feel comfortable sharing things with me, and his lack of trust in me stings. More than it should. I want to burrow under that tough outer shell of his and discover what's hidden underneath. Maybe years of working as a private soldier and witnessing the worst of humanity hardened him, but he managed to retain a softer, caring side. I've seen that part of him in action. Zephyr veers to the left, derailing my train of thought. A timely interruption, because what in the gods am I doing? One kiss and act of kindness, and suddenly I'm imagining Thorn opening up to me like we're in a serious relationship. Even with my inexperience, I know better. Okay, fine. He can keep his secrets. That won't stop me from running scenarios through my head. I picture the gold coins he handed Royce, 2 of many, and consider the possibility that he's worried the man will rob him. Or maybe the stranger's someone from Thorn's past, like another private soldier with a long-standing beef. Maybe they squabbled over a lover. As soon as Celeste's face comes to mind, I decide I no longer want to waste brain power on the mystery man. Now I'm the one who's tense. Thorn must notice because he throws me a bone. Tell me about the food pantry. How long have you been helping with it? I bet your mother must be proud. I laugh. About 2 years. And I have no idea if she'd be proud or not because I never told her. Actually, I'm pretty sure she'd be horrified. Why? Because then she'd know I snuck out. I told you, she's overprotective. I remember, but surely she's not so overprotective that she'd begrudge you leaving to do something so worthwhile. I scoff. You don't know my mother. He leans over my shoulder to see my face. What does that mean? You had to leave the castle sometimes. Meetups with friends, traveling, shopping. The only location I was allowed to visit with any regularity was the castle grounds. And even then I was rarely alone. My mother was always at my side, or had Lisa stuck there. If possible, I think Mother would have glued us together. I'm sure she would have lost her mind if she knew Lisa helped me escape at night more than once. In the ensuing silence, I wonder what he's thinking. Or if I revealed too much. The last thing I want from him is pity, or for him to view me as a naive child. I was wrong about you before, Axton. His deep voice comes across as even more gravel-filled than usual. Wrong how? When you first arrived, I had you pegged as just another brainwashed, pampered noble whose parents doted on her, and who cared more about her social status and pretty gowns than the well-being of others. I jumped to conclusions based on limited information, and that's on me. The truth smarts. Even though I suspected as much already. And now that you know me better? I hold my breath as I await his reply. It's not long in coming. I've watched you work to catch up at Flighthaven. Put in extra hours without complaint. I've seen you jump in to defend others, even when they don't deserve it, and refuse to let hazing hold you back. Honestly, it doesn't surprise me that you were defying your mother to help the less fortunate in your village. Especially the defying part, as I'm personally acquainted with your knack for that. Royce is right. The village is lucky to have you. Joy blooms inside me to the point that my chest feels like it's about to burst. Joy and freedom. The wind, the stars twinkling overhead, the yawning expanse of open sky before us. The rush of emotions is so overpowering that I release Zephyr's mane and throw my arms out to the sides. Whoa, careful. Sterling's tightened hold keeps me safe and molded to him. Last I checked, you still need wings to fly. I blink a few times, snapping out of my daze. What the? Heart racing, I wrap my hands around the pommel. That was beyond strange. Sure, Thorn's praise warmed my heart, but not to the extent that I should be risking a free fall to a painful death. My emotions go out of whack at the drop of a hat lately, and I don't like it. As if to prove my point, another burst of euphoria swells in my chest. Some strange instinct makes me swivel my head to the right, almost as if I sense another living entity. Far, far off in the distance, near the mountains, a tiny flare of orange cuts through the darkness. One blink, and it's gone. I keep watching. The orange never reappears, and that sense of sharing the sky with another being gradually fades. Thorn's paranoia must be rubbing off on me. There was probably nothing out there to begin with. Thorn snakes an arm around my waist and pulls me closer to his chest. You all right? Not really. I'm confused and pissed at the weird reactions I keep experiencing for no reason. Since I can't tell him that, I attempt to laugh it off. Yup, guess I'm just responding to feeling the freest I've felt in my life. His grip tightens. It's sad, no, a crime, that your mother cooped you up like she did. I understand wanting to protect a child, but keeping them imprisoned, even if the prison is a spectacular castle, that's wrong. It's not all her fault. His arm loosens around me. You're saying you wanted her to treat you like a living, breathing doll? No, of course not. But after my father died and I was hurt in the accident, my mother lost it. She's always been afraid I'm going to die or disappear. I'm certain she's shocked. I've survived Flighthaven this long. No, I don't want to revisit my past. It's over, and I plan to never feel trapped like that again. He eases closer. I risk covering his hand with mine and love it a little too much when he doesn't pull away. I wish these moments could last forever. Our easy banter continues as he banks Zephyr to the left, toward Flighthaven. Take over the reins. When I hesitate, he leans forward until his warm breath caresses my ear. I promise I won't let anything happen to you. A moment of that old panic rears its head. I acknowledge the feeling and then reason my way past it. I've been training for this moment. We're already in the air. Thorn is behind me and won't let anything happen to me. That last reason pushes me to grab hold of the reins. To my delight, taking the reins is the toughest part. I fly Zephyr solo without needing any help from Thorn. Soon, Flighthaven appears in the distance. Despite the king's moon illuminating everything, fire burns in metal barrels and stone pits, increasing the brightness almost as much as day, an atypical sight at this hour. Shouts ring out. People race across campus like little ants. Dragons and their riders launch into the sky, fanning out in different directions. I struggle to decipher what's going on through all the confusion. What's happening? I don't know. After relieving me of the reins, Thorn lands Zephyr in a small clearing behind a stand of trees, a short distance from the Alicorn stable. With all the commotion, no guards stop to check our credentials. He dismounts before helping me off. Join your flight unit, Axton. Without another word, he dashes toward the Dragonary. Panicked and breathless, I run, Zephyr trotting next to me. With all the people scrambling around, it's hard to find my unit, but eventually I spot them near the paddock. None of them have their alicorns yet, their gazes still riveted to the sky. Olive! She startles, whirling around to fling her arms around me. Oh my gods, you're all right. I was so worried something terrible happened to you. Her voice sounds choked, as if she's fighting back tears. What's Zephyr doing here? Where were you? Hesitantly, I pat her on the back. I get how waking up to a campus alarm and finding me gone could be a little concerning. Even so, her reaction strikes me as a little over the top. I'm fine. She squeezes me until my ribs start to complain, only relenting when Zephyr rubs his muzzle against Olive's ear and nickers. I send the alicorn a silent thank you as Olive steps back and stares. Why is Zephyr with you? I pat the alicorn's neck. I couldn't sleep, so I decided to take Zephyr for a stroll. Olive, what's going on? Why are you so freaked out? She starts to tell me, but something else seizes her attention. I turn to see Bigley and Torno barreling toward us. We better get in formation. I do what she says, doing my best to act like having an alicorn attached to my arm is the most natural thing in the world. Though Torno frowns at Zephyr, Bigley ignores the alicorn. Excitement ripples through the crowd. Quiet, everyone! Torno lifts her hands. The fledglings quit talking. My heart beats hard against my throat as I sneak glances in search of Thorn. He's nowhere to be found. Fledglings. Standing confident and tall, Bigley makes for a commanding presence, reminding me of a mature lion with that silver mane of his. We have a critical situation. A Tyrannese attack? No, that makes no sense. I didn't spot any of their famed winged warriors in the sky. At last, the alarm dies down, though the ringing in my ears still lingers. After regarding each fledgling in turn, including me, Bigley frowns, the act deepening the lines in his craggy face. We've captured an enemy intruder in the fledgling dorms, and one of our dragons is gone. Chapter 30. An enemy in our dorms? And a missing dragon? How is that possible? Shock ripples through the gathered fledglings. Most of them. I notice that Olive's not very surprised. Nor Helene, who's watching me like a hawk. At this time, we're not sure if those two events are linked or not. Thanks to some quick thinking by two of your peers, we've taken the intruder into custody. Our job now is to ensure there are no remaining threats on campus and to find the escaped dragon. Fledglings will take to the sky. You'll cover the entire encampment, the shore, and the Sign mountain range. If you find anything out of the ordinary, report back to us immediately. Vice Commander Torno will give each unit further instructions. After Bigley leaves, Torno gives the closest unit their assignments. As they head straight to the stable, she moves to the next group. When she comes to our unit, she addresses me directly. When you were near the Dragon Eyrie earlier today, did you notice anything unusual? An icy chill crawls down my spine. What wasn't unusual about my encounter with the dragon? Not that I can admit to any of that without sounding like a loon. No, Vice Commander Torno. I will my racing heart to calm and feign nonchalance. I didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. Torno regards me for a long moment, the glint in her amber eyes reminding me of a cat's, and nods. Does she believe me? Or is she pretending to because she doesn't have enough evidence to prove otherwise? Does she know I was actually inside the Dragon Eyrie? Her face is a mask. Flickering flames in the surrounding metal barrels turn her auburn hair a fiery red and sharpen her features, lending them an unearthly quality. My mouth's so dry I can't swallow. The intensity of her scrutiny makes me half afraid she's reading my thoughts. Stay calm, don't fidget. Try to look innocent. Easier said than done, even though I am innocent. I may have fudged my way into the Eyrie, but that's all. It's not like I kidnapped the dragon myself. Shouts and commotion surround us, but she doesn't bother glancing at the others. I'm her sole focus. Are you all right, Axton? I'm fine, just antsy to help with the search. The question circling my mind spills from my lips. I was just wondering, which dragon is missing? The black one. Tiny hairs on the back of my neck prickle. The only black dragon at Flighthaven Academy, the one I had a weird connection with earlier, has gone missing. How can that be a coincidence? I give myself a mental shake. What am I thinking? Of course it's a coincidence. How could getting overrun by strong emotions while in the Eyrie and a dragon disappearing possibly be related? Fighting to hide my unease from Torno, I only half listen as she assigns my unit the area directly east of the Earl field. Without another word, she turns to address the next group. Olive and the others break for the stable to saddle their alicorns. Since Zephyr's already at my side, I remain in place. I pat his neck, leaning close to whisper. His big ear twitches in my direction. I know it's been a long night already. I'm sorry about this. The alicorn fixes a dark chocolate eye on me. He nudges me with his nose, as if to tell me he's okay, and a trickle of calm ripples through me. As I wait for the rest of my unit to ready their mounts, my mind drifts to the night's events, and then to my sister. Gods, how I wish Lisa were here with me. Before I can dwell on my problems any longer, Olive, Nick, and Abel lead their alicorns from the stable and mount. I put my left foot in the stirrup and swing my right leg over the saddle. After establishing a quick game plan, we take to the sky to search the location Torno assigned. We coast above the treetops for a good minute before reality punches me. I'm flying an alicorn. By myself. Unattended. Just me and Zephyr, racing with the wind, without any of the old panic rushing in to suffocate me. I conquered my fear, and I owe it all to Thorn. Once the initial burst of elation disperses, I settle in for the hunt. Even with the silvery moonlight illuminating the grounds, there isn't much to see. Stands of trees, grassland, and a few ponds inhabit the area. Nothing the black dragon could hide in. The creature's too immense. I direct Zephyr lower. Leaves rustle, and blades of grass wiggle from the wind his wings create. But there aren't any prints from the dragon lumbering over the ground. Not that a beast that size was likely to stomp around in the plants when he could fly. Unless he was injured. I recall the half-anguished, half-crazed look in his golden eyes the day before, and my heart clenches. No creature should have to endure imprisonment, whether human or animal. As a last resort, I scour the area for any signs of the dragon. There's nothing. Any luck? Olive flies Nova as close to Zephyr as she can without their wings touching. Not a bit. No depressions in the ground, no burn marks from his fire. Nothing that indicates the dragon took this route. You? Biting her lip, she regards the area. Nope. Together, we do another sweep. Eventually, Nick and Abel approach on their mounts. Nick yawns, revealing his even white teeth. See anything? Olive shakes her head. Lark and I didn't. Neither did we. He pats Solara's neck. I don't know about the rest of you, but my bed is calling my name. Abel snorts. He needs his beauty sleep. Otherwise, I'll have a long day dealing with his grumpy ass. My thoughts shift to a certain moody instructor. I have a feeling Nick won't be the only grumpy ass in the morning. Finished with our search to the east of the Earl, our unit turns and heads back toward Flighthaven. As we approach the field, Nick swivels in his saddle to face me. We should check out the stalks. I eye the field that looms ahead. Are they tall enough for a dragon to hide in? He shrugs. Won't hurt to look. True. Even if we find no dragon there, the area's worth checking out for signs of any lurking intruders. Abel hollers from behind us. Let's do it, if little princess over there isn't about to go night-night in the air. Nick glares at Abel. Bite me! Laughing, Abel swoops ahead of us and begins to descend. Muttering another curse, Nick suggests we divide and conquer, then flies off to the farthest section of the field. Olive and I break apart and fly to our allotted locations. As Zephyr glides over our designated area, my neck tingles. Uneasiness I can't shake washes over me. My senses whisper that someone's skulking in the plants below. Someone or something. Mimicking the commands I heard Thorn utter earlier, I tug the reins and direct Zephyr to fly even lower, low enough that his hooves almost brush the tallest stalks. Even though there's no breeze at the moment, the Earl appears to undulate as we pass overhead. At the edge of the field, we come across an adjoining grassy one. A black vein snakes across it like a giant serpent. I blink, certain I've never seen anything like that before. I guide Zephyr into a slow descent to get a better view. The black vein pulses, moves, as if reacting to our presence. Darkness oozes from the vein at a rapid pace, spreading outward to the surrounding grass. My breath catches. One moment, the field is green. The next, all the grass dies, leaving the meadow dark and barren. I rub my eyes, look again. The field is still dead, the ground coated with an inky substance. How can this be happening? It's not an escaped dragon, but I need to tell the others. As I steer Zephyr around, leaves flutter and stalks sway. A faint humming grows steadily louder, and I swear I can almost hear a seductive voice calling out, luring me to fly Zephyr lower into the welcoming embrace of the Earl. Come close, Agon, call. I cock my head. What is the voice saying? Surely, flying a little closer couldn't hurt. Zephyr fights the command, but I barely notice. The voice keeps whispering. It's such a nice sound. Soothing. Maybe if I just... An oily cloud bursts from the stalks in front of us. Zephyr banks a hard right, and we avoid the tainted air by the skin of our teeth. Fear clogs my veins. An icy cold snakes down my throat and into my lungs. I've seen that oily cloud before, in one of my nightmares. But how? The cloud and tendrils reach toward us, so I urge Zephyr upward until we're high above the field. I force myself to take slow, steady breaths and squeeze my eyes shut. Lark? Olive's voice drifts across the field. Why are you way up there? Did you see something? My eyes pop open. Yes, you won't believe this, but I saw. I glance down at the Iral field and freeze. Everything looks normal. The tendrils are gone, and there's no sign of the oily black cloud. The grassy field is as green as ever. Could I have imagined it? Maybe Nick isn't the only one who needs his beauty sleep to function. Saw what? Nothing. I saw nothing. I nudge Zephyr toward Olive and Nova. Just thought I'd fly higher to get a better overall view. Once we're all satisfied no one is hiding in the Earl field, we head to the stable in silence. Everyone is tired. Even Nick and Abel aren't ribbing each other, and I want nothing more than to put this day to rest and start over. Too many bizarre or unsettling events have happened in too short a time frame. One more, and my brain might explode. Back in the stable, I groom Zephyr, making sure I brush him thoroughly. After the night we've had, he deserves the care. Olive produces some sugar cubes from her pocket, handing me one to give to Zephyr, and feeding a second one to Nova. Do you think we baby these alicorns too much? Zephyr's mouth tickles as he takes the treat from my outstretched palm. Of course not. I don't think so either, but Nick and Abel love their alicorns and still got out of here in a flash. She shakes her head. Typical guys. Once they get what they want, they're gone. I wonder if she's speaking from experience. There must be some nice ones out there. Yeah, but nice guys are like dragons. You know they exist, but they're a rarity. Olive brushes Nova's shoulder, laughing when the animal makes a contented grunt. But is that what you really want? What? A nice guy? I never put much thought into what kind of man I might like, but whenever I did, I pictured someone out of a storybook. Someone courtly and kind who doted on me, agreed with everything I said, and whispered sweet words in my ear. Now I'm certain a man like that would bore me to tears. She gives me a sly wink. There's a certain dangerous, brooding instructor who'd be a lot more fun than any nice guy I know. Swallowing hard, I widen my eyes and feign innocence. Who would that be? Don't play dumb. She shoots me an. You know exactly who I'm talking about, look. I've seen the way you two act around each other. My face burns. If you're talking about Instructor Thorne, he was only helping me get up to speed with flying. And even if I did like him and he did like me, he's off limits. You know that? Why is it so damn warm in here? And what do you mean by how we act around each other? When you're not arguing, a grin spreads across her face. You two act as if you're a few seconds away from tearing each other's clothes off and... Okay, I hold up my hand. I don't know where you got that idea, but there's nothing between us. Somehow, the words sound less convincing out loud than they do in my head. Aha. Keep telling yourself that. Don't think I forgot how the sparks were flying this morning. Olive props her hands on her hips. I can't believe you had the balls to call him an obnoxious asshole. What happened when you snuck into his room anyway? First of all, I never specified that he was the obnoxious asshole in question, even though he totally was. If he inferred as much, that's on him. Secondly, I'm kind of beat. Can we table this conversation for later? Olive's shrewd eyes study my face. I try not to blush but can feel the warmth climbing my neck. She cackles and claps her hands. Oh my gods, you hooked up! You hooked up with Instructor Tall, Dark and Broody. What? No. Cringing, I slap my palm over her mouth and do a quick check of the stable. Empty, thank the gods. For once, luck is on my side. I didn't hook up with him. Not like that anyway, we just… Olive rips my hands from her mouth and squeals. You just what? Planted the parsnip? Fed the kitty? Swallowed his sword? Took a trip to Pound Town? Did the no-pants dance? I'm glad there's no mirror around because my face must be bright red. No, we just kissed. That's it. Her eyes go round like saucers. Huh, so something did happen. I was just giving you a hard time. I can't believe you actually kissed him. How was it? Is he a good kisser? I bet he is. No man with the kind of confidence and sex appeal he oozes could be bad. As I remember our kiss, my skin warms for an entirely different reason. The kiss was good. Perfect. But don't get excited. He kicked me out right afterward and told me to go find another fledgling if I wanted a hookup, because he wasn't on the menu. Olive winced. Oof. Sorry, that's rough. Maybe he was just trying to push you away. I don't really want to talk about it anymore. I want to know why you were so freaked out when you first saw me. The excitement dims from Olive's face. You know how Bigley announced there was an intruder in the dorms? She waits for my nod before continuing. Well, he broke into our room. I go still. What? Yeah, and there's more. She casts a worried glance at me, and my nerves begin to vibrate. Whatever she has to say next, I'm not going to like. He had a dagger out and jumped you in the bed. Or he at least jumped the clothes you stuffed under the blanket, thinking it was you. We all did. If Helene hadn't been in the bathroom, I'm not sure what would have happened. She caught him while he was focused on your bed and woke me up. Between the two of us, we managed to subdue him. I stare into her concerned eyes as my mind attempts to process the news. Does that mean, do you think someone targeted me to kill me? I don't realize my hands are shaking until she clasps them with her own. Torno told us not to jump to any conclusions before we have all the information. She also told us not to share details with anyone, but fuck that. If someone's after you, you deserve to know. Wild thoughts race through my head. Lisa's scribbled note to keep me away from Flighthaven. The tombstone with my name. The freakish experiences with the Earl and the escaped dragon. It's too much to handle when I'm already close to passing out. I need sleep first. Maybe with a fresh mind, things will make more sense in the morning. Once we finish caring for the alicorns, we leave the stable. Dawn isn't too far off. If we hurry back, we might luck out with a few hours of sleep. Chapter 31. The next morning, I wake up to a note from Thorne slipped under the door, canceling our training session. No explanation, just a single curt line saying he can't make the lesson. I stare at the black letters on the white page. The precise, harsh pen strokes don't surprise me. Thorne's tidy room and background as a soldier speak to his discipline. In a couple spots, the ink is thicker, though, almost as if the writer paused to second-guess his wording. When I catch myself still staring at the page minutes later, I stifle a groan. Wow, am I really standing around poring over Thorne's note as if his handwriting will unlock the secrets of his soul? It's a new low, even for me, especially when yesterday's shit show should be claiming all my attention. The grave marker, the intruder, the attempted stabbing, the escaped dragon, my hallucinations over the Irel field. I don't know what to make of any of it. I wish I understood why Lisa felt the need to play cat and mouse games with me. The only conclusion I can draw is that my sister was scared and believed sending me the letter or the book directly came with too much risk. Still, the image of my name on that gravestone is permanently seared into my eyes. I can't help but feel betrayed by both my mother and Lisa. I came to Flighthaven hoping for answers. Instead, with each passing day, I grow more confused. Do all the strange things happening to me tie together somehow? Or am I just blessed by a god that specializes in the bizarre and inexplicable? Shaking my head at my own foolishness, I stash the note in my nightstand and fish out the book Royce gave me from beneath the mattress. I smooth my palm over the leather-bound cover. Of all subjects, why Taiwanese history? Hopefully, an answer lies within the pages. If Lisa went to all the trouble of getting the book, along with a coded note to Royce, then I have to believe there's something important inside. Nothing left to do until breakfast but start reading. In the aftermath of such an eventful night, the mess hall at breakfast overflows with rumors and gossip. Despite repeated searches, no one located the missing black dragon. Privately, I celebrate his newfound freedom. I hope the dragon flies far from this place and never returns. I hope he soars above the Sine Mountain range, enjoying the sun warming his hide and the wind flowing beneath his wings. Traitorous or not, I go as far as to hope the dragon finds a herd of wild dragons to join, even if that means settling in tyranny. There's only one person I could share these hopes with. Too bad he canceled on me. I avoid getting drawn into the conversations as much as possible, snarfing down my oatmeal and leaving early to curb my rising frustration over everyone's obsession with how to recover the beast. Outside, the relative silence eases my irritation. As the sun slips behind the clouds, a prickle of awareness teases the nape of my neck. Turning, I spy the culprit. A visibly pissed-off Thorn stands outside the administrative building, his rigid posture and flat mouth dead giveaways. He's staring right at me, so that's great. My blood sings as he finishes his conversation and stalks down the path toward me. Asinine on my part, honestly. No one in their right mind wants Thorn marching toward them as if someone stuffed his favorite boots with dragon droppings. He grabs my arm and pulls me behind a tree, performing a frantic, head-to-toe visual inspection. You're okay? I wrinkle my brow. I'm fine. Why? His shoulders relax. Torno just told me about the man who broke into your dorm room and tried to stab you. Wait, did I misread the signs? Thorn wasn't pissed but worried. Over my safety? My heart melts into a pile of goo. It happened while we were away last night. I'm perfectly safe. His scowl deepens. Perfectly safe until the next attempt. Meanwhile, here you are, frolicking about on your own like you don't have a care in the world. I'll have you know that I have plenty of cares, lots of things I care about. And walking at a sedate pace is hardly frolicking. The warmth in my chest expands. Thanks for worrying about me, though. With a smile, I place my hand on his chest. His muscles twitch at the contact. He raises his own hand, as if to cover mine, but stops abruptly and whips his head to the side. With a low growl, he jerks back a step, leaving my hand to fall to my side. Torno strolls into view, following a walkway to one of the training fields. She dips her chin at us without stopping. I return her nod and refocus on Thorn. The scowl has vanished, leaving his features arranged in that carefully blank expression I'm growing to hate. You're not special. I'm merely performing my duties. It's part of my job to help maintain the safety of the campus and all fledglings. His voice is as flat as his expression. Cold, just like the chill that chases the warmth from my chest. From prick to sweetheart to prick again, all under a minute. That might be a new record, even for him. I rub my sternum, a futile effort to banish the hurt from his verbal blow. He tracks the motion and... Wait, was that a flinch? No, surely not. That would mean he cares, when he basically just told me the opposite. In all honesty, I think he probably does care. At least a little. But the effort he puts into hiding this truth sends a message all by itself. He doesn't want this. Me. Whatever this connection is between us. The fake smile straining my lips requires a lot of effort. Well then, thanks for looking out for everyone's safety. My forced cheer rings fake to my own ears. I should stop there to avoid any unnecessary awkwardness, but I can't help myself. For the record, if someone tried to stab you, I'd care. Not just because I want all my instructors to be safe, but because I care about you as a person. This time, his flinch is obvious. Torment flares in his eyes as he gazes at me, his hands fisted at his sides. Don't care, that is. Ugh, not this again. Why not? Because nothing can happen. Nothing as in, we're not allowed to give a damn about each other as human beings. He folds his arms across his chest, quirking his left eyebrow up in challenge as if to say, you know that's not what I meant. I throw my hands up in defeat because, fine, I do know. That doesn't mean I need that eyebrow to call me out like that. Is it the instructor-student thing? A beat passes. Sure. He gives my body one last inspection. Don't let me catch you by yourself again. He walks away without glancing back. I want to argue, but what's the point? He couldn't be clearer about not wanting anything from me, and I need to respect his boundaries. To him, I'm probably just another fledgling watching him with starry eyes. If I'm so desperate for a romantic relationship, I should take his advice and find someone my age. A peer, not a moody instructor who makes me want to bang my head on a wall half the time anyway. Luckily, the next days keep me busy. Preparations for the upcoming trial and my race to locate Lisa don't leave me much time for brooding. I push myself in conditioning and weapons training, as well as flex my expanding power in magic. Thorn deems me proficient enough at flight to join my regular class. Now that I've conquered my terror of riding an alicorn, flying comes easily. My aptitude for riding and connection to Zephyr grow with each session. Sometimes we're so in tune, it's almost as if we can read each other's minds. If only using weapons in the air were half as simple. Thorn cuts our morning lessons down to every other day, helping me practice those skills along with anything else he can dream up. The grueling sessions don't allow much space for chit-chat, which I'm sure comes as a big relief for us both. I also recruit my flight unit and Theo to help me practice my skills on the ground when afternoon classes get out, and sometimes even after dinner. If I can keep my eyes open at night, I read Lisa's book. So far, nothing jumps out as pertinent to my life or Lisa. I worry that I've gotten my hopes up for nothing. I read about ancient times when dragons preceded people and the belief they claimed all of Tyran as their home. I read about how phoenixes used to flourish and build their nests in the cliffs before disappearing, and about other beasts, magical and otherwise, that roamed the kingdom. All very helpful if I ever decide to seek a career in animal husbandry, but aside from that, I doubt a history of the most interesting and prolific creatures residing in enemy territory will aid me in uncovering the answers I seek. Like other sources, this author repeats the speculation that the Tyranese are winged due to dragon ancestry in their distant past. He goes a step further and hypothesizes that ritual magic was combined with the inherent magic in dragons themselves. That's far more palatable than the idea dragons mated with the original native people, a theory that creates such an alarming visual that I wish I had a magic spell to scrub the very concept of bestiality from my brain. After a grueling week, I'm overjoyed when we have a free afternoon to spend however we please. Theo and I lag behind the rest of my flight unit as we head to the beach. Careful, Lark. Theo snakes a hand around my waist, catching me as I stumble. My face heats at the contact. Thanks. I was lost in my own head. It's not a lie. A lot has happened during my time at Flighthaven. The image of that grave marker never leaves my mind for long, and I'm nervous at the thought of the upcoming trial, knowing how vital it is that I don't let my unit down. But more important is my sister. Despite all the recent revelations, I'm no closer to finding her. In good news, my magic continues to grow stronger as I wean off more of the remedy. My worry over losing control grows too. In class, I take care to never call on all my power. The memory of the burning stable is still too traumatic, and even though I'm starting to question everything my mother ever told me, her warnings about using my magic still hold sway. maybe now more than ever. If I am adopted, there's no telling what secrets she's hiding about my biological family. For all I know, I come from a long line of people who struggle with freakish elemental power bursts that lead to accidents. That's the crux of the problem. I don't know anything. What did those poor little rocks ever do to you? At Theo's amused comment, I startle and watch a rock bounce along the trail ahead of us. Sorry, I was spacing out again. The breeze tugs a few wisps of hair loose from my braid. Theo catches one of them, rubbing it between his fingers before tucking the strand behind my ear. You need to learn how to relax. When I snort, he shoots me a sideways glance, his hand lingering on my cheek. What's so funny? If you only knew, relaxing is basically all I used to do before coming to Flighthaven. Oh hey look, there's Olive and the others. I start jogging toward them, relieved to get a little space and join a bigger group. Theo's always been friendly, but today he's giving off a different vibe, like he's interested in being more than friends, and I don't know what to do about it. Unlike Thorn, Theo's casual touch doesn't set my body on fire or release a flock of butterflies in my belly. But Thorn's not an option. Maybe Theo's exactly what I need to help me get past my inappropriate infatuation. Chapter 32. Once we're on the sandy white shore, we build sandcastles, then use our magic to destroy our work. Olive's air magic blows the models apart. Nick's water magic floods each, sending them back into the sea, while Abel's earth magic swallows them whole. Theo calls on his fire, helping me burn twigs from the nearby forest into ash. We get more and more ridiculous with our antics. The briny air and repetitive crash and lull of the ocean helps me relax and forget my worries for a while. As waves wash away our destroyed masterpieces, Olive laughs. So why did everyone come to Flighthaven? Well, Abel gestures between Olive and me. You two obviously didn't have a choice. True, but we've made the best of it. She tucks a wayward red curl behind her ear. Why are you guys here? To feed my siblings. My Flighthaven pay takes care of that. That's why I'm so anxious to pass the upcoming trial. Abel shudders. I could never live with myself if I failed them. I pat his shoulder. You won't. We're going to pass. I hope. Damn straight. Abel winks at me. Although I won't lie, I was a little worried there at first when you never joined our flight training class. I can't tell you how relieved I was to witness your flying skills in action. I offer a weak chuckle. Yeah, well, that makes two of us. What about you, Nick? Olive takes the leather thong off her wrist to secure her hair in a low ponytail. What inspired you to come to Flighthaven? It's a good career. He cups sand in his palms and lets the grains fall back to the beach, repeating the process once his hands are empty. And since I've always felt at ease with horses, I figured I'd be the same with alicorns. With all this, Theo makes a sweeping gesture that spans the length of his body. How could I not join? Who can resist a hot guy in uniform? Everyone chortles, and a sense of peace settles over me as I enjoy the camaraderie. I'm not confined to a castle, and no one's trying to poison me or holding a blade to my throat. It's a good day. I should try to appreciate the positives while I can, even if all the worries weighing on my mind make doing so difficult. Speaking of, hey Olive, will you come look for seashells with me? Sure. I climb to my feet and help her to hers. Let's try over there first. I point at a spot where the beach rounds a corner. We walk in that direction, Abel's teasing following on our heels. Hey, is looking for seashells code for hooking up? If so, can we come watch? I promise we'll be really quiet. Pig! Olive flips him off behind her back, triggering his burst of laughter. Once we disappear from sight, she slows her pace. Okay, but seriously, why did we really come over here? Is it something to do with Theo? My jaw drops. How did you know? She bumps her shoulder against mine. I was watching you guys walk up to us. I saw him play with your hair and you were blushing when you first jogged up. I shake my head. If Flighthaven doesn't work out, I think you could have a lucrative spying career. She makes a funny noise. Yeah, if I had a choice, I'd pass on both of those. But we're getting off topic. Theo, what are you thinking? He's super cute. And funny. I nibble on my lower lip. Yeah, he is. But let me guess. He's not a grumpy flight instructor. Ugh, am I that obvious? I rub my hands down my face. I'm so pathetic. Hey, stop. I would never say that. Sometimes the heart wants what the heart wants, and there's not much we can do about it. Yeah, well, the grumpy instructor all but told my heart to take a hike and look for someone else. She stops to give me a hug. I know, and he's an idiot for that. You're good people, Lark. If he can't see that, it's his loss. Besides, do you really want to sneak around? At least with Theo, you can have a relationship out in the open. I lean my head on her shoulder, digging my toes into the wet sand, while watching a big wave curl in the distance. Yeah, I guess. Something thumps behind us. Olive rolls her eyes. Abel, I swear to the gods if you... As she whirls, her tone changes. What are you doing here? I spin, and my muscles clench. Elijah, Mark, and the stocky blonde fledgling with a buzz cut and wide nose, who I recognize as another member of their flight unit, all stand too close for comfort. Notable in her absence is Helene. I wonder if we can expect a late arrival to this delightful gathering, or if she had better things to do. Elijah and Mark fan out to each side, working with the third fledgling to surround us. Edging backward to remain out of reach, the frigid tide rushes over my feet and ankles. The icy water bites my skin. Mark sneers. We're here to do what Torno and Bigley are too chicken to do. Olive widens her stance and rolls her shoulders back. The top of her head barely reaches his collarbone, and he's double her weight. But my courageous friend refuses to be cowed. Oh yeah, and what's that? Weed out the traitors. Olive and I exchange an uneasy glance before she faces off with them again, curling her lip. Are you sure? Or is it that you're worried about our flight unit beating you in the trial rankings now that you've seen that Lark isn't dead weight? Despite the tense situation, I can't help but protest. Hey, Olive directs a tiny, apologetic smile my way. Sorry, but you can't blame us for worrying. The blonde fledgling shuffles his feet. So what? I'm not afraid to admit I want that first pick of assignments. My best friend's older sister's flight unit placed second to last her year and got sent far north during winter. A blizzard hit, and she and 2 others in her unit froze to death in the mountains. Elijah glowers at his friend. Don't be a wuss, Trevor. We don't need any help kicking these losers' asses in the trial. That's not why we're here. I'm tempted to ask the obvious question. Why are they here? But self-preservation silences my tongue. Somehow, I doubt hearing their plan to weed out the traitors will do much to tame my rampaging nerves. This is stupid. Abel, Nick, and Theo are just around the corner. One shout and they come running, and then it's 5-3 in our favor. Mark's soft chuckle sends a chill zinging down my spine. Go ahead, see that? He gestures at something overhead. We planned ahead. Trevor's been working on his air shield just for this. We tested it until we were sure it was soundproof. Trevor's focused on the translucent dome that engulfs the 5 of us. If not for the sun glimmering off the shield in spots, the barrier would almost be invisible. Olive tries anyway. Nick, Theo, get your butts over here. It's an emergency. The blonde fledgling flinches, and he and Elijah crane their necks to check the beach. No one shows. Shit. Fear constricts my lungs and my breathing becomes labored. In reaction to my emotions, my magic builds, ballooning into an almost painful pressure inside me. If I don't use the power soon, I worry it will explode through my skin like a supernova. And the outcome if I do use it could be even worse. Olive strikes first, conjuring and heaving a mini-gale at Trevor. Mark blocks the wind with a wall of sand. The wall remains solid for a moment before exploding, and thousands of tiny grains pelt Olive in the face. Her pained yelp rings out. My eyes! I lunge and grab her by the arm, pulling her backward into the ocean. Use the water to wash them out." With tears streaming down her cheeks, she drops to her knees in the surf. I wait until I see her cup a handful of water and splash the liquid over her eyes before turning back around. As I do, I fumble for the dagger strapped to my belt. Elijah tackles me from the side. The dagger goes flying and my left shoulder hits the sand hard. His oversized body lands on top of me, collapsing my lungs and forcing out every last bit of oxygen. I wheeze, thrash my limbs, attempt to shove my elbow into his ribs and reach for the dagger in the sand. It's no use. Elijah's a brute of a man. Probably 2 times my weight and 10 times more skilled at grappling, and my disadvantages come on top of getting the air knocked out of me. Elijah wrenches my arms behind my back. My shoulders shriek in pain, but I refuse to give our assailants the satisfaction of crying out. Mark darts out of view and returns, dragging Olive by the ponytail. Squinting with red-rimmed eyes, she manages to roll and punch him in the groin, missing her target by a hair's breadth. Mark curses before putting her in a headlock. "We can do this the easy way, or the hard way. The easy way is, you tell us what the Comorian who snuck onto campus wanted, and we'll take you to Bigley without hurting you. Much. Don't tell us, and there's no telling how much damage we might inflict." Now that Elijah's no longer crushing me, I suck air into my burning lungs. "What Comorian?" I cough. "I don't know what you're talking about." "You should. You're the one he wanted to stab." That gives me momentary pause. "My would-be assassin was Comorian. That's the first I've heard of it." Elijah cranks my arms back harder. I choke on an agonized whimper as my magic thrashes like a living beast beneath my skin. "Maybe so, but I bet it's not the first your little roommate here's heard of it. Is it, Olive?" "What are you trying to imply? That I had something to do with it? Because it's not true. I'd never do that to Lark." Olive's frantic gaze seeks mine. "You believe me, right?" "Of course I do. I'm surprised she's letting them get under her skin. Obviously they'll say anything to rattle us." Mark tightens his grip across the front of her neck. Olive claws at his forearm to no avail. "Sure you wouldn't. Camor lover. Did you know my cousin lost his leg in the last battle, defending Aclaris from those heathens?" He snarls. "I should do us all a favor and kill you now. If you tell us why he went after Axton, though, I promise just to maim you a little." He eases the pressure off her neck, just enough to let her speak. "I told you, I don't know." She whips her head back and connects with his nose. He screams, blood streaming down his face. "You bitch!" Hacking, he spits a crimson glob onto the sand. Taking advantage of the distraction, I squirm and kick behind me. My foot collides with flesh, but Elijah only grunts and tightens his hold. Olive tries to scramble free too, but the sand flies out from beneath her legs. She drops into the hole up to her waist. The sand fills in around her, trapping her in place. Mark uses a vine to bind her wrists behind her. Olive continues thrashing. "Let me go!" "You lost your chance. I'm gonna enjoy this." Grabbing her ponytail, Mark yanks her head back as far as it will go. Using his earth magic, he levitates a thick glob of wet sand until it hovers just above her mouth. "Open up." When she refuses, Mark pinches off her nose. More tears stream down her cheeks as she struggles to evade his grip. The pressure from holding back my power grows and grows, hammering at my bones and the inside of my skull. My teeth hurt, my joints swell. My pulse drums throughout my entire body. "Stop! Let her go, please, before I—" "Before you what? Pass out like you did that first day in flight training?" Well, damn. Apparently everyone and their brother noticed that. Even Trevor starts to act uneasy. "Hey, are you sure about this? I don't mind injuring them to give us a leg up in the trial, but no one said anything about suffocating or, killing anyone." Ignoring us both, Mark focuses on Olive. As soon as she gasps for breath, he drops the wet sand straight into her mouth. When she gags, he shoves a second handful up her nose. I don't realize I'm screaming until Mark palms his dagger and glares at me. "Shut up, bitch!" The weapon flies, glancing off my shoulder. I snap. Power bursts from my body like a flood crashing through a dam, shattering Elijah's hold as my magic unleashes. Chapter 33. A wall of pure flame shoots straight up into the sky, and the release is incredible. The fire coursing through me feels like a resurrection of my soul. It's as if failing to use my magic year after year created an ever-growing pressure inside me, and over time, the force gradually crushed my bones and organs without me knowing, like a lobster slowly boiled to death. My flames spread at an alarming rate, racing across the sand in both directions to create a barrier separating Olive and I from the others. Faint screams ring out, though it's hard to hear over the crackling roar. Olive chokes and hacking to clear her mouth and throat. I somehow manage to free her from the sand prison and drag her into the ocean. Cupping water, I help her rinse out her mouth until she stops gasping. All the while, the magic rushes from me. My fire takes on a life of its own. When I turn back, the flames lick even higher, stretching taller than 3 full-grown dragons stacked one atop the other. I know I should panic, but the sight mesmerizes me. By Ziva, those flames! They're so beautiful. And unusual. The vibrant red-orange colors at the top gradually melt into purples and blues. As I watch the inferno dance through the air, the past flashes through my head. Shrieks of agony, the acrid scent of scorching flesh, horses screaming, a feeling of utter helplessness. Behind me, someone calls out my name. Desperation laces the feminine voice. Olive. As if I'm in a dream, I notice Olive grab my arm and point. Flames barrel down the beach toward the forest. Shouts carry from the other direction. Theo, Nick, and Abel race in our direction, but the heat must get too intense. Partway, the trio alters course and splashes into the water. From the opposite side of the flame barrier, an agonized wail reaches us. In my head, the events play out through a thick mental fog, merging with the past and making it difficult to tell what's real and what isn't. Horses shrieking, straw burning, screams, sobs. Lark, Lark, stop the fire. Cold water slaps my face, ripping me from my memories. Clarity returns and pummels me like a giant fist. The fire, my fire, it blazes everywhere with no signs of dying. Heat scorches the air, and I'm pretty sure the reason my uniform clings to me like a second skin is sweat, not seawater. Another wail makes me gasp. Elijah, Mark, Trevor. They're trapped by my fire. They're going to die. No, my fire is killing them. I try to reel in my magic, again and again and again. With each failed attempt, fear rises. Eventually, I shake my head, panting. It's no use. I can't. It's too strong. I don't know how. Any lingering joy dissolves into panic. Horror clogs my throat and strangles my lungs. Not again. Olive's voice. The screams. The rest of my flight unit, shouting at me. All the noises fade away as I stand rooted in place, a victim of my own helplessness, while 2 words beat a constant litany in my head. Not again, not again, not again. A deep, commanding voice cuts through the haze. Axton, what the fuck? When I blink, Instructor Thorne is standing before me. I stumble into him and clutch his shirt, babbling and sobbing. I can't do this. I don't know how. It's happening again. Make it stop. Make it A hard shake rattles my teeth. The motion knocks me out of meltdown mode long enough to realize his face is only a hair's breadth away. His grip immediately softens, and one of his hands reaches up to cup my cheek. Breathe, Lark. Slow down and breathe. More than anything, it's his unexpected use of my first name that snaps me back to myself. For once, I follow his directions without arguing and concentrate on breathing. While I inhale deeply, he faces the flames. Within seconds, a wall of ice surrounds my firestorm, containing the chaos I created. Sweat sheens on his brow. I can only contain it for so long. You're too damn strong. You need to stop it. Under different circumstances, I'd revel in the admiration in his voice. Instead, fear rakes me with sharp claws. I don't want to be too strong. Too strong is bad. Too strong means people get hurt. I inhale a gasping breath, trembling from the power thrumming in my veins. What do I do? I don't know how to stop it. A vision of 3 charred bodies materializes behind my eyes, and I whimper. Just because they were awful to me doesn't mean I want them dead. If they die, their blood is on my hands. Blood on my hands again. Focus! He spins me to face him, curling his hands around my upper arms. If you can work through your fear of alicorns so quickly, I know you can conquer this. Picture the fire like it's an extension of you. With a hard swallow, I shudder, closing my eyes and doing as he asks. I imagine the magic like it's an extra limb. Okay, good. His fingers trail down my arms before he breaks contact. Now rein it in. Somehow, I do just that. I imagine myself pulling in my magic like it's a physical rope. When I open my eyes, I've regained control. At once, the flames contained within the icy barrier die down. With a flick of his wrist, Thorn shatters the barrier and douses what remains of the blaze with his power. He addresses Olive. Are you all right? Eyes wide, she nods. Relief sweeps over me, but it's short-lived. I could have killed someone, would have killed multiple someones if not for Thorn's timely intervention. My heart pounds in my ears as a wave of nausea causes me to sway. Turning to Thorn to thank him, the words shrivel on my tongue. Instead of the concerned expression he wore a moment ago, his features radiate pure wrath. The air around him practically vibrates with suppressed rage. Even though I know it's not aimed at me, a little frisson of alarm skates over my skin. This is more furious than I've ever seen him. Given that he's not Mr. Sunshine on a good day, I'm a little scared to watch this play out. Did you see that, Instructor Thorn? That bitch tried to kill us. Mark wheezes and gestures wildly at his head. I wince. Someone clearly isn't reading the room. When I check out his head, I wince even harder. Pale circles of naked skin pepper his scalp where the fire singed off his hair. Flames also devoured the bottom right leg of his uniform trousers. I can't tell if he suffered any serious burns beneath the ruined material, but I'm guessing not. Those types of wounds hurt too much to complain about jacked up hair. Elijah fared better. His hair and uniform appeared to be intact. Of the 3 of them, Trevor took the biggest hit. He's curled up in the sand, writhing and moaning. Angry red blisters already cover his arms and hands. Guilt pierces me at the sight of Trevor's damaged skin. Elijah is right. I did that. My fire hurt him, but only because the 3 of them ambushed us. If Olive and I didn't defend ourselves, there's no telling how far they would have taken it. For all I know, we'd be dead. Elijah gestures at him. See what she did? She needs to be dealt with. Power radiates from Thorn. Millions of tiny sparkling ice crystals encase Mark's hands and spread up his arms. Thorn stalks toward him, eyes alight with anger. The only ones who'll be dealt with are you 3 assholes. He spares a quick glance for Trevor and sighs. 2 for now, I suppose. Mortimer, Holt, take this fledgling to the infirmary. Looks like he'll require burn ointment. I startle. When did Helene get here? I twist my neck to find her and do another double take over her expression. The hate I expect to find directed at me is absent. In fact, for a single heartbeat as our eyes meet, I swear her face crumples with regret. Then she moves to assist Olive with Trevor, leaving me to question my own sanity. Dragons fly. Water is wet. Helene hates me. That's the natural order of things. Once Thorn is certain Olive and Helene are following his orders, he resumes his threatening posture. Where were we? Elijah bristles and Mark's jaw drops, but they remain silent. Smart decision. If I were them, I might need a change of pants right about now. Thorn's voice seethes with barely contained malice. Care to explain what happened? Elijah shrugs. We headed to the beach to unwind. He narrows his eyes at Mark, sending him a silent message. And Axton just decided to pull this little stunt out of nowhere. Thorn's gaze shifts between the 2 remaining attackers, the smile that peels back his lips pure poison. I was hoping you would lie. Ice encases their feet, rendering them in place. Mark opens his mouth, but Elijah shoots him another not-so-subtle warning glare. Slower this time, the ice travels up their bodies, forming an ice cocoon from their boots to their knees. Let's try this again. Thorn lowers his hands. Anyone care to talk now? Mark's throat works on a swallow. Beads of sweat break out on the bald spots peeking through his patchy hair. There's nothing to say, sir. Ah. A wicked grin spreads across Thorn's face. And I was hoping you'd say that. The ice tombs climb higher, reaching their thighs in slow motion. Horror flashes across Mark's face, and he starts to hyperventilate. His lip curls into a snarl, and the hatred in his eyes chills me to my core, as if I'm the one whose body is encased in ice. Thorn flicks his wrists, speeding up the torturous freezing process. He's enjoying this, and he's doing this on my behalf. That fact does funny things to my insides. There's got to be something wrong with me. The ice travels to each fledgling's chest. Thorn's long yawn gives off the impression that he finds slowly freezing people alive. Simple child's play. They have to be extremely uncomfortable, and a small part of me, a very small part, feels a little bit sorry for them. Well, Thorn sends the ice trailing up to their shoulders. You can tell me the truth, or hang out here for a while. Your call. Sheer terror flits across Mark's face. Okay. He shoots an apologetic look at Elijah. I'll talk. Thorn's mouth tilts up in a lazy smile. Just when things were getting interesting. Mark struggles to take a breath, teeth chattering when he speaks. We were just trying to root out the traitor and make Holt tell us about the Comorian. Words tumble from his mouth as he rambles on about their ploy. Elijah nods his agreement as his lips pale to a lovely shade of blue. A pang of concern shoots through me. Thorn nailed it when he called these guys assholes, but that doesn't mean they deserve to die. And that's what's going to happen if this interrogation continues much longer. I step forward, laying a hand on Instructor Thorn's arm. You need to let them go. They're going to get hypothermia. For several heartbeats, he remains silent. Just when I'm scared he'll let these recruits freeze to death in front of me, he releases a beleaguered groan. Must you always be such a killjoy? But fine, if you insist. The ice blocks shatter, sending glittering shards flying. You're both out of chances. Pull a stunt like this again, and you won't be so lucky next time. Nick and Theo return, along with a few other fledglings. While Thorn orders everyone around, telling them to take Elijah and Mark to the infirmary, Theo rushes up to me and grips my shoulders. You're okay? I was worried about you for a while there. I manage a shaky smile. Me too, but yeah, I'm okay. After giving me a once-over, he whistles. Damn, who knew that all this time you've been holding back that kind of power? And to think, I liked you even before I knew what a magical badass you were. Before I know what's happening, he leans in, brushing his mouth over mine. I harden into a statue as his lips press against mine. Nothing. Just like I thought. I feel nothing. No sparks. Not like I do with him. Swallowing hard, I step back and take a deep breath, preparing to let him down gently. Theo? Movement registers in my peripheral vision. Finished with the other fledglings, Sterling Thorn glares death at the spot where Theo's hand still grips my arm. Chapter 34. Thorn's jaw clenches, and every muscle in his body stiffens. A chilly aloofness settles over his features as he spins and stalks away. Turning back to Theo, I search for a reason to excuse myself. Theo reaches for me, and for an instant, I'm terrified he's going to kiss me again. Instead, he tweaks my nose. The unexpected gesture is something I imagine an older brother would do if I had one. It was a gamble, kissing you. He stuffs his hands in his pockets and rocks back on his heels. Probably should have known better. My heart sinks at the sadness in his voice. I'm sorry, it's just... You don't have to apologize. You didn't do anything wrong. Maybe not, but I still feel like I owe him an explanation. When I arrived at Flighthaven, I was terrified. And you put me at ease from the moment we met in the mess hall. You were nice to me even when some of my own unit didn't seem too thrilled that I was here. Is that what you thought? That I was being nice to you? Some of the twinkle returns to his bright blue eyes. Call it whatever you want, but you've been a friend to me from day one, and I don't want to lose your friendship. He's quiet for a moment. Then his lips tip up in a half smile. You're pretty okay yourself. I release the breath I didn't realize I was holding. Does that mean you're not upset? How can I be? If I didn't have you as a friend, who would I pick on? I snort. Olive, for starters, and literally everyone else. It's kind of your specialty. He puts a hand to his chest in mock exasperation. I'm offended. If you say so. My mood turns somber, and although Theo's laughing, I want to make sure he's truly okay. I heave a sigh. Is everything, are we? We're good, Lark, I promise. Now, you and Thorn? That's another story. My jaw drops. What does that mean? You know what I'm talking about. He levels me with a, don't give me that bullshit look. I'd be blind if I didn't see that something's going on between you two. And based on the way he stormed off a few minutes ago, I get the impression he's not too happy. Why does this conversation remind me of the chat I had with Olive not too long ago? He's an instructor. I don't know what you think you see, but fraternizing with instructors is against the rules. I'm well aware. Just be careful, okay? I don't want to see you get hurt. Like I said, there's nothing between Instructor Thorn and me. Absolutely nothing. It's not a lie if I only want there to be something between us, right? And his happiness or unhappiness isn't my problem. But really, when does he ever look happy? He shrugs. Fair point. Exactly. Anyway, I've got to ask him a question about flight maneuvers. Oh, he draws out the word. Is that what we're calling it these days? His teasing voice, though, doesn't quite mask the undertone of concern. I roll my eyes. His grin returns in full force, revealing both dimples. Pretty sure you meant to say charming or whatever. Theo's laughter follows me as I twirl around and head in the direction Thorn went. When I reach a sharp bend in the cliff along the coast, I lose track of the footprints. Did he go a different way? Or go for a swim? I scan the area with no luck. Frustration zips through me. He could be anywhere. Maybe it's just as well. I don't even know what I plan to say if I found him. Sighing, I give my surroundings one last cursory glance before pivoting. I might as well go back to the dorm and get some rest. After everything that's happened, my body is starting to crash. I should climb into my bed. An arm snakes around my waist and hauls me backward. I go rigid, inhaling a deep breath. Before I can scream, a hand clamps over my mouth, and I'm plunged into semi-darkness. The temperature is cooler in this small space. Moisture shines on the rock walls. I'm in some sort of cavern, tucked away into the side of the cliff. Panic squeezes my heart like a fist. Think! You've got to think! I lift my foot, then kick back with as much force as I can in this position. My boot connects with flesh. My attacker grunts, dropping the hand from my mouth and loosening the arm around my waist. What the hell's Duchess? Panic changes to confusion and quickly morphs into outrage. I whirl and find myself eye level with Sterling Thorn's chest. He steps back, wincing as he leans down and rubs his shin. Was that really necessary? Was yanking me into a, I wave in a circular motion, cave really necessary? When you're standing out there looking like a lost puppy, yes, I'd say it was. He straightens and crosses his arms. What were you doing out there anyway? Lost puppy? I inhale through my nose in a futile attempt to tame my growing ire. Because honestly, what was I doing out here? Give me a break. I was looking for you, jackass. Thorn scoffs. Why? So I can finish what he started? My eyes narrow. If you didn't have your head up your ass, you'd know Theo's just a friend. His lip curls. Forgive me, I didn't realize he was such a close friend. He kissed me, not the other way around. It didn't mean anything. But you know what? I don't need to explain myself to you. Not after your little speech earlier today. I clench my jaw against the storm raging inside me and pivot to leave. Turbulent emotions flash across his features. He searches my face, a silent war in those beautiful brown eyes. I'm not sure which side wins. I only know that his jaw tightens with resolve and, a moment later, his mouth crashes into mine. Chapter 35. When our mouths first collide, shock holds me captive, molding me into a frozen doll. With a single lick of his tongue along the seam of my lips, he brings me back to life. Heat, desire, need, all three course through my veins and ignite my blood like dragon fire. I part my lips, moaning as his tongue strokes mine in a kiss, equal parts seductive and dominant. Closer. I need him closer. Pushing up on my toes, I wind my arms around his neck. He grabs my loosened braid, tugging my head back for just the right angle to ravish my mouth. I love the taste of him. His scent, the way he takes command. How every plunge of his tongue shoots another bolt of lust between my thighs. Returning his kiss eagerly, I suck his tongue into my mouth, thrilled by his needy groan. His lips brush against my jaw before they trail down the side of my throat. He presses a feather-light kiss to the juncture between my neck and shoulder before biting down. The sharp pain pulls a whine from me. He soothes the sting with his tongue, and I moan, the unexpected show of possessiveness turning my body molten. Thorn continues his sensual exploration, nipping and sucking his way to the sensitive spot just above my collarbone. Liquid heat pools in my core as he grips my hips and pulls me toward him, so that there's no space between us. It's still not close enough. Like a damn mind reader, he palms my ass and rocks his hips. The hard length of his arousal presses against the spot where I need him most, triggering an intense burst of pleasure with every strike. Oh gods, I squeeze my eyes shut. Tell me, Duchess. Tell me what you need. He punctuates each word with a kiss at the corner of my mouth. You! I gasp when he nips at my lip. I need you. Thorn cups the nape of my neck, and my eyes flutter open. Are you certain? I've never been more sure of anything in my life. Yes. His answering groan is guttural. Primal, then let me take care of you. My desire for this man far outweighs the niggling sense of doubt at the edges of my mind. If we get caught, the consequences will be disastrous. Damn the consequences. For these stolen moments, he's mine. Our mouths collide once more as he slides a hand between us. He snags the front of my pants, undoing the top button with deft fingers, and kissing me like we'll only ever have this brief time together. And maybe that's true. But I can't think about that right now. About what will happen tomorrow, or next week, or next month. About anything. Right now, I only want to feel. I tried to do the right thing. He flicks another button open. Tried to stay away. A third button. Tried not to get sucked in by those beautiful eyes and that fierce spirit. I did my best to push you away, but you kept coming back and tearing down my defenses like they were made of parchment. The final button bursts open, and anticipation coils low in my belly as his hand eases beneath the top edge of my undergarment and slides south. Dips lower and lower, until I stop breathing. Stop moving, until every nerve in my body feels as taut as a guitar string dying to be plucked. I'm wound so tight that when his fingers brush that bundle of nerves, I jerk as if struck by lightning. His hand stills. Is this okay? I nod. More than okay. Perfect. But my brain's too hazy to communicate any of those thoughts. Thorn presses a soft kiss to my forehead. Going to need to hear you say the words, Duchess. He leans his head back, and in a haze, I stare into his eyes. What was the question? Concern clouds his gaze. His hand starts to ease away. I clasp his wrist. Don't stop, please. The concerned expression morphs into a wicked one. Since you asked so nicely. His hand slides back down. Grinding his palm against my clit, he plunges a finger inside me. White hot pleasure courses through me, making me pant. I arch my back, and through our clothing the sensitive peaks of my breasts brush against his hard, warm body. Fuck! The word is a low growl. You're so wet. His words, his actions, should embarrass me, but the rightness of this moment crowds out all room for shame. A connection too strong to resist. Another finger slips inside me. My body is on fire as he teases me with light touches. My hands slide to his shoulders, curling into the soft material of his shirt as my hips rock on his fingers. His strokes grow frenzied as his mouth finds mine again. There's nothing practiced or controlled about our kisses. They're hungry, raw, full of need. He circles my clit with his thumb and draws my lower lip between his teeth. Every fiber of my body responds. The tension in my lower belly builds. If something doesn't happen soon, I'm going to combust. My voice is breathy and foreign. Don't think. He kisses the sensitive spot just below my ear. Just let go. His thumb moves in small circles, winding me tighter and tighter until I teeter at the breaking point. His teeth skim my throat. With a final firm press of his thumb and a sharp nip at my flesh, I hurtle over the cliff, the tension exploding as pleasure pulses through me in waves. I cry out his name. I'm falling, floating, and I don't ever want to be pulled back in. So fucking perfect. Thorn's fingers slow, then ease out of me. Keeping my hands off you has been killing me. It takes a few moments for the pleasure-induced fog to clear before my brain can form words. Then maybe stop trying. He half laughs, half groans. You make it sound so simple. After buttoning up my pants, he wraps his arms around my waist and pulls me closer, brushing his lips across mine. His erection pokes my belly. I reach for him, wrapping a hand around the hard ridge tenting his pants. He groans and rocks into my palm once before gently tugging my hand away. Not now. I need to go back to make a report or else someone will come looking. It takes me a second to make the connection. Elijah and Mark. The fire. Oh, right. Everything comes rushing back. To my utter horror, my nose starts to burn and my lip quivers. My eyes mist with tears. I try to blink them away, but they spill over, dripping down my cheeks as a sob climbs up my throat. Sorry. It's just, I was so scared. With more tenderness than I knew he possessed, Thorn wraps me in his arms and presses his lips to the top of my head. Shh, I know you were, but it's okay. You're okay now. You did great. I cry into his shirt, clutching the fabric like it's the only thing holding me together. I see. Could have killed someone. He strokes a soothing palm down my back. But you didn't. If anything, you saved someone. Multiple someones. Left to my own devices, I would have happily frozen Durand and Levine solid, and then watched with a smile on my face as I shattered them into thousands of tiny pieces. That brutal visual disturbs me enough to stop my crying. He doesn't sound like he's joking either. He must be, though, because what he just described isn't even possible. Is it? Sniffling, I decide not to ask. It's the thought that counts, and the violence of Thorn's reaction tells me he cares. I frown. This is the second time he's come to my defense like this. While I appreciate his protectiveness, the fact that he had to step in makes me feel weak. I can't keep relying on you to save me from them. I need to be able to defend myself. He pulls away, using his hand to lift my chin. Your brain must still be foggy from all that moaning you did a few minutes ago, so let me give your memory a little nudge. From what I saw, you were doing fine all on your own defending yourself from those two gutter snipes. You learned from that first experience and let your power out to play this time around. Blinking, I realize he's right. I did defend myself against Elijah and Mark. Okay, but now I need to learn how to control my power. He nods. So you work on control. I don't see that being an issue for you when you manage to control it so quickly with only minor prompting from me. Let's be real, Thorn. You helped by using your own magic to subdue mine. He shakes his head. I merely bought you some time to rein yours in, which you did. And when we're alone, you can call me Sterling. With his thumbs, he gently swipes the dampness from beneath my eyes before cupping my cheeks. Do you have any idea how magnificent you are? His husky, reverential rasp loosens the knot in my chest and fills me with a warm glow. The praise heats my cheeks, and I can only imagine the lovely shade of pink my skin's become. Thorns. No, Sterling's. Eyes bounce between mine, as if waiting for me to respond, but I have no idea what to say. What's the correct reply to a question like that? Yes, of course I know how magnificent I am. Talk about arrogant. No, I have no idea, but feel free to tell me what magnificence level you rate me at on a scale of 1 to 10. Fishing for compliments, anyone? And maybe sounds unbearably coy. So I say nothing, keeping my mouth shut and watching his grin grow. Who knew that complimenting you was the secret to shutting you up all along? I give his chest a playful shove. Please, Sterling, I'm only shutting up because I'm drained. That makes him sober up. Right, we should head back. When we report in, follow my lead. I think it's best if we try to keep the scope of your power under wraps for now. Give yourself time to work with it more and have better control before advertising it. But Elijah and the others will be easy enough to discredit since people will believe they exaggerated your abilities in order to make themselves look less weak. Okay, but what about Olive and... I already had a quick word with your flight unit. They're part of your team and seemed happy enough to keep quiet. His expression turns stony. As for that little creep who dared to kiss you, he'd best keep his mouth shut. I open my mouth to protest his claim that Theo's a creep. Close it when I notice his body stiffen. As much as his show of jealousy inspires a tiny thrill within me, I'd rather not push him, and I'm pretty sure Theo would agree. I'm sure he will. Good. His demeanor softens. You really should be proud of yourself. You've come a long way since day one. I'll be the first to admit that I had my doubts about your ability to succeed here, but you proved me wrong. A rare event for me. I pat his chest. You know, you really need to get that modesty issue checked out. As in, I think somebody stole yours. He traps my hand beneath his. Deflecting another compliment, I see. I guess that just means I'll need to give you more until you get used to them. For example, you make the sweetest, sexiest little moans when I touch your... With a yelp, I clap my free hand over his mouth. Okay, I get the picture. Didn't you say it was time to go? He nips my finger to get me to remove my hand. So I did. Thorn leaves the playful, passionate, and sweet lover persona in the cave. With every step toward campus, I can feel him detaching himself from me more and more. By the time we meet with Torno and Resnick to relay the incident, his aloof, grumpy instructor mask has returned in full force. His act is so convincing, even I'm tempted to believe I'm nothing to him but an annoying student. Doubts surface, but I push them away. I don't like leaving things this way, but with faculty observing, I have no choice other than to smile and bear it. At least Helene's presence in our dorm room keeps Olive from pestering me with questions. Later in my bed, Thorn's words replay in my head. I'm startled to realize that I've shown huge improvements beyond flying, strength, weapons, and magic. With the lowered doses of magic suppressant, my dizzy and weak spells have declined too. That alone bolsters my confidence. In fact, now that I think about it, my dizzy and weak spells seem to disappear and weaken in direct proportion to my dosage. Is it possible the remedy caused them in the first place? And if so, did my mother know? Betrayal rises in my throat, flooding my mouth with bitterness. No, I can't believe Mother would do something so awful. And for what purpose? What could she possibly get from making me believe I was too fragile to leave home? Chapter 36. Those nagging worries still circulate when I'm under the shower the next morning. I lather my hair as yet. Another worry crosses my mind. How will instructor Sterling, react when I show up for my lesson, considering what happened between us last night? After everything we shared, will he put his walls back up and act like nothing happened? Surely not. But what will I do if he does? I'm not naive enough to believe he's in love with me. It's not like he tries to pretend. Still, what we shared was open and honest. Real. For a short time, the world fell away. Heaving a sigh, I rinse my hair and quicken my pace. Sterling may have treated me like a princess last night, but the last thing I want to do is tempt fate and risk his irritation by being late. After I clean my teeth, get dressed, and braid my hair, I leave the dorm and try to steady my racing heart. When that doesn't work, I steel myself for whatever comes next, since I have little choice to do anything else. The morning at least is perfect. A mild breeze glides past, stirring the scent of fragrant flowers and dewy earth. Given the early hour, no one is milling about. My steps slow as I approach the Alicorn stable. Sterling's not waiting for me outside as he sometimes does, impatiently tapping his boot. Anxiety swells in my chest. Is he having second thoughts about last night? Ashamed, he stooped to the level of fraternizing with a student? Decided not to waste time on someone so much less experienced than him? Get a grip. You didn't even sleep with him yet, and already you're losing your damn mind. As my uncertainty builds, I tell myself he has to be in the stable. Last night aside, we have a lesson, and he's not one to shirk a commitment. Resolve stealing me, I step inside the building. Strong arms clasp my waist, then tug me into the shadows of an empty stall. My back hits a hard, muscled chest. The scent of leather and soap invades my senses. He's here. My heart pounds in my ears so loud I'm certain he can hear it too. Spinning me to face him, Sterling trails his fingers down the side of my face. Fancy meeting you here. It's not like I had much choice. I shiver as his thumb brushes the skin just under my lower lip. If I'm late, there's this grumpy instructor who'll have my ass. Grumpy? A laugh rumbles in his chest. I'd have said attractive, skilled, sexy, charming, intelligent. Did you just learn what an adjective is? My lips curve up despite my best effort to hide my smile. Add cocky to your list too. I'm offended. He lowers his head and whispers in my ear, his warm breath skating across my skin. Like I said, that mouth is going to get you into so much trouble. I give in to a streak of boldness. I'd like to get into even more trouble. He pulls back and searches my face, a predatory gleam in his eyes. Keep talking like that, and your lesson won't involve riding an alicorn. Tiny shivers dance down my spine as indecent images pour into my mind. I feign outrage, pressing a hand to my chest. You're so inappropriate. You don't seem all that bothered by my inappropriateness. Want to know something? I pitch up on my toes, and when he inclines his head, it's my turn to whisper in his ear. I'm not. I press a kiss against the faint scar on his jawline. With a groan, he lowers his forehead to mine. I swear you're going to be the death of me. Who pulled who into the stall? It's starting to become a habit. You're a habit I don't mind forming. For several heartbeats we stare at each other, neither saying a word. Then I don't know who moves first as his mouth covers mine. The kiss is soft and sweet and relaxed, like we've got all the time in the world. He draws languid circles on my lower back that match the pace of his mouth. Winding my arms around his neck, I tunnel my fingers through his silky hair. He skims his tongue across my bottom lip and groans. Just as sweet as I remember. Sweet doesn't even begin to describe the act of kissing him. My body's alive with sensations. 1 minute I'm on top of a mountain. The next, I'm falling, spiraling, and if I'm not careful, I'm going to crash and burn. With his left hand, he cups my neck. He presses his lips against the corner of my mouth, then my jaw, then the sensitive spot below my ear. Grabbing my wrist, he pulls me into the storage room next to the stall before flicking his wrist so that frost forms over the doorknob. There, now you can't complain about the stall. I giggle. Yes, because a storage room is such a big upgrade. It's locked. He loops an arm around my waist, tugging me flush against him. Don't have to worry about interruptions. When I consider the potential reasons for needing a lock, my breath hitches. The room you sometimes used to sleep in the stable was too messy? Too far away. I'm about to say it's only in the back of the same building, but then his lips brush mine. Right, smart man. Thank you. The laughter rumbling in Sterling's chest vibrates through me. You going to compliment me all day or show me how much you missed me? That depends. On what? I shrug. The movement causes the tips of my breasts to brush against his chest. How nice you are. We both know just how nice I can be. His darkened gaze boils my blood. But I know how much you like it when I misbehave. He's not wrong. You're so full of yourself. Sterling splays his free hand on my hip, eliciting tiny shivers all over my body. Your ability to go from complimenting me to insulting me in 30 seconds amazes me. While his playful tone teases, there's nothing teasing about what he does next. His lips brush mine, tentative at first, like he's waiting for permission. I wind my arms around his neck and kiss him back, giving him all the consent he needs. Pulling me even closer, he angles my head back and begins a slow exploration of my mouth. Somehow, it's just as hot as his other kisses, the ones where he devours me. I brush a thumb over the base of his neck before tunneling my fingers through his silky hair. He groans, a low, guttural sound that sends a rush of heat straight to my core. Fuck. He nips at my lower lip. I can't get enough of you. Same. My body responds to him no matter how much I tell myself to be careful. To guard my heart, there's a hollow ache inside me that only he can satisfy. And still, no matter how much he gives me, I want more of him. He slides his hand under my shirt and skates his fingers over the bare flesh of my lower back. I gasp. Sterling! Hands stilling, he slams his eyes shut and takes a breath. You have no idea what hearing my name on your lips does to me. He opens his eyes. But if we don't stop, I'm going to fuck you into oblivion in the storage room. Gods. My entire body goes up in flames. Why don't you? Thorn, are you here? Vice Commander Torno's voice carries from somewhere outside. Shit. We break apart like we've been struck by lightning. That's why, he whispers, while finger-combing his hair into submission. Follow my lead. He unlocks the door and walks out, motioning for me to do the same. Once we're in the aisle, Sterling launches into an explanation of the safest way to fly in strong winds. I never thought about that before. I plaster what I hope is a studious expression on my face. What should I do if... There you are. Torno's boots thud on the floor as she strides our way. Sunlight filters into the stable, glinting off her auburn bun. Shielding her amber eyes against the piercing morning light, she glances from Sterling to me. Her shrewd gaze rakes over me, taking in my flushed cheeks and rumpled shirt. An eyebrow hitches toward her forehead. I want to burrow under a pile of hay. She knows. I swear she knows. I bet my impure thoughts about the man standing next to me are written all over my face. Though I want to slouch and hide my face, I stand up straight, chin high, and stare at a point somewhere over her left shoulder. Sterling, on the other hand, leans against a stall with one knee bent, studying his nails. After scrutinizing me for a small eternity, she fixes her attention on him. I was hoping to discuss arrangements for the upcoming trial. Her eyebrow rises again, and her mouth twitches. That is, if you're free. A chill runs down my spine. She suspects. She must. What happens next? Does she report us to Bigley? Do we undergo a disciplinary hearing? Will I get kicked out? Will Thorn lose his job? Uncertain whether I'm overreacting or not, I stay at attention, nails biting into my palms. Torno drums her fingers against her thigh. Am I interrupting a training session at this early hour? His face is unreadable. We were just finishing a lesson. Relief trickles into me, allowing my shoulders to slump the tiniest bit. If Torno had any idea what the lesson I just had entailed, surely she'd march us both to Bigley's office. Fighting some strange urge to laugh, I don't dare move or speak. Axton's finally caught up enough for our one-on-one training sessions to end. His tone drips with measured indifference. I've been going over a few additional safety issues with her this morning. My heart squeezes at how easily he switches off his emotions. But despite the mask of arrogance and aloofness he slips on, I've caught a glimpse of the real Sterling Thorne. At least, I think I have. Torno's lips set in a thin line. And do you feel that she's an asset to her unit? Seriously? I'm standing right in front of you. I do. Sterling's quiet for a moment, like he's choosing his next words carefully. I am confident that her flying skills will serve her unit well. My insides warm at his appraisal, surprise and satisfaction filling me. Even if he was trying to save his ass with Torno's conversation interrogation, I know he'd never say what he did unless he believed it. So why does frigid disappointment freeze the warmth inside me? The extra training sessions had to end at some point since catching up with my unit was the whole point of the lessons. Axton, Torno levels her gaze on me. Do you have a question? I'm not following. A question? Yes, do you have a question about your training? Is this a trick? Am I supposed to have a question? I sneak a quick peek at Thorne, but his expression gives nothing away. No, not at the moment. Then why are you still here? You're dismissed, Axton. With the intensity of Thorne's cold, cutting tone, I half expect to see ice crystals materialize on my skin. His reaction is a ruse. It shouldn't hurt my feelings. I understand this, and yet my heart still twinges. This icy, impersonal version of Thorne is my least favorite. Yes, sir. I reach the door as a commotion kicks up outside. Shouts, followed by a cry of pain. My legs launch into action without conscious thought, racing toward the ruckus as my heart beats double time. Torno yells after me, but I don't catch her words. I burst outside with my hand already reaching for my dagger and my head swiveling to locate the threat. There, between the Alicorn stable and the Dragon Eyrie, two large cloaked men lead a third smaller man by a chain. The restrained man appears worse for wear. A rust-colored substance. And maybe blood? Matt's a lock of dark blonde hair, which is longer on the top and short on the sides. Purple and blue bruises bloom on most of his swollen face. Wrinkles, dirt, and bloodstains compete for space on his gray tunic. He limps as he struggles with his captors, yanking on the chain that attaches to his cuffed wrists. The reek of acrid sweat, unwashed body, and vomit wafting from him makes me fight off a gag. At this early hour before breakfast, the campus is quiet. No one else is nearby to intervene. I perform this quick assessment as I race toward them. Hey, what's happening here? Chapter 37. The cloaked man closest to me swivels around and lowers his hood, revealing closely cropped dark hair. From beneath a broad forehead, hard hazel eyes appraise me. We're conducting confidential business for the king. Please turn around and go about your business. He opens the cloak to show his Flight Haven uniform. A dragon rider insignia glimmers against the navy fabric, just below his left shoulder. Torno pulls up beside me. Ryder Millik, please excuse this interruption and carry on. Her hand circles my bicep. Let's go, fledgling. She pivots and tugs on my arm to follow. The tension in her grip and urgent movements lead me to believe there's a hidden danger here. Or maybe something she doesn't want me to see. You're the one. The raw, scratchy voice halts me in my tracks. The hair on the nape of my neck lifts. Surely he doesn't mean me. Why would he? I've never seen him before in my life. I turn around anyway, ignoring Torno's tugging. Are you talking to me? The prisoner's attention stays glued on my face. He lunges toward me, only to be yanked back with a vicious jerk of the chain and to stumble to his hands and knees. Ryder Milik growls. You shut up or I'll make you shut up. The prisoner gives no sign he heard. Wincing, he climbs to his feet, his gaze never once leaving my face. I register his identity with a gasp. The hairstyle, the harsh sound of the consonants on his tongue. He's the Comorian. The man who broke into the dorms and attacked my bed with a knife. Torno's fingers dig into my muscle. Fledgling Axton, we're going, now. Her stern tone warns of repercussions if her command goes unheeded. My feet refuse to budge. I'm the one, what? Why did you target me? Because even from this brief interaction, it's clear that chance didn't lead him to my room. He broke in with the intention of finding me and stabbing me. Taking my life. Fuck Torno. I think I have the right to know why. The Comorian falls to his knees, lifting his chained hands beneath his chin as he pleads. It's for the greater good, don't you see? Run, hide, end it now. Milik's boot slams the prisoner's ribcage, tipping him over. I told you to shut up. He grabs for the man's shoulder, but the prisoner rolls away. Don't let him use you. It says he needs the D. A savage strike of the chain to his temple cuts him off. When Milik hits him again, the Comorian collapses in the dirt. Unmoving. My pulse stutters in horror. Did you kill him? He's not dead, just quiet. I warned him to shut his mouth. Crouching, Milik hauls the unconscious man over his shoulder like a sack of grain, taking my hopes of finding answers with him as he strides toward the Eyrie. Torno sighs. I'm sorry, I was trying to spare you from hearing that. Do you know what he was talking about? What greater good? Who does he think's trying to use me? The man is out of his mind. We tried to interrogate him, but he talked in senseless circles, so we're shipping him off to the king's dungeon. Her expression shifts into one of sympathy. I know in situations like this, it's normal to want to understand the whys. Unfortunately, sometimes logical explanations don't exist. I think this is one of those cases, but trust me, the king will get to the bottom of it one way or another. And if he discovers a reason this man targeted you, I'm sure you'll be the first to know. I let Torno lead me back toward the Alicorn stable, to where Thorn awaits, hands in his pockets, shoulders propped against the wall. The pose appears casual, but I know how to check for the tiny hints that point to his facade. The taut, corded neck muscles, twitching thigh, how he tracks our approach with hawkish intent. He hides it well, but the man is practically swimming in tension. Everything okay? Torno releases me. All good now. Axton, go on and head back. When I don't move, she pats my shoulder. I know that was an ugly scene, but shake it off. He'll be gone soon and won't bother you again. I'm sure you're right, I murmur. Thorn and I lock eyes over Torno's shoulder, and I search his face for a gesture of support. Even the tiniest glimpse that he cares. A softening of his eyes. A quick inclination of his head. Hells, even a goddamned blink. But in true Thorn form, he gives me nothing beyond the hints of tension lurking underneath his skin. Frustration, anger, shock. All three battle for dominance. I'm frustrated that Torno and Milik stopped the prisoner from talking, pissed that not a single person involved with his capture thought to ask if I wanted to face my attacker, and shocked by the way he begged on his knees for me to listen. And as long as I'm being honest, I'm hurt too. I understand the valid reasons preventing Thorn from running to my side and pulling me into his arms, but what prevented him from joining me like Torno did? His presence alone would have been enough to provide comfort. Truth be told, maybe Thorn was right to resist for so long. I'm not sure I'm cut out for a hidden relationship. Would he even characterize what's between us as a relationship? Add that to the list of things to know before you let your hot teacher stick his hands down your pants. Fledgling Axton, I don't want to have to tell you again. The vice commander's voice zaps me out of my thoughts. She extends her arms and points. Go, it's almost time for breakfast. Turning her back on me, she gestures to Thorn. Let's have that discussion. Thorn straightens with lithe grace. This time, when he attempts to capture my gaze, I avert mine. I feel the weight of his stare on my back as I hurry for the dorm. The weather becomes rainy and bleak during breakfast to match my mood. I lack focus during classes, my mind continuously struggling to make sense of the interaction with the Comorian. Is the attempt on my life the reason Lisa didn't want me here? That seems logical, but how did she know? When that line of reasoning lead nowhere, I cycle through everything else I've learned so far. Accepting the theory of my adoption, how does that tie in with the murder attempt? With Lisa's disappearance? A terrible thought strikes me. What if the Comorian abducted or killed Lisa? How could I not ask? Guilt forms a hard ball in my gut. I know how, and the answer is a flight instructor who's too pretty for his own good and drives me nuts. I fell under his spell and spent far too much time mooning over him when I should have dedicated every free moment to finding my sister. That ends now. I refuse to dwell on Thorn any longer. Torno came close to catching us today. If we continue sneaking around, we'll eventually get caught and Thorn will eventually break my heart. After lunch, another mail delivery arrives. I receive a letter from my mother, telling me she received word from the king. He wants me to complete the trial first, but agrees to grant me an exemption afterward. Mother doesn't specify the reason behind this stipulation, so I can only speculate. Perhaps the king worries about negative public perception if he releases me from duty too soon. Maybe he believes I'll choose to remain at Flighthaven if my trial is a success. Or, for all I know, King Xenon secretly hates our family and wants to see both Lisa and me dead. As of now, one theory is as good as the next. I refold the letter and take a walk, drinking in the sea salt carried in on the breeze and the damp earth scent unlocked by the drizzle. Although gray clouds choke the sky and chill the damp air, a sense of freedom washes over me. Scary things keep happening, things I don't understand, but at least I'm no longer trapped in a gilded cage. I'm stronger, braver, and, as wild as it seems, happier. I'm becoming a warrior. Do I really want to revert to my former self? Could I even stomach returning to our castle, knowing my mother lied and essentially poisoned me? After dinner, my mood darkens again. I decline Olive's invitation to play a board game with her, Nick, Abel, and Theo. Since Helene's somewhere with her unit, I curl up on my bed and start flipping pages. The guilt from earlier rears its ugly head, pushing me to work harder to unravel the mystery of Lisa's whereabouts and all the other oddities. This book on Turin isn't getting me anywhere, and the book on gods, oracles, and prophecies I checked out of the library hurts my head. I toss both volumes to the side, pulling out Lisa's list to see if I've missed anything. The word file snags my attention. The records room is the one avenue I haven't attempted to investigate yet. Part of me hoped to enlist Thorn's help, but that can't happen. I need to do this on my own, before the looming trial. Who knows what will happen then? As much as I've grown at Flighthaven, everything is too up in the air to predict the future. If I want to peek at the records, now is the time. Chapter 38. A bright, cloudless moon and late arrivals on campus, probably additional people to help with the trial, thwart my attempt to break into the records room that night. When I narrowly avoid getting busted, I cut my losses and creep back into the dorm. The next night is a wash, too. A few days pass before better luck comes my way. Thick cloud layers shroud the moon, and I don't encounter anyone on the way to the administrative building or in the halls leading to the records room. Today, most of the trial prep seemed focused either on the outer edge of campus or off-campus grounds, leaving this area quieter than usual. I worried that the locks here might prove trickier than the ones I conquered at home, but with a little focus and jiggling, my hairpin tumbles the mechanism with a soft click. I ease the door open, my skin prickling as I scan the pitch-black room. Doubts root me in place. This could be my most harebrained idea yet. It's not too late to turn around, before a guard pounces on me and tosses me in a holding cell. Or I can continue down my current course of action, which is almost certainly a fool's errand. If I'm really lucky, when they catch me they'll send me to the king's dungeon to share a cell with the Comorian assassin. Maybe he'll tell me why he wants me dead just before he slits my throat. I will my thundering heart to slow. Foolish plan or not, I'm committed. Turns out, in this case, curiosity and desperation trump legitimate fear. Decision made, I sneak inside the room, stilling as a shiver dances across the nape of my neck. Is someone watching? I hold my breath and tip my ear toward the cracked door. 1, 2, 3. Nothing. No more waiting. I reach for the handle to close the door. A hand snakes out and grabs my wrist. Shit, air punches from my lungs as my body tenses. Easy, it's just me. Sterling slips inside and eases the door shut. Pretty sure that just shaved a year off my life. What the hells are you doing? I hiss. You're lucky I didn't light you on fire. Isn't it obvious? I'm helping make sure you don't land yourself in hot water. A tiny everlight flares, spilling a dim glow into the inky room. And forget me, what the hells are you doing? Wait, let me guess. You were out going for a walk and wanted to check on the records. Embarrassment rises over his pointed reminder of my previous excuse. None of your business. How did you know I'd be here anyway? Are you spying on me? If by spying you mean I overheard you asking one of the other fledglings what they knew about the security in this building, then sure. Oh is right. You're lucky I'm the one who heard and not someone else. Am I though? I mutter. What was that? Nothing. I grind my teeth. Look, if you're here to talk me out of this, you might as well leave now. His beleaguered sigh strengthens my desire to kick him. If I thought there was a snowball's chance in hells of you listening to reason, I would. But I know better. Like I said, I'm here to make sure you don't get caught doing whatever it is you think you need to do. You'd better hurry, though. The longer we're here, the more likely we are to get caught. That takes the wind out of my sails. Then quit talking to me so I can get to work. Using the Everlight, I head straight for the set of wooden file cabinets lined up against the wall. I make short work of the locks and start rummaging. The drawers contain a series of folders arranged alphabetically. The first one dates back to students who attended 5 years ago. Moving on, I open and close several drawers until I locate Lisa's year. Find anything? Almost. I thumb through the As to Axton. Here we go, Lisa's file. I tug out the folder, sit cross-legged on the floor, and begin to read. Shadows flicker over his face. Don't get too comfortable. We need to... Hurry, I know. I heard you the first time. Also, not a complete idiot. Are you sure about that? Because if you're asking my opinion... I'm not. Also, I can't hurry if you keep interrupting me. I can sense him seething as he towers over me with the Everlight like an angry god, but do my best to ignore him. I flip through Lisa's file, finding what I expected. Family and medical history, magical element and projected power level, and instructor's notes on her excellent service. Nothing that points to her concerns about dragons or anything else. Nothing at all out of the ordinary, except for a summary at the end about her disappearance. I glance over at Sterling. He leans toward me, worry in his eyes. What did you find? Your evaluations of Lisa. Thanks for thinking so highly of her. She deserved it. His mouth crooks up. I wasn't being kind. Gods forbid I'd ever accuse you of that. He huffs. Hurry, we're already pushing our luck. Once I finish scanning Lisa's file, I return it and hunt for my own. Like my sister's, the first few pages document my family and medical history. Unlike Lisa's, my medical history holds a lengthy list of my various ailments over the years. My brow wrinkles. A very lengthy list. Almost as if my mother took extra care to document every significant dizzy or weak spell over my entire life. Except I don't recall seeing a healer or medic nearly that much. The family history section reads much the same, with the exception of one small detail. A question mark follows my mother's and father's names. Does that mean someone at Flighthaven has the same questions I do about my true parentage? I skim the instructor evaluations. My face burns as I read Kinnick's accurate but awful appraisal from my first week of class. Based on his remarks, a reasonable person would have expected Bigley to punt me to Fort Haven to join the foot soldiers. Celeste Dawson, my weapons combat instructor, leaves kinder comments about my skills with a bow and arrow and quick progress with other weapons. Maybe she's the reason I didn't get kicked out my first week. Digging deeper into my file, I come upon Sterling's assessments. My first reaction is to ignore them and avoid any hurt. Curiosity overcomes my reluctance. I want to know what he thought of me in the beginning. To my astonishment, there's nothing in there about my abysmal performance when I started out, or about my fear of alicorns and flying. In fact, he only wrote 2 lines total. Given Axton's aptitude with weapons and her remarkable improvement in flying skills, she'll be an asset to Flighthaven and the King's Flyers. No unusual or rare skills/abilities noted. That second line strikes me as a bit peculiar. I don't recall Lisa's evaluation from Thorne noting unusual skills or lack thereof, but maybe he just had more to say about her overall. Taken on its own, I might even be offended. Luckily, the first part overrides any insult. I reread the end of the first line. An asset to Flighthaven and the King's Flyers. My chest warms as I turn to Sterling. Do you really mean it? Mean what? Your evaluation of me, where you said I'd be an asset. Leaning over my shoulder, he swears under his breath. Quit reading that shit and find what you're looking for. We don't have time for this. Okay, sheesh. By his alarmed tone, you'd think I caught him bad-mouthing me rather than saying something nice. Although, with him, that's probably the issue. He's more comfortable dishing out insults than compliments. With my focus back on my file, I flip to the end of the folder. Do you think... Thorne covers my mouth with his palm. Shh, listen. At first, I hear nothing. Then I catch a faint creak. Nerves turn my fingers into noodles. The file slips from my hand and slaps the floor, the noise an explosion to my ears in the otherwise quiet room. Crouching, I snatch the file and cradle it to my chest. Thorne's glare is the last thing I see before he douses the light. In the darkness, we wait. Sweat dampens my palms. My heartbeat drums in my ears. The creaking grows louder. Footfalls, I think. They approach the door and pause outside. Sterling pulls me to a door in the far corner, which opens into a storage closet. The space is so tight, we're pressed together. The doorknob rattles. Teeth clenched, I try to recall if we locked the room from the inside. A metal noise sounds, then the slight whoosh of the door being opened. A bead of sweat slips down my back as someone enters the room. Chapter 39. Pressed against Sterling, I struggle to slow my breathing. He rests his palm over my mouth, his arm tight around my waist, keeping me from making any noise or moving. Illumination from a lantern seeps beneath the closet door, spilling over our boots. I cringe. Footfalls slap against the wood floor, the sound growing faint, along with the light, as the sentry steps toward the bank of files. Eyes squeezed shut. I can't recall if I reopened the drawer after Sterling closed it. If I left the drawer open, I hope whoever's out there doesn't notice or care. Tapping fills the room, as if the sentry is drumming a cabinet. The swishing sound signals. A drawer opening? I clench Sterling's tunic, my knees bumping his. He holds me tighter, his increased grip warning me to keep quiet. I nod my compliance. When he lowers his hand from my mouth, I press my face to his shoulder, needing his closeness. Inhaling his familiar leather and soap scent helps calm my frantic nerves. A faint click suggests the drawer is shut. Feeling sick, I swallow the bile rising in my throat. More noises follow as the sentry shuffles around the room. The stress is going to give me a heart attack. Without warning, Sterling lifts my face, his smooth, warm lips gliding over mine. The kiss takes the edge off my anxiety by providing a momentary distraction. After a few moments, he eases back and presses a finger to my lips. I nestle my face against his shoulder, his chin resting on my head, each of us quieting our breaths. The room has fallen silent, and the lantern light has vanished. I press my mouth to his ear. Are they gone? Sterling's shoulders lift in a shrug. He touches his mouth to my ear. Don't move. He forces us to wait for ages, my body hyper-aware of him against me. Finally, after those ages pass, he cracks open the closet door and pauses. My heart jumps to my throat. He's gone, but we're out of time. The Everlight comes back on, washing the room in an eerie glow. Nothing looks amiss. I make a beeline for the cabinet. Blocking Thorne's view, I quietly remove the last page from my file before returning the folder to the designated spot. Folding the paper, I shove it in my pocket. Too risky to read here, so I'll do it later. If Thorne knew I tore the page out, he'd throw a hissy fit, so I decide to spare us both and not tell him. Let's go. With him leading the way, we sneak from the room. After turning down the next hall, we run into trouble in the form of a guard at the far end of the corridor. Thorne yanks me back around the corner. My pulse ricochets. Now what? He's blocking the way out? Thorne hesitates before tugging me in a different direction. He leads me into another building, this one lit with Everlight lanterns on the walls. Quiet, he murmurs. A series of widely spaced doors line the corridor, but he pulls me down one with a single door at the end. After opening the door, he pulls me inside the room and walks to a large window to part the curtains. During our time in the records room, the cloud cover eased. Moonlight spills into the space, casting everything in a silvery, magical glow. Confusion grips me. The interior's spacious and well-appointed. Luxurious rugs blanket the stone floor, and a huge canopy bed draped in thick blankets and furs dominates the space. 2 upholstered easy chairs and a table sit in front of a fireplace. These are your instructor quarters. Sterling nods. You could be sleeping here all the time, but instead, you choose to sleep near the smelly alicorns most nights? Make it make sense. He shrugs. The room in the stable is closer to the outdoors and nature. I don't like feeling trapped. I study the bed. It'd be hard to feel trapped in that bed. It looks big enough for 10 people. A beat passes. 2. My breath hitches as an image of Sterling and me, naked beneath those silky covers, flashes through my mind, and my teeth sink into my lower lip. The atmosphere thickens. He prowls toward me, hair mussed, sin filling his gaze. You've been avoiding me? No, I haven't. I've totally been avoiding him. Gulping, I back up. What are you doing? I'm finishing what we started, before you fled the other morning like a scared rabbit. Outrage sparks beneath my skin. I did not flee like a scared rabbit. Then what would you call it? Strolling. I strolled away after you hung back and watched me talk to that assassin as if you couldn't care less. As if you weren't interested in me at all? He releases an incredulous laugh. Is that what you think? That I'm not interested in you? His expression darkens. I suppose you're right, though. His callous agreement twists a knife in my heart. A painful knot clogs my throat. Of course. Interested is far too tame a word to describe how I feel about you. Obsessed, bewitched, those come closer. My battered heart gives a hopeful beat. Did they do? He stalks closer, backing me up until my legs hit the bed. His knuckles graze my cheek. They do. Though that doesn't change my stance that this is a terrible idea. His lips brush mine, and I sigh into them. We both know something being a terrible idea hasn't stopped me yet. His bark of laughter morphs into a groan when I nip his lower lip. Grabbing my hips, he inserts a battle-hardened thigh between mine and rocks against me, matching the rhythm of his tongue as it plunges into my mouth. With each thrust, heat builds in my core. My legs start to shake and my release hits while I cling to him and cry out. Afterward, he undresses me first and then removes his own clothing. I drink in the sight of him. The first time I saw Instructor Sterling Thorne, I thought he was beautiful. I was wrong. Beautiful doesn't begin to describe him. He's magnificent. His body is all hard planes and toned muscle, honed from years of What exactly? I don't know. Training? Fighting? My gaze dips lower to his rippling abdominals, and then lower still. My heart stutters. See something you like? His teasing words pull me back to reality. Heat creeps up my neck as I tear my gaze away from his arousal. Apparently you do. I do. His eyes roam over my body like a caress. Very much. The reverent way he regards me, like I'm special, beautiful even, makes me long for something I know I can't have. Don't go there, just enjoy what's happening now. Later, there will be plenty of time to analyze my feelings about what's happening between us. His hands trail down my bare arms, and tiny goosebumps erupt on my skin. Beautiful. He captures my hands and brings my right one to his mouth, pressing a kiss in my palm. You're so damn beautiful. Thorin's mouth possesses mine. Urgent, hot, demanding my active participation. I loop my arms around his neck, exploring, tasting, memorizing him. My fingers map the curve of his shoulders. They move on to trace his vertebrae and the taut muscles of his back, the action causing my breasts to brush against his chest. His moan vibrates in his chest. Fuck, isn't that what we're doing? He shakes his head. One of these days, that smart mouth of yours is going to get you in trouble. I can't stop my grin. I think it already has. He laughs, a throaty, velvety sound I could get lost in. Can't argue there. He lowers himself on the bed, tugging me down with him. In a matter of seconds, Thorn's body is over mine as I lie on my back, head propped up on a fluffy pillow. Reaching between us, I wrap my hand around his hard length and guide it to my entrance. I need you. His molten gaze locks on mine. You have no idea what those words do to me. He rocks his hips, eases his way inside, and then stills, cradling my face in his hands. You okay? I nod. It's tight, full, and a little uncomfortable, but not painful. You sure? Yes. My answer comes out as a whisper. Are you? His fingers trail down my left cheek. Perfect. He shifts, then thrusts, and discomfort is the furthest thing from my mind. It's incredible. He's incredible. As he drives into me over and over again, instinct has me rocking my hips to match his rhythm. The only other time I've done this was awkward and hurried, an experience I never wanted to repeat. Until now, until him. Each expert stroke leaves me yearning for more. My body's a raging fire, this mysterious, powerful man stoking the inferno. It's both too much and not nearly enough. More. I struggle to catch my breath. I need more. His body responds to my plea by driving deeper. Harder, filling me, surrounding me, consuming me. You have me, Duchess. He slams into me, eliciting a moan from deep inside me. All of me. He lowers his head to my breast and draws my nipple into his mouth, sucking hard. Pleasure coils in my core, winding tighter and tighter and tighter still. Oh, gods. Say my name. I want to hear my name on your lips when you come. He nips and licks the sensitive peak. His teeth rake over my nipple. I unravel. Sterling. His name tumbles from my lips as I come undone. I savor every moment, committing the delicious way he fills me up to memory. With a low growl, he gives a final, frenzied series of thrusts. I roll my hips and ride out the waves of pleasure as we shatter together. The words slip unbidden from my lips. I love you. Silence follows, broken only by panting. Afterward, he rolls onto his back and pulls my head to his chest. One of his hands strokes my hair. My skin prickles at his lack of a reaction, yet I don't regret what I said. Even if I could take the words back, I wouldn't. I don't want to play games with him. I need honesty between us. Given the little details he's let slip about his past, I understand why he can't trust anyone's love, mine included. I know he cares. He's proven this in 100 ways, from his persistence in teaching me to bond with Zephyr and to conquer flying him, to protecting me tonight so I could search the files. A man who feels nothing wouldn't have bothered. He would have laughed when I asked for help and told me to fuck off if I kept nagging. Sterling wasn't thrilled with what we did, but he stayed at my side throughout. That's everything to me. I rolled toward him and propped my head on my palm. His lids remain down, his powerful chest no longer rising or falling as he holds his breath, waiting for whatever I might say this time. His pain and fear when it comes to getting close makes me sad, but I hate this awkwardness between us and want it to stop. I stroke a finger down his chest. It's okay, you know, that you didn't say it back. I value your honesty above all else, especially since it seems like so many people I care about have been lying to, or at least hiding things from me. I know you care, and I trust you. That's what matters. The hand stroking my hair tightens. My scalp stings for an instant before he relaxes his grip. I forgot to tell you, the King's offered to issue me an exemption from Flighthaven, with the caveat that I wait until after the trial. Apparently he's coming to watch. His eyes snap open, and he doesn't return my smile. A tiny sliver of ice slithers down my back. I continue talking anyway. I'm not surprised since my mother begged for that nonstop, but I've decided not to take the offer. His chest rises. Falls. Why? That single curt word bristles with accusation, and another icy prickle of doubt needles my spine. No, that's silly. I must be reading into things. A good night's sleep will banish these ridiculous misgivings and soften his cranky mood. Shoving aside any lingering unease, I trace a faint scar on his forearm. Because Flighthaven is where I belong. Once I complete my training, I'm going to become part of the kingdom's flight brigade. And believe it or not, I'd love to one day fly dragons. His throat bobs. He diverts his attention to the moon shining through the window panes. I hold back a sigh. I know you don't believe I'm serious, but... Go, he glares at me. You should leave. I blink at his sudden change in demeanor. I thought you said it'd be easier if I waited until the morning. I try not to take offense. He could be a bed hog or have an embarrassing snoring habit. Maybe he coos like a baby in his sleep. Not leave my bedchamber. Leave Flighthaven. The doubts return, frosting my skin. What the hell has gotten into him? Why this rapid switch back to his asshole version? His face reveals nothing as he stares at the window, chest falling with each harsh exhale. I squeeze my fists at my sides. You can't be serious. He sits up and crosses his arms, leaning against the headboard. I am. If you were smart, you'd leave Flighthaven and never look back. I want to scream, but I push down my outrage. Why would you say that? And why did you spend all this time training me if you just wanted me to leave? This sudden about-face makes no sense. There's no way I'm going home. It's not my home anymore. He refuses to meet my gaze. If you don't want to go there, run away somewhere your mother will never find you. Maybe Camor. I grip the footboard to steady myself and attempt to make sense of this. I have no idea what changed, but I'm certain it's not just the King's coming exemption. Why are you suddenly so desperate to get rid of me? Why are you hells bent on me not even being in the kingdom any longer? He runs his hand down his face. Answer me, Sterling. You owe me that. I inch closer. I know you don't doubt my ability to succeed here. At first, sure. But not anymore. So what's behind this sudden change? Because I said I love you? His throat works on a swallow. It's not sudden. I want to laugh at the absurdity of this conversation. He can't be listening to what's coming out of his mouth. You fucked me like you wanted me, yet now you're pushing me away? That's all it was? Fucking. Don't make it into something it's not. He rises from the bed and paces across the room. As far as your abilities, I won't deny you're skilled. But there is no you and me. We have no future. We don't even have a present. He can't mean that. Despite his frosty tone, sorrow flits across his face. And then it's gone, replaced by an impenetrable mask. I refuse to accept his behavior. Look me in the eyes and tell me you have no feelings for me. We had a fucking fling, all right? He stops pacing and closes his eyes. It was never going to last. Memories of our brief time together whirl through my mind. You're so damn beautiful. You're a habit I don't mind forming. I can't get enough of you. Hurt and anger battle for dominance inside me. I never pegged you as a coward. But it's clear that's what you are. You can't even look me in the eye when you're breaking up with me. Breaking up with you? He scoffs. You couldn't have believed we'd ever have a real relationship. Even you aren't that naive. At last he pegs me with his indifferent gaze. We're as far apart in personality and life experiences as two people could get. If he expects me to buy that explanation, he's lost his mind. You're saying you want someone exactly like yourself? I laugh, hating how rattled I sound. Take it whatever way you want. He shrugs. I couldn't care less. Except he does. That truth is in his touch, the passion, the acceptance of me as his equal. So why the hells is he acting like this? With jerky motions, I yank on my uniform and shove my feet into my boots. Anger dominates the moment, but the pain waits. My heart screams and all those previous feelings of unworthiness come rushing back. I don't want to be here when the inevitable breakdown comes, because fuck him. He doesn't deserve my tears. Excuse me for believing for even a minute that, despite living my life in a gilded prison, even someone as naive and inexperienced as me deserves to be part of a caring relationship. Regardless of my effort to keep myself together, my voice cracks. A hot tear rolls down my cheek. Apparently I was wrong. Fuck, Lark. He reaches for me. Wait. I dodge him and dash out the door. With my blurred vision, I don't notice Torno until she stops dead in my path. Fledgling Axton? You shouldn't be in the instructor's quarters at this hour. What are you doing here? Shit! Of all the bad luck. Dashing my eyes with the back of my hands, I rack my brain for a believable excuse while she inspects my appearance. My tousled hair and disheveled clothing stands in stark contrast to her military bun and casual uniform, both perfect even at this time of night. I'm sorry, I was just... I sniffle and, to my utter horror, begin crying in earnest. Seconds pass by. Her attention shifts from me to Thorne's door, and I brace myself. Not a single part of me holds any doubt. She knows. That's why the next words out of her mouth stun me. Return to your dorm, Axton. It seems as if you're having a rough night, so we'll let this one slide. Don't let this happen again. That's it? No punishment for breaking the rules? Is this a gift to Thorne or to me? Or is this a matter of lucky timing? Perhaps Torno doesn't want to bother with this while prepping for the trial. Of course. As I hurry down the hallway, I chance peeking over my shoulder to see if Torno approaches Thorne's door. She doesn't. The vice commander doesn't even spare Thorne's quarters a glance as she proceeds down the corridor. Chapter 40. Run me through it one more time. Olive squeezes my hands as she sits facing me on my bed. Halfway through lunch, she dragged me back to our room and demanded that I tell her what happened. Apparently, my face wasn't doing a stellar job of hiding my heartbreak. Who'd ever guessed that spending 2 hours on sleep and an equal amount of time on crying would leave me less than fresh? Stifling a groan, I re-summarized last night's events with Thorne. By the end, I'm ready for a prolonged nap. Here's my opinion, for what it's worth. You told him you loved him, right? I nod. If I had to guess, it sounds like he's feeling things for you that scared him, so he deliberately tried to push you away, which is actually good news. I gape. Okay, I'll bite. In what realm is Thorne telling me? I'm too naive for a relationship with him, that it was only sex for him and nothing else, and literally trying to convince me to leave the kingdom good news. The realm where he's going out of his way to act like an oozing pustule and hurt you. If he didn't care, he'd shrug and be indifferent to whether you stay or go, but he wasn't, was he? Well, no, but remember this is Thorne. He maintains a base level of assholishness at all times. True, but that doesn't explain why he flip-flopped all of a sudden. She taps her index finger against her chin. You said all this started right after you told him about the king's letter, right? My shoulders droop. Right, but I can't see how me turning down an exemption would factor in. Unless he really does believe I can't hack it here and should leave. He might never have suggested it before because he didn't believe I'd get one. After what happened with her brother, I feel bad discussing this with Olive, but she acts unfazed. Could he have been upset about the king coming to watch the trial? I rub the back of my neck. I suppose, but I don't know why. He and the king are supposedly tight, so why would that bother him? Olive toys with a loose thread on her collar. Just considering all the possibilities. Either way, I bet you caught him off guard. I bet once the shock wears off, he'll come around. Though not completely sold, her optimism bolsters my spirits, because I see her logic. His overboard reaction did come out of nowhere. That's part of why it hurts so much. Thanks, Olive. That's what friends are for. She leans in for a quick hug. Come on, it's almost time for the assembly. At the assembly, Bigley's announcement about King Zenon's attendance at the trial comes as a surprise to all the fledglings apart from Olive and me. However, the follow-up about his imminent arrival this afternoon and the subsequent party Flighthaven will host in his honor tonight is news to us too. When Bigley releases us for the remainder of the day, excitement spreads like wildfire among the fledglings. The opportunities to let loose are a rare enough occurrence here that even most of the men sound hyped about dressing up and dancing. Olive excuses herself, claiming she wants to meet with Resnick to ask a question about her magic. On my walk back to the dorm, a hand grabs my upper arm from behind. My heart skips until I realize the hand is too small to be Thorn's. I spin and my muscles coil, preparing me for a potential threat. Helene, do you need something? Not here. She tugs me toward the dorms. I dig in my heels, staring at her hand. Her aggrieved snort tells me what she thinks of my unspoken demand, but it does the trick. She releases me and, with an exaggerated flourish, gestures me forward. After you. Does she think I'm an idiot? Yeah, no, I don't think so. After you, I insist. She rolls her eyes. Oh, for fuck's sake, what do you think I'm going to do, tackle you in the stairwell? I lift my eyebrows because, yes, actually, that wouldn't surprise me at all. Fixing me with a scathing look, she stomps ahead. I trail behind her while rubbing my temples, praying whatever this is about is quick. Inside our room, she paces the floor. I sit on the bed and wait her out. I'm about 2 seconds away from leaving when she stops in front of me. You should leave Flighthaven. Tonight, everyone will be at the party or worried about who's flying in. I doubt they'll spend much energy on who's leaving. I sputter a laugh. Seriously? This again? I shake my head. Twice in one day, what are the odds? I mutter. Her forehead creases. What are you mumbling about? No, never mind. It's not important. Leaving is. Exhaustion seeps into my bones. You know, I thought you stopped trying to threaten me into leaving, that you and I were past this. Guess I was mistaken. She wraps the end of her braid around her fingers and tugs. We were, but that was before I knew the king was coming. Frustration roars through my veins. The king again? Why does the king making an appearance change anything? Glancing at the door, she lowers her voice. Because Lisa didn't start acting weird until after the king's last visit. She swallows. She told me that if she ever vanished for some reason and her sister showed up, that I should try to get you to leave, and that you should avoid the king at all costs. I scoff. Do you really expect me to believe you and Lisa were friendly enough for her to tell you something like that? Please, I know I'm not very worldly, but even I'm not that gullible. You'd better believe it, because it's true. Yeah? Prove it. Helene flexes her fingers like she's picturing them around my neck. Did you go through her belongings yet and find a dragon pendant? Because I gave that to her. My gaze slides to the bedside table, where I stashed the necklace I found in the stairwell. The pendant looked expensive. You gave my sister a dragon pendant. My flat voice oozes with disbelief. Even if I bought that story, why would you do that? Helene finds something fascinating to study on my comforter and clears her throat. We were, dating. I shriek. You were dating? She jumps, checks the door, and then shifts back to me with a scowl. Shut up, she hisses. I don't need everyone knowing my business. I cross my arms. If you two were dating, why didn't Lisa ever mention that in one of her letters? Her scowl becomes a frown. She closes her eyes, her expression pained. Probably because I told her we needed to keep it a secret. My family, they wouldn't understand. That's also why she broke up with me, if you must know. Damn, she seems so genuine, I almost buy it. But this is Helene we're talking about. Although if she's telling the truth, I suppose that could explain why she tried to frighten me off when I first arrived. Why go through all this? Why not just tell me? You mean like I'm doing now? Because that seems to be going really well so far, don't you think? Okay, point taken. Also, no offense, but I didn't know you and had no idea if you'd go running off telling everyone about us. I figured scaring you away would be more effective. So Elijah and Mark? Total ratfuckers. They'd be just as happy to see you dead as gone. A surprised laugh barrels up my throat. Don't sugarcoat it for me or anything. I scrub my palms down my face. Sorry, this is a lot to take in. Do you have any other proof? Though it probably doesn't matter. I'm not leaving. Not yet, anyway. Helene glares before tossing her hands in the air. Whatever. At least my conscience is clear, knowing I tried. You want to thumb your nose at death, be my guest. Ah, there's the Helene I know and love. I call out as she storms toward the door. Do you think she's still alive? She bows her head, her hand stilling on the doorknob. I don't know. All she told me was that the king was asking a lot of questions about you. I think she kept me in the dark at first to protect me, and later, because I was no longer someone she took in her confidence. I pray every night, though. With that, she sweeps from the room, leaving me to wrap my brain around this new information in silence. Lisa, what did you uncover? I whisper, while pressing my palm over my heart. And why didn't you tell someone? More determined than ever, I scan the book Lisa left with Royce. 3/4 of the way in, I flip a page and squint, tilting the book toward the window. It's a section with information on dragon collars. In the sunlight, I swear I spot a faint groove beneath the word, as if someone underlined it using an ink tip without ink. Excitement skitters down my spine. Time has erased how and why the dragon collars came into existence. Records indicate the first sighting of the winged people with these incredible powers was centuries ago. The passage continues. Those in Camor and Aclaris envy and fear the Tyrannese dragon collars for their power over dragons, the most powerful creatures on Earth. As I read more of the passage, I realized what struck me as odd about the narrator. Unlike other books I've read about kingdoms outside Aclaris, this book favors a Tyrannese perspective. I noticed when reading about past skirmishes. I notice again now. The author was almost certainly Tyrannese and possibly slanting this so-called history in their favor. Connected to dragons through a mental bond, a dragon caller can read the feelings and emotions of their namesake. A lesser-known fact is that, while not as strong, they were often believed to possess empathetic connections to other magical creatures too. Though the Tyrannese people in general require no use of outside herbal or other supplemental enhancements to perform magic, it's believed that due to the strength of their magic, a dragon caller's use of such a supplement could lead to deadly consequences. In fact, according to legend, when first manifesting, even non-enhanced magic can result in disaster. I stare at the words, my mind returning to the moment my magic first manifested at our castle. That morning, I was on the shared balcony outside Lisa's and my rooms, enjoying the way the sun eased the morning chill. To my surprise, the bright glow stopped warming my skin and began to sting to the point where I feared I'd blister. Not understanding, I stepped into a shadow. The burning got worse. Reddish patches on my pale arms swirled, then coalesced into 5 thick lines that streaked to my fingertips. They burned and smoked. Next, sparks flew from them. In the distance, flames burst from the stable. The horses, that I was afraid of, screamed. Servants yelled. The stable boy lost his legs. Our stallions and mares died. When my mother found out what I did, without me meaning to, she came to a horrible realization. I could make fire without trying or using Iril, which no one in this kingdom had ever done before. Panicked, she paid an alchemist to concoct a remedy to tamp down my magic and warned me to never tell anyone about my unexpected talent. Not even Lisa. To hide my magic from everyone. Shuddering, I rode on. Young, untrained dragon callers are susceptible to the beast's emotions. The first several onslaughts confusing and easily overwhelming until they gain experience and control. Headaches and nausea typically accompany unexpected images, sounds, and ever-changing feelings that emerge from the dragons to settle in the dragon caller's mind. Stunned, déjà vu floods through me as I recall the day I faced Flighthaven's black dragon. My pulse races and my hands tremble. With time and practice, those physical and mental issues fade, leaving the dragon caller to bond with the beasts and own the sky. I lower the book, my heart plummeting into my stomach. The idea solidifying in my mind can't possibly be true, and yet, it must be. The details line up, even the grave marker bearing my name. Because if I'm right, then the couple I believe to be my parents did not sire or give birth to me. If I'm right, my kingdom of origin isn't a Claris. I'm Tyrannese, and I'm a dragon caller. Chapter 41. The revelation acts as an invisible sucker punch. I double over, heaving. All the pieces fit. My entire life history has been one giant lie. No wonder I don't resemble anyone in the Axton line, and my mother could never get her story straight as to how my father died. A storm of emotions raging inside me, I swing my legs over the side of my bed. I want Sterling. He's the one person who could comfort me right now. I rise from my mattress, then sink back down and slump when the memory of our fight slams into me. Olive might be right about his cruelty being intentional. Not because he doesn't care, but because he does. Without him admitting as much, though, I can't count on him. And once he learns I'm a dragon caller, there's no telling what he'll do. Unless he broke up with me because he already guessed my heritage. Swallowing the knot of emotion in my throat, I squeeze my eyes shut. I've never felt more alone in my entire life. Noises in the hall cause me to sit up straight. Time to pull myself together. Hey! Olive rushes into the room. What are you wearing tonight? Tonight. The party. For a hot second there, I forgot. Not sure. I'm not even sure I'm going. She gasps. What? Of course you are. Great food, music, booze, dancing. It'll be fantastic. I know you're upset about Sterling Thorne, but think of it this way. The party is your best chance of seeing him before the trial and to find out if he's pulled that pretty head of his out of his ass yet. And if he hasn't, then sitting around moping in our room is letting him win. Upset doesn't even begin to describe my emotions. I'm overwhelmed, hurt, confused. And those are just my feelings about Thorne. Factor in King Xenon, Helene, and my dragon caller theory, and it's a wonder I've managed to remain upright. I suck in a breath. How do I even start to explain my suspicion that I'm a dragon caller? What would she think of me? You don't want to let him win, do you? If he is in fact a terrible shit stain who got off on hurting and humiliating you? I sigh, lifting my chin. No. Olive remains quiet for a moment before rolling her shoulders back. For the record, I still believe something's not adding up. I saw him before I came up, and he looks as miserable as you do. I think he panicked and just needs a little time to process. Or this was always a meaningless fling, and he never intended for it to last. My roommate twirls an auburn wave around her finger. With her hair down instead of in the usual bun, she looks like a different person. If Sterling didn't have feelings for you, he wouldn't be avoiding you. That makes absolutely no sense, but what do I know about men? Or relationships? If I agree to go, will you promise to quit talking about it? Olive squeals. Yes, all done. Now, let's get ready. After Olive works her magic on me, we enter a large hall decorated for tonight's event. Flowers abound in a kaleidoscope of colors, from red to pale pink and white, green, blue, yellow, silver, and even black. Enormous wall hangings depict events from Claris's brave revolution, when we won our independence. Above us, hundreds of candles flicker in massive chandeliers, while long tables groan beneath the weight of platters stacked high with steaming pork, beef, lamb, and fish, those mouth-watering scents mingling with spiced vegetables of every variety, and baked goods glazed with sugar and fragrant with cinnamon. Olive nudges my arm. No matter what happens with Thorn, you deserve to have a good time. Recruits and instructors alike, all dressed in formal attire, laugh, dance, and eat. I scan the crowd, but I don't spot Sterling among the throng of people. Wow, look at you two. Abel joins us, flashing a wide smile. I'll say. Nick leans in, staring at us from over Abel's shoulder. We should dance. Abel throws up his arms and writhes as if he's in the throes of a seizure. Olive bursts into hysterics, and even I crack a smile. Nick backs away with his hands up. Yeah, I don't know him. Not to be cowed, Abel wraps his arms around Olive. Or we could wait for a slow tune. He starts grinding into the most over-the-top, sexualized slow dance in the history of slow dances. Abel! Olive squeals, smacking him upside the head. What the hells? How many glasses of mead have you had? 5, no, wait, 6? At Olive's horrified choke, he snickers. Just kidding, I'm one and done. No way am I over-imbibing with the trial tomorrow. Do you think I'm an idiot or something? Well, all three of us say in unison. Undaunted, he flashes us a cheeky grin. On second thought, forget, I asked. Now, if neither of you ladies wants to dance, please excuse me while I find a willing partner. Wiggling his fingers at us, he saunters off, running into Theo. Theo's holding hands with a pretty blonde fledgling. He spots Olive and me and winks before tugging the woman onto the dance floor. I'm happy to see he's moved on, though a bit wistful. If only I could have fallen for him or someone like him. But no. I had to go and fall in love with a grumpy flight instructor. My gaze travels the crowd. No king yet. Maybe the news of his attendance is purely propaganda and he won't show. While that would come as a relief, part of me wants him to appear. He could be the only person who knows Lisa's whereabouts. Continuing to scan the crowd, I go still. The music, conversations, laughter, it all stops. My heart leaps like the traitor it is as I drink in Sterling from across the room. His dark hair is pulled back, and in stark contrast to the Flight Haven uniform, he's decked out in the formal attire the men in our society don for special occasions, complete with a black waistcoat, long coat, and a high-collared white shirt. His beauty steals my breath. Heartbreaker or not, there's no arguing the man's downright edible. From the small crowd of women circling like fanged eels scenting blood and the gag-worthy way Celeste Dawson fawns over him, I can tell I'm not the only drinking him in with lust-glazed eyes. Celeste presses her lithe body against his side and strokes his hand with too much intimacy. Jealousy burns like acid in my veins as those long, graceful fingers travel beneath his sleeve. His eyes lock with mine, the force of the connection an iron fist that squeezes my lungs. Turning away is as impossible as swallowing an entire alicorn in a single bite. Not happening. The other faces in the crowd fade into nothingness, leaving only him and me. Trapped in his potent gaze, I can't breathe or think. My blood heats, my body yearns. My heart cracks all over again. What looks like tenderness sweeps across his handsome face, followed by a flash of misery as great as my own. Or maybe that's just my mind playing tricks on me and creating the illusion most likely to spare my shattered heart. Either way, his allure hooks me like a fish on a line, and those gold-flecked eyes of his reel me in. Hopeless to resist, I follow the invisible tug and step toward him. Chapter 42. A hand on my sleeve stops me. Whoa, hold up. Olive regards me with pinched brows. Remember, that's the guy you were all torn up about less than 8 hours ago. Now you're going to walk right up to him? And say what? If anything, that alicorn's ass should come to you begging for a second chance. Olive eases me back. Nick leans closer, confusion on his face. What alicorn's ass? What did I miss? Olive slaps her hand on his chest and shoves. Go away, this is girl talk. Go find someone to dance with. She drags me a few steps away, putting a safe distance between us and our Nick's curious ears. Thorn still staring. I train my gaze on the opposite end of the ballroom. Is Celeste Dawson still draping herself over him like a wet blanket? Olive shakes her head. No, she keeps touching his hand, but he's not even looking at her. The hot ember of jealousy burns in my chest. Ridiculous, because I have no claim to him, but my logic always flies out the window whenever he's involved. A cute guy with curly brown hair and hazel eyes approaches Olive and smiles. His gold emblem marks him as a dragon rider. Would you like to dance? Olive hesitates, biting her lip. Thanks, but I'm hanging out with... Go, dance, I'll be fine. I need a few moments alone to think anyway. After another half-hearted protest, Olive takes the rider's hand, allowing him to lead her to the dance floor. If you need anything, you know where to find me. I wave her off, happy at least one of us gets to enjoy the party. They join the other couples and glide across the floor. Olive's smile lights up her face as she spins beneath his hand. My skin prickles with awareness again, and I search the sea of faces until I find Thorn's. When his gaze latches onto mine, I stop breathing. All my feelings for him surface and the onslaught has me battling the urge to approach him. As I move in his direction, his cruel words from last night echo in my head. I freeze. What am I doing? This is madness. He made his feelings, or lack thereof, perfectly clear. All of a sudden, my head spins. The room turns claustrophobic. There are a lot more people here than just Flight Haven attendees and instructors. The loud music and laughter seem ill-fitting for the situation. Every year people get injured and die in the trial, yet here we are, acting like it's cause for celebration. My spine tingles. I don't know if it's paranoia or if people truly are watching me, but I sense eyes on me from all directions. Even if Thorn hadn't behaved like a prick, the last thing I need to do is risk a scene. Couples dance by, blocking him from view. When visibility returns, Celeste has her dainty hand on his forearm. While his head is cocked toward her like he's listening to her words, his eyes stay fixed on me. I press my hand to my chest. My inhalations grow shallow. Breathing becomes difficult. Too much noise, too much perfume, too many invisible threats. Far too many intimate memories of Thorn taunting me. Sensing my hesitation, Thorn shakes Celeste's hand off his sleeve and steps toward me. My heart lodges in my throat. Whirling, I take off in the other direction. I don't know where I'm going. I just know I need to escape this ballroom. Escape his presence, which tortures me with regrets and threatens to stop my lungs from functioning properly. I aim for the nearest exit. The crowd thins the closer I get to the open door. I pass a group of fledglings drinking mead and a couple locked in an embrace in the shadowy corner. By the time I burst into a hall, my lungs and eyes burn. My nose too. I can't fall apart here though, not out in the open where anyone could witness my breakdown. I need privacy to screw my head on straight and lick my wounds. I try the first door I pass. Locked. The next one's locked as well. I keep trying until, finally, a doorknob turns, and I slip inside a salon-like room. A single lantern provides minimal light, just enough for me to declare the space empty and to avoid collisions with the furniture. There's a fireplace, overstuffed sofas, and bookshelves crammed full of books. There's a large desk that appears unused. I reach the desk first and trace the wood grain with my fingers. I'm still catching my breath when the door squeaks open. I know who the intruder is without turning around. Why did you follow me? His quiet footsteps whisper across the floor until he's standing behind me. His body heat engulfs me, and his breath flutters the loose hairs on the nape of my neck. I told you why yesterday. You're my obsession. After you left last night, I couldn't sleep. All I could remember was your taste and how beautiful you look when you're moaning my name. My heart lurches before squeezing into a tiny ball. I brace my palms on the desk, inhaling through my nose. It's either that or spin around and throat punch him. You have some nerve. You said this was just a fling. You told me we were nothing. You told me to leave Flight Haven. So let me return the favor. Leave and return to your pretty blonde advanced battle maneuvers instructor, your alicorns, to literally anyone else. I don't care where you go as long as you leave me alone. Of course, Professor Contrary does the exact opposite. Instead of walking away, he comes closer, crowding me until he has my stomach pressed against the desk and his body plastered to my back. But you didn't listen, did you? You didn't go. Frustration laces his words, but then his voice softens. You didn't go, and now it's too late. You're stuck here. We're both trapped, and as long as that's true, I plan to enjoy the one good thing in this God's forsaken place. And that's you. Fuck you. My voice quakes. I hate you. Good. You should hate me. But you want me too. His lips graze the nape of my neck, and a shiver ripples through me. His hands circle my waist and slowly slide up my ribs. When he reaches the underside of my breasts, he pauses, giving me plenty of time to protest or push him away. I know I should. But my heart and body are ganging up on my mind. 2 against 1's not a fair match. And what's the point of resisting anyway? My life is a shit show. I might die in the trial tomorrow. Hells, I could die tonight. For all I know, more assassins are after me, and the king might want me dead. Elijah or one of his pals could come for me in the middle of the night and slit my throat in my sleep. Basically, everything is chaos right now, and there are no guarantees. Is it so wrong to enjoy the moment while I can? When I don't tell him to stop, his hands continue their leisurely journey upward until they're cupping my breasts. Over the flimsy fabric of my gown, he brushes my nipples with his thumbs. When I arch into his touch, he groans and rolls them into hard points between his thumb and finger, shooting a bolt of need straight to my core. I offer a weak protest. Someone might come in. They won't. I lock the door. He slides my left sleeve down my arm and slips his hand beneath my bodice. At the feel of his warm, calloused fingers on my naked skin, my legs tremble. Turn your head and give me your lips. I do as he asks, and his hot mouth devours mine. Kissing him is like nothing else in this world. He owns my senses, possesses me. I can't get enough. I could kiss him for hours. Days, a lifetime. But I know better now. We only have this moment in time to share, and I'm going to milk it for all it's worth. He breaks off the kiss. I whimper in protest. Shh, he whispers. Patience. Silk rustles, and then a draft hits my ankles, my calves. I feel him slip the fabric upward over my knees and thighs. He pauses. Tell me to stop, and I'll do what you asked earlier. I'll walk away. It will kill me, but I'll do it. The moment of truth has arrived, except I've already made my decision. I don't know what his true feelings are for me. I'm almost positive he lied when he said he didn't care, and that some convoluted logic convinced him of the rightness of sending me away. Or maybe that's just a fantasy and I should take his words at face value. I can't know what's in his heart. I only know what's in mine. Despite his abhorrent behavior yesterday, I love him. And this is very likely our last chance to be together. Maybe that proves I'm weak, but whatever. When everything's said and done, I think not following my heart would be my biggest regret. Stay. Chapter 43. Sterling shudders. A moment later, he hikes my skirt up to my waist. Gripping my undergarment, he tears the fabric down the middle. The unexpected violence of his action ignites my body and makes my pulse throb between my legs. Gods! I am an impressive specimen, but referring to me as a deity may be overkill. Sterling, he rasps. The only name I want to hear on your lips when I'm buried inside you is Sterling. He slides his cock between my legs, stroking the velvety head against my clit. Fuck, it makes me so hard when you're sopping wet for me like this. Brace yourself. I try my best, pressing my palms into the wood. My muscles tremble in anticipation. He presses his palm into the small of my back, flattening my belly to the desk. His cock nudges my entrance. That's all the warning I get before he slams home, bottoming out inside me, his hips smacking my ass. I cry out and he stops immediately. Lark, fuck, was I too rough? Did I hurt you? For some stupid reason, a lump forms in my throat at his alarm. I shake my head. I'm good. Please, don't stop. Growling, he thrusts his hips. You don't ever have to beg. You feel incredible. Like you were made for me. I could live inside you and die a happy man. His declaration winds the pressure in my lower belly up even tighter. I like the possessive nature of his fingers digging into my hip. The bossy hand pinning me to the desk. I love how he takes charge, and I also love knowing he'll stop the instant I ask. He might be hazardous to my heart, but I trust him with my body. He pulls all the way out and slams back in. The delicious friction has me moaning. Listening for my nonverbal cues, he adjusts his position until he hits the right spot every time. With each thrust, I climb higher. My body belongs to him, but the connection I feel with him inside me isn't just physical. It runs deeper than that, like something deep within him calls to the very essence of me. My release closes in. Sensing it, his fingers slip between my legs. He circles his thumb once, twice, 3 times. The 4th time unravels me, and with a curse, his thrusts turn frantic as he follows me into bliss. Breathing hard, he collapses on top of me, pressing a kiss to my exposed shoulder. His heart pounds against my spine. I savor the weight of his body and warmth while I still can. A minute passes while he strokes my hair. I wish we could stay here all night. Voices outside the door interrupt my answer and snap me to attention. Someone knocks on the wood. Instructor Thorne, I need to speak with you. Fear ices my skin. Torno. Sterling's fingers tighten on my shoulders. Fuck, how does she know I'm here? Wiggling until he stands up, I yank my sleeves back up my arms and fix my bodice. I straighten my skirt next and comb my fingers through my hair. How do I look? Thorne's eyes graze over me, and the emotion in them spurs my pulse into a gallop. You look like the woman I'd give anything to have. You look like you're mine. A soft gasp escapes my lips. I don't. That's not what I meant, but okay. Buttoning his trousers, Thorne presses a kiss to the tip of my nose. I'll go first. You can wait a little bit and then come out after me. I'll try to get back to you tonight, but if I don't, good luck in the trial. Watch your back at all times and stick close to your flight unit. I nod. Okay. With one last lingering glance, he spins around and heads for the door to meet a grumpy-sounding Torno. Took you long enough. The king would like a word. The door clicks shut, leaving me alone in the room with just my thumping heart. Scurrying across the floor, I crack open the door, peek into the hall, and find Torno and Thorne disappearing around a corner. Slipping out, I creep down the hall after them, pausing once I reach the corner. Another peek shows Torno slipping into the second door down. She glances behind her, and I duck just in time. I count to 20 and then tiptoe around the corner. The door they entered is shut. Inhaling a steadying breath, I reach for the doorknob, turning it bit by bit. I send up a silent prayer and ease the door open the tiniest crack, sagging a little in relief when it doesn't creak. Pressing my ear to the crack, I strain to hear the conversation. Torno speaking. Worried about him when she first arrived, but he must have known what he was doing. Caught her leaving quarters, and pretty sure he just with her in the salon. The booming laugh that follows almost makes me jump. Leave it to Sterling to have his cake and eat it too. Nothing wrong with getting a hot piece of ass while on assignment, In the lingering pause, my heart sputters. Dread floods my veins like ice water. The king resumes talking. What's that look on your face for? Don't tell me you have feelings for her. Thorn chuckles. The only feelings I have are the ones between my legs when I'm buried between her thighs. Pretending to return her infatuation was the easiest way to get close to her, and there's no denying I enjoyed the perks. Torno scoffs in disgust. Can you please save the gory details of conquest for when not in the room? So, what did you find out? Is she the dragon caller? I don't know. It's possible, but I'm leaning toward no. She shows an aptitude with fire, but I haven't noted any connection or effects on the dragons or alicorns. The king says. Well, let's hope the trial gives us a more definitive answer. If that's all for now, I'm going to head to my quarters. Thorn's voice grows louder. That's fine. I need to speak to the vice commander anyway. Shit. He's heading toward the door. I don't wait to hear any more. Pulse pounding, I flee down the hall and round the corner. I swear I hear a noise behind me, but I don't stop to check. I race down the next hall, desperate to rejoin the safety of the crowd. Footsteps pound after me. Lark, where are you going? Wait up. Near the end of the hall, he catches up and reaches for me. The moment he touches me, I jerk free and shove him as hard as I can. Don't touch me. Don't you ever fucking touch me again. A baffled expression pinches his brows together. What the hell's has gotten into you? Are you upset that I left you so suddenly? I'm sorry, but I couldn't leave Torno waiting. Reaction is setting in. I'm shaking from head to toe. If I don't get out of here soon, there's no telling what I might do. The smart thing to do is feign ignorance, but the outrage and hurt battering my chest demand an outlet, however small. I heard you. I heard what you said about me. About us. His face falls, but I'm not done. Now you hear me. I hope you enjoyed this hot piece of ass while it lasted, because you'll never enjoy it again. Don't look at me. Don't talk to me. Don't think about me, and trust me when I say that I plan to forget you ever existed. I knew you were broken, but I never realized you were completely soulless and empty inside. His skin is ashen. Lark, you don't know. Come with me, please. We can't talk here. As he gestures for me to follow him, a bitter laugh scrapes up my throat. Didn't you hear me? We can't talk anywhere. I refuse. I dart past him, but he catches my sleeve from behind. I stop. Let me go or I swear I'll scream the place down. My voice sounds funny. Dead. Lark, please. 3, 2, on. Once he releases my gown, I race away, but not before I hear him curse. Fuck. If I didn't know better, I could almost believe he sounds genuinely broken up and tormented. I do know better, though. I know he's a charlatan. A beautiful face covering a rotten soul. I slip past the ballroom, out the door, and down the trail leading to the dorms, not stopping until I reach my room. The pain in my chest is excruciating, like someone's carving pieces from my heart, strip by strip, and shredding them into confetti. I curl up on the bed in the fetal position and drown in the agony of his betrayal. Sterling Thorn didn't just want a fling. It was worse, so much worse. He used me, tricked me, took advantage of my feelings so he could spy on me for the fucking king. He crushed my trust beneath his boots and stomped it into dust. He's working with the very people my sister tried to warn me about. The people who want to exploit me for purposes I've yet to discover. I will never forgive him for this. Never. Chapter 44. Gray clouds blot out the sun as I sit atop Zephyr, the drizzle dampening my flight leathers in a stark reflection of my mood. All the flight units have mounted in the temporary arena between the magic practice area and the Earl field to await instructions. Last night's pain retreated, leaving a hollowed chest and a pervasive sense of numbness. That said, I made Olive saddle Zephyr and fetch him from the stable. I have zero interest in ever laying eyes on Sterling Thorn again. She knows something happened between us, but no specifics. If this has proven anything, It's that the dragon collar information is dangerous. I refuse to put my friends at risk. From our position in the middle of the arena, we face 5 tiers of seating stuffed with strangers from all walks of life. Several of them I tag as nobles, looking regal in their velvets and silks, with their ample jewels sparkling in the sun. Flags bearing the king's crest and those of a Claris wiggle in the faint wind. On the highest tier, Xenon's throne-like seat dominates the others. 2 royal servants dressed in emerald green tunics stand at attention behind him. His jewel-encrusted gold crown and deep scarlet tunic stand out from the rest, as do his broad shoulders, long gray hair, and handsome face. His smooth skin and physique put his firmness on par with a much younger man's. Everything about him fills me with dread. Trumpets announcing the beginning of the trial blare. Spectators shift in their seats, their muffled comments rippling through the crowd. A latecomer, a noble woman in a hooded black cape threaded with silver, follows a royal servant toward the king's platform. Once there, she takes the empty seat next to Xenon, lowers the hood, and raises her face. My heart catches, and I huff out a mirthless laugh. Besides Sterling, the last person I want to show up smooths her skirts and settles in to watch. My fucking mother is here. I search her familiar face, wishing I could peel back her skin and reveal the truth and the lies. I wonder if she's in league with the king too, if she hates me because I'm Taiwanese, and if that's why she locked me away in the castle for most of my life. If the king decides I'm not the dragon caller, I wonder whether she believes she can cage me again. My stomach churns. No, I'll never allow anyone to restrict my newfound freedom. Not without a fight. I'm a warrior now, whether I like it or not, and this new version of me battles for what she wants. Her gaze scans the crowd and finds me. The smile she offers is fake. Worried. I wonder what she reads in my eyes. Commander Bigley and Vice Commander Torno climb the steps to the 5th tier, stopping to flank either side of King Xenon's throne. Clad in their immaculate dress uniforms with the gold buttons and matching braiding on the shoulders, they remind me of a pair of human-sized bookends, with their erect spines and perfectly styled hair. Actually, giant dolls might be a more apt comparison. Gods know their frozen, expressionless faces are every bit as creepy. I'm relieved when Bigley finally moves, raising his right hand overhead. The excited chatter dies out. Fledglings, welcome to your first trial. Today is the day all the blood, sweat, and tears you've invested into your training will pay off, where you'll showcase what you've learned. Nerves and eagerness radiate from my peers in equal measure, permeating the air with palpable tension. My muscles twitch with a combination of both. Shocking, really. The only eagerness I ever expected to feel was a hunger to finish this trial with all my limbs and sanity intact. And I do feel that. But despite everything, a part of me also wants to prove myself too. To show myself, my mother, Elijah, or any of my doubters that I can hack the program. Make no mistake, this trial is meant to test your limits. While your weapons have been blunted for safety, and intentionally causing severe harm to your fellow fledglings is forbidden, accidents can and do happen. Some of you will incur injuries, potentially life-threatening ones. In past years, we've had students who've lost fingers, eyes, limbs, incurred third-degree burns, frostbite, broken bones, suffered spinal paralysis, head injuries, and, in very rare cases, death. There are no guarantees that you will finish this trial without bloodshed. I rub my arms to dispel the goosebumps pebbling my skin. God save us! This guy could really use a primer on inspirational pep talks. Sensing the rising unease in their riders, many of the alicorns toss their heads and sidestep. A shrill whinny rings out to my left, followed by a pained cry and shouting. Heads swivel toward the source of the drama. A dappled gray alicorn lunges at a golden alicorn. Whites show around the golden alicorn's eyes as the animal attempts to retreat and, oh shit, I think the gray one gored him. Blood trickles down its neck from a big round wound. Vice Commander Torno cuts in. Fledgling Brixton, please control your alicorn or remove yourself from the arena. Space yourselves out, everyone, and remain calm. Nerves are running high, and these animals are sensitive to their riders' emotions. We don't need to start tallying up the injuries before the trial even begins. As I chance a glance at the king, every hair on my body bristles. King Xenon's watching me. Whatever I do, I need to ensure my dragon caller abilities remain hidden. Once the alicorns calm down, Bigley continues, the trial will challenge each of you and test a range of skills, including flying prowess, map navigation, weaponry talents, magic while flying, critical thinking, decision-making under pressure, use of teamwork, and other various skills. For this year's trial, each flight unit will be given a map. Using that map, you'll navigate to the next map and the next one, with the final one leading you to a box. Your mission is to recover that box and bring it to the finish line. Behind me, one fledgling whispers to another. That doesn't sound so terrible yet. Yet, being the key word. If they believe the powers that be made things easy on us, they're even more naive than I once was. You will encounter perils and obstacles along the way. Each member of the flight unit will receive a single weapon of choice. All weapons will be dulled and doused in a special transferable dye, and each team will be assigned a unique color. While returning to the finish line with the box is the biggest criteria in determining the success of a team's mission, dye marks on both flyers and their mounts will be tallied at the end of the trial and taken into consideration for assessment purposes. Instructors and volunteers out on the course will carry weapons as well. Their assigned color is red, and they can and will attack. Bigley cracks a tiny smile. For those of you who've been a pain in the ass during classes, you'd better pray for a forgiving instructor. Otherwise, this is the perfect opportunity for them to take revenge. Several fledglings laugh. Bigley waits for quiet to descend before he resumes speaking. In addition, some instructors will view the trial from various locations and share feedback about what they witness, good or bad. Does everyone understand? Elijah's hand shoots up. Bigley dips his chin in Elijah's direction. Fledgling Durand? Can a flight unit get extra points for stealing boxes from other teams? Yes, each team can acquire the boxes however they see fit, and only the unit who crosses the finish line with the item will get credit. Well, that sucks. The evil grin spreading across Elijah's punch-worthy face sets my teeth on edge. Of course he's the one to ask that question. Abel and I trade glances, our train of thought requiring no words. We need to steer clear of Elijah's unit. If there are no further questions, we'll take a quick break while volunteers pass out maps and weapons and reconvene in 15. Bigley turns to converse with Torno. Voices rise as fledglings share their thoughts on the trial. The noise level swells so high people resort to shouting. I'm yelling at Olive when a familiar shrill whistle assaults my ears. I wince. The alicorns look pained. All the ruckus shuts off like magic. Kinnick drops his fingers from his mouth. All right, people, listen up. When you hear your name called, please go to that volunteer to collect your first map and your weapons. A man in the back starts by calling for the members of Theo's flight unit, and another one with people I don't know very well. Our navigation instructor calls Elijah and Helene's team. Resnick is up next. Fledgling Axton. We pick our weapons. I choose a bow and arrow. Olive picks throwing stars. Abel goes with a dagger, and Nick a sword. And learn that our dye color is turquoise. Lucky for us. Another team got vomit green. We're given 5 minutes to study the hand-drawn, freshly inked map. Instead of well-known geographic locations or obvious markers, like the mess hall, most of the illustrated points of interest are foreign. Abel scratches his neck. They sure don't want to make this easy on us, do they? Olive rotates the map sideways. Easy? Of course not. What's the fun in that? Your definition of fun must be different than mine, Nick mutters. It could be worse. An incredulous Nick gapes at Olive. How? She lifts her shoulder. We could be completing this trial while flying blindfolded during a huge lightning storm, while under attack from actual enemies. Abel chuckles. Fair enough. Although, with Elijah's crew out there, I think we've got the enemy part covered. While they confer, I continue to study the map. I bet they created a lot of those geographical markers specifically for the trial, which means we don't have a chance of locating them until we're up in the air. To start, we need to focus on the couple we do recognize and use those to orient ourselves. Abel nudges me. Smart. I knew I liked you for a reason. Kinnick whistles again and orders us to reassemble by unit near the starting line. My stress climbs. So far, no one has paid me any undue attention. I hope it stays that way, but I'm scared it won't. Not after what I heard the king say last night. King Xenon rises from his throne. Fledglings, I wish you all the best of luck. The trial begins now. Chapter 45. Powerful wings flap in unison, creating wind tunnels as alicorns and flyers compete to hit the skies first. Caught off guard, Zephyr's hooves are still on the ground when the first alicorn to take flight slams into an invisible wall horn first and bounces back. Abel gasps. By the heavens, what's happening? Cruder variations of Abel's exclamation echo all around as more and more flyers get repelled by the barrier. The translucent wall glimmers in spots, bringing unwelcome memories of Elijah's attack on the beach. Worry crawls along my skin. I don't get it. They trapped us in an air shield, but what's the point? It seems silly to force us to break out right off the bat like this. A moment later, I get my answer. 3 consecutive booms rattle the ground. Thick purple fog explodes out of nowhere, obscuring our vision and consuming the dome with a sweet, musty odor. Nick hacks. What is this shit? No clue. Coughing, I wave my hand in front of my face in a futile attempt to clear the air. The shriek of an enraged alicorn gives us our first hint, and a bellow from the opposite direction, our second. Soon, the air shrills with the chorus of pissed-off animals. I can't tell what's happening, though, because the fucking fog makes visibility impossible. Shit, easy girl, no, stop. Beside me, I can hear Olive's mount acting up as she tries to calm her. Abel and Nick seem to be struggling too. Something bumps Zephyr from behind, and my usually chill boy starts to lose his cool. He rears up, but I can barely focus thanks to a sudden avalanche of alicorn fury crashing into me from every direction. The intensity of their rage beats against my skull like a giant boulder intent on smashing my brain to a pulp. Never before has this much emotion assaulted me, especially not from the alicorns. The fog, I wheeze. It's somehow engineered to piss off the alicorns. It's fucking pandemonium. Yelling, furious shrieking, agonized cries, the coppery tang of blood perfumes the air. A constant barrage of images featuring alicorns attacking each other with horns and hooves pummels my mind. If we don't shut this down fast, our trial might be over before it even begins. Zephyr squeals and lunges. I yank on the reins, but the alicorn resists. His bloodlust blazes through my veins, stirring my own rage. No, I can't lose control. Zephyr needs me to keep calm. Reaching out, I soothe Zephyr via our connection. The fight gradually drains from his body. I start to do the same for Olive's alicorn, but stop again. If I alleviate the rage from only my flight unit's mounts, that will look awfully suspicious. I'll save that option as a last resort. What I can do is try to bring down that air shield. Once the fog dissipates, the effects will wear off. I hope. While everyone else focuses on reining in their mount, I do just that. Like that day on the beach, I blast the barrier with my fire. The flames eat through the shield, destroying it. As soon as the barrier vanishes, the fog rises up toward the clouds. Riders get their animals under control, but not before damage is done. As I take in the other fledglings and their mounts, I shudder. 2, 4, 6, 7. I count at least 7 wounded alicorns. 2 sport ugly, gaping wounds that draw a pair of healers straight to them for emergency treatment. The others will likely wait until after the trial. Abel's the first person in our group to check in. Are all of you guys okay? Hey Nick, Solara's neck is bleeding. Though none of us say a word while Nick curses and swipes his tunic over the wound, our collective concern is palpable. We all understand that a bad injury now could ruin the trial before we even start. Despite that reality, I find myself more worried about Solara. Nick adores his alicorn. A serious injury would devastate him. His loud exhale breaks the tension. It's just a scratch, long but shallow. She'll be fine. He murmurs in Solara's ear while the rest of us express our relief. Both Nova and Thorin appear unscathed. Zephyr too. All in all, we got lucky. Abel directs his mount over to Nick. Ready? I say we get the hells out of here before they decide to spring some other horror on us. I nod. Agreed, let's go. Snapping the reins, I urge Zephyr into the air. He gets a running start, the flapping of his wings lifting loose tendrils of my hair. My muscles remain tense until we all reach the sky. For the first several minutes, we all keep glancing over our shoulders. Who can blame us? The possibility of Elijah and his fuckwit crew sneaking up on us and tossing weapons at our heads sounds like a nightmare and a half. It's not a matter of if he'll take the opportunity to attack without repercussion, but when. Unless the gods bless us with a minor miracle and we manage to avoid him for the entire trial, we're bound to clash at some point. Nick yells at Abel. Hey, navigator! Are we still headed in the right direction? Nick volunteered to lead this mission, and Abel agreed to keep the maps and guide us. Our leader arranged us in a diamond-shaped flight configuration, with Abel positioned out front, him in the rear, and Olive and me forming the points on the sides. I think so, unless I'm holding the map upside down. Nick's voice climbs in pitch. You're joking, right? Olive, Lark, tell me he's joking. A burst of laughter from atop the head, Alicorn answers his question. I had you going. Nick curses. You're such a dick sometimes. Can't you take anything seriously? Yes, I take finding the first location very seriously, which is why we should start descending. Is it just me, or does that look like a red crescent moon to you? He points toward a cluster of trees up ahead. Only one features red foliage. The rest form a green outer ring, while the outlier towers in the center. Its deeply hued leaves a shock of color. Nick hollers, Good catch, let's go in for a closer view. After tossing our leader a cheeky salute, Abel guides his alicorn toward the red tree. Upon confirming that the top does indeed resemble a crescent, Nick directs us to land. While a tight fit, we find just enough space between the ring of green trees and our target to land our alicorns without risking a collision. Before Zephyr's hooves even touch the ground, Abel shouts. Found it! A piece of paper nailed to the tree trunk waits in plain sight. No hunting required, no tricks. You know, I really thought that was going to be harder. Abel plucks the map from the bark. Maybe they decided to cut us some slack and start us off easy. Nick's frown matches mine. Maybe. They won't all be like this though, so let's mount back up and start flying. Everyone remounts. Before a single one of us can go airborne, the clearing fills with crackling and crunching noises. Olive palms a throwing star. What the hells is that? Nick and I whirl, searching the surrounding forest for the source. A predator. Another team. Something to account for the odd sounds. Abel tips his head back. Guys, look up. Olive, Nick, and I copy Abel. My stomach drops out. Oh shit, Olive says. Oh shit is right. The source of that ungodly ruckus? The trees. Their branches grow and multiply at an alarming pace, stretching and twisting to form an impenetrable canopy. Thorns longer than my middle finger burst from the bark, jutting down from the canopy with spikes that look sharp enough to cut through bone and stab halfway into our brains. A high-pitched yelp just about makes me jump out of my skin. The culprit is Nick. He's cowering away from a tiny twig that's tickling his face. Olive giggles. Nick glares. What? I don't like the idea of murderous greenery. Is that a crime? Abel tries and fails to hide his snicker. It's okay, Nick. No judging here. We've all had that moment where we suspected a leaf was plotting our demise. Nick flips him off, prompting another giggle from Olive. Though I appreciate my team's ability to find humor while stressed, I kind of want to knock their heads together and order them to focus. My heart rate climbs. Sorry, everyone, but I've got to side with Nick. Those trees are plotting against us. If we don't stop them soon, we could end up skewered and at their mercy, and there's no telling what a pissed-off tree will do. Olive's and Abel's howls come to an abrupt stop when the crunching, rustling, and slithering gets louder. There are branches everywhere, blocking every potential escape route, high or low. But do they stay satisfied with that? Hells no. They start dropping from the canopy and crawling down the trunks. I swat one off my head when it attempts to snag my hair. Olive wrestles with another one that's grabbing at her tunic. Out of the blue, a memory springs to life. One from the night Royce's son and I were attacked on our way out of the village. Our attacker commanded a tree in a similar fashion. Was he truly a winged warrior from Tarnay? And if so, is it possible he was searching for me? Pain scrapes my cheek, yanking me back into the present. I leap back, dodging another strike by one of those enormous thorns. When I touch my face, my fingers come away wet with blood. These dickhead trees are really starting to piss me off. Nick swings his sword at a branch that launches at his face. As his blade slices the bough in two, the cursed thing shrieks. What the fucking fuck? I second that because screaming trees? Unacceptable. Abel ducks a shoe-length thorn and shoots Nick a horrified look. Whatever you just did, please never do it again. That is not okay. I'd rather it screams than us. Abel huffs and holds his dagger in front of him at the ready. Valid point. I swear there are twice as many as there were a minute ago. 5 branches dive-bomb Olive's head. She blasts them with a gust of wind, but they fight back and keep coming. We need to quit reacting and come up with a plan of attack. Abel drops and rolls to avoid a particularly aggressive branch that seems determined to crack his skull. Any ideas? I'm open to suggestions. Have you tried praying to your earth god to knock this shit out? Nick hollers. Multiple times, Taro doesn't seem to care. We cycle through our elemental magic. Taking another stab, Olive targets the canopy with a burst of air. Leaves rustle and float to the ground, but nothing else happens. Water magic fails too, as does earth magic, surprisingly enough. Probably because whoever's responsible for this leafy horror show possesses stronger earth magic than Abel. Nick slices another attacker in two, and we all flinch at the shriek. Lark, I think you're up. My turn, right. It's like my brain shut down in all the commotion. It can't hurt to try, unless we all catch on fire and burn to death. Then it could hurt a ton. There's that optimism I love so much. My laugh at Abel's deadpan humor cuts off when something claws my back. Yelping, I spin and summon fire in the blink of an eye. The branch goes up in flames and retreats. Hey, I think it worked. Great. Can you make it work a little faster? Death by asshole tree isn't the way I want to go. The branches continue to multiply and descend like a herd of the ugliest snakes known to man. To avoid their sharp, grasping fingers, we're forced to crouch low to the ground. Despite my appreciation for the magic wielder's vision, it's kind of a genius trap. I can't say I'm a big fan. Everyone lay flat on the ground. The bigger the buffer zone, the better. My team follows my suggestion without question. When they're as low as they can get, I stoke the embers inside me and let the fire rip. The first strike fizzles out too quickly. So does the second. By the third attempt, panic has set in. This time, the sparks ignite into a blaze. The shrieking is so terrible that I clap my palms over my ears. After a brief reprieve, I push more magic into the branches. A pungent odor of wood smoke mixed with char envelops us. We dodge the crispy, blackened bits that rain down from overhead. I flick one Olive couldn't avoid off her shoulder. The trees finally admit defeat and retreat, freeing up enough space for us to leave. Abel dusts his pants off and grins. Well, that was a real hoot. Remind me to never go hiking or fishing or, honestly, do anything outdoorsy ever again. Crocheting and finger painting, those are my new hobbies. When I climb into the saddle, fatigue sinks into my bones. I want nothing more than to hole up with Zephyr somewhere and take a long nap. Are we done yet? You wish. As the rest of my team mounts, Olive starts giggling again. Nick groans. Do I want to know what you're laughing about now? Olive gasps her reply. Death by asshole tea tree. That there's no tea tellin' what a pissed off tree will do. She loses her shit, collapsing onto Nova's neck as she sobs with laughter. Abel joins in next. My lips start twitching, and next thing I know, I'm giggling too. Nick's the last man standing, but even he can't keep a straight face. You guys have all lost it. We take to the air, thankful for the transient palate cleanser. I only hope we can find the humor in the rest of the day's challenges. The next map lead us to a snowman-shaped boulder located at the bottom of a tree-lined ravine. Soaring in, we manage to skirt the magical cyclone by using our flying skills alone. Abel makes short work of grabbing the next map and we take to the air in no time. We find and claim our box with surprisingly little trouble, beyond dodging a stray weapon here and there and a fire trap that Olive, Nick, and Abel combined their elements to overcome. The trouble strikes during the home stretch, as we close in on what we believe is the finish line. Chapter 46. The attack comes out of nowhere. One moment, we're laughing at one of Abel's stupid jokes as we skim over the treetops just outside campus with the arena in sight. The next, 3 alicorns burst from the trees carrying Elijah, Mark, and Milton on their backs. Elijah sits atop his dark mount and knocks an arrow. Nick screams, "Evade!" The command alerts our flight unit of an impending enemy attack and instructs us to take any measure necessary to avoid a direct hit. I steer Zephyr into a steep dive between 2 tall trees, my adrenaline pumping. Elijah is hard on our tail. Straightening out, we zigzag through the forest. There's not much room to work with, but flying in a straight line is just asking to get hit. Wine slaps my cheeks, and despite the fact that I loathe the idea of Elijah winning by marking us with dye with every fiber in my body, exhilaration tingles my skin. Hard to believe after my rocky start, but I love flying. The freedom, the thrill, all of it. A sudden stinging pain in my back makes me gasp. At first, I think Elijah hit me, but no. This stinging pain runs beside both shoulder blades. The temporary distraction gives Elijah his chance. Only instinct and a faint whooshing help me avoid the arrow. I yank Zephyr into a sharp turn, banking left and diving at the same time. I glance over my shoulder and watch the arrow embed itself in a tree trunk. Ice crawls across my skin, the arrow embedded when it should have struck and fallen to the ground. That's no blunted, trial-issued weapon. The fucker is cheating and using real arrows. Closer to the ground, the foliage becomes denser. Zephyr's wings clip the branches, jerking me in the saddle. A fiery burn explodes along my left bicep. One glance confirms that an arrow sticks out of my sleeve. It's lodged in my arm, but I don't think it's very deep. More of a graze considering the arrowhead feels like it's hanging on by the skin of its teeth. Bracing myself, I take a risk and yank it out. My arm hurts like hell's, but I don't feel my muscle tear, thank goodness. Okay, now I'm pissed. From somewhere up above, I hear a pained cry. My stomach plummets. Olive. Nick yells. Return to formation. I keep zigzagging to avoid another hit, giving Zephyr his head now that he knows what I want, and ducking my own to avoid branches. I know Nick's command means we should regroup as soon as possible, but I won't lead Elijah up so he can attack another member of my team. My mind races as I consider and discard options. I could hit Elijah with fire, but I don't have eyes in the back of my head, and that could get out of hand. As much as I hate him, I'm not quite ready to char him to a crisp. My arrows are useless. Unlike him, I played by the rules. That leaves only one possibility. Something I've never tried and don't even know for sure I can do. Zephyr and I make a hard right just as something whizzes past my left ear. I catch a glimpse of a small silver object disappearing into the forest. My pulse quickens. That scum-sucking cheat has throwing stars too. Without giving myself a chance to second-guess what I'm about to attempt, I open my mind and reach out with my consciousness. Zephyr's familiar presence hits me first. The impact forces the air from my chest. Maybe the connection is much stronger, because this is the first time I've ever fully embraced my Dragoncaller ability. Zephyr's emotions flood me. Thrill over flying, anxiety over my safety, desire to return to the open sky. I let him know how proud I am to be riding him, then let him take complete control as I reach for the second, closest presence. A branch scrapes my injured arm, making me gasp, but I grab hold of the mental connection. Elijah's alicorn's mind harbors more darkness than Zephyr's, and like his owner, he's full of aggression. Fear lurks behind that, along with pain, prompting my concern that Elijah mistreats him. As much as I loathe the thought, I can't worry about that now. Instead, I focus on grabbing hold of the alicorn's mind and forcing my command inside. He fights me, hard, much harder than I anticipated. Our mental battle spears my skull with sharp pain, but I keep pushing. The sensation reminds me of banging on a locked wooden gate. Though the structure yields a little with every attempt, the barrier holds strong. I clench my teeth and continue the invisible attack. Sooner or later, one of us must admit defeat, and I'll be cursed if I bend the knee to a goddamned alicorn. Knives join the spearing party in my head. My stomach threatens to revolt. Only pure stubbornness keeps me pressing until, with a silent pop, the alicorn's resistance vanishes. Without any obstruction, swooping in and seizing control is as easy as cake. A moment later, Elijah curses. "No, what are you doing, you stupid-ass beast? Stop!" The alicorn's pain reaches me, and a pit opens in my stomach. I hate that Elijah is hurting him because of me. I tug on the reins to slow Zephyr and check behind me. Elijah yanks on his mount's mane, kicking and cursing, but the alicorn refuses to budge from where he stands on the ground. Elijah shouts for the rest of his flight unit to come help him. My hands shake as Zephyr and I fly up to rejoin my team. I have no idea how long the effects will last, so we need to get out of here quickly. I'm shocked it worked. Relieved, but also sickened. What I did leaves an oily, icky residue inside me. When Zephyr and I free ourselves from the trees, the rest of my team is waiting. "What took you so long?" Nick grumbles. "Elijah came after me with live weapons. I had to disable him first." Abel shoots a concerned glance at Olive. "Yeah, Mark too. He got Olive on the leg with a dagger." "It's only a graze. I'm fine." I check for myself, releasing a relieved breath when I don't spot any profuse bleeding. Let's get out here before they regroup. We resume formation and fly the short distance to the arena. Other teams linger outside the entrance. I note Helene has joined them and wonder how that happened, but I'm distracted by what's happening in front of me. "Why are we waiting here?" Theo answers. "Torno told us to. Not sure what's happening in there, but I'm thinking we're not done with the trial yet." My nerves shriek louder the longer we wait. Before long, Elijah, Mark, and Milton arrive. Though less of a threat now with a crowd surrounding us, we keep a safe distance between us and their rule-breaking, battle-sharp weapons. Finally, the arena doors open, revealing 8 tall, thick stone columns inside. Bigley appears in front of us, his typically stoic expression absent. His pinched brow and forehead creases signal worry. Inside, you'll face a series of challenges to get to the finish line. You must face each of the 8 pillars before your trial concludes. Flying is required. Your alicorns may not land. Once he steps aside, alicorns and their riders surge forward on a flurry of wings. My team takes up the rear, where we watch as the quickest 2 units to enter approach the nearest pillar. Countless fist-sized rocks burst from sudden openings in the obelisk, one striking a blonde fledgling's knee. A crack sounds. Her shriek cuts through the air. The male fledgling fighting against her banks his tan alicorn right, left, up, then down to avoid the hurtling stones, some of which graze his long brown hair, though none touch his alicorn or the fair-haired girl's gray one. The earth magic's hunting humans, not their beasts. Once the assault ends, the male fledgling raises his sword. With the blunted tip pointed at the woman, who flies well below him, he dive bombs toward her. Her earth magic shakes the ground beneath the first column. With a loud groan, it tilts toward the male fledgling, threatening to crush him beneath its weight as it falls. At the last moment, he dodges the column, which springs back to its original position as if the previous seconds never happened. I break out in a cold sweat. This is going to be a nightmare. Metallic clangs fill the arena as more flight units engage with the challenges. The throwing stars strike the second column, their metal creating sparks on the stone. Fire erupts from those areas and rolls forward, melting the female fledgling's blade, the molten mess falling on her thigh. Skin sizzles, an agonized wail rings out. Smoke infused with the stench of charred human flesh curls from her wound, while I breathe through my nose and do my best not to puke. Other fledglings standing too close to the fire shout and slap the flames from their tunics and pants. Nick's voice is grim. Keep your senses sharp and stick close together. Follow me. We follow him toward a pillar. Mist begins to pour into the arena, the moisture thickening in spots and hindering visibility. A scream rings out from the densest area. Metal clangs. Red soon tinges the edges of the vapor. Blood. A throwing star cuts through the mist and lands close to the stands. Several in the crowd yelp and skitter back. My throat tightens, and I struggle to swallow. The patter of rain draws my attention. My mind immediately assumes Thorn, but the source comes from a pillar to my left. Beneath the shower, Mark Levine has cornered an Alicorn and Rider from another team. Give me your box. No. The Rider attempts to fly around him. The blur of something whizzing through the air led to a scream. The dagger rams into the fledgling's right eye, clear through to the back of his skull. His mouth falls open, his good eye blinking as confusion colors his gaze. This isn't real. The wounded noise Olive makes is echoed by my soul. Oh gods, it's not supposed to be real. It is now. I wait for someone, anyone, to call the trial and remove Mark for violating the rules, but no one does. I glance up and find the king watching. He sees what's happening, and yet allows these horrors to continue. Bastard. Him and every last one of the Flighthaven staff who do nothing to stop this. The fledgling slumps over his alicorn, slides from the saddle, and plummets to the ground, his bones cracking, his blood gushing. My heart hurts. I can't breathe. Olive reaches over to me and squeezes my fingers. Flapping noises call my attention overhead. Torno flies an orange dragon toward the stands. The beast perches on the stone awning above Xenon's throne-like seat, saliva dripping from its open jaw and serpent's tongue. Rage, fear, and sorrow bombard me, eliciting a flinch and a shiver, each emotion bursting from the dragon's thoughts and tearing at my mind. My heart quickens and my throat clenches, the beast's proximity allowing the assault. As nausea overwhelms me, the arena I'm in disappears. Chapter 47. My mind is taken to the Sine mountain range, with snow-capped peaks, crisp air, howling winds. Images snap on and off in my head, no different than my dreams as I experience what the dragon does. Flying over the range. Landing near the cavern the beast calls home. Fire spilling from its mouth to heat its eggs, making certain the warmth isn't too hot or cool, ensuring some of the offspring hatch as females and others as males. Air spills from my lungs. Earth magic in all forms ambushes me, or rather the dragon, in rapid-fire images. Water magic drenches, then freezes the beast's wings to prevent flight. Fire magic pushes against flames pouring from the creature's mouth, its human adversaries trying but failing to cow the dragon this way. Mountains rumble from earth magic. Loosened boulders tumble down and seal the entrance to the creature's cavern, trapping the well-tended and loved offspring inside where they'll die instead of hatch. Air magic pushes the dragon off the cliff it clings to and into a metal net held by humans, imprisoning the magnificent creature born to be free. Sorrow grips me at the awful scenes, at the memories of this traumatic time the dragon endured. My queasiness returns, and I struggle against the dimming corners of my vision. I can't vomit, weep, or lose consciousness. Fighting is my only chance to succeed, and someday free the dragons. The ground beneath the column trembles. Unlike other times, the pillar doesn't tilt right or left in an effort to smack those on the course. The earth's groans startle me back into my own mind. The pillar in front of us doesn't budge. What the fuck's happening? Fear and bewilderment lace Nick's question. What's the column going to do? Oh, shit. Beneath us, the earth separates and derailed tendrils shoot up, their tips curling like fingers as they try to latch onto our alicorn's hooves to pull the creatures below the... No, those aren't tendrils. They're roots from trees and other vegetation surrounding the arena, which isn't much better. Climb! While Nick, Abel, and Olive are on my tail, the other unit is too. Shit. Olive dodges an opponent's throwing star, then uses her air magic to stir up dust, creating a tornado that surrounds the prick who hurled the weapon, blinding and choking him with dirt. Watch out! The roots keep following me and the others no matter how high we fly, which is 200 yards or more above the field, the ground beneath us covered in these vegetation-type predators. One root wraps around Solara's hind leg. She kicks to break free but can't. A quick burst of fire magic burns through the restraint, liberating the alicorn. Higher, go higher. So the roots follow? Fuck that. Abel unleashes his own earth magic, creating deep gorges in the ground with quicksand at the base. Several roots struggle against the intense sucking motions, but then drop into the openings and disappear. Others persist in their pursuit of my unit and our opponents. Unlike us, some of those fledglings still prod their alicorns to climb with the roots in pursuit. Others veer to the right or left, attempting to trick the vegetation which dogs them. Fledglings shriek as the roots wind around their alicorn's legs and yank the animals down. Screw these fuckers following us. With his upper lip curled, Nick uses his ice magic to freeze those roots nearest us. As they glisten in the sun like gems, Olive's air magic blows them to bits. I set the remaining roots on fire. Applause breaks out in the stands. Our opponents use our tactics to free themselves, or they try. The vegetation has somehow learned what to expect and dodges their fire, air, water, and earth magic, writhing away from those elements, or releasing more roots, to return and attack again. I gape. Olive heaves. Nick and Abel curse. One by one, the roots wrench each screaming fledgling and snorting alicorn toward the ground for them to crash into the surface or be crushed far beneath. I cringe. We should do something to help them. So we lose? Nick sniffs. No thanks. Lark's right. Olive flies to my side. I'll help you. What the hells? The roots retreat on their own. My team flies toward the next column. The air changes well before I reach it, as it did with the ice magic in the last column. Here, intense heat stings my face. Fire magic! Afraid Zephyr's feathers will burst into flame, I prod him into a series of somersaults to roll away from the column. The crowd gasps at my maneuver while the pillar's heat follows us. Shit, Nick ice. He freezes the column, but the unbearable heat only grows hotter, nearly blistering my skin. Stunned, I prod Zephyr into a climb toward the higher, cooler air. The heat races after us and transforms into orange flames. When Zephyr and I get closer to the pillar, he snorts and rears. Startled, I clamp my thighs against his body to avoid falling from my saddle, my leg throbbing from where the rock hit. There's also a gash in my shoulder, blood streaming from the wound. How and when that happened, I don't know. Easy, Zephyr. I stroke his mane. He rears again. Guys, careful! I twist in my saddle to holler at the others who've almost reached me. Behind them, the opposing team gains ground toward us. Zephyr's spooked. A thunderous moan assaults my ears. I wince, then gulp. From the ground in front of the column, a stone wall rises mere inches from Zephyr's wing, reaching high into the sky. I wheel Zephyr around to fly in the other direction. Another stone wall rises there, as tall as the first, boxing Zephyr and me in. My pulse jumps. Sweat stings my eyes. Olive, Nick, Abel. They fly to either side of the two stone walls. Come here. Paler than she's ever been, Olive extends her trembling hand, urging me to join her. Now! I prod Zephyr to fly as fast as he can, his wings almost grazing the opposite walls. When he and I get close enough for me to almost touch Olive's fingers, a third wall rises, cutting off my exit. Olive's hand jerks back, her face freezing in terror at what's happening. Features pinched, Nick and Abel hover on the fourth, still open side. A deafening smack precedes intense vibrations as a stone slab drops across the top of the three walls, cutting off the light. Falling debris, no larger than pebbles, rains down on Zephyr and me. I cough and wheeze at the dust. Zephyr sneezes. On the only open side, Olive, Nick, and Abel gawk at me from outside the stone walls, alarm in their eyes. Their fear doesn't come close to matching mine. I'm quaking to the point where my teeth clack, and my heart pounds so hard I can't pull in a full breath. Desperate for freedom, I nudge Zephyr toward the opening. It narrows until I'm no longer sure it will allow his wingspan to pass through without injuring him. I gasp and rein Zephyr in. Loud rumbling causes the surrounding walls to tremble, while the top slab descends at a rapid pace, determined to crush us in here no matter how far we descend, or how fast I lead Zephyr to the sole opening. I suck in a startled breath. Nick, ice now! He has to freeze this damn thing before it kills me. His power transforms the three walls into solid ice, but the top slab still descends. Shit! Olive, air! Try as she might, her air magic doesn't do shit to blow the walls away. The slab keeps descending. Terrified, I struggle to breathe and think. Try to fly out here. Abel gestures to me toward the opening where he and the others hover, his face stricken. It's your only chance. No, fuck no. Olive's terrified voice cuts through me like a blade as the side she and the others are on trembles, a fourth wall now rising from the ground. Chapter 48. A spear whizzes past Abel, almost grazing his shoulder. Arrows fly as the other unit attacks. With a screech, the top slab slides lower, almost touching my head. At the same time, the ground rises beneath our feet. If they continue on their current trajectory, they'll eventually meet in the middle, crushing Zephyr and me in the process. A terrified cry rises in my throat. I push it back and gape as the fourth wall keeps rising, my gray-faced friends blocked from the waist down on the other side. Everyone's magic now! Bombard this thing! Air, ice, and earth magic from Olive, Nick, and Abel blast my stone prison as I shoot fireballs at the slab above me. Sparks fly, crackling the air, and dust trickles down while the other team continues their assault, this time with throwing stars. One slices Olive's right bicep. She hisses. Leave me. They have to save themselves. Go. Screw that. Olive grips her injured bicep, staunching the blood, and gives me a pissy look. I'm not leaving you. Abel and Nick say the same. Together, we blast the walls with our magic. I unleash as I haven't before. Squeezing Zephyr with my thighs, an inferno streaks through my veins and blazes into the wall. Within moments, the structure buckles beneath my power, and, little by little, the slab above me yields, and eventually tumbles over the top of the second wall. A loud smack cuts off a fledgling scream. More shouts. The ground vibrates. As one, the walls surrounding me lower, showing a dead alicorn crushed beneath the stone slab. His unmoving rider is trapped beneath him, blood pouring from her caved-in skull. Her teammates circle overhead, sobbing and arguing whether to try to retrieve the body or leave her and get the hells out of there. The macabre sight induces me to get my ass in gear. Once I free myself, I don't waste a single moment aiming Zephyr to the next column and battling its power, which consists of more earth magic. The next pillar combines the four elements, switching from fire to water to air to earth so fast that while we're battling one power, it's already morphed into another. Fuck, Nick bellows. I'm tired of this shit. So am I, but we still have the eighth and final column to conquer. I dread what surprises it might hold, but I don't lose hope as I fly Zephyr toward the pillar. Success is within our grasp. A screech rends the air, and my gaze flits up to find the orange dragon making a low pass overhead. Except Torno's not on her back. What is she doing? Circling above, the magnificent creature unfurls her massive wings and swoops over the crowd. A reverent hush settles over the spectators. Steam blasts from the dragon's nostrils, eyes menacing and barbed tail swishing as she looks right at me. Goosebumps pimple my flesh, and dread sinks like a lead weight to the pit of my stomach. With a deafening roar, the dragon dives toward my unit. Terror clogs my throat and steals my breath. Zephyr paws the ground, huffing out a nervous snort. On either side of me, Olive, Nick, and Abel sit in stunned silence, trying to calm their restless alicorns. What else can we do? Fleeing from an incensed dragon would mean instant death. Soaring toward us, the dragon opens her mouth and flicks her forked tongue. Surely the rogue dragon can't be part of the trial. Can she? Shouts from the crowd filter into my consciousness, breaking through the ringing in my ears. The dragon barrels closer to my unit, opening her massive jaws and revealing 2 rows of wicked teeth as tall as I am. Nick leans down and pats Solara's neck, but the dark bay alicorn refuses to settle. What the fuck? This can't be part of the trial. Test or not, the vengeance gleaming in the dragon's eyes tells me her intentions are less than friendly. As she soars closer, I freeze. Flames erupt from her mouth as she lands 20 feet in front of us, and a blast of heat skims my left cheek. She's going to kill us. Olive's whispered warning is all I need to get my ass in gear. Split up. I wheel Zephyr around as the rest of my unit takes off around me. So much for not fleeing. After a few paces, Zephyr unfurls his silvery wings, and in mere seconds, we're in the air. Twisting around in the saddle, I check for our pursuer. The dragon's not far behind. Damn it. Today wasn't supposed to end this way. I turn back around and urge my alicorn to fly faster. Not that he needs my encouragement. Zephyr's powerful muscles coil and uncoil beneath me as his feathery wings beat the air into submission. But he's no match for a dragon. Flames lick the air beside us, heating my skin. That's twice the dragon's missed me. There's no way her aim is that inaccurate. She's toying with us, like a lioness hunting her prey. Panic blooms in my chest. Help me! Use your magic! A blur of chestnut and flapping wings were by me as Abel passes me on Thorin. I'll distract her. Use my magic? What will fire do to an animal who can breathe fire? Maybe nothing. I really don't know, but I have to try. Okay, wind whipping my braid, I nudge Zephyr with my heels. He stretches his neck out, putting on a burst of speed. I don't dare twist around again to see if the dragon's still behind us. At least none of my body parts have been roasted off. I make a wide circle on Zephyr and breathe a sigh of relief when the orange dragon is nowhere near us. But she's after my friends. Tailing Abel and Thorin now, the dragon opens her powerful jaws. Fear zips through me at the sight of the white-hot flame in her throat. Watch out! It's the only warning I have time to utter as fire erupts from her mouth and shoots toward Abel. Swerving Thorin to the left, Abel leans forward and flattens his body against the animal. The blaze licks across the tip of the alicorn's right wing, igniting the feathers. The flame flickers to life and spreads. No, this can't be. I'm coming! From somewhere above us, Nick dives down with Solara, hurtling toward Abel and Thorin. He'll put out the fire. The alicorn will live. Abel will be fine. If I hadn't yelled, if Nick couldn't wield water. I can't even finish those thoughts. I did yell. Nick can wield water. And I will not lose my friends today. Warmth hums just below my skin as I call on my magic and focus my ire on the orange dragon. Hovering on Zephyr, I lift my hands. The heat intensifies as my will becomes one with the fire inside me. Flame erupts from my fingertips and engulfs the beast. The creature's roar drips with pain and rage. Thrashing her blazing wings, the dragon plummets toward the ground. Some 15 feet behind the dragon, Nova lands. Much like I did, Olive lifts her hands. Cupping them to her mouth, she blows out a gust of wind that fans the already blazing inferno. Clever thinking. Hands raised and aimed at the dragon, Olive and I exchange glances as I ride Zephyr to the ground. She flashes a distracted smile before refocusing on the dragon. In the back of my mind, something I learned weeks ago niggles its way in. Dragon scales protect against undiluted Earl. They're also fire-resistant. Does that mean the dragon is slowly being cooked alive from the heat without actually burning? The thought makes me nauseous. I don't want to kill this creature, and I certainly don't want to torture her. But what other choice do I have when confronted with a dangerous, out-of-control dragon? If I don't put her out of her misery, she'll go after my unit until every one of us is dead. An onslaught of images and emotions slams into me, and my body trembles. If I weren't on Zephyr, I know my knees would buckle. Anguish, rage, terror, desperation. I lock eyes with the creature, and somehow, I know this is all from her. Just like with the black dragon before he escaped. Before I freed him. In her right mind or not, I can't let this dragon die. Something inside me snaps. Rein in your magic. I lower my hands, pulling the flames away from the dragon. We're killing her! What? Olive shoots me an incredulous look. Lark, she'll kill us. She's in agony. I think I can connect with her. I hope I can connect with her. Just trust me. I do trust you. Shaking her head, Olive lowers her hands. I just hope I don't regret this. The wind stops and the flames die out. Remarkably, the orange dragon appears relatively unscathed. She tucks in her mighty wings and settles her tormented golden gaze on Olive. The dragon opens her mouth, releasing a blast of fire aimed right at my friend. The blaze engulfs Alicorn and Ryder before they can so much as flinch. Horror fists my heart and squeezes. Nothing remains of Olive except a pile of ash. She's gone. Chapter 49. The friend I always dreamed of but never thought I'd have. The person who welcomed and accepted me when I arrived at Flighthaven clueless and terrified. The woman who trusted me with her life. She's dead because of me. A knot of raw emotion clogs my throat, but I don't have time for a breakdown. I can't let anyone else I care about die. Not today. Get your shit together. Wrangling the storm of emotion threatening to consume me, I lock it in a neat little box to unpack, when I have the luxury to do so. The dragon flexes her wings, causing Zephyr to tense under me. Sliding off the alicorn, I lower my gaze and take slow, cautious steps toward the creature who just incinerated my best friend. My heart thunders in my ears. So loud, so all-consuming. I'm sure the dragon can hear it too. But I'm not afraid, not for myself. A hollow numbness settles over me, emboldening me to continue my foolish trek. Blasts of steam from enormous nostrils hit my face. I keep walking. Seconds crawl by and the air stills, the sounds of the crowd fading into nothing. The dragon huffs out a breath, and I know I'm near. I chance a peek up, and tortured golden eyes lock on mine. She's so close that I could reach out and touch her colossal scaly foreleg. Holding her gaze, I empty myself of all thought. Breathe in, breathe out. Unblinking, the dragon lowers her head until she's eye level with mine. Glistening black horns protrude from her head. Every part of this creature is lethal. I have no idea why she hasn't incinerated me. My breath hitches as images flicker in my mind. I take a staggering step back. The creature's mind is a seething pit of dark, unspeakable torment. Shocking memories flash from her to me. Men in Flighthaven uniforms chain the dragon to the ground, then force her head between two pieces of wood attached to a wall. There she remains for days, a week, without food and little water, with no hope of her misery ending until she obeys her human masters. Roaring, the beast breaks free, setting fire to her cage and injuring one of the men. I wish they'd died. Water magic from the tallest man puts out the blaze, and his power encases Aina's head in thick ice, cutting off sight and the ability to breathe. After the creature falls to the smoldering straw in her cage, unconscious, men surround her, allowing her some air to live, but not enough to grow alert. They whip her back, flanks, and legs until blood flows from between the orange scales. Fury simmers in my veins, and I have to tamp down the magic rising to the surface. Injured and starving, the dragon becomes docile, no longer fighting the men as they pour a dark, burning liquid down her throat. With hope and will crushed, the dragon takes her place next to her kind in the eyrie, until today. In severe pain from captivity, beatings, starvation, and whatever the liquid does to her mind and body, she lashed out. Again, rage storms within the creature, unadulterated hatred swimming in her eyes. Willing myself to remain calm, I close my eyes and conjure one of my happiest memories. It's the flight home with Sterling and Zephyr, where I'm at peace and utterly free. I channel that feeling into this unseen connection with the dragon. My eyes pop open. Anya blinks, appearing confused, then wary. Head lifted, she roars. The air trembles around me, and the ground shakes from the unearthly volume. My heart stutters. Somewhere behind me, an alicorn snorts. Retreating to a place deep inside myself, I imagine ethereal chords shooting out from me and connecting me with On. Snatches of my fondest memories cascade through my mind. I hold on to the feelings they bring of peace and calm, of happiness and warmth. The dragon stills, golden eyes again locking on mine. Slowly, the tortured, haunted look ebbs from her gaze, replaced by a newfound serenity. Anya's anguished images and emotions cease. Now all I feel is an overwhelming sensation of relief. Of peace, of freedom. The breath I didn't realize I was holding escapes in a whoosh. That's right, I murmur, still envisioning the silken cords between us. Go, be free. Lowering her massive head in a gesture reminiscent of a bow, Anya's gratitude channels through our connection. She turns her head, giving one final ear-splitting roar. Then she backs away, semi-translucent wings unfurling as she beats the air, and takes off with a gust so powerful, I stagger backward. Utterly drained of energy, I can no longer fight my lightheadedness. My knees buckle and I start to fall. Strong arms catch me before I hit the ground. My back's pressed against a hard chest, and in a matter of seconds, I'm on a black alicorn and soaring upward. The scent of leather and soap envelops me, and I don't doubt for a second whose arms I'm in. Are you hurt? Husky concern laces Sterling's voice. Only a few bruises and scrapes. I know I should fight him, but I think I'm in shock. I'm too tired to do anything but sag against him. Now that I've revealed myself as a dragon caller, no doubt he'll deliver me directly to the king. I can't find it in me to care. His grip tightens around my waist as we soar above the crowd. When I glance toward the king, I see his satisfied grin. Beside him, my mother's face has gone pale, a silent plea in her eyes. When they lock on mine, she mouths, "Run." Chapter 50. Run where? I have nowhere to go. And does she mean from the king? From Flighthaven? The fear that wasn't present when I faced down the dragon seeps into my bones, mingling with exhaustion. To the north, the sky darkens like a storm's rolling in. Sterling tenses behind me but says nothing as the sky grows darker and an eerie quiet fills the air. That storm came out of nowhere, I murmur, mostly to myself. This isn't a storm. Sterling's words are so quiet I have to play them back in my head to be sure I heard him right. What the hell's is he? A siren blares. Within minutes, or maybe seconds, alicorns and riders have joined us in the air. The dark mass to the north is much closer now, except it isn't a mass. It's a myriad of creatures, their powerful wings beating as they come straight toward us. Winged creatures. I take a good long look at them. No, not winged creatures, winged humans. Just like the one who hunted me down before I came to Flighthaven. Oh shit. My fear grows into a living, breathing entity. Tyrannese. In the blur of the next few minutes, too many winged flyers to count arrive. Through it all, Sterling remains unnervingly silent, his entire body as tense as a deadly weapon ready to strike. Except he doesn't. As the fighting ensues, he does everything he can to avoid contact with the Tyrannese. And miraculously, they leave us alone. He flies Balazar right, left, up, down. No matter his direction, there's always an airborne fight blocking our escape. At last, he puts his alicorn into a hover as he surveys the surroundings. Beneath us, shouts merge with the sirens. Aside from those already in the air, Flighthaven instructors, recruits, and others scramble toward the weapons building to arm themselves against the attack. Screams and grunts flood the air, amid the clang of weapons. Several of the winged tyrannies swoop close to the ground. Below us, chaos breaks out. Several Flighthaven structures burn, including the weapons building, the alicorn stable, and the dragonary. The tyrannies, now in control of the creatures, fly the animals away from the camp, leaving this area defenseless. Instructors and recruits on the few remaining alicorns, along with our units on the ground, fight against the tyrannies in a lopsided battle. Fury tears through me. Trembling in outrage, I don't want to be up here with Sterling. I need to fight down there before anyone else. My breath whizzes out. On foot, 2 tyrannies circle Theo. My magic hums and rises to the surface, raw power bursting from my fingers as I point at Theo's attackers. Sterling whips his alicorn around, jerking me before I can try to help. He executes a series of senseless maneuvers, avoiding Flighthaven warriors so fast I keep getting dizzy, then flying toward the tyrannies without brandishing any weapon or using his magic against them. As if he hopes they'll let us pass through. Each time we reach the periphery of the battle, the winged flyers swoop in to block us, yet they don't attack. It's almost like they're protecting us. But that's impossible. He flies through an open spot in the battle, navigating Balasar past a wailing tyranny's warrior. A female recruit thrusts a blade deep in his thigh, then his belly. At last, there's another opening in the battle, with no one blocking us from leaving the scene. As he directs Balazar on a path that will leave the carnage behind, an arrow streaks through the air. The weapon strikes flesh, piercing the alicorn's neck. Blood spurts like a geyser from the wound. Horror clogs my throat. With an agonized grunt and flailing wings, Balazar tumbles from the sky, and the ground rushes up to meet us. Shock ripples through me. Short of some sort of miracle, Sterling and I won't survive this. A snap fills the air, followed by another. I squeeze my eyelids tight. We jerk upward, away from Balazar, as if we're attached to an invisible string. Then we hover in the air, accompanied by a gentle flapping as we hang suspended. What just happened? My eyes snap open, and the air whooshes from my lungs. Enormous, feathered wings protrude from Sterling's back, streaked with silver as if forged from the finest metal. I gape. You. Shock makes forming words difficult. You're. A broad-shouldered winged flyer with piercing blue eyes and tied-back red-brown hair approaches, hovering in the air beside us. The man's about Sterling's age, his handsome, battle-scarred face sporting a faint dusting of freckles. Prince Silver. He dips his head in tribute. We're here to provide escort to King Jasper. The man flicks his gaze to me before returning his attention to Sterling. Your brother's eager to meet your new friend. Friend. I fight the urge to scoff at the use of the term. Friends don't lie about their identity. They don't betray each other. Bile rises in my throat as the events of the past hour weigh on me. Olive has died. Xenon wants to exploit me. Sterling, or whoever the hell he is, betrayed me. He gained my trust and won my heart so he could use me. Mustering all the force I have left, I slam my elbow into his gut. With a grunt and a swear, Sterling grips my wrists and holds them in one hand against his chest. The other man heaves a sigh. It's in your sister's best interest for you to accompany us without resisting. This title was